My family excluded me from the vacation I funded, saying I wasn't family, so I canceled their rent, stopped the auto pays, and watched them fall. My family secretly went on a luxury $25,000 Bahamas vacation that I fully paid for, and when I called to ask about the itinerary, my mother coldly told me it was a trip only for family. So I logged into my banking portal, canceled the $60,000 worth of auto pays keeping their lives afloat, locked them out of my life, and watched their entire world collapse while they desperately tried to legally declare me insane. I am Clara Vance, 33 years old, working as a corporate auditor in the freezing, wind-whipped city of Chicago. The last year and a half of my life had been nothing short of a living nightmare. I had just gone through a brutal, messy, and emotionally draining divorce that left me feeling completely raw, scarred, and desperately alone. When my marriage fell apart, I clung to the naive idea that my blood relatives, my parents and my younger sister, Chloe, would be my anchor in the storm. Hoping to bring us closer together and wash away the pain of the past year, I spent $25,000 booking a lavish summer vacation in the Bahamas for the four of us. I booked beachfront villas, private catamaran snorkeling tours, and premium spa packages. I imagined us sitting on the white sand beaches, laughing, drinking cocktails, and finally feeling like a real family again. My hands actually trembled with excitement as I dialed my mother's number on a freezing Tuesday afternoon. I was so eager to hear about the trip I had fully funded. The phone rang twice before my mom picked up. "Hi, Mom," I said brightly, forcing a cheerfulness I hadn't felt in months. "How's the Bahamas trip planning going? I need to know what to pack. I seriously can't wait." There was a long, agonizing pause on the other end of the line. The silence stretched so long I thought the call had dropped. Then, in a flat, completely dismissive tone, she said, "Oh. We already went last week, Clara. It was only for family." I froze. The air in my apartment suddenly felt suffocating. Only for family? Wasn't I family? My mind raced, struggling to process the sheer audacity of her words. Over the past 2 years, since my life started falling apart, I had spent a staggering $85,000 on them. There was the $25,000 for that exact Bahamas trip they just took without me. Then there was another $60,000 I had bled out to cover their rent in a crumbling apartment complex, their utility bills, their groceries, and a reliable used car for Chloe when her old one broke down. I had written check after check, wired transfer after transfer, genuinely believing it was my duty to keep them afloat. And yet, they cut me out without a single word, without even a text message, packing their bags and flying to the paradise I bought for them. The betrayal cut significantly deeper than my divorce ever did. I had given everything I had, sacrificing my own peace and financial security, just hoping for a shred of unconditional love, only to be entirely shut out. In that exact moment, as I stood alone in my quiet apartment listening to the dial tone, something fundamental inside me shifted. The desperate, people-pleasing daughter died, and someone entirely new took her place. I swore to myself, right then and there, that I would not let this go. Have you ever been betrayed by your own flesh and blood? Share your story in the comments. It might help someone else feel a little less alone in this dark world. That night, I sat alone at my kitchen island, staring out at the snowy Chicago streets glowing under the amber streetlights. I couldn't shake the heavy, suffocating weight of my mother's words. The sting of being excluded from the tropical vacation I'd paid for was horrific, but it was the deeper, more profound cut of knowing I'd been pouring my heart, soul, and wallet into a black hole for years that kept me wide awake. After my divorce, my ex-husband's lawyer had called me dangerously generous during the settlement negotiations, and I'd angrily brushed it off. Now, staring at my laptop screen in the dead of night, I wondered if he had seen the giant target on my back that I was blind to. I opened my banking portal, something I hadn't dared to look at closely in months because of the anxiety it caused me. The numbers stared back at me, cold, calculated, and undeniable. I scrolled through years of transactions, a $2,500 rent transfer here, a $900 emergency car repair there, a $600 mysterious medical bill for my father, a $400 grocery run for Chloe. My sister never explained where the money went, she just demanded it. Each transaction felt like a heavy brick in a massive wall I had built between my own future dreams and their endless, parasitic demands. I had been so intensely focused on fixing their broken lives that I hadn't noticed they were actively destroying mine. My mother's voice echoed in my head. She hadn't even offered a fake apology for leaving me out. My father hadn't called to check on me once during my divorce. My sister, always incredibly quick to text me when her bank account hit zero, hadn't mentioned the Bahamas trip at all. The realization hit me like a freight train. They didn't see me as a daughter or a sister. I wasn't family, I was just an ATM, I was their personal bank account, nothing more, nothing less. I thought back to the agonizing months after my divorce when I'd sit in my corporate office until 10 p.m., crunching numbers, skipping meals, and canceling my own therapy sessions just to make sure I could cover their electric bills and mine. I had canceled my own weekend getaways. I had refused to buy a new couch to replace the one my ex took. I told myself it was temporary. But the Bahamas trip proved otherwise. They had taken my hard-earned money, planned their luxurious escape to the tropics, and intentionally left me behind in Chicago's gray, freezing slush. My chest tightened, not just from the sharp sting of betrayal, but from the overwhelming shame of not seeing the truth sooner. I had been incredibly naive, thinking unconditional love could be bought with dollar bills. I picked up my phone and called Mr. Marcus Thorne, my senior financial advisor at the bank, and left a voicemail asking for an emergency meeting first thing tomorrow morning. I need to completely restructure my accounts, I said, my voice eerily steady despite the massive knot twisting in my stomach. I hung up, feeling a strange, unfamiliar flicker of absolute control for the first time in years. If my family thought they could keep taking without ever giving, they were about to learn a devastating lesson. I wasn't just hurt anymore. I was completely, utterly done being their safety net. Update 1. Exactly 3 weeks later, my phone lit up on my desk. It was my sister, Chloe. I was in the middle of sorting through complex audit files in my apartment, trying to focus on my career, but seeing her name flash on the screen made my stomach violently twist. I hadn't heard a single word from her since the Bahamas incident. Not a text, not a call, absolutely nothing. I took a deep breath, braced myself for the incoming manipulation, and answered the phone. Chloe's voice was dripping with manufactured charm, sounding incredibly casual, like she was asking to borrow a sweater instead of thousands of dollars. "Hey Clara. So, the landlord is literally breathing down my neck again," she said, keeping her tone light and breezy. "Rent is overdue, it's about $2,500 with the late fees. Can you wire it to me today? I'm in a huge bind and really stuck." Her words dripped with a fake, calculated urgency, as if I owed her this money without question. I clenched my jaw so hard my teeth ached, picturing her lounging in the apartment I paid for, getting a tan from the vacation I funded, expecting me to blindly fix her problems like I always did. I didn't hesitate for a single second. "Only for family, remember?" I said, my voice sharp, cold, and cutting right through her pathetic act. The line went dead silent for a long, heavy moment. Then, Chloe let out a forced, nervous laugh. What is that supposed to mean?" she stammered. "Clara, we're family. Stop being dramatic and don't make this weird. Just send the money." Her tone quickly shifted into a toxic mix of annoyance and coaxing, genuinely believing she could sweet-talk me into compliance. I saw right through the manipulation. She hadn't reached out to check on my mental health once. Her call had absolutely nothing to do with sisterhood. It was a direct line to my bank account. "I am completely done bailing you out, Chloe. Have a nice life," I said, and hit the end call button before she could utter another syllable. My hands were shaking violently, but a massive surge of pure clarity washed over me. I was never going to let them guilt trip me again. I immediately opened my banking application, my fingers flying across the screen. I had set up automated transfers years ago to cover their massive expenses. In that, $2,500 every single month wired straight to their landlord. I scrolled to the recurring payments dashboard and aggressively hit cancel on every single one, watching the red confirmation boxes pop up. Then, I ruthlessly tackled the other auto pays, $400 for Chloe's premium car insurance, $300 for their unlimited family phone plan, $150 for their high-speed internet, and even the $80 streaming service subscriptions they use daily. Every single click felt like I was physically shedding a massive boulder I had been carrying on my shoulders for years. I triple-checked the portal to ensure absolutely nothing would leave my account. They would have to figure out the real world now. I called Marcus Thorne to ensure everything was airtight. "Marcus, it's Clara," I said, my voice like steel. "I need to lock my accounts down completely. No more authorized users, no external transfers, nothing." He was all business. "I've got you, Clara. Can you come down to the branch this afternoon to sign the fraud prevention paperwork?" I grabbed my heavy winter coat and practically sprinted to my car. The bank was a short drive away, and Marcus had a massive stack of legal paperwork ready when I arrived. He walked me through the intense security process, new complex access codes, biometric two-factor authentication, verbal passwords, and instant alerts for any unusual activity. "This will permanently block any external attempts to touch your assets," he explained, his pen tapping the signature lines. I signed every single page, feeling a massive sense of finality. "You're taking your life back," Marcus said softly. "I know this isn't easy." I gave him a small, genuine smile. I wasn't just protecting my money, I was protecting my entire future. The next morning, I was standing in my kitchen making a cup of black coffee when I heard multiple car doors slamming aggressively outside my building. I peered through the heavy blinds of my living room window and my blood ran cold. I saw them. My father, my mother, Chloe, and a tall, severe-looking man in an expensive gray suit stepping out of a sleek black sedan. My pulse instantly skyrocketed. I knew this wasn't a friendly visit to apologize. I had expected a massive tantrum after cutting off their funds, but not a coordinated ambush. I set my coffee mug down on the counter, steeling my nerves as the doorbell buzzed a sharp, aggressive, and incredibly insistent sound. I unlocked the door and there they stood in the hallway. My mother's face was pinched in fury, her arms tightly crossed. My father shifted uncomfortably, completely avoiding eye contact with me. Chloe stepped forward, her face twisted into a bizarre mix of pure defiance and fake, overly exaggerated concern. "Clara, we really need to talk right now," Chloe said, her voice practically vibrating with forced sincerity. The man in the suit stepped forward, clutching his leather briefcase like a weapon. "Miss Vance, I am Gregory Finch, your family's legal counsel," he said, his tone incredibly clipped and condescending. "Your family is deeply concerned about your recent, highly erratic decisions. We are here to formally discuss your ongoing financial obligations to them." Obligations? The word hit me like a physical punch to the gut. They weren't here to apologize for the Bahamas. They were here to legally threaten me into funding their lazy lives. Chloe cut in, her voice rising in pitch. "You can't just stop paying for our things, Clara. We are your family. You owe us this. You have plenty of money." My mother nodded, her lips tight. "You have always taken care of us. Don't you dare turn your back on your own blood." My father finally spoke, his voice a pathetic grumble. "We literally need that money to survive, Clara. Stop acting crazy and be reasonable." The air in the hallway felt suffocating, their toxic words pressing in from all sides, desperately trying to guilt me back into my role as the obedient ATM. But I wasn't the broken, grieving woman who wrote checks blindly anymore. I straightened my posture, looking Gregory Finch directly in the eye, completely ignoring my family. "I do not owe these people a single red cent," I stated, my voice echoing loudly in the quiet hallway. "You made that crystal clear when you took my money and left me out of your lives. Get off my property immediately." Chloe's face morphed into pure rage. "You are being an incredibly selfish bitch," she screamed. "Mr. Finch raised a hand, trying to maintain control. "Miss Vance, if you refuse to cooperate, we will resolve this legally in a courtroom. Your family entirely depends on your financial support, and your sudden withdrawal is highly concerning." The legal threat hung heavy in the freezing air, but I didn't even blink. "Then take me to court, Gregory," I sneered, stepping back inside my apartment. "You are trespassing. If you don't leave right now, I'm calling the police." I slammed the heavy door directly in their faces and threw the deadbolt, my heart hammering furiously against my ribs. I could hear Chloe screaming muffled curses through the wood, but I didn't care. I was completely done being bullied. I immediately grabbed my phone and searched for the highest-rated local security company. I found one called Ironclad Security and called them. "I need new heavy-duty locks for my apartment door and a full 4K security camera system installed today. It is an emergency," I told the dispatcher. They sent a technician named Sam over within the hour. Sam was a massive, no-nonsense guy in his 40s who took one look at my shaken state and got straight to work. He swapped my standard lock for a reinforced steel deadbolt and installed motion-activated, cloud storage cameras perfectly angled at the hallway. "This system will instantly notify your phone if anyone even breathes near your door," Sam assured me, showing me the live feed on the app. I paid him generously, finally feeling a genuine sense of safety. 2 days later, I desperately needed a distraction, so I attended my weekly wine tasting group with my close friends Maya, Sarah, Lily, and Becca. The upscale lounge was warm, filled with the comforting smell of oak and Merlot. I tried to act normal, but Maya, my closest friend, saw right through my facade. She pulled me into a quiet corner booth. "Clara, you look like you haven't slept in a week. What is going on?" she asked softly. I broke down. I spilled absolutely everything: the Bahamas trip, the $85,000, the cancelled auto pays, and the horrific ambush at my door with Gregory Finch. Maya's eyes widened in horror, but she listened intently. When I finished, she grabbed my hands tightly. "Clara, what they are doing is textbook financial abuse," she said fiercely. "They are literally trying to extort you. You need a shark. I know exactly who you need to call." Maya dug into her designer purse and handed me a sleek black business card. "Diana Sterling. She is the most ruthless defense attorney in Chicago. Call her the second you wake up." I clutched the card, a massive spark of determination igniting in my chest. If my family wanted a legal war, I was going to give them one. Update 2. The next morning, I was sitting in Diana Sterling's luxurious downtown office. Diana was a sharp, impeccably dressed woman in her late 50s who radiated absolute authority. I handed her my massive binder of financial records, texts, and a summary of the hallway ambush. She flipped through the documents, her sharp eyes scanning the numbers. "This is incredibly substantial, Clara," Diana said, leaning back in her leather chair. "You have been fully funding 3 capable adults for years. But I did some digging this morning after you called to schedule. Gregory Finch actually filed a preliminary motion in family court yesterday. They are officially claiming you are mentally unfit to manage your own finances, citing your erratic behavior following your divorce. They are petitioning for a legal conservatorship to gain total control of your assets. The room started spinning. Mentally unfit? Conservatorship? The words felt like a physical violation. I had been nothing but insanely responsible, working 6 zero-hour weeks to keep them alive while quietly rebuilding my own shattered life. Diana saw the panic in my eyes and slammed her hand on the desk. "Do not panic," she commanded. "This is a desperate, pathetic scare tactic. They want to legally strong-arm you into submission. We are going to destroy them, but we need to build an ironclad defense." On a rainy Thursday afternoon, the true nightmare escalated. My new security app pinged. I checked my phone and saw a man with a clipboard standing at my door. No family members. I opened the door to find Mr. David Mercer, a state-appointed social worker. His expression was polite but highly guarded. "Miss Vance, I am here to discuss a formal report filed regarding your recent mental well-being and erratic financial decisions," he said smoothly. "May I come in to conduct an assessment?" My stomach violently twisted. Chloe had actually weaponized the state against me. I let him in, immediately pulling out my phone and putting Diana on speakerphone. "Diana, Mr. Mercer from the state is here," I announced. Diana's voice boomed through the speaker. "Mr. Mercer, I am Diana Sterling, Miss Vance's legal counsel. You may conduct your interview, but please know this report is a malicious, fraudulent filing by estranged family members attempting financial extortion." Mr. Mercer looked slightly taken aback but sat on my couch. "Miss Vance, your sister claims you have suffered a mental break and are making impulsive decisions that endanger your family's stability." I didn't flinch. I walked to my desk and handed him a secondary binder I had prepared. "Mr. Mercer, here are my last 5 years of flawless performance reviews from my corporate auditing firm. Here are my bank statements showing a perfectly stable savings account, 0 overdrafts, and 0 erratic spending. The only thing I stopped paying for was my fully capable sister's rent and my parents' luxury vacations, because they excluded me from a $25,000 trip I funded." Mr. Mercer spent 20 minutes reading through the immaculate records. He looked around my perfectly clean, organized apartment, then looked at me. "These records are incredibly thorough," he admitted, snapping his binder shut. "This does not indicate any erratic behavior or mental decline. I will be recommending this case be immediately closed." I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. The first hurdle was cleared, but the court date was still looming. To completely bulletproof our case, Diana sent me to Dr. R.S. Thorne, a highly respected forensic psychiatrist, for a full mental competency evaluation. After 3 grueling hours of psychological testing, cognitive exams, and deep discussions about my divorce and family dynamics, Dr. Thorne handed me a certified medical report stating I was completely, 100% mentally sound, rational, and exhibiting exceptionally healthy boundary-setting behaviors. 3 weeks later, I stepped into the massive, wood-paneled courtroom at the Chicago County Courthouse. My heart was pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird, but I walked in with my head held high alongside Diana. Across the aisle, my parents and Chloe sat with Gregory Finch. They looked incredibly smug, genuinely believing their intimidation tactics were going to work. Judge Helen Rostova, a stern woman who looked like she tolerated zero nonsense, called the court to order. Finch stood up first, puffing his chest out. "Your Honor, Clara Vance's recent actions cutting off all financial support to her dependent family out of nowhere demonstrate severe erratic decision-making stemming from her recent divorce trauma. We are petitioning for asset management to prevent her from ruining her estate." Chloe actually took the witness stand, squeezing out fake, crocodile tears. "Clara has always been so sweet and generous," Chloe sniffled, dabbing her dry eyes with a tissue. "But lately, she is totally unpredictable. She's paranoid, shutting us out, and leaving us to starve for absolutely no reason." Then, Finch called a neighbor of Chloe's, a woman named Brenda. "Clara just stopped paying the rent. It's totally crazy," Brenda testified. Diana immediately stood up. "Objection, hearsay. Has the witness ever spoken directly to my client?" Brenda faltered. "Well, no. Chloe just told me." Judge Rostova instantly struck the testimony from the record. Their entire case was built on lies and gossip. Then, it was our turn. Diana called Dr. Thorne to the stand. "Miss Vance is fully competent, highly articulate, and makes incredibly rational financial decisions," Dr. Thorne testified firmly, submitting the medical evaluation to the judge. "Setting financial boundaries with abusive family members is not erratic. It is a sign of profound psychological healing." Finally, I took the stand. I looked directly at Judge Rostova, completely ignoring the glaring eyes of my family. "Your Honor, I supported my fully grown family for 2 straight years, spending over $85,000. When I realized they were secretly using my money to go on luxury vacations without me, I simply closed my wallet. That is not mental incapacity. That is self-preservation." Diana then submitted my perfect corporate evaluations, my flawless bank statements, and the receipts from the Bahamas trip. Judge Rostova didn't even need to call a recess. She looked down at Finch, her expression furious. Mr. Finch, the plaintiffs have completely failed to provide a single shred of credible evidence regarding Miss Vance's incapacity. This lawsuit is a transparent, highly inappropriate attempt to manipulate the legal system for financial extortion. Case completely dismissed with prejudice. Relief washed over me like a tidal wave. I physically slumped into my chair as Diana squeezed my shoulder. Across the room, Chloe's face turned ghostly pale. My father looked like he was going to be sick. They had lost. Not only had they lost the case, but they had permanently lost their golden goose. 3 months have passed since that glorious day in court. I recently moved out of my old apartment and bought a stunning, high-rise condo with massive floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Lake Michigan. The view is incredibly bright, expansive, and entirely mine. The heavy, suffocating weight of my family's constant demands is completely gone. I've started taking authentic Italian cooking classes downtown. Last night, I successfully made potato gnocchi from absolute scratch, laughing with my classmates as flour covered my apron. I am currently sitting at my new kitchen island, surrounded by colorful travel brochures, meticulously planning a 3-week solo trip to Kyoto, Japan. I have saved so much money now that I am no longer funding their pathetic lives. Through Maya, I heard the inevitable updates about my family's total downfall. Without my $2,500 monthly rent payments, Chloe and my parents were swiftly evicted from their apartment. They are now crammed into a tiny, run-down 2-bedroom unit on the far outskirts of the city. Chloe was forced to get 2 minimum wage jobs working as a grocery store cashier by day and a diner waitress by night just to keep their lights on. My parents are drowning in the credit card debt they racked up trying to maintain the lifestyle I used to provide. Sitting here, looking out at the glittering Chicago skyline, I feel absolutely zero guilt. I spent years tying my own self-worth to how much money I could give them, genuinely believing I had to buy their love. The trial forced me to see the absolute truth. My value isn't in what I can provide for parasites. My life, my massive bank account, and my future are finally mine to control. I am free, and it is the most intoxicating feeling in the world. Top comments. User 1. Not the asshole. The sheer audacity of them going to court to declare you mentally unfit just so they could steal your money is straight up evil. I am so glad the judge saw right through their BS. Enjoy Japan. You absolutely earned every second of it. User 2. Only for family has to be the most tone-deaf, brutally cruel thing a mother could say to the daughter fully funding their luxury vacation. Good on you for canceling those auto-pays immediately. Letting them fall flat on their faces was the only way they would learn. User 3. The fact that Chloe is now working 2 jobs just to survive is the sweetest karma I have ever read on this site. You didn't ruin their lives, you just stopped protecting them from reality. Keep thriving in that high rise. My parents promised my newly home to my brother because his business failed, so I stripped the place bare and legally evicted them without a second thought. My brother Julian always had a favorite phrase he loved to throw in my face. You just don't understand what it's like to take risks. He would say it with this condescending little smirk, usually right before asking our parents for another handout. I was always the practical one in the family. I went to a state college, graduated with a solid degree, started working at a corporate firm, and slowly but surely advanced in my career. I played it safe, and I was proud of it. Julian, on the other hand, was the self-proclaimed visionary. He was the risk-taker, the golden child who chased wild dreams, the one who was destined to build an empire and become a millionaire. That was the narrative my parents obsessively pushed. While I was putting in 50-hour weeks, Julian was bouncing from one failed startup to another, always shielded from the consequences of his actions by our parents' endless emotional and financial safety nets. All my quiet effort and dedication finally paid off when I landed an incredible job. I was hired as a project manager at a massive multinational company. It was exactly the position I had been grinding for, complete with a fantastic salary and incredible benefits. The only problem was the location. My new office was deep in downtown Chicago, and I was still living out in the distant suburbs. 2 hours to get there in the morning traffic. 2 hours to get back at night. 4 hours of my day, every single day, just gone. After only 3 weeks, I was a walking zombie. The commute was destroying my physical and mental health. I knew I couldn't keep going like this, so I decided I desperately needed to find an apartment closer to the city. That weekend, I went to my parents' house for our mandatory Sunday family dinner. Over roast chicken and mashed potatoes, I casually mentioned my commute situation and my plan to start apartment hunting. My parents exchanged this very specific, knowing look. Then, my mom set down her fork and smiled. "We might have a solution for you, Chloe," she said. "Do you remember that old condo that belonged to your aunt? The vintage one in Lincoln Park that I inherited?" She took a sip of her wine before continuing. "The tenants just moved out, so it's completely empty right now, and it's only a 10-minute train ride from your new office. If you want it, it's yours." Of course, I remembered the condo. I had spent countless holidays there as a kid. I immediately asked how much the rent would be, bracing myself for city prices. But my mom gave me a number $900 a month that was absurdly low for the area. I could easily afford it. I got incredibly excited and immediately said yes. I didn't even think twice. It felt like, for once, my parents were actually looking out for me. The moment the apartment situation was settled, my parents seamlessly shifted the conversation back to Julian, their absolute favorite topic in the world. Meanwhile, Julian had recently landed a few new contracts for his boutique logistics company. He was expanding, hiring a few drivers, and acting like he was the next Jeff Bezos. His business was growing, and things were going great for him. And as always, my life was viewed as the stable, mundane baseline. I was the boring daughter pushing papers in a cubicle, while he was the brilliant golden child changing the world. The next day after work, I drove over to check out the condo. Let me tell you, the previous tenants had treated the place like a glorified frat house. It was an absolute disaster. The original hardwood floors were scuffed and stained, the walls were coated in this depressing, nicotine-stained yellow paint, and the kitchen looked like it hadn't been updated since 1985. The only piece of furniture left behind was this hideous, lumpy, plaid armchair sitting right in the middle of the living room. I immediately called my mom. "Hey, Mom, the location is perfect, but the place needs a lot of work. Do you mind if I do some renovations? At my own expense, of course." She sounded completely indifferent. "Don't go overboard, Chloe. Don't paint the walls black or do anything crazy, but fine, remodel it however you like. Just don't ask us to pay for it." That was all the permission I needed. That exact same night, I started building mood boards on Pinterest and binge-watching home renovation tutorials on YouTube. For the next 6 straight months, I dedicated every single ounce of my free time and disposable income to renovating that condo. After my grueling days at the office, I would take the train straight to the apartment. I spent my nights sanding floors, measuring wall space, testing paint swatches, and checking prices at hardware stores. I visited every single furniture outlet in the greater Chicago area. I tested dozens of mattresses and sectionals. I learned how to mount a massive flat-screen TV to brick, how to install modern floating shelves, how to replace outdated light fixtures with sleek, modern chandeliers, and how to tile a kitchen backsplash. I painted the cabinets a gorgeous midnight blue and added brushed gold hardware. I did absolutely everything with my own 2 hands. Every weekend was dedicated to the condo. Every evening was dedicated to the condo. And in the end, it was breathtaking. It was exactly how I had envisioned it. I walked around the space one night, a glass of wine in my hand, looking at everything with immense pride. I genuinely couldn't believe I had done it all on my own. It felt like a luxury penthouse. I couldn't wait for my mom to see what I had accomplished. I invited her over for dinner that Friday. When she arrived, she didn't say a word at first. She walked through the hallway, inspecting the new lighting, running her hand over the freshly painted walls, and staring at the modernized kitchen. She looked around very seriously, as she always did, scrutinizing every tiny detail. Finally, she turned to me, her eyes wide. "It's incredible, Chloe. I genuinely can't believe it." My mom rarely gave me compliments, so this felt monumental. Then, she walked over and hugged me. A real, tight, lingering hug. Not just a quick, obligatory pat on the back, but a genuine embrace. In that moment, I stupidly thought I had finally earned her respect. I thought I had finally proven my worth. 2 weeks later, we had another Sunday family dinner. I was practically vibrating with excitement because I had some massive news to share. I had been promoted. My salary had bumped up significantly, I was given my own department to lead, and I was handling high-level corporate accounts. I had grown so much in my company in such a short amount of time, and I couldn't wait to tell my family. About halfway through dinner, there was a lull in the conversation. I took a deep breath and smiled. "Hey, I actually have some really great news to share. I got promoted to senior project director this week." My mom, who was in the middle of cutting her steak, barely even glanced up at me. "Oh, that's great, sweetie. Good for you," she mumbled dismissively. Literally 3 seconds later, my dad cleared his throat and shifted the conversation entirely. "So, Julian, tell us about the new fleet." And just like that, my massive career milestone was erased. But that's when the real conversation of the night began, and the tone shifted drastically. Julian's logistics company was tanking. Apparently, a massive corporate competitor with state-of-the-art tracking technology and millions in venture capital had moved into the city. They were undercutting his prices and stealing all his clients. Julian's business was bleeding money, and everything he had built was on the verge of total collapse. My dad looked around the table with a grim expression and announced that he and my mom had decided to take out a second mortgage on their house. They were going to give Julian a massive loan so he could try to keep his company afloat and pivot his business model. I put my fork down and looked at them, genuinely concerned. "Are you guys sure about this? Look. This new competitor is a corporate giant. It's going to be nearly impossible to compete with their tech infrastructure and their endless cash flow. Throwing more money at a failing business model is incredibly risky. Julian slammed his hand on the table, making the silverware rattle. He glared at me with pure venom. My parents looked at me with identical expressions of disgust. You don't know the first thing about real business, Chloe, my dad snapped. You've always played it safe. You sit in a comfortable, air-conditioned office typing emails, so you don't understand anything about taking real risks and being an entrepreneur. Basically, I was told to shut my mouth and keep my opinions to myself. Then my mom looked right at me and delivered the line that would eventually become the catalyst for everything that followed. Family always helps family, Chloe. Remember that. I bit my tongue and didn't say another word. Fine. Let them burn their money. The next few months were an absolute, unmitigated disaster for Julian. Despite the massive cash injection from my parents, his business completely crashed. He filed for bankruptcy. One Tuesday afternoon, my mom called me, crying, to tell me that Julian and his incredibly high-maintenance wife, Mia, had lost their luxury downtown loft and were moving into my parents' guest bedrooms. Just try to imagine the dynamic. My mom called me a few days later, whispering into the phone. Oh, Chloe, Mia is just really struggling with this transition. You know how she is. She's always been so concerned about appearances, and now she has to tell her country club friends she's living with her in-laws. It's so hard on her. Yeah, let me tell you about my sister-in-law. Mia is the absolute worst. She spent the last 3 years bragging on Instagram about being a CEO's wife, posting photos of designer bags and luxury vacations paid for by Julian's eventually doomed company. Now, she was slumming it in suburbia, and she was making everyone miserable. That weekend, as usual, I went to my parents' house for dinner. Of course, Julian and Mia were there, both looking like martyrs. As soon as we sat down to eat, Julian launched into this heavily rehearsed, victim mentality speech about how the market was rigged, how big corporations destroy innovation, and how unfair everything was. Then, right in the middle of dessert, Mia sighed dramatically, pushed her plate away, and rubbed her temples. I just don't think I can handle living like this much longer. With all due respect to you guys, no offense, but Julian and I are adults. We need our own space. We need our dignity back. Julian reached over, patted Mia's hand, then turned to my parents with a sickeningly casual tone. Hey, Mom, Dad, what's the deal with Aunt's old condo in the city? Guys, I wish you could have seen my face. I practically choked on my water. I immediately sat up straight and said, hello? The deal is that I live there. I spent 6 months remodeling the entire place. I pay rent. This person right here lives there. They completely ignored me. It was like I hadn't even spoken. My mom's face instantly lit up with excitement. Oh, Julian, that's a brilliant idea. Chloe made the place look absolutely beautiful. She renovated everything, the floors, the kitchen, the bathroom. It looks like a luxury suite now. Julian and Mia looked at each other. They exchanged this slow, calculating, greedy look that made my blood run cold. I felt a heavy, nauseating knot form in my gut. You know that instinctual feeling when you just know something terrible is about to happen? I felt it, but I silently told myself, no, they wouldn't dare. Even they aren't that cruel. This is not happening. Update 1. I left that dinner feeling incredibly uneasy, but I tried to convince myself I was just being paranoid. I had spent 6 whole months renovating that condo with my own sweat and tears. I had a verbal agreement with my mom. They wouldn't just throw me out. 2 days later, I was walking up the stairs to my apartment, exhausted from a massive project launch at work. I was just thinking about what show I was going to binge on Netflix when I reached my door. I put my key in the lock, but the door was already unlocked. I pushed it open and heard familiar voices echoing from my living room. I walked in and froze. My mom, Julian, and Mia were standing right in the middle of my living room. I immediately dropped my bag. Mom, what is going on? What are you guys doing here? You didn't call me. You didn't ask for permission. What is this? I am. My mom turned to me, her face completely hardened. With absolute audacity, she crossed her arms and said, I have a spare key, Chloe. I'm the legal owner of this property. I can come inside whenever I please. She didn't even have the decency to look me in the eye. To give you a clear picture of the sheer disrespect happening, Mia was casually walking around my apartment, running her hands over my custom curtains, opening my kitchen cabinets, and inspecting the marble countertops. She practically waltzed into my bedroom, checked out my custom closet organizer, and peeked into my bathroom. She was literally inspecting my home as if she were a wealthy buyer at an open house. When she finally finished her little tour, she walked back into the living room, sat down gracefully on my expensive velvet sofa, smiled with this smug, cat-like grin, and looked at Julian. This place is absolutely perfect, babe. We can definitely move in by next weekend. I felt my heart pound against my ribs. What? Excuse me? I live here. I renovated this entire place. This is my home. What the hell are you talking about? My mom stepped forward, cutting me off with a sharp wave of her hand. Excuse me, Chloe, but I am the owner of this deed. I decide who lives here and who doesn't. Your brother is going through a devastating crisis right now. He and Mia need a fresh start in the city to network and rebuild. I was completely stunned. My brain was short-circuiting. Are you serious right now? What about all the work I did? The money I spent? I painted these walls. I fixed the floors. I bought every single appliance and piece of furniture in this room. I built this home. Then, my own mother looked at me with eyes so cold I barely recognized her. Well, since you renovated it, the property value has skyrocketed. The market rate for an apartment this nice in Lincoln Park is at least $2,700 a month. So, if you can't pay the new rent of $2,700 starting on the first of the month, you have exactly 1 week to pack your things and leave. Guys, obviously, I knew there was absolutely no way I was going to pay triple my current rent just to stay in a place I had already poured thousands of dollars into fixing. It was extortion. And my coward of a brother? He just stood there, staring at the floor, not saying a single word to defend me. My mom grabbed her purse. You have 1 week, Chloe, we expect the keys by Sunday. Then, the three of them walked out the door, leaving me standing alone in the dead silence of my living room. I could have broken down. I could have cried all night, but anger is a much better motivator than sadness. I didn't shed a single tear. Instead, I walked straight to my laptop, opened it, and started hunting. I searched with a frantic, cold determination. By 2 a.m., I had found the perfect place, a sleek, modern high-rise apartment in River North, closer to my office, with floor-to-ceiling windows. The next morning, I called my boss and told him I had a family emergency and couldn't come in. It was the first time I had called out in 3 years. By 9 a.m., I was touring the new apartment. By 10 a.m., I had signed the lease, paid the security deposit, and secured the keys. Then, I pulled out my phone and called a premium, same-day moving company. I told them I needed a full extraction immediately. I paid a ridiculous emergency fee, but I didn't care. I wanted everything gone. When the moving crew arrived at my condo, I stood in the center of the room with a mug of black coffee, orchestrating the entire process like a battlefield commander. That sofa? Mine. Load it up. The custom TV mount? Unbolt it. The floating shelves? Take them down. The smart thermostat? Unscrew it. I have the old plastic one in a box somewhere. I was ruthless. I made them dismantle the custom closet racks I had built. I even made a worker unscrew the luxury rainfall shower head I had installed in the bathroom and replace it with the rusty, calcified original one I had saved in a drawer. I took the modern light fixtures down and left bare bulbs hanging from the wires. I took the custom cabinet handles off, leaving the doors bare. Load it up. Let's go. Into the truck. Everything goes. By the time the movers finally packed the last box, the apartment looked exactly like the depressing, dilapidated dump it was on the very first day I walked in. The only thing left in the entire place was that hideous, lumpy, plaid armchair sitting dead center in the living room. Everything else, every ounce of charm, every piece of comfort was gone. I locked the door, put the keys in a plain white envelope, drove past my parents' house, slipped the envelope under their front door, and drove away to my beautiful new high-rise. The next morning, absolute nuclear chaos broke loose. At 7 a.m. sharp, my phone started vibrating off the nightstand. My mom, Julian, Mia. My screen was lighting up like a slot machine. I ignored them all. I calmly got out of bed, made myself a fresh cappuccino, stood by my floor-to-ceiling window watching the city wake up, and only after I finished my drink did I decide to engage. I answered my mom's 14th call. Hello? How could you do this? She practically screamed into the microphone. What makes you think you had the right to completely gut the apartment? You stripped the fixtures. You took the cabinet handles. How dare you leave it like this for your brother? I kept my voice terrifyingly calm. Listen to me very carefully. I had every legal right to take those things because I bought every single one of them with my own money. I have a binder full of receipts. I didn't touch your walls, and I didn't rip up your floors. But the furniture, the hardware, the lighting, that was mine. If you want, I can email you the PDF of the receipts right now. My mom completely lost her mind. She called me words I literally cannot type out on Reddit without getting banned. Julian and Mia started bombarding me with unhinged text messages, accusing me of being a jealous, spiteful psycho who wanted to see them fail. I didn't reply to a single text. I stayed completely silent, blocked their numbers temporarily to get some peace, and focused entirely on settling into my gorgeous new home. We didn't speak for an entire month. I won't lie and say it was easy. I did think about them. I wondered if my mom was still making her Sunday roasts. I wondered what Julian and Mia were sleeping on in that empty, echoing apartment. Sometimes, a wave of nostalgia would hit me, but every time it did, I vividly remembered the look on Mia's face when she claimed my home as her own, and the guilt vanished instantly. Exactly 1 month later, my mom called me from my dad's phone. I almost didn't pick up, but morbid curiosity got the better of me. The very first thing she said, with no greeting, was, I didn't receive your rent transfer for the first of the month. I actually burst out laughing. A deep, genuine laugh. Of course you didn't, Mom. You evicted me. Remember? I moved out. I don't live there anymore. She stuttered, clearly flustered. Well, we thought you would at least keep paying your original rent amount. You know we took out a massive second mortgage to help Julian. Julian can't afford to pay us rent right now because he's unemployed and trying to network. We are drowning in this loan payment. We thought you would continue paying the $900 to help us out. Family helps family, Chloe. Guys, read that again. She actually, genuinely expected me to pay rent for an apartment I was kicked out of, so that my brother and his snobby wife could live there for free, because they took out a loan for his failed business. So, I said, my voice dripping with venom, you're throwing the family helps family line at me now, when you are the ones who need my money? Tell me, Mom, does family kick their daughter out onto the street with 1 week's notice to make room for her brother? There was a long, painful silence. Finally, she whispered, I am so incredibly disappointed in you. Funny, I replied. I was just about to say the exact same thing. I hung up. I went into my settings and permanently blocked her number. Then I blocked Julian, then Mia, then my dad. Every single one of them. Gone. Update 2. Over a year went by. I maintained contact with a few cousins who kept me updated on the family drama. According to the grapevine, Julian had convinced my parents to fund yet another brilliant business venture, some kind of artisanal, subscription-based coffee brand. My parents had drained their savings and were actively going around to all our aunts, uncles, and cousins, begging for investments. Every single relative firmly said no. My cousin told me over drinks one night that my parents were drowning in debt and were on the verge of losing their own house. She looked at me sympathetically and asked, So, how are you handling all this? I took a sip of my cocktail and smiled. A year ago, this would have destroyed me, but now? Not my circus, not my monkeys. Professionally, I was thriving. I had been promoted again to Vice President of Operations. My salary had skyrocketed to a level I never thought possible. I was managing massive international accounts, flying first class for business trips, and building serious wealth. But as time went on, I realized something. I still wanted Grandma's condo. It wasn't just about the property value, it was the principle. That place held my childhood memories, and I was the one who had restored it. No matter how easily they had stolen it from me, it felt like it belonged to me. And now, with massive cash reserves and my parents backed into a financial corner, I finally had the leverage to take it back. It didn't take long for the trap to spring. One evening, my phone rang from an unknown number. I answered cautiously. Chloe? It was my mother. Her voice sounded frail, hesitant, entirely stripped of its usual arrogance. I let out a low chuckle. Well, look who it is. I thought you were disappointed in me. She sighed heavily. Look, Chloe. I know things ended terribly between us. But, I really need to talk to you. I stayed completely silent, letting her sweat. She kept going, the desperation bleeding into her tone. Julian. His new business isn't doing well. The suppliers backed out. Your father and I are in a very, very complicated financial situation. We are entirely tapped out. I murmured, staring at my immaculate manicure. We need a loan, Chloe, a substantial one. Just $65,000 to help us consolidate the debt and keep Julian's company afloat while he pivots. The cherry on top. I smiled so wide it actually hurt my cheeks. Interesting. And tell me, Mom, how many other relatives slammed the door in your face before you finally swallowed your pride and called the daughter you evicted? Silence. Oh, come on. I pushed. You really think I don't know? You're only calling me because no bank will touch you, and the rest of the family is sick of funding Julian's delusions. That's not, she started to protest. It's exactly that. I interrupted sharply. But guess what? Today is your lucky day. I will give you the $65,000. I heard her gasp in relief. Oh, Chloe, thank you, On one condition, I cut in, my voice dropping an octave. The tension on the line was suffocating. What condition? The Lincoln Park condo, I said slowly, savoring every single syllable. I want the deed. Officially. Papers signed, notarized, and fully transferred into my name. Today. But, my mother stammered, panic rising in her voice. No buts, take it or leave it right now. A long, agonizing pause. I could hear her ragged breathing. If you're so confident Julian is a genius who will turn things around, then you have absolutely nothing to worry about, right? I taunted. If he succeeds, you pay me back the $65,000, and we can discuss transferring the property back. But until then, the deed is mine. It's collateral. I knew exactly what I was doing. I knew my parents. They would do what they always did, blindly bet on Julian. And I knew for a fact Julian would never, ever be able to pay off a $65,000 debt. The condo would be permanently mine. I'll have to talk to your father, she whispered. You have 24 hours, I replied, and hung up. 3 days later, I was sitting in my parents' living room with my lawyer. It felt like a hostage negotiation. My mother sat across from me, clutching a pen, her face pale and bitter. My father looked like a broken man, staring blankly at the coffee table. Julian and Mia were standing in the corner, refusing to make eye contact with me. "The transfer documents are all in order," my lawyer stated smoothly, sliding the paperwork across the table. My father signed first, his hand shaking slightly. My mother hesitated, glaring at me with pure hatred, before aggressively signing her name. I took the papers, checked the signatures, and slid them into my leather briefcase. "The $65,000 will be wired to your account by 5 p.m., I said casually, standing up and buttoning my blazer. "Oh, and Julian? Since I am now the legal owner of the property you currently reside in, my lawyer will be emailing you a standard lease agreement tomorrow. Your rent will be $1,500 a month, due on the 1st. Don't be late." Julian's jaw practically unhinged, but he didn't say a word. For the next 8 months, things were quiet. Julian and Mia actually paid their rent on time, mostly because they knew I would legally evict them the second they missed a payment. I hired contractors to go back into the condo and redo the floors and paint the walls. I wanted my property kept in pristine condition. Then, the deadline for the $65,000 loan repayment arrived. My mother called me, demanding a meeting at the condo. When I walked in, my parents, Julian, and Mia were all sitting in the living room. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. "We have the money," my father announced, sliding a cashier's check across the kitchen island. I raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. I picked up the check. It was real. $65,000. "Great," I said, slipping it into my purse. "Debt settled. Glad doing business with you. Now, sign the house back over to us," my mother demanded, crossing her arms defensively. I stopped walking and slowly turned around. "Excuse me? The house, Chloe. We paid you back. Now transfer the deed back into our names." That was the agreement. Yes. Yes. I looked at them, letting a slow, cruel smile spread across my face. "No." Julian jumped up from his stool. "What do you mean, no? That was the deal. It was collateral." "Show me the contract," I said flatly. "What?" my father stammered. "Show me the legally binding contract stating that I am obligated to sell this property back to you upon repayment of the loan." They all froze. There was no contract. My lawyer had drafted a straight sale of the property for $65,000. The money they just handed me? Legally, that was just them paying me back a personal loan. The real estate transfer was a completely separate, fully executed legal transaction. I owned the house free and clear. We had a verbal agreement. My mother shrieked, her face turning crimson. "Oh, did we?" I laughed bitterly. "Just like we had a verbal agreement that I could live here after I spent thousands of dollars renovating it? Tell me, Mom, where did you suddenly get $65,000 from anyway?" My parents exchanged terrified glances. Julian looked at the floor. "Oh my God," I realized, the pieces clicking together. "You didn't make this money. You borrowed it from somewhere else, didn't you? A high-interest lender? You went into even more debt just to try and trick me into giving the house back." The deafening silence confirmed everything. They were truly pathetic. "You stole from us," Mia screamed hysterically, gripping the edge of the counter. "I didn't steal anything," I fired back, my voice echoing off the walls. "I bought this property, I set the terms. You lied to me, you used me, and you threw me out like garbage. You thought I was stupid enough to let you walk all over me again? You're delusional." Julian took a threatening step toward me, his fists clenched. "You vicious, jealous bitch. You planned this from the start." I didn't flinch. I stared right into his eyes. "The only thing I did, Julian, was teach you a lesson in real business. I'm not responsible for the fact that you're an incompetent failure who needs mommy and daddy to constantly clean up your messes." I turned to the door, my hand on the knob. "By the way, since the lease expired yesterday, we are now month to month. The new rent for this unit is $4,500 a month. You have until Friday to pay the first installment, or I will file formal eviction papers." I walked out and slammed the door behind me. They didn't pay. They couldn't. Exactly 3 days later, while they were at my parents' house plotting their next move, I executed my final play. I hired a massive moving crew, unlocked the condo, and had every single piece of their furniture, clothing, and personal belongings packed up. We drove it all to my parents' house in the suburbs and unloaded it directly into their driveway. Boxes, mattresses, clothes, just a mountain of their failures sitting in the cul-de-sac. When my phone inevitably blew up with furious, screaming voicemails from Julian threatening to kill me, I simply texted back, "Your belongings have been returned. The locks have been changed. Do not contact me again." Of course, they tried to sue me. Julian convinced my parents to hire a desperate, cheap lawyer to file a lawsuit claiming bad faith, and citing our verbal agreement to return the property. The day of the hearing was the most satisfying day of my entire life. I sat in the polished wooden courtroom in a tailored designer suit, completely relaxed. Julian, my mother, and my father sat across the aisle, looking exhausted and broke. My lawyer stood up and simply presented the signed, notarized, and legally filed deed. The judge, an older, no-nonsense man, adjusted his glasses, read the document, and looked down at Julian. Mr. Julian, do you possess any written, signed contract proving that the defendant agreed to return this property to you? Julian swallowed hard, his face pale. No, Your Honor, but it was a verbal agreement between family. She tricked us. The judge actually scoffed. A verbal agreement? Regarding the transfer of real estate? Sir, under the statute of frauds, any contract for the sale or transfer of land must be in writing to be enforceable. You signed over the deed. The defendant legally owns the property. I don't care about your family drama. The judge slammed his gavel. Case dismissed with prejudice. Julian looked like he was going to vomit. My mother buried her face in her hands and started sobbing uncontrollably. My father just stared blankly ahead, finally realizing that he had sacrificed his entire financial future for a son who was completely useless. As I walked out of the courtroom, Julian was waiting in the hallway. His eyes were red, burning with absolute hatred. You destroyed this family, he hissed at me as I walked past. I stopped, looked him up and down, and smiled. No, Julian. I just finally gave you the consequences you've been running from your entire life. I walked out of the courthouse into the bright Chicago sunlight and never looked back. Today, I still own the condo. I rent it out to a lovely young couple for $3,200 a month, which completely covers the mortgage on my luxury high-rise. Julian's coffee business went bankrupt 6 months later. My parents had to sell their house in the suburbs to pay off the high-interest loan they took out to try and trick me, and they currently live in a cramped 2-bedroom apartment with Julian and Mia. They spent their entire lives worshipping a spoiled, incompetent son, while treating me like dirt. In the end, they got exactly the life they invested in. And me? I got everything I ever wanted. Top comments. User 1. The sheer audacity of them throwing you out of a home you renovated, demanding you still pay rent, and then trying to trick you with a fake loan shark payout is mind-blowing. You played this like an absolute grandmaster in chess. Enjoy that rent money. User 2. Statute of frauds for the absolute win. Anyone who knows anything about real estate knows you never transfer a deed without a legally binding buyback clause. Your parents let their blind love for their golden child completely blind them to basic legal logic. Beautiful revenge. User 3. It's hilarious how Mia was walking around your apartment touching your custom curtains like she was on HGTV, only to end up living in a cramped apartment with her in-laws because her CEO husband couldn't actually run a business. Karma didn't just knock, you drove the karma bus right through their front door. You'd be homeless without us. Dad smirked while my brother stole my food. I said nothing, just moved out in secret, and exposed his illegal. You'd be homeless without us. My dad smirked after I caught them illegally opening my mail to demand more rent from my new salary. So, I secretly packed my bags, cut off the electricity, internet, and subscriptions I was funding, and left them in the dark to discover the massive financial fraud I was about to pin right back on him. Original post. My name is Marcus. I'm 28 years old, and I grew up in a household where love was always treated like a transactional commodity, and I was the only one paying full price. I am the oldest of 3 children, and from the moment I was old enough to hold a broom, I was treated less like a son and more like an indentured servant whose primary purpose was to subsidize the family's comfort. My parents, particularly my father, subscribed to a very specific, twisted philosophy. Respect is something you earn through blood and sweat, but absolute obedience is demanded by default. And if you happen to be the firstborn child, your obedience came with a heavy interest rate attached. You were expected to set the flawless example, maintain the fragile peace, and hold the entire household together, even when every other person in the house refused to lift a single finger. For the longest time, growing up, I genuinely believed this was just how the world worked. I thought all parents ruthlessly guilt-tripped their kids into scrubbing the floors and doing the heavy landscaping while slapping the label of teaching responsibility on it. I thought it was completely standard practice to be charged rent the second you turned 17 because, as my dad loved to repeat like a broken record, the real world doesn't hand out free rides. Here is the kicker, we weren't poor, we were actually far from it. My dad worked as a senior logistics manager for a major distribution company, bringing in a very comfortable salary. My mom worked as a freelance bookkeeper, entirely remote, setting her own hours. We lived in a sprawling 4-bedroom house in a nice suburban neighborhood. We had a massive, manicured backyard, 2 late model SUVs in the driveway, and there was always plenty of cash flowing for lavish birthday parties, brand name clothes, and expensive dinners out at steakhouses. But my parents harbored this bizarre obsession with hardening us for the cruel realities of the world. Only, that so-called hardening was exclusively directed at me. My younger siblings lived in an entirely different universe. My brother Liam, who is 2 years younger than me, could literally crash his car into a neighbor's brick mailbox while texting, and somehow my parents would spin the narrative to make him the tragic victim of a poorly placed structure. My sister Chloe, who is currently 19 and a freshman in college, had a bedroom that looked like an Apple Store showroom. She had gadgets and electronics I couldn't even dream of affording when I was her age. Meanwhile, I had to wage absolute war just to get a Wi-Fi extender that reached my bedroom in the unfinished basement, a damp, concrete-walled dungeon for which I was charged exactly $500 a month in rent. I started working the moment it was legally permissible. At 15, I got a grueling part-time job at a massive supermarket chain, spending hours on my feet bagging groceries, retrieving carts in the freezing snow, and scrubbing massive spills in the aisles. Eventually, I transitioned to a warehouse job, loading heavy pallets on the night shift while trying to drag myself through the final years of high school. My parents made their stance crystal clear: if I wanted a vehicle, gas money, car insurance, or literally anything beyond the absolute bare minimum of tap water and basic shelter, it was entirely on my shoulders. When I finally got my driver's license, I drained my meager savings account to purchase a rusted-out, dented 2004 Honda Civic that rattled violently if you pushed it past 60 miles an hour. When I pulled that awful car into the driveway for the first time, my dad stood on the porch, crossed his arms, smirked, and said, "Looks like you're finally learning how the real world works, Marcus." At the time, my desperate, validation-starved teenage brain thought he was expressing pride. But looking back with the clarity of adulthood, I realize he just thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle of my struggle. It reinforced his rigid belief system that the world was a brutal meat grinder and that kids needed to be shoved into it early. After I graduated high school, the concept of going straight to a 4-year university was completely off the table. I simply didn't have the funds, and my parents weren't offering a single dime of assistance. If you want a fancy college degree, my dad lectured me over dinner one night, you go out and get a job that pays for tuition. Or you take out loans and drown in them like everyone else. But you are absolutely not living in this house for free while you figure yourself out playing beer pong. So, I didn't go to college. Instead, I worked a soul-crushing rotation of warehouse shifts, late-night delivery gigs, and weekend retail jobs, doing absolutely anything I could to keep handing over my $500 rent every first of the month while painfully scraping together a small savings cushion. During the exhausting hours between shifts, I started aggressively pursuing IT certifications online. I taught myself advanced networking, server administration, cloud architecture, and the complex basics of enterprise cybersecurity. It was a brutal, sleep-deprived existence, especially while working 40 to 50 hours a week of physical labor, but I gritted my teeth and made it happen. By the time I turned 25, my relentless grinding finally paid off. I landed a fantastic full-time, fully remote position doing high-level tech support and network infrastructure management for a rapidly growing mid-size logistics software firm. It wasn't quite a six-figure salary yet, but it was incredibly stable, came with full benefits, and most importantly, it was an achievement that belonged entirely to me. I finally had a tiny sliver of breathing room in my life. I was still living in the damp basement, still handing over my rent money with absolute precision, and still enduring a barrage of passive-aggressive commentary every time I had to skip a Sunday family dinner because I was stuck on an emergency server maintenance call. But the sheer panic of poverty was gone. I actually started browsing apartment listings, dreaming of getting my own quiet place, maybe even enrolling in night classes to finally get that bachelor's degree. And then, the global pandemic turned the world upside down. Almost overnight, the entire dynamic of the house shifted. Liam, who had been lazily working as a bartender downtown, lost his job when the restaurants shut down. He immediately packed up his apartment and moved back into his old, spacious upstairs bedroom. Naturally, my parents, who had spent my entire life insisting I pay rent because the universe owes nobody a living, suddenly decided that Liam didn't need to contribute a single cent. "He's going through an incredibly stressful transition right now," my mom cooed softly, patting his shoulder. "This is a global crisis. It's simply not the time to add financial pressure to his plate." Meanwhile, Chloe, whose college campus had closed, moved back home to take her classes online. She completely inverted her schedule, sleeping until 2 in the afternoon and then blasting obnoxious TikToks and reality TV shows at maximum volume through the thin floorboards directly above my basement workspace well into the early hours of the morning. Through all of this chaos, I kept my head down. I kept working my demanding remote job, kept paying my $500 rent without fail, kept buying the bulk of the household groceries, and kept getting ruthlessly guilt-tripped every time I politely asked for 10 minutes of quiet so I could lead a crucial Zoom meeting with my company's executives. It genuinely felt like I was a paying guest in a terrible hotel that I was secretly funding out of my own pocket, except the management actively despised me and the other guests were receiving complimentary room service. The situation deteriorated rapidly when Liam started making snide, degrading comments about my profession. "Must be real nice to just sit around in your pajamas all day." He'd sneer from the kitchen island, casually sipping the expensive cold brew coffee I had purchased with my own money. Or he'd say, "Some of us actually do real, physical labor, Marcus. We don't just sit in a dark basement clicking a mouse and pretending it's hard work." My dad would chuckle from his recliner, treating Liam's blatant disrespect like it was a hilarious inside joke. "Your brother isn't entirely wrong, Marcus," my dad chimed in one evening. "If the power grid fails, what exactly are you going to do? You're not exactly an essential worker, are you?" I wanted to scream until my lungs gave out. I wanted to violently list off every single bill I was covering, every grocery run I made, every time I fixed their broken laptops and shattered phones. Instead, I just bit my tongue, nodded blankly, and retreated to my basement. The absolute breaking point happened on a humid Tuesday night. I had just finished a grueling 12-hour shift. The company's primary servers had crashed, we were fighting off a sophisticated phishing attack, and 3 of my key team members were out sick. My brain felt like it had been put through a blender. All I wanted in the entire world was to go upstairs, make the elaborate chicken and rice meal I had specifically prepped the night before, and stare blankly at a screen until I fell asleep. But when I trudged up the stairs and opened the refrigerator, my jaw dropped. Half of the groceries I had purchased just 2 days prior were completely gone. My expensive protein shakes, my carefully portioned chicken breasts, my specialized pre-workout meals, all of it had vanished. I slowly turned around and looked into the living room. There was Liam, sprawled across the sofa, shirtless, mindlessly playing a video game, and loudly burping up the distinct smell of my garlic herb chicken. "You're welcome," he muttered, not even bothering to take his eyes off the television screen. I took a deep breath, trying to keep my heart rate from exploding. I walked over and asked him, very calmly, why he continually felt entitled to take my expensive groceries when he didn't contribute a single dollar to the household expenses. He just paused his game, leaned back, and laughed directly in my face. "Bro, chill out. What's mine is yours, right? That's what family is for. Stop being such a tightwad." I brought the issue up to my parents that night at the dinner table. I wasn't screaming. I wasn't throwing accusations. I simply asked, in a measured tone, if we could establish some basic boundaries in the house. I suggested we could label our food, or maybe set up a shared grocery budget, just something to maintain order. That was when my dad slammed his heavy fist down on the wooden dining table so hard the silverware rattled. "You are acting like a damn ungrateful guest in your own home," he snapped, his face turning a dangerous shade of red. "You think you're somehow better than your brother just because you managed to get some cushy desk job and print out a little IT certificate. Let me remind you of reality, Marcus. You would be completely homeless without us. You live in this house because your mother and I generously allow you to, don't you ever forget that." I looked at him. I looked at my mother, who was silently staring at her plate, refusing to intervene. I looked at Liam, who was failing to hide a smug grin. I didn't say a single word. Not then. I just calmly stood up from my chair, walked down the stairs to the basement, closed my door, and sat on the edge of my mattress for a very, very long time. Something deep inside my chest shifted that night. It felt entirely different from all the previous arguments. It wasn't the first time my dad had pulled the "you'd be homeless" card to assert his dominance, but for some reason, this time, the words didn't sting. They didn't make me feel small or inadequate. They didn't feel like a reflection of my supposed failures. It just felt like crystal clear clarity. That was the exact moment I fully accepted that I was not going to stay in this house much longer. But I also made a silent vow to myself, if I was going to leave, I absolutely was not going to fade away quietly. And I was definitely not going to continue secretly funding their comfortable, oblivious lives while they treated me like a piece of garbage stuck to the bottom of their shoes. Update 1. The meticulous planning began the very next morning. I didn't just pack a duffel bag and storm out in a fit of rage. That would have been too easy for them to dismiss as a childish tantrum. I needed a flawless execution. When I sat at my desk and genuinely began to audit my life, the sheer scale of my financial entanglement with my family made my stomach churn. My name was attached to significantly more things than I cared to admit. The high-speed fiber internet that the whole family relied on? Solely under my name and my credit card. The monthly electricity and gas bills? Technically split in the online portal, but my card was the only one set to auto-pay, meaning I had been covering the entire house's massive energy consumption for the last 3 years. The entire suite of streaming services, Netflix, Hulu, Disney+, Spotify Premium, Amazon Prime, all registered to my email, all charged to my accounts. At some point, without any formal discussion, I had quietly morphed into the foundational load-bearing pillar of the household's entire logistical and financial structure. And the wildest part was that they genuinely believed they were the ones supporting Times Me. The sheer audacity of their delusion was put on full display later that week. I woke up to my sister Chloe stomping aggressively around the upstairs hallway. Apparently, she couldn't find her expensive AirPods. Before I could even pour my morning coffee, she barged to the top of the basement stairs and launched into a full-blown interrogation. "Did you steal them?" she demanded, crossing her arms and glaring down at me like I was a convicted thief. Why would I steal your headphones, Chloe? I have my own. I replied, utterly exhausted. Because I borrowed your Bluetooth speaker last month and accidentally broke it, and you got mad. So, obviously you took my AirPods as revenge. I just stared at her. That was the level of logic I was dealing with. She had wronged me, so in her mind, I was the villain plotting petty retaliation. I shook my head, told her to ask Liam, and walked away. Later that same afternoon, my phone buzzed. It was a Venmo request from my mother. The amount was $55.20, accompanied by a cold little note, household groceries and cleaning supplies. There was no prior discussion, no context, just a digital demand for my money. The absolute best part of this ridiculous request? I had literally done a massive grocery run 3 days prior, spending $95 of my own hard-earned money on essentials, eggs, milk, chicken, toilet paper, laundry detergent, stuff that absolutely nobody thanked me for, and stuff I watched evaporate into Liam's stomach in record time. I hit the decline button without a second thought. 30 minutes later, my phone lit up with a text message. Mom, did you decline the payment request on purpose? Oh. Me. Yes. Mom, that is incredibly selfish, Marcus. We are a family. We all have to contribute to this household. Me. I do contribute. I just bought $95 worth of groceries on Monday. Mom, that was your personal choice. This request is for the shared items I purchased. You need to pay your fair share. Me. I didn't ask for any of those items, and no one ever offers to split the cost of the food I buy that Liam eats. I'm not paying it. She didn't respond to the text, but the energy at the dinner table that evening was absolutely toxic. The air was thick and freezing cold. My mother completely refused to look in my direction. My father kept aggressively clearing his throat every few minutes, his jaw clenched tight, practically vibrating with the urge to scream at me but trying to maintain his intimidating silence. Chloe was entirely ignoring the tension, snapping photos of her mashed potatoes to post on Instagram, curating her fake aesthetic life. Then Liam, ever the instigator, decided to play his favorite role of provocateur. So, he said casually, aggressively stabbing a piece of chicken with his fork, I heard you're refusing to pay Mom back for the groceries. I kept my eyes on my plate and didn't answer. Kind of a pathetic, low blow considering she literally gave birth to you and raised you, Liam pushed, grinning over his water glass. I remained completely silent, chewing my food methodically. Marcus, my dad barked, his voice slicing through the room like a whip. Answer your brother when he speaks to you. I am not answering anyone at this table. This is a dinner, not a legal deposition, I replied, my voice dangerously calm. You are sitting under our roof. My dad exploded, slamming his hand on the table again. When we ask you a question, you answer it. I slowly wiped my mouth with a napkin, stood up from the table, and looked him dead in the eyes. Then maybe I won't be sitting under your roof much longer. My mom finally broke her silence, letting out a harsh, mocking laugh. Oh, please, where exactly are you going to go, Marcus? You think you're actually ready to survive out in the real world on your own? Everything you have right now is because of us. Because of us. Those 3 words echoed in my skull. They genuinely believed that my grueling IT job, my late-night study sessions, my carefully guarded savings account, none of it was my own merit. In their twisted reality, I was just a charity case who had been handed a scholarship to life, and they were the benevolent, long-suffering donors. I didn't utter another syllable. I turned my back on them and walked down into the basement. That night, I pulled up my financial spreadsheets and got to work. I analyzed my bank accounts, calculated exactly what it would take to secure a decent apartment, and started rapidly browsing rental listings on the far opposite side of the city. I quietly called a few close friends, asking for recommendations on property management companies. I created a massive, comprehensive checklist, transfer the Wi-Fi, remove my credit cards from all household autopays, physically pack my electronics, secure a moving truck. I knew it would take a solid 2 weeks to meticulously untangle my digital and financial footprint from the house, but I was absolutely determined to execute it flawlessly. I wanted to leave cleanly, silently, without giving them the satisfaction of a screaming match, but making sure the bridge was thoroughly incinerated behind me. Over the next week, I began the invisible extraction process. I contacted the fiber internet provider, informed them I was relocating, and scheduled a hard cutoff date for the service, 2 weeks from that Monday. Perfect. I logged into the electricity and gas portals, fully removed my primary credit card information, deleted my user profile, and let the accounts default back to the physical property address. My dad would eventually receive a massive paper bill in the mail. He could figure it out. Meanwhile, life upstairs carried on in blissful, ignorant entitlement. Liam continued to raid my remaining groceries. Chloe permanently borrowed my backup power banks. My mom sent me yet another Venmo request, this time for $28.50 for cleaning supplies. I let it sit in the pending folder, entirely ignored. Then came the catastrophic boiling point. It was a Thursday evening. I had been trapped in back-to-back virtual meetings since 8 a.m. When I finally emerged from the basement to grab a glass of water, I noticed something deeply unsettling. There was laughter coming from the kitchen. It wasn't normal laughter. It was that strange, conspiratorial, fake family joy that only ever surfaced when they were collectively gossiping about someone else's misery. My dad was sitting at the head of the island counter, grinning from ear to ear. Liam was leaning against the fridge, scrolling on his phone and chuckling. My mom wore a deeply smug, satisfied little smile, and Chloe was whispering excitedly. As I walked into the kitchen, the laughter abruptly stopped. And then I saw it. Laying flat on the marble counter was a crisp, white envelope. It was torn open. My name was printed clearly on the front window, right next to the official logo of my corporate employer. It was my quarterly bonus and updated salary pay stub. They had intercepted my mail, physically torn it open, and read it. I froze in my tracks. My chest tightened so violently I could barely draw breath. My heart started thudding with that heavy, sickening rhythm that hits when you realize your most sacred boundaries have been completely violated. Well, Marcus, my dad said, leaning back in his stool, his eyes gleaming with greedy satisfaction. You certainly didn't bother to tell us you were pulling in that kind of money now. I looked at him, then down at the brutally opened envelope, and then back at him. My mind was completely blank with fury. Seeing as your financial situation has vastly improved, my dad continued, crossing his arms, maybe it's time you start paying a much higher, fairer share of the rent around here. We're all struggling to keep this house afloat, you know. I slowly turned my gaze to my mother. You opened my private, federally protected mail. She had the absolute unmitigated audacity to simply shrug her shoulders. Oh, calm down. It came to our house address. It had our last name on it. We were just curious. Yeah, bro, relax, Liam chimed in, scoffing. It's not like we hacked into your bank account and stole the cash. Stop being so dramatic. You crossed a massive line, I said, my voice dropping to a terrifyingly quiet, hard register. Oh, stop with the dramatic victim routine, my dad snapped, his faux-friendly demeanor instantly vanishing. We have housed you, fed you, and supported you for your entire life. You think you can just live under my roof and keep financial secrets from us now? I took a slow step backward. My fists were clenched so tightly my knuckles were bone white, but I wasn't shaking with rage. I was filled with something infinitely deeper, something intensely final. This was the point of no return. They had explicitly invaded my privacy, laughed at my professional success, and were now blatantly using it as ammunition to extort more money from me. That was the exact second the master plan fully solidified in my mind. I wasn't just going to leave. I was going to take every single ounce of comfort, convenience, and financial stability I had provided them, and I was going to rip it out from under their feet like a magician pulling a tablecloth. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't engage in their pathetic argument. I simply relaxed my fists, gave a slow, deliberate nod, and said, okay. They all stopped and stared at me, visibly confused by my complete lack of resistance. What exactly does okay mean? My mom asked, her smug smile faltering slightly. It means you're absolutely right, I said softly, stepping backward toward the basement door. I shouldn't keep any more secrets from you. And then I turned around and walked down the stairs. What I didn't tell them in that moment was that I had already found a beautiful, quiet apartment. I didn't tell them that I had already signed the lease electronically earlier that morning. I didn't tell them that in exactly 3 days, I was moving out forever, and I was taking every single digital and financial thread I owned with me. When the utilities started bouncing, when the fridge ran empty, when their beloved Amazon Prime deliveries halted, they would realize exactly what my silence meant. But I wasn't done yet. Because there was one final, devastating piece of the puzzle I was going to uncover before I vanished. I didn't sleep a single wink that night. I lay flat on my back on my miserable basement mattress, fully clothed, staring blankly up at the exposed pipes on the ceiling. The dull, rhythmic hum of my server fan was the only sound keeping me company. My brain was trapped in an endless loop, replaying my dad's greedy smirk, Liam's mocking laugh, and the sight of my torn open mail sitting on the counter like a communal piece of trash. There was a crushing heaviness in my chest, not sadness, but an ancient, bone-deep exhaustion. I had spent nearly 3 decades shrinking myself to keep the peace, acting as the designated emotional sponge and financial safety net. They had relentlessly chipped away at my soul until there was barely anything left, and now, they wanted to consume the rest. I had exactly 3 days to execute the extraction. The apartment I had secured was a modest, second-floor one-bedroom unit on the far edge of the city. It wasn't a luxury penthouse, but it had large windows, pristine hardwood floors, and most importantly, an ironclad lock on the door that only I held the key to. No more damp concrete. No more passive-aggressive stomping on the ceiling. No more forced family dinners designed to tear me down. But I couldn't just casually pack my boxes and walk out the front door. If they sensed even a hint that I was escaping, they would actively sabotage the process. They would suddenly invent massive household emergencies. Marcus, the garage door is broken, you need to fix it before you go. Marcus, mom needs you to drive her across town. Marcus, Liam needs a loan. They would do everything in their power to stall me, drain me, and keep me trapped in my role as the useful idiot. So, I operated like a ghost. On Friday morning, while they were all asleep, I finalized the utility purge. I scheduled the high-speed fiber internet to completely terminate at exactly 8 a.m. on Monday. I permanently canceled the entire suite of streaming services: Netflix, Hulu, Disney+, Spotify, HBO Max. I went into every single account settings page and clicked sign out of all devices. They wouldn't even realize what was happening until they tried to load a movie on Sunday night and hit a massive paywall. I completely revoked the autopay mandates on the home's electricity, water, and natural gas portals. I redirected my massive Amazon Prime account to default to a secure locker hub near my new apartment. I even contacted the post office and executed a strict change of address forward for all my mail, ensuring nothing would ever land in their greedy hands again. On Saturday, the physical extraction began. I packed my belongings methodically, moving in tiny, invisible increments. A few textbooks here, a stack of winter clothes there. My expensive external hard drive slipped into my laptop bag. I carefully disassembled my secondary monitors and boxed them up, leaving just the primary screen active so my desk still looked perfectly normal. Every time I smuggled a load of boxes out to my car, I parked 2 blocks away, sneaking through the neighborhood like a burglar escaping my own prison. And then, Sunday morning arrived. I woke up at 4:30 a.m., the house was dead silent. I carried the final, heavy loads up the stairs: my remaining clothes, my bathroom supplies, my kitchen prep containers. The very last item I grabbed from my basement desk was a small, cheap wooden photo frame. It held a picture of me from my high school graduation. In the photo, my smile was crooked and uncertain, and my parents were standing directly behind me, their heavy hands resting firmly on my shoulders. When I was younger, I thought that physical touch represented parental support. Looking at it now, in the cold light of dawn, I realized it looked exactly like they were physically holding me down, preventing me from moving forward. I took the photo out of the frame, tossed it into the metal trash bin, and left the empty frame face down on the desk. I walked out to my car, started the engine, and drove away. The drive to my new apartment took exactly 22 minutes. But those 22 minutes felt longer, heavier, and more profound than the entire 28 years of my life leading up to that moment. Every single stoplight I passed felt like a ticking countdown. Every turn of the steering wheel was a physical step away from the toxicity. When I finally unlocked the door to my new apartment and stepped inside, the air smelled like fresh white paint, lemon cleaner, and old pine wood. The large furniture I had ordered wasn't scheduled to arrive until Tuesday, so for the first 2 days, it was just me, a pile of cardboard boxes, and a premium air mattress I had purchased. But the silence. The silence was absolutely intoxicating. It wasn't the hostile, suffocating, minefield silence of my parents' house, where you were constantly waiting for the next screaming match to detonate. It was a thick, peaceful, golden silence. I could hear the faint, distant sound of city traffic. I could hear a dog barking happily in the courtyard below. I sat cross-legged on the bare hardwood floor for hours, my laptop open on my knees, just watching the afternoon sunlight slowly crawl across the living room wall. For the first time in my entire existence, I did not feel small. But the inevitable storm was brewing. Update 2. The chaos erupted precisely on Monday morning, right on schedule. They didn't fully realize I was completely gone until the essential services began collapsing around them. The barrage of text messages started hitting my phone at exactly 8:15 a.m. First, it was my mother. Mom, Marcus, the internet is completely down. Chloe needs to log into her college portal for a midterm. Can you restart the basement router? Mom, Marcus, are you awake? The power in the kitchen just flickered and now the fridge is beeping. Did you forget to pay the bill? The bill. Mom, we are literally sitting in the dark right now. Answer, your phone. I simply swiped the notifications away, sipping my hot coffee in my sunlit kitchen. Then, Liam's text started rolling in. Liam, bro, what the hell did you do to the Wi-Fi? I'm in the middle of a ranked match. Liam, hello, are you even downstairs? Mom is freaking out. Liam, did you seriously change the Netflix password? You're being incredibly petty. Still, I maintained absolute radio silence. By Tuesday afternoon, the panic had fully set in. I woke up to 14 missed calls and a massive, rambling voicemail from my dad. When I pressed play, his voice sounded entirely different. The arrogant, booming authority he constantly wielded was completely stripped away, replaced by a frantic, breathless uncertainty. Marcus, listen to me. We need to talk immediately. Things have gotten incredibly complicated here. The utility companies are saying the accounts were closed. There's been some sort of massive misunderstanding. You cannot just cut off the entire house like this. That is not how a family operates. Call me back the second you get this message. I sat at my new desk and let out a dark, hollow laugh. That is not how a family operates. It was the ultimate, sickening irony. They had been operating exactly like that toward me for my entire life, using me, draining me, treating me like a disposable resource, and the absolute second I mirrored their energy and cut off their supply, it was suddenly a catastrophic crime against the concept of family. 2 full weeks passed. I completely ignored their endless barrage of calls, texts, and manipulative emails. I focused entirely on my new life. I decorated my apartment. I bought a real, comfortable bed. I poured my energy into my IT job, optimizing server architectures and closing out support tickets with record speed. My department manager actually scheduled a one-on-one call just to tell me he was incredibly impressed with the sudden surge in my productivity and offered me a spot on the senior infrastructure team, which came with a massive 20% pay bump. I was thriving. The miserable, battered version of Marcus who lived in a damp basement and begged for scraps of parental affection was dead. But just when I thought I had smoothly sailed into the sunset, the universe decided to drop a nuclear bomb in my lap. It happened on a quiet Thursday night. I was casually migrating some of my old digital files from my personal cloud storage to a new encrypted drive. Out of pure, idle curiosity, I logged into a very old, secondary email account I hadn't actively used in nearly 3 years, the one I used to use for junk mail and old college applications. As the inbox slowly populated, my eyes locked onto an email thread sitting near the top, flagged with a bright red urgency icon. It was from a company called Apex Financial Recovery. The subject line read, "Final notice, intent to litigate, joint account, ending in 4409. My blood turned to absolute ice. I didn't recognize the account number. I didn't recognize the collection agency. I aggressively clicked the email, my heart hammering against my ribs, and downloaded the attached PDF statement. There it was, printed in stark, black and white legal text. A massive, revolving home improvement line of credit. The total outstanding balance was a staggering $8,240.60. And right there, listed as the primary cosigner, was my full legal name, my date of birth, and my social security number. The secondary account holder was my father. I sat frozen in my ergonomic desk chair, the soft blue light of my dual monitors washing over my face as pure, unadulterated shock mutated into blinding rage. Suddenly, every single confusing piece of the puzzle violently snapped into place. I forced my brain to rewind 3 years. I was 25, working brutally long night shifts, utterly exhausted. My dad had casually approached me one morning in the kitchen, sliding a stack of dense, legal-looking paperwork across the island. He told me it was just a standard municipal form he needed my signature on to approve some minor exterior renovations to the house, claiming the city needed all adult residents to sign off. I was naive, sleep-deprived, and desperate to appease him, so I blindly scribbled my signature where he pointed. He hadn't been getting a permit. He had been secretly tying my pristine credit profile to a massive, high-interest line of credit. He had immediately maxed it out, likely to fund their lavish lifestyle, and had completely stopped making the minimum payments over 8 months ago. The collection agency had been aggressively emailing this old inbox because I had long since changed my primary contact info. This was the real reason he had completely lost his mind when I moved out. It wasn't about the $500 basement rent, it wasn't about the grocery money. It was about him losing physical access to the human meat shield he had illegally tied to his catastrophic financial mess. He had secretly built a massive debt bomb, strapped it to my back, and smiled in my face while doing it. I didn't scream. I didn't throw my keyboard. I didn't call him to weep and demand answers. The old Marcus would have done that. The new Marcus was a highly trained systems administrator who specialized in dissecting complex problems and aggressively neutralizing threats. I immediately went to work. Step 1. I pulled my comprehensive, 3-bureau credit report. There it was, a massive red stain dragging my excellent credit score down into the dirt. A severely delinquent $8,240.60 account. Step 2, I picked up my phone and called Maya, a friend from my old warehouse days who had since graduated law school and worked in consumer advocacy and financial litigation. I calmly explained the entire situation, sending her the PDFs over a secure link. Maya was silent for a long moment. "Marcus, this is textbook financial abuse," she said, her voice dead serious. "It happens constantly in toxic families. Is it technically illegal? It's a massive gray area because your physical signature is on the document, even if it was obtained under entirely false pretenses. But here is exactly what we are going to do. We are going to file a massive, aggressive fraud dispute with all 3 credit bureaus. We are going to place a hard security freeze on your entire identity. And we are going to force the original creditor to launch a full internal investigation into the origin of the debt." "Will that affect him?" I asked, my voice terrifyingly calm. "Oh, Absolutely, Maya replied, a hint of vicious satisfaction in her tone. If you formally dispute your liability and flag the account as deceptive, the creditor will immediately shift the entire legal and financial burden squarely onto the secondary holder, your father. They will freeze his remaining assets, tank his personal credit score into the abyss, and come after him for the full balance immediately. Good, I whispered. Let's burn it down. I spent the next 48 hours compiling a devastating dossier of evidence. I gathered every single bank statement proving I had never received or benefited from a single dollar of that $8,000 credit line. I drafted a sworn, notarized affidavit legally, stating I was intentionally misled regarding the nature of the financial documents I signed. I submitted the massive packet to the credit bureaus and the collection agency via certified mail. But I realized I wasn't quite finished. If we were playing scorched earth, I was going to salt the fields. I logged into the tax preparation software I had used to generously help Liam file his taxes 2 years prior. My email was still the master recovery account. I could see that Liam had an unfiled draft return sitting in the system for the previous tax year. He hadn't reported his massive cash tips from his bartending job. He had been bragging about dodging taxes for months. I didn't hack his account, I just used the public, anonymous IRS tip line to submit a highly detailed report regarding a specific bartender failing to declare substantial cash income at his specific former place of employment. Let the federal government deal with the golden boy. Then, I meticulously scrubbed myself from every remaining emergency contact list, medical portal, and school registry tied to my family. I was a ghost. The inevitable physical confrontation finally occurred 2 weeks later. I was walking back to my apartment building on a Friday evening, carrying 2 heavy bags of groceries. As I approached the front steps, a silver SUV aggressively swerved to the curb. The door flew open, and my dad stepped out. He looked absolutely terrible. His face was pale, his eyes were bloodshot, and the arrogant, untouchable aura he usually projected was completely shattered. Marcus, he barked, marching toward me, though his voice lacked its usual booming power. We need to talk right now. I stopped on the concrete steps, placing my grocery bags down. I didn't flinch. I just stared at him with absolute, freezing indifference. You think you can just play these sick little games? He demanded, pointing a trembling finger at my chest. I just got a certified letter from the bank. They froze my checking account. They are demanding $8,000 in full. What the hell did you tell them? I told them the exact truth, I replied, my voice perfectly level. I told them I was fraudulently misled into co-signing a massive credit line that I never benefited from. We are your family, he screamed, his face turning purple, spit flying from his lips. You don't sick the damn credit bureaus on your own father. I put a roof over your head. You wouldn't have survived without me. No, I said, taking one deliberate step down the stairs, forcing him to physically step back. You wouldn't have survived the last 3 years without times me. You used my name, my credit, and my paycheck to fund your pathetic, fake wealthy lifestyle, and when I finally stopped bleeding myself dry for you, you panicked. His jaw dropped. He literally had no response. For the first time in 28 years, the great, terrifying patriarch was completely speechless. Do not ever come to my home again, I said softly. If you do, I will call the police, and I will hand them the rest of the documentation I have regarding your financial activities. I picked up my groceries, walked up the stairs, went inside, and locked the heavy deadbolt. I didn't look back. A month later, the final verdict arrived in my mailbox. The credit bureaus had completely sided with my dispute. The fraudulent account was permanently wiped from my credit profile, my score skyrocketed back to the high 700 CES, and the entire $8,240.60 debt, along with massive penalty fees, was legally chained exclusively to my father's name. As a final act of closure, I logged into the old shared Google Drive folder that I used to manage for the family. I deleted every single photo, tax document, and recipe. I created one single, master folder and titled it Contributions. Inside, I uploaded hundreds of PDFs, every grocery receipt I had ever paid, every Venmo transfer I had sent, the $500 rent receipts, and finally, a screenshot of the official credit dispute resolution completely absolving me of his secret debt. I left a single text document in the folder. It read, "This is everything I sacrificed for this family. I used to think love was something I had to continuously purchase from you. I now realize you were just bankrupt, and I am done paying your debts. Do not ever contact me again." I removed myself as the owner, transferred access to his email, and permanently deleted the account from my devices. It has been a year and a half since that day. I am now a senior systems engineer. I bought a beautiful new car, no rust, no rattling. I spend my weekends hiking, traveling, and hosting game nights with friends who actually value my presence, not my wallet. Last week, a distant aunt accidentally forwarded me a digital photo. It was from Liam's recent, shockingly scaled-down courthouse wedding. In the picture, my dad looked 10 years older, hollowed out and exhausted. My mom looked miserable. Liam and Chloe were staring at their phones. They were standing in the same frame, but they looked like four total strangers who had been forced into a room together. I looked at the photo for a long time. I didn't feel anger. I didn't feel vindicated, I just felt a profound, overwhelming sense of peace. They had built their entire kingdom out of control, manipulation, and my stolen money. And the second I walked out the door and locked it behind me, the entire castle crumbled to dust. Top comments. User 1. The absolute audacity of your dad to pull the "you'd be homeless without us" card while literally using your stolen identity to artificially prop up his own fake lifestyle is genuinely sickening. You didn't just burn the bridge, you nuked it from orbit. Incredible execution on the credit dispute. User 2. IT guy here. The way you systematically shut down every single digital tether, the Wi-Fi, the Netflix, the Amazon Prime is pure poetry. They thought you were just a human ATM. Reporting the golden child brother to the IRS for tax evasion was the cherry on top of this beautiful revenge Sunday. Enjoy your peace. User 3. It is wild how toxic parents will absolutely drain their most responsible child dry, coddle the useless ones, and then act completely blindsided when the responsible one finally snaps and leaves. Good on you for protecting your credit and your future. Never look back. Don't destroy the family over a mistake, Dad said after my brother slept with my fiancée. I nodded, cut their funding, and let the law did the rest. Original post. I want to be unequivocally clear about something before I get into the weeds of this nightmare. I am not writing this because I need sympathy, and I am certainly not writing this to process my trauma. I am writing this because the full, unvarnished picture of what happened start to finish, every agonizing detail is the kind of thing that needs to exist somewhere outside of my own head. So, here it is. My real name doesn't matter, but you can call me Liam. What matters is that I built something real. I was 24 years old when I started my company. We specialize in cold chain medical logistics, automated temperature-controlled transport systems, secure routing for sensitive biologics, and operational consulting for pharmaceutical distribution. It is not glamorous. It is not the kind of thing you explain at a dinner party without watching someone's eyes glaze over into a comatose stare. But it is profitable in ways that most exciting industries could never even dream of. I had spent 3 grueling years after college working a soul-crushing warehouse job during the day, while doing inventory audits for a small medical supplier on nights and weekends. I saved exactly $6,000. I knew one guy with a regional pharmacy operation who needed better cold storage sourcing and couldn't afford a full vendor relationship. I became that vendor for him. Then I became that for 3 more like him. Then I hired someone. Then 2 more people. Then I stopped counting employees and started counting multi-state contracts. By the time I was 29, the business was pulling 7 figures annually. By 32, which is where this story truly begins, I had 22 full-time staff members, active contracts across 4 states, and a pristine reputation in a highly lucrative niche industry. I didn't take shortcuts. I didn't take venture capital investors who wanted board seats and control. I owned it completely, and I ran it the exact same way I built it, carefully, methodically, and without making unnecessary noise. The money changed things for my family. It happened gradually at first, and then all at once. My father, Arthur, had retired from municipal contracting the year I turned 27. He had done fine for himself over the decades, but retirement thinned their financial margins incredibly quickly. My mother, Helen, did part-time administrative work for a local real estate office. It was enough to keep her busy, but nowhere near enough to cover their actual living expenses. When my business started producing real, life-altering money, I didn't make a massive production out of helping them. I just quietly did it. Arthur needed a new truck because his transmission blew. I handled it. The roof and the kitchen in their aging house had been falling apart for a decade. I had them completely gutted and renovated. Small things at first, then much bigger ones. The biggest one was the house itself. It was a beautiful 5-bedroom colonial with a decent-sized yard in a neighborhood that had appreciated steadily over the years. I bought it outright in cash when I was 28. I put their names on the occupancy registry, but I held the deed. I covered the property taxes, the utilities, the HOA fees, and the maintenance without ever making it a monthly conversation. It was their home. I just happened to own the physical structure. That was simply how things worked in my head at the time. I was providing. Then, my older brother Marcus moved back into that house about 18 months before everything completely collapsed. Marcus is 38, 6 years older than me, and he possesses a unique, terrifying gift for being between opportunities in a way that always sounds temporary but never quite is. His previous venture had been some kind of crypto-adjacent startup that never gained an inch of traction. Before that, it was a drop-shipping franchise arrangement that spectacularly fell apart. He has charm. The specific kind of aggressive charm that works flawlessly on people who refuse to look at historical patterns. I looked at the pattern, I knew exactly who he was, and I helped him anyway because he was my brother and that felt like what a good son was supposed to do. I put Marcus on my company payroll as a compliance consultant. It was a low-level role, mostly vendor coordination, nothing that touched core corporate financials. It gave him an income that looked entirely legitimate on paper. In exchange, he had access to secondary vendor accounts and a company credit line meant strictly for minor operational purchases. I genuinely thought I was giving him a stable foothold to rebuild his life. I wasn't watching him closely enough to see what he was actually doing with that foothold. Then there was Elena. I met her at a corporate compliance seminar 3 years before all of this went down. She was working as a corporate auditor at the time. She was a phenomenally sharp dresser, impeccably good at reading rooms, and incredibly comfortable navigating conversations that other people found intimidating or difficult. We were in the same breakout session. She made a point about regulatory loopholes that I fundamentally disagreed with, and I told her so directly in front of the room. She laughed instead of getting defensive. I liked that immediately. We dated for 2 wonderful years before I proposed. She said yes without a single second of hesitation. I believed every single part of it. 8 months into our engagement, she abruptly left her auditing job and started describing her new work as independent consulting. The details were always incredibly vague whenever I asked. Client confidentiality, she would say. I'm still getting the LLC established, it's complicated. I let it go because my business was in a massive expansion phase, I was working 80-hour weeks, and I trusted her completely. That trust was a fatal error. The wedding was exactly 4 months out. The luxury venue was booked. The massive deposits were paid across the board. We had Sunday dinners at my parents' house every single week. Elena and my mother Helen got along famously. Marcus was always making the table laugh with his exaggerated stories. Arthur was always topping up everyone's wine glasses. Everything looked exactly like it was supposed to look. It was the perfect family portrait. I came home early on a random Tuesday afternoon. A massive client meeting had been abruptly cancelled, so I decided to take the rest of the day to decompress. Marcus's truck was parked in my driveway, which wasn't entirely unusual. He stopped by the house regularly to drop off paperwork or grab a beer. I didn't think anything of it. I unlocked the front door, stepped inside, heard a specific kind of sound, and stood completely still in the foyer for a second while my brain desperately tried to catch up with what my ears were telling it. Then, I walked down the hardwood hallway toward the master bedroom. The door was open about 3 inches. I pushed it the rest of the way open and stood silently in the doorframe. I have replayed that exact moment in my head 1,000 times since it happened. What I saw in that room didn't break me. What actually broke me was what happened in the 2 hours immediately after. Specifically, what my own parents chose to say to me before I even had time to breathe through the shock. Elena saw me first. She went completely, terrifyingly still. It wasn't the stillness of genuine shock or panic, it was the stillness of rapid, cold calculation. Marcus turned over slowly, looking exactly like a man who had already started running the mathematical probabilities of his survival before he had even fully registered that I was standing there. Neither of them spoke a single word, neither did I. I stood in that doorframe for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 5 seconds. And then, I said quietly, without raising my voice even a fraction of a decibel, "Get out of my house." That was it. I turned around, walked into the kitchen, and sat down at the marble island. Marcus was dressed and sprinting out the front door in under 2 minutes. On his way through the kitchen, he actually slowed down, looked me dead in the eye, and said the most pathetic sentence I have ever heard. "Bro, it just happened." Like those 4 utterly meaningless words were going to magically fix the universe. I didn't look at him. I didn't respond. I kept my eyes locked on the countertop until I heard the front door slam shut and his truck engine roar to life in the driveway. Elena took a little longer. She eventually came to the kitchen doorway, fully dressed, her eyes artificially red, and said, "Liam, I can explain this." I looked up at her and said, "No, you really can't." She stood there for another agonizing 30 seconds, waiting for me to scream, to cry, to throw something, to say literally anything else. I didn't. So, she left. I sat at that kitchen island for 20 minutes without moving a single muscle. No music, no television, just the hollow sound of the house settling around me. I wasn't in shock, exactly. It was more like the deeply unsettling feeling of a massive calculation finally completing in my head. It was like some buried part of my subconscious had suspected this answer for months and had just been violently handed the empirical confirmation. Then, my cell phone rang. It was my mother. That caller ID alone told me absolutely everything I needed to know about the very first phone call Marcus made from his truck as he peeled out of my driveway. He hadn't called her to cry or apologize. He had called her to get ahead of the narrative. And my mother, Helen, who had eaten dinner at my table every Sunday for years, who had hugged Elena and called her a daughter, opened the conversation with these exact words: "Liam, please. It was a mistake. He's your brother." I didn't reply. I pressed end and set the phone face down. Arthur called exactly 4 minutes later. My father's opening line was much more considered, like he had taken the time to think about the psychological framing. "Son, don't do something rash that destroys this family over one bad decision. Think about what we've built together. That word. Together. I sat in the deafening silence of my kitchen and let that word bounce around in my skull. What exactly had we built times together? The logistics business was entirely mine. Every contract negotiated, every employee hired, every agonizing decision made at 5 a.m. before anyone else in the world was awake, that was me. The house they lived in was mine. The truck parked in my father's garage was mine. The luxury kitchen my mother cooked in every Sunday had been completely gutted and rebuilt using my money. The steady stream of income that funded every single comfortable, insulated corner of all their lives came from exactly one source: me. And yet, the absolute second the people they had chosen to protect over me got violently exposed, suddenly it was a shared structure. Suddenly, there was a together that I apparently had a moral obligation to preserve. Update 1. I didn't sleep a single second that night. Elena came back around 10 p.m. I unlocked the door and let her in solely because I wanted to hear her talk. I wanted to see the exact mechanics of her lies. She gave a long, beautifully rehearsed explanation. She talked about the distance in our relationship due to my work hours. She talked about her profound loneliness. She claimed Marcus had aggressively pursued her. She swore it had only been going on for a few months and that it meant absolutely nothing. The words flowed out of her mouth in that specific, polished way that only happens when someone has been preparing a speech in their head for much longer than the crisis they are currently using it for. I listened to the entire monologue without interrupting once. Then, she said the one sentence that shifted the entire tectonic plate of my reality. Liam, your parents knew things had been strained between us. I talked to your mother about it extensively. She understood. She said it like it was a softening detail, like it would somehow help her case. Helen had known Elena and Marcus had been spending significant time together alone. She had known the relationship was supposedly strained, and she had said absolutely nothing to me. Not once, not a single solitary word across dozens of Sunday dinners, casual weekly phone calls, and 100 different opportunities to say something. She had actively chosen to protect their disgusting arrangement over her own son. I didn't scream. I didn't react with anger. I just looked at Elena, and I smiled. It wasn't a sarcastic smile, and it certainly wasn't a warm one. It was just a quiet, deeply settled expression that apparently communicated something so dark she wasn't prepared for it, because she stopped speaking mid-sentence and didn't attempt to start again. She told a mutual friend months later that the smile I gave her that night scared her infinitely more than anything I could have ever shouted. I quietly asked her to leave. She practically ran out the door. I sat completely alone in the dark kitchen until 3 a.m. Then, I opened my laptop. I didn't open it to look at photos or wallow in misery. I opened it to start mapping every single account, asset, liability, access point, and operational dependency in my life. I wanted to see exactly who relied on what, who had access to what, and what the full, unvarnished financial architecture of my existence actually looked like when drawn out on a spreadsheet. Honestly, that was when I found the real betrayal. The cheating was just the appetizer. I found Marcus's name on a secondary vendor credit account that I had absolutely never authorized. He was listed as a secondary signatory on a digital document that bore my signature, except I had never signed it. I went through the last 16 months of financial records with forensic precision. The stolen amounts were small. The intervals were highly irregular. It was brilliantly intentional. It was designed to be small and irregular enough to stay completely below the automated fraud alert thresholds of our accounting software. Over the course of 16 months, Marcus had siphoned exactly $82,500 out of my company. And that was only what I had managed to find in the first hour of digging. By 5 a.m., I had 6 browser tabs open, 3 complex spreadsheets running, and a yellow legal pad completely covered in handwriting that had gotten progressively smaller and tighter as the hours dragged on. I wasn't panicking. That is the thing I really want to emphasize. There was zero panic in my body. What I felt was infinitely closer to the focused, airless, sociopathic calm that washes over you when an abstract emotional problem suddenly becomes a concrete mathematical equation. Abstract betrayal is devastating and messy. Specific stolen numbers are just a logistical problem to solve. I kept pulling the server records. Marcus's embezzlement method was surprisingly straightforward once I understood the underlying logic. He had legitimate vendor account access as part of his consulting role, which meant nobody in accounting ever flagged his logins. When legitimate invoices came in with minor, manufactured overpayments, the standard company practice was to apply that surplus as a rolling credit toward the next bulk order. What Marcus had been doing instead was manually redirecting those specific surpluses to a completely separate dummy shell account through a series of tiny corrective transfers. Individually, they looked like routine, boring reconciliation entries. Nobody reviews reconciliation entries at that microscopic granularity unless they are specifically hunting for a rat. I hadn't been hunting. By the time I mapped the full, exhaustive run of his theft, I stopped being surprised by what I was finding. Then, I seamlessly transitioned to Elena's layer of the nightmare. I pulled the master credit line authorizations first. I found a finalized document with my signature on it, explicitly approving a massive increase to the company's operational credit ceiling. I had absolutely never signed that document. I knew this with 100% certainty because that exact credit increase had been discussed internally with my finance team, and I had firmly decided against it 3 months prior. The discussion was logged in my email archives. The final decision not to proceed was clearly in writing. And yet, there was my signature on a formalized approval document dated 6 weeks after I had explicitly said no. Real, human signatures have natural variation. The pen pressure changes, the angle of the loops shifts slightly, the tail of a letter catches differently, depending on how fast your hand is moving. I had signed my name tens of thousands of times over the years, and no two signatures were ever microscopically identical. The signature on that credit document was technically proficient, but it was completely, mathematically consistent with another document I found. It looked exactly the way a signature looks when someone has obsessively practiced tracing it rather than actually living it. The second forged document I uncovered made my blood run entirely cold. It was a partial property asset transfer. It was preliminary legal paperwork that appeared to be slowly moving one of my most valuable business-held commercial properties into a jointly named marital trust structure. It had never fully completed processing. Whatever the intended endpoint was, the timeline had been interrupted by me coming home early. The signature on that transfer document perfectly matched the first forgery. Elena had spent years as a corporate compliance auditor. She was a master with complex documents. She understood exactly how financial paperwork moved through bureaucratic systems and exactly where the oversight gaps were. She hadn't been vague about her new consulting work because the work was boring. She had been vague because her actual full-time job was meticulously dismantling my assets to steal them. I sat back from the glowing laptop screen and stared at the horrifying mosaic I had just assembled. Marcus was aggressively stealing cash. Elena was quietly forging documents to steal real estate. Both of them were operating with enough brazen confidence and consistency to suggest they felt completely safe doing it. And then, I remembered the old family cloud server. I still had administrative access to a shared family Google Drive, a setup from years back that nobody had ever formally closed out or bothered to secure. I opened it, navigated to Helen's personal backup folder, and found an archived email thread from 8 months ago between my mother and Marcus. Helen's line, "Be careful, he'll notice eventually." Arthur's single-word reply from his linked account, "Agreed." Not, "Stop this immediately." Not, "What the hell are you doing to your brother?" Not, "I won't be a part of this." Just, "Be careful." My parents hadn't built the embezzlement structure. But they had absolutely known about it. They had sat down, weighed the moral cost of saying something against the financial cost of saying nothing, and actively chosen silence. Because saying something meant demanding accountability. And demanding accountability meant the immediate end of a luxurious, insulated life that I had been quietly funding for them for years. I closed the laptop at 6 a.m., and calmly brewed a pot of black coffee. While it dripped, I picked up my phone and called my overseas business attorney, a brilliant, ruthless man I had retained 2 years prior when I was exploring expansion into international export markets. He was someone completely outside of my family's knowledge or social orbit. I told him I needed to immediately begin restructuring the company's entire ownership architecture through the foreign registered holding entity we had previously discussed as a contingency during the export planning phase. He paused and asked me how quickly I needed it done. I told him I needed it done as fast as it could be executed without leaving a single legal vulnerability. He said 2 weeks, maybe less if we expedited the filing fees. Over the following 48 hours, I became a ghost operating in plain sight. I contacted a cutthroat real estate attorney and instructed them to immediately list the family home for sale. I priced it highly aggressively, competitive enough to move at lightning speed. The listing went up quietly. I systematically removed Marcus from every single company account, server, and physical access point, framing it internally to my IT department as a routine, randomized security audit, nothing that would raise immediate red flags with the wider staff. I moved every cent of my personal savings into a newly established offshore account that existed entirely outside of my family's awareness or domestic legal reach. I called the luxury wedding venue, coldly canceled the booking, and ensured the massive refund processed directly to my private card only. Then, I meticulously built the evidence file. Every single fraudulent transfer record, both forged signature documents, high-resolution screenshots of the damning email thread, and a clean, chronological timeline detailing exact amounts, dates, and IP addresses. I organized it into perfectly labeled digital folders, one for my investors, one for the extended family, one for Elena's professional network, and one for law enforcement. I saved everything to a heavily encrypted external drive. On the 4th day of my silent war, Elena came to my corporate office. She was incredibly composed. She had clearly taken the time to regroup and strategize. She walked in with the distinct energy of someone who had decided that a direct, reasonable adult conversation was the winning play. She sat across from my massive desk and talked about the lost wedding deposits, about how much social capital had already been committed, and about the tragic disruption to both of our lives. Then, she leaned forward slightly, lowered her voice to a soothing register, and said, "Liam, your parents think the best thing for everyone is to handle this privately. They suggested maybe we all attend family counseling, a structured healing process." She said it like it was a completely neutral suggestion, like she was merely relaying objective information rather than delivering a highly coordinated, manipulative message. But I had the Google Drive thread. I knew exactly how long this particular parasitic team had been in communication. I looked at her across my desk, and I smiled again. The exact same dead, hollow smile from the night she had left my house. She recognized it instantly. I watched her pupils dilate as she registered it, and I watched her brain desperately try to decide what it meant. She didn't reach a conclusion before I politely thanked her for coming in, stood up, and told her I would be in touch. She practically fled the office, looking infinitely more terrified than when she had arrived. That evening, I opened a secure travel app on a burner phone and booked 2 flights. The first flight was under my full legal name, heading to Chicago. The second flight was booked under my middle name, a name that appeared legally on my passport, but that I had absolutely never used professionally or personally in any context my family would ever recognize, heading to Charleston, South Carolina. Nobody knew about the second flight. Nobody knew about a lot of things. The final week was the most surreal, out-of-body experience of my life. I went to work every single day, answered routine emails, sat in complex client strategy calls, and handled all of them flawlessly. When Elena texted me asking if we could meet that weekend to talk properly and heal, I casually replied, "Sure, we'll sort something out." She sent back a deeply relieved-sounding response. She genuinely thought that meant progress. Marcus sent a massive, groveling apology text on Wednesday. It was 3 dense paragraphs, beautifully structured, and emotionally calibrated in a sophisticated way that absolutely did not match his usual illiterate writing style. Someone had clearly helped him draft it, almost certainly Helen. I read it once, archived it directly to the law enforcement evidence folder without replying, and went right back to what I was doing. What I was doing was finishing the execution. The offshore ownership restructure officially completed on day 9, significantly faster than the 2 weeks my attorney had originally estimated. My massive logistics company now sat legally insulated inside a foreign registered holding entity, with me listed merely as an appointed officer rather than the named domestic owner. Any future attempt by Elena to claim the business as a shared marital asset in civil litigation would now require navigating an international legal labyrinth that would take years and cost substantially more in legal fees than it could ever possibly produce. It wasn't entirely untouchable, but it was astronomically expensive enough to be functionally out of reach for people without vast resources. Which, as of that specific week, perfectly described every single person in my family. The real estate attorney called on day 10. We had an all-cash offer on the family home that was incredibly close to the asking price. I accepted it immediately. I demanded a standard contract with a brutal 30-day vacate clause for all current occupants, legally enforceable from the exact date of signing. Then began the quiet, systematic dismantling of their lives. I removed my parents from my Verizon family phone plan on a random Tuesday morning. I permanently closed the shared platinum credit card my mother had been using as her personal piggy bank for 2 years. I canceled the weekly HelloFresh grocery delivery account that billed to my card. I canceled the Netflix, Hulu, and Spotify subscriptions. I terminated the expensive insurance rider I had added to cover Arthur's truck. I canceled the HOA fee auto pay. I didn't announce a single piece of it. I didn't send a dramatic message explaining what was happening. These luxurious lifelines had simply been running effortlessly in the background because I had set them up and paid for them. Now, I stopped paying. They would discover each and every severed artery only when they tried to use it and failed. 3 days before I vanished, I called my operations manager, Sarah, my head of client accounts, and my lead logistics coordinator into my office separately and privately. I told each of them the absolute truth in strict professional terms. The company was undergoing a massive ownership restructure due to severe internal fraud. Their roles were fully secure, their salaries were guaranteed under the new structure, and all communications should route exclusively through the updated encrypted chain going forward. I gave each of them a massive retention bonus processed directly through the new foreign entities account. These 3 people I trusted with my life. I also knew that the 4 junior staff members Marcus had spent 2 years aggressively cultivating personal relationships with would likely read the sudden shift in the wind and make their own decisions to leave. That was perfectly fine. I had already accounted for their attrition in the new budget. The final family dinner was entirely my idea. I texted Helen on Thursday and said I wanted to come over for Sunday dinner, that I thought it was finally time to talk and heal. She responded in under a minute, overflowing with heart emojis. When I arrived at the house I legally owned, she had cooked a massive, elaborate feast, the kind of intensive meal that takes most of the afternoon to prepare. Arthur poured expensive scotch before I even sat down at the table. They were incredibly careful with me. Both of them hovered in that specific, delicate way people do when they think the victim is still deciding their fate, and they desperately need the decision to go their way. We talked about forgiveness, about perspective, and about how strong families absorb difficult things and come out the other side united. I asked leading questions that made them feel heard and validated. I ate every single bite of food on my plate. I smiled. At the very end of the evening, Arthur put his heavy hand on my shoulder, looked at me with faux paternal wisdom, and said, "We'll get through this as a family, son." I nodded slowly. I hugged them both. I walked out the door, got in my car, and drove home. Update 2. I loaded exactly 2 duffel bags into my car before 4 a.m. Everything that actually mattered had been quietly staged and shipped gradually over the previous 4 days. Legal documents, encrypted hard drives, and a few irreplaceable personal items that had zero monetary value but that I absolutely wasn't leaving behind. The rest of the house, the expensive furniture, the electronics, the art I left exactly as it was. The dishes were clean in the sink, the lights were off, and absolutely nothing was staged to look like a permanent departure. I drove to the airport in the pitch dark and caught the first flight to Chicago under my legal name. I landed, waited 2 agonizing hours in the bustling terminal, and then boarded the second flight to Charleston under my middle name. I was heading to a colleague's private guest house, arranged entirely through a secure channel that had zero connection to anyone in my family's social or professional world. Nobody had that contact. Nobody knew that name was on a boarding pass. By the time the sun was fully up and shining over the Atlantic, I was completely gone. They figured it out in fragmented pieces, which I imagine was infinitely worse than finding out all at once. Elena arrived at my house mid-morning with coffee, intending to play the loving, repentant fiancé, and found the house locked, dark, and utterly silent. She called my cell number and immediately reached a dead voicemail on a line I had already flagged for permanent cancellation. Marcus got the legal vacate notice delivered via certified mail simultaneously with my parents. It wasn't a heartfelt letter. It was standard, brutal legal correspondence. No personal note, no explanation, just the cold, formal language of a finalized property sale and a strict 30-day eviction timeline. Panicking, he immediately called the corporate office. Sarah, my fiercely loyal operations manager, coldly informed him that his consulting arrangement had been terminated effective immediately due to the new ownership structure, and that he was legally barred from the premises. The 4 junior staff members who had been close to him had already handed in their resignations that very morning rather than navigate the terrifying new corporate chain, which meant he had absolutely zero allies left answering his frantic calls internally. The Verizon phone plan died sometime around noon. Helen tried to use the Platinum credit card at a luxury grocery store at 1 p.m., and it violently declined at the register. She tried to call my number 17 times over the course of the afternoon from a borrowed phone. Arthur's text messages started out measured and authoritative, and devolved into sheer, unadulterated panic by the evening. Elena sent a sobbing, hysterical voice message to the cancelled line that absolutely nobody would ever hear. And then, the massive debt collectors started calling. 2 separate vendors Marcus had been fraudulently deferring payments to under his falsified authorizations were now in aggressive, active collection. The operational credit line I had been quietly servicing through automatic payments went completely unmaintained the exact moment I severed my bank details. And commercial credit lines do not wait patiently. They escalate ruthlessly. By the end of the first week, the collection calls to Marcus were daily. By the end of the second week, they were constant, threatening, and legally binding. Arthur and Helen, who had absolutely never managed the massive financial obligations attached to a luxury property they technically didn't own, had zero framework for what was happening to them, or how to stop the bleeding. I know all of these details because my loyal friend Priya told me later, but that comes after I landed, settled into the beautiful Charleston guest arrangement, made a cup of coffee, and opened my laptop. The master evidence folder sat on my desktop clean, meticulously labeled, and organized into 4 distinct weapons. Investors, extended family, professional network, law enforcement. I opened the law enforcement section first. My ruthless attorney had already drafted the formal criminal complaint. All I had to do was type 2 words to authorize him to file it. I read through the devastating document once, then replied to his email, "Do it." The formal criminal complaint hit the lead detective's desk on a Thursday morning. My attorney filed it with the full, unredacted evidence package attached: the fraudulent transfer records, the hidden reconciliation trail, the forged signature documents, the timeline, everything clean, chronological, and heavily annotated. When you hand financial fraud investigators a massive case that is already 90% built and gift-wrapped, they move with terrifying speed. By Friday afternoon, Marcus had received a terrifying phone call from a detective asking him to come down to the precinct for a conversation. By the following Monday, Elena had a certified letter from the exact same fraud department. I wasn't there to witness any of it. I heard about the panic firsthand, weeks later. At the time, all I knew was that the complaint had been officially filed, and that the brutal machinery of the justice system was now moving entirely on its own momentum. That was the whole point. I didn't need to stay and watch the explosion happen. I just needed to make sure the fuse was lit. The investor drops went out that same week. I had set up a secure Proton Mail alias months prior for dealing with paranoid overseas contacts. I used it now. Both of Elena's largest private investors received the exact same anonymous document, a 4-page forensic audit summary with the damning bank records attached. No emotional editorial, no narrative framing, just the cold, hard transfers, the shell account numbers, the dates, and the stolen amounts. It was clinical enough to look exactly like it had leaked from an internal corporate review rather than a personal vendetta. One investor forwarded it to his aggressive legal team within the same business day. The other called Sarah, who smoothly confirmed the company was undergoing restructuring and that an internal review had identified severe irregularities. That was all she legally had to say. It was more than enough. Their attorneys initiated a formal audit of Elena's consulting firm within the week. The extended family drop was infinitely more personal, and vastly more precise. I sent the forged signature documents and the embezzlement records directly to my Uncle David, my father's older, immensely wealthy brother. He was the kind of terrifying patriarch whose mere presence at any family gathering instantly dictated the tone for how everyone else behaved. He was respected in a way that Arthur had always quietly, bitterly deferred to. I also sent physical copies to 2 prominent cousins who had been at my engagement party, who had given tearful speeches, and who had looked me in the eye and told me they were so happy for me. I included a brief, polite note with each package. I have been advised by legal counsel to share this context with the family before the impending criminal proceedings become public record. I wasn't asking for their help. I wasn't framing it as a messy family dispute requiring their mediation. I was simply making absolutely sure that the people whose opinions carried the most weight in my parents' superficial world knew the full, unvarnished truth before the courts dragged it into the sunlight anyway. Uncle David stopped returning Arthur's desperate phone calls within 3 days. The cousins quietly, permanently withdrew from the massive family group chat. There were no screaming confrontations, no dramatic announcements, just absence. The specific kind of heavy, suffocating absence that arrives without any explanation and therefore cannot be argued with, bargained with, or managed. For Helen, who had spent decades meticulously maintaining the family's fragile social standing, that deafening silence was its own specific, agonizing punishment. The professional network drop on Elena was the quietest, and by far the most effective. Through a mutual, highly connected contact from my export expansion work, someone with zero personal connection to Elena, but a massive reach in corporate auditing and financial brokerage circles, I made absolutely sure her name was casually attached to the phrase criminal civil matter involving document forgery in all the right whispered conversations. I didn't need to distribute the documents myself. I didn't need to make unhinged phone calls. In elite professional networks built entirely on credentialed trust, dark implication moves 10 times faster than documentation. Within 2 weeks, massive corporate doors were slamming shut in her face in ways she couldn't possibly trace back to a single source. Then, Marcus and Elena did exactly what I had mathematically predicted they would do. They violently turned on each other to save themselves. The absolute second Marcus understood that Elena's forged signatures could legally position him as a co-conspirator in a massive real estate theft rather than just a separate embezzler, he started aggressively distancing himself from her immediately and publicly. He told mutual contacts she had operated entirely independently, that he hadn't known a single thing about the forged documents, that the financial side had been entirely his own isolated situation, and that the 2 crimes were completely unrelated. Elena found out he was throwing her under the bus within days. Her immediate response was to scorch the earth. She told a mutual friend, someone she desperately trusted, and absolutely shouldn't have, about all the fund redirections, about the hidden vendor account transfers, and about the horrifying fact that she had known for months and stayed quiet because she thought they were leaving together. She actually said that last part out loud. They were leaving together. As in, the master plan had been for both of them to completely drain my life, steal my commercial property, and exit with as much of my empire as they could carry. I heard this through Priya weeks later, and I sat on the porch looking at the ocean for a long time. By month 3, the entire structure of consequences was fully in place and running flawlessly without my involvement. The police investigation was highly active. Marcus and Elena were trapped in separate, terrifying legal situations that their mutual public contradictions were only making worse. The extended family's social withdrawal had become permanent enough that Arthur and Helen had completely stopped expecting it to ever reverse. The aggressive debt collection calls were ongoing. The family home sale had closed, and the new buyers had enforced the eviction. My parents had been forced to desperately scramble and find a tiny, depressing 2-bedroom rental that Arthur's municipal pension could barely cover. I was working, traveling occasionally, and rebuilding the logistics company's structure into something infinitely cleaner, leaner, and more efficient than it had ever been before. Every single week felt more like my own life, and less like the chaotic aftermath of someone else's parasitic decisions. Then, 4 months after I vanished, I logged into an incredibly old email account. It was a college-era address, barely used, kept alive mostly out of digital inertia. I logged in solely to retrieve an old tax document I had stored there years ago. There were 14 unread messages. 13 of them were automated spam. The 14th was from Helen. The subject line read, "I know you won't read this." I almost closed the tab. My hand actually moved toward the trackpad to delete it. Then I stopped, took a breath, and opened it. She had written for a very long time. I read every single word, and at the very end, after everything she said, after the brutal acknowledgement, the deep shame, and the highly specific honesty I had never expected from her, there were 3 words. I sat with them for 20 minutes. Then I made the final decision left to make in this entire saga. The email was massive. Helen had never been a person who wrote at length. Her texts were usually brief, her communication strictly functional. This was entirely different. She had clearly written it over multiple agonizing sittings, maybe over multiple days, because the emotional tone shifted slightly in places the way writing does when the author comes back to it after crying themselves to sleep and sees it differently in the cold morning light. She didn't justify a single thing. That was the very first thing I noticed. There was absolutely no architecture of excuse underneath the words, no careful positioning of blame toward Marcus or Elena to soften her own horrific role in it. She bluntly admitted she had known about the money. Not the full $82,500, not every single transfer, but she had known Marcus was actively taking from the business. And she had calculated, her exact word, calculated that saying something to me would cost her more than staying quiet. She said she told herself it was a small thing, that he would eventually stop, that I was so rich I would never notice, or that if I did, it would quietly resolve itself without her ever having to be the one who said it out loud and ruin the peace. She actually quoted her own damning email back to herself. "Be careful. He'll notice eventually." She said she had read that line again recently and hadn't been able to explain to herself how she had become the kind of monster who could write it. Not times stop, not times this is evil, just times be careful. Like the only real concern in her heart was the risk of the gravy train derailing, rather than the fact that her eldest son was robbing her youngest son blind. She said she knew Elena and Marcus had been sleeping together, and had actively told herself it was just a phase. That she hadn't wanted to see what she was clearly seeing because seeing it would require her to act. And acting would mean violently disrupting the only version of reality that worked for her. The version where I kept quietly building the empire, they kept endlessly benefiting from it, and nobody ever examined the rotten foundation too closely. She wrote, "We made you responsible for absolutely everything, and then we fully expected you to absorb the devastating cost of our moral failures too. That wasn't a family, Liam. That was dependency dressed up as love." I finally understood that the morning the sheriff handed us the vacate notice. I just didn't know how to say it until now. And then, at the very end, after all of that brutal confession, "Please come home." I sat with those 3 words for 20 minutes, not because I was actually deciding whether to go. I knew before I even finished reading the first paragraph that I was absolutely never going back. Not to that state, not to that broken dynamic, not to the pathetic version of myself that had kept the whole parasitic arrangement running just because it was easier than asking what I was actually getting in return. I sat with the words because they deserved that much respect. Because my mother had finally written something profoundly true and impossibly difficult, and I wasn't going to dismiss it without actually feeling the heavy weight of it. She was right about most of what she wrote. That was the honest, painful answer. The dependency dressed as love line was terrifyingly accurate in a way that took genuine psychological courage to put into words. I truly believed she meant it. I truly believed she was agonizingly ashamed. I believed that somewhere in the specific, humiliating collapse of the luxurious life they had built entirely around my labor, something had finally become crystal clear to her that comfort had kept blurry for years. None of that changed what going back would mean. I closed the email. I moved it to the trash. I emptied the folder. No reply. Not because I wanted her to suffer the silence maliciously, but because I had absolutely nothing left to say that the last 4 months hadn't already said infinitely more clearly than I ever could in writing. An answer would reopen a negotiation I had already permanently concluded. It would falsely suggest there was still a timeline where the outcome was different. There wasn't. And telling her that directly would have been its own specific kind of cruelty, more personal, more surgical than the silence. The silence, at least, left the shape of things slightly ambiguous. That was the absolute last kindness I had available to give her, so that was exactly where I left it. Marcus took a pathetic plea deal on the felony fraud charges 8 months after the investigation officially opened. The forensic evidence I provided was so overwhelmingly clean that his public defender aggressively advised against going to trial. He received a suspended sentence, mandatory repayment through a massive civil judgment that will garnish his wages forever, and 3 years of strict probation. The private investor lawsuit ran parallel to the criminal case and settled separately. What little assets he had left went entirely toward it. His name in every single professional context I had ever touched was permanently finished. Last I heard through Priya, he had fled to another state and was working a grueling overnight warehouse job. No startups, no consulting, absolutely no access to anyone else's accounts ever again. Elena's situation resolved through a brutal combination of a criminal plea and a massive civil liability finding. She fully cooperated with the investor audit in exchange for slightly reduced charges, which meant she handed over absolutely everything she knew about Marcus's transfers in addition to answering for her own sloppy forgeries. The legal restitution completely wiped out her life savings. The corporate compliance world had slammed its doors shut to her long before any of the legal outcomes were even finalized. Professional networks always move faster than courts. She is currently trying to rebuild somewhere else, in a completely different, lower-tier industry, suffocating under the weight of a financial and reputational reset that will take her decades to work through. Arthur and Helen are still living in that depressing two-bedroom rental. The wealthy social world they had moved through so easily for decades has contracted in the quiet, permanent way that happens when people withdraw without announcement. Uncle David hasn't spoken to them since receiving the documents. The cousins are coldly polite at a distance when unavoidable family events require proximity, and completely absent otherwise. Helen has stopped being invited to the charity galas and luncheons she used to organize. None of that social exile was something I orchestrated directly. It was just the natural, inevitable result of a dark truth becoming known in a community where reputation had always been the only real currency. They have each other, and they have a specific, agonizingly private understanding of exactly which choices led them to a smaller, quieter, poorer life than the one they had grown so accustomed to. That heavy understanding is going to be sitting in the room with them for the rest of their lives. I am in Charleston now. I rented a beautiful apartment 2 blocks from the water. It is the nicest place I have ever lived in, not because it is massive or overly expensive, but because every single decision made inside its walls is entirely mine. Nobody else has a key. Nobody drops by uninvited to drink my beer. Nobody calls from the living room asking for money while I am trying to think. The logistics business runs flawlessly under the new offshore structure. The new operations director I hired has turned out to be vastly better at the day-to-day internal management than I ever was, which completely freed me up to focus on the high-level client relationships and expansion strategy I had been neglecting for years while I was too busy being everyone's personal financial infrastructure. I am 32. I work hard. I travel when the work calls for it. I am not in any rush to rebuild anything personal, not because I am irreparably damaged or closed off, but because for the absolute first time in a very long time, I am not operating from a massive emotional deficit. I am not giving more of myself than I have. I am not exhausting myself maintaining a fake version of reality that requires me to actively look away from what I am actually seeing. Priya texts occasionally. Nothing heavy, just the normal, casual back and forth of two people who have firmly established that they are on the same side of reality. That is more than enough for me right now. I thought, when I was sitting at that marble kitchen island at 3 a.m. running the financial map, that what I was building toward was revenge. I thought I wanted some deeply satisfying, explosive final act of destruction that would feel like cinematic justice when it finally landed. What it actually felt like was simply removal. I stepped out from under a massive, rotting structure I had been exhausting myself holding up for years. And the structure violently collapsed not because I actively demolished it with a sledgehammer, but because it had absolutely never been capable of standing on its own 2 feet. The collapse wasn't something I maliciously did to them. It was just the reality of what was always true, finally allowed to be visible to the world. Elena once told me my silence scared her infinitely more than anything I could have ever said. My mother's final email was the absolute last test of that theory. I deleted it, closed the laptop, made a cup of black coffee, stood at the massive window while it brewed, and watched the street outside doing its perfectly ordinary Tuesday morning things. A woman walking a golden retriever, a delivery truck idling at the corner, seagulls on a wire doing absolutely nothing in particular. Completely, beautifully ordinary. That was exactly the point. Top comments. User 1. The line dependency dressed up as love is one of the most chillingly accurate descriptions of toxic family dynamics I've ever read. Your mom didn't love you, Liam. She loved what you provided. The fact that she was willing to let your brother steal from you just so she wouldn't have to deal with the drama of confronting him tells you everything. You didn't ruin them. You just stopped being their shield. Good on you for getting out clean. User 2. I am a forensic accountant, and the way you handled that audit and the legal restructuring is pure, unadulterated poetry. Moving the assets to a foreign holding entity before dropping the hammer was a masterstroke. Elena thought her compliance background made her smart, but she forgot the golden rule: never try to outpaper the guy who built the company from the ground up. Enjoy Charleston, you earned every bit of that piece. User 3, the fact that Marcus tried to throw Elena under the bus the second the heat came down, and she immediately retaliated by admitting they were going to drain you and run away together. Absolute chef's kiss. Thieves have no loyalty. It's wild how quickly a family crumbles when the person funding the delusion finally walks away. The silence was the ultimate revenge. Brother faked a restraining order to steal my business. I rebranded in secret, countersued, and made them lose everything. My parents secretly broke into my house to serve me with a lawsuit, trying to steal my business to fund my golden child brother's lavish lifestyle. So, I dug up a buried $120,000 family secret, countersued them into oblivion, and watched the judge completely dismantle their lives in a matter of minutes. When I was 15 years old, standing in the freezing rain waiting for a ride that was never going to come, I made a silent promise to myself. I would never rely on anyone to save me. Not my parents, not my teachers, not some magical opportunity that might fall into my lap from the sky. Just me. That promise shaped every single decision I made from that day forward. Even if no one around me noticed or cared at the time, especially not my parents. If you asked them back then, I was just the quiet one. The invisible kid who always had his head buried in a laptop. The one who supposedly didn't understand how the real world worked. Meanwhile, my older brother, Derek, walked around our house like he was born wearing a crown. Every birthday felt like his personal coronation. Every family dinner was a performance of his supposed brilliance, charm, and endless potential. And my parents, they always clapped the loudest. My name is Julian, I am 25 now, but this absolute nightmare of a story starts a few years back when I was just turning 22. By that point in my life, I had already paid off every single cent of my student loans. Yes, all of them. I had bought my first home entirely in cash. It was nothing flashy or extravagant, just a small, quiet place in the Chicago suburbs, but it was mine. I had grown my e-commerce business, a company specializing in custom, ergonomic 3D, printed desk setups, into something I could genuinely be proud of. We were doing six figures in revenue, I had a few remote freelancers working under me, and I possessed the kind of financial freedom that most people my age only dreamed about. I wasn't flashy. I didn't post my bank statements on Instagram. I didn't buy designer clothes. I just kept my head down and worked, because I knew deep down that if I ever stopped to celebrate my success, someone would try to take it from me. It turns out, my paranoia was completely justified. Growing up in our house, effort didn't matter. Results didn't matter. What mattered was image, charm, manufactured drama, and Derek had all of that in spades. Derek is 3 years older than me, and he had always been the undisputed golden child. My parents used to joke that Derek came out of the womb with a winning smile and a corporate sponsorship. It didn't matter that he failed basic college classes, wrecked 2 separate cars before he turned 20, or once maxed out my dad's primary credit card on a spring break trip to Cabo that he wasn't even supposed to be on. Every single time, my parents found a way to brush it off, to make excuses, to protect him from the consequences of his own reckless actions. He's just finding himself, they would say, nodding sagely. He's meant for truly great things. And me? I was the backup plan. The invisible sibling who fixed the Wi-Fi and stayed out of the way. I still vividly remember one Thanksgiving dinner, not long before all hell broke loose. We were sitting at my parents' house, the turkey half carved, my mom, Barbara, already a glass and a half into her cheap boxed wine. My dad, Richard, was sitting at the head of the table. Derek had just come back from trying out some ridiculous crypto startup idea in Miami that ended predictably with him crashing on a stranger's couch and begging my parents to fly him home. My parents welcomed him back like a returning war hero. At dinner, my dad raised his glass, the crystal catching the dining room light. "To new beginnings," he said, looking directly into Derek's eyes with absolute adoration. "We know your next chapter is going to be a massive one." Derek smirked, leaning back in his chair, and clinked his glass against my dad's. I sat there and said absolutely nothing. No one toasted me when I bought my house. No one even mentioned the fact that I was completely debt-free. They all knew. I had told them months earlier, sent them photos of the front porch, offered to host Thanksgiving myself. I never even got a text back. But Derek moves back into his childhood bedroom with 2 duffel bags and a trail of debt collectors on his tail, and suddenly he is the triumphant phoenix rising from the ashes. I tried not to let it get to me. I really, truly did. I had spent years building my business from the ground up. I learned SEO, product sourcing, 3D modeling, customer service, and supply chain logistics. Every late night, every missed college party, every little financial win, I quietly celebrated alone in my apartment. I thought maybe, just maybe, my tangible success would finally be enough to earn a tiny sliver of respect from the people who raised me. But I should have known better. A week after that Thanksgiving dinner, my mom called me. Her tone was weird, incredibly tight, and clearly rehearsed. She asked if I could come over to the house to talk. I naturally assumed it had something to do with Derek. Maybe they wanted me to help him format his resume, find a job, or pretend to be a professional reference. I was entirely used to being the quiet fixer, the ghost behind the curtain who cleaned up his messes. But the second I walked through the front door, I knew something was deeply off. My dad was sitting in his leather recliner, arms crossed over his chest, the television muted. Derek was sprawling on the couch wearing expensive sweatpants, looking incredibly smug, like he was in on some hilarious inside joke. My mom had that nervous, fluttering smile she always used when she was about to say something she knew was going to massively upset me. She gestured toward the kitchen table. "Why don't we sit down, Julian?" I remember how slowly I moved, how the air in the room felt heavy, like the atmospheric pressure was dropping right before a violent storm. I sat down. My mom took a deep, theatrical breath. Then she said it. "Julian, we were hoping you could help your brother with a little investment." That word hung in the air like a foul smell. Investment. Then. As if I was some naive angel investor they could charm into saving their perpetually sinking ship. I blinked, staring at her. "What kind of investment?" I asked slowly. Derek leaned forward, suddenly animated. "I've got this massive idea. It's a subscription box service, but specifically for high-end gaming accessories. You know, mystery boxes. We market it directly to college kids and streamers. Low overhead, insane margins. It's foolproof." I looked at him, then turned my gaze to my parents. "And you want me to fund this?" My dad cleared his throat, sitting up straighter. "Not fund exactly. Just help him get the initial capital started. You've had a really good run, Julian. You've done quite well for yourself with your little printing hobby. It is time to pay it forward to your family." Pay it forward. The audacity of that phrase echoed in my skull. Like I had been handed my business on a silver platter. Like my 3 a.m. customer support emails, my 14-hour workdays, my ramen-fueled grind through college meant absolutely nothing because I hadn't done it the right way. "I'm sorry," I said slowly, forcing my voice to remain calm and steady. "But I am not in a financial position to just throw money at a vague, untested idea with zero actual business plan." Derek rolled his eyes dramatically, throwing his hands up. "It's not vague. I've got contacts in Miami. I know people in the industry." I looked right at him. "You've been back here for exactly 2 weeks, living in the guest room because you couldn't pay rent." That was a mistake. I saw the way my mom's face instantly hardened, the way my dad leaned forward, his eyes narrowing into slits. My mom slammed her hand flat on the table. "Julian, we are simply asking you to help your brother. Family supports each other. That is how this works." I stood up, pushing my chair back. "I've supported myself since I was 18, I said, my voice rising just a fraction. "That's how I was taught, right? Because nobody was coming to save me." They didn't answer. They just glared. And I left. I thought that would be the end of it. I figured they would try to guilt-trip me, maybe send a few passive-aggressive text messages about family loyalty, and then eventually move on to their next terrible scheme. That is how it had always gone in the past. But I severely underestimated how desperate things were about to get. I didn't know just how far my parents were willing to go to protect their precious golden boy. Because the next time I saw them, they were trying to completely destroy my life. Update 1. They didn't even knock. It was a freezing Wednesday night in December, and I remember that clearly because it was inventory night, the absolute least glamorous part of my business, but the most essential. Every week, I would haul boxes of 3D printer filament and electronic components out of my storage room, scan barcodes, repackage products, and prep massive orders for my fulfillment partners. That night, I was ankle-deep in shipping labels and bubble wrap when I heard the distinct sound of my front door unlocking. At first, I thought I was hallucinating from exhaustion. I lived alone. No one had a spare key. Then I heard the unmistakable click of the deadbolt sliding shut again and the low murmur of voices in my hallway. 3 people. And one of them was Derek. I came around the corner incredibly fast, my heart pounding against my ribs. What the hell? My parents were standing right in my entryway. Derek was lingering behind them, smirking like he owned the damn place. And my dad, Richard, he had a thick manila folder tucked under his arm, wearing that self-righteous, furious look he used to wear whenever he lectured me about my attitude as a teenager. My mom gave me a tight-lipped, entirely fake smile like this was just a casual family pop-in, not a literal break-in. "How did you get into my house?" I asked, completely stunned. "We used the key," my mom said smoothly. Like it was absolutely nothing. Like the emergency spare key I had given them 3 years ago back when I still naively thought we had something resembling a normal family dynamic was an open invitation to waltz into my private sanctuary unannounced. I held out my hand, my fingers trembling with rage. "Give it back. Right now." She hesitated, looking to my dad for permission, then fished it out of her designer purse and dropped it into my palm like a child caught stealing candy. But it wasn't just the blatant disrespect, it was the look in her eyes. She wasn't embarrassed. She was disappointed. In me. "What are you doing here?" I asked, feeling more deeply exhausted than angry. Derek shrugged, stepping past me into my living room like he was touring a museum. We tried being polite about this. You slammed the door in our faces last week. So now, we're handling things the proper way. I narrowed my eyes, staring at him. The proper way? My dad stepped forward, laid the thick manila folder aggressively on my kitchen island, and slid it across the marble top. It is time we had a very serious talk, Julian. About what you owe this family. I didn't open the folder. Not yet. I was too busy trying to figure out if I was trapped in a nightmare. You are in my house without my permission. You have exactly 5 seconds to explain why I shouldn't call the police and have you all trespassed. Oh, please. My mom scoffed, waving her hand like I was being overly dramatic. You're acting like a complete stranger. Stop this nonsense. I wonder why. I shot back, my voice dripping with venom. Just read the damn paperwork, my dad snapped, nodding sharply at the folder. I reached out and flipped it open. At first, the words didn't even register in my brain. Legal language, court names, absurd numbers. A civil claim filed in their names, against me, then the specific accusations hit me like a physical slap to the face. Fraudulent withholding of family assets, misappropriation of joint family investment funds, unjust enrichment at the expense of sibling. I stared at the crisp white page, my stomach dropping into my shoes. What the absolute hell is this? My voice cracked, sharp and loud in the stillness of my kitchen. Derek stepped up, crossing his arms over his chest, looking immensely satisfied. It's exactly what you get when you lie about where the startup money came from. I looked at him like he had lost his mind. I didn't lie about anything. I built this company from nothing. Oh? Come on. Derek laughed, a cruel, grating sound. We all know you didn't build this business from scratch. You used the money Grandpa left, didn't you? My jaw literally dropped. Are you serious right now? He grinned, like a cat who had just cornered a bleeding mouse. You think I didn't notice how you suddenly got real cozy with e-commerce the exact same year Grandpa died? That's when your little side hustle blew up, just admit it. I didn't get a single cent from Grandpa's estate, I said, utterly stunned by the delusion. He left everything to Grandma. She made that incredibly clear. Yeah, and she always had a massive soft spot for you, my mom said quietly, her voice laced with bitterness. Even when Derek was the one who actually needed the financial help. I stepped back, looking at the three of them, realizing the horrifying truth. So, let me get this straight, I said slowly, enunciating every word. You break into my private home, throw entirely false, fabricated accusations at me, and what? You want me to admit to stealing money I never even touched. We just want what is fair, my dad said firmly, his voice booming. Derek has been struggling. You have clearly been profiting off family money. It is time to rebalance the scales. There it was. The mask was completely off. I had expected emotional manipulation, maybe some severe guilt trips, but this? A literal, formal lawsuit against their own son? Something deep inside my chest completely cracked. Years of being overlooked, talked down to, treated like an irrelevant background character in Derek's grand story. All of it boiled over at once. You want to rebalance the scales? I shouted, my voice shaking with raw fury. Let's talk about the scales. Let's talk about the 2 separate cars you bought him before he was even 20 years old. The way you co-signed his massive loans, paid off his credit cards, and let him move back in every single time he failed. You have given him absolutely everything. And me? I have never asked you for a single cent because you were always too proud of him to even look at me. My mom snapped back, her face red. Because you never offered to help us. Because I had to survive. I screamed back. You never believed in me. You never even asked what I was building down in my apartment. And now that it actually worked, you think I owe you the profits? There was dead silence for a beat. Then Derek muttered under his breath, you wouldn't even have a future if it weren't for this family. My fists clenched so hard my nails dug into my palms. You mean the family that is currently suing me? My dad took a threatening step forward. You can avoid all of this legal mess. If you just help your brother get on his feet with the business capital, we can drop the claim tomorrow. Clean slate. You mean hand over my hard-earned money so you don't drag my name through the mud? I whispered. He didn't answer. I picked up the heavy folder and tossed it right back at his chest. Get out of my house. Now. My mom looked like she wanted to argue, but the look in my eyes stopped her. My dad looked like he wanted to punch a wall. Derek didn't say a word, just turned and walked out with that smug, infuriating swagger that said he thought he had already won. But they hadn't won. They had just lit the fuse to their own destruction. Over the next few grueling days, the catastrophic fallout started trickling in. A formal letter from their aggressive attorney arrived first, confirming they were legally moving forward with the claim. Then came the endless calls and texts from extended family uncles, aunts, cousins, even old neighbors I hadn't spoken to in over a decade. They were suddenly wanting to check in after hearing some concerning things. The family rumor mill was spinning at light speed, and all of it painted me as the greedy, thieving villain who stole from his own flesh and blood. I tried to stay focused on surviving. My business was still running, Customer orders were still flowing. But I couldn't ignore the way everything felt entirely poisoned. Every single email notification felt like it might be a subpoena. Every family text felt like a psychological trap. I completely stopped sleeping. I started checking my front door deadbolt 3 times a night, and then, exactly 3 weeks after the break-in, I got the automated email that made the nightmare devastatingly real. It was from my primary business bank. Account frozen pending legal investigation. My heart literally stopped beating. I clicked through the portal, my fingers trembling violently. I had done absolutely nothing wrong. I paid all my taxes, kept meticulously clean accounting records, and ran a legitimate enterprise. But now, thanks to their baseless, malicious claims, I was being treated like a white-collar criminal. I called the bank in a panic. The representative was polite but incredibly firm. The freeze would stay in place until the civil dispute was legally resolved in court. Derek had said he would make things fair. Instead, he was dragging me into the mud, and my parents were eagerly handing him the rope to hang me with. I thought that financial freeze would be the worst of it. But then I found out something that made my blood run completely cold. Derek hadn't just filed a civil lawsuit for the money. He had filed a formal restraining order against me. He submitted an affidavit claiming I had physically threatened him, claimed I was deeply erratic, hostile, and a severe danger to his personal safety. I stared at the digital copy of the court filing in utter disbelief. The timing wasn't a coincidence. He was intentionally trying to portray me as violently unstable, so the civil court would immediately believe his victim narrative, not mine. It was calculated character assassination, plain and simple. A massive smear campaign built entirely on lies and funded by the exact same people who used to tuck me in at night. That was the breaking point. It wasn't about the frozen money anymore. It wasn't even about the absurd lawsuit. It was about pure principle. It was about standing up to toxic people who had used the concept of family love as a leash, expecting me to roll over and thank them while they choked me. I wasn't going to settle. I wasn't going to apologize. And I absolutely wasn't going to let them rewrite the entire story of my life. They wanted a brutal war? Fine. I would give them a war, and the very first shot would be fired directly at the one massive secret they thought I didn't know about. The financial skeleton buried deep in their closet. Update 2. The restraining order hearing was scheduled for a bleak Monday morning in early spring. The sun was technically out, but I barely noticed the weather. I hadn't slept a wink the night before. I was too wired, too incredibly angry, too focused on running every possible worst-case scenario on a continuous loop in my exhausted head. My lawyer, a sharp, no-nonsense guy named Harrison who I found through a trusted business contact, completely assured me the case was pathetically weak. "This isn't going anywhere, Julian," he had said, reviewing the flimsy affidavit. "Judges handle family drama every day. They can smell fabricated, retaliatory nonsense a mile away." Still, I was physically shaking when I walked through the heavy metal detectors of the courthouse. I wasn't terrified of losing the restraining order case. I was terrified of what it meant that my own brother was willing to go this far. That my parents were willing to sit in a courtroom and swear under penalty of perjury that I was violent, unstable, and a danger to society. I knew in my gut they were actively coaching him on exactly what to say. Their names weren't officially on the restraining order document, but their greasy fingerprints were all over the strategy. That morning, all 3 of them showed up. Derek walked into the courtroom wearing a cheap, wrinkled blazer that didn't fit his shoulders, acting like he was the traumatized victim of some mafia vendetta, keeping his head down and refusing to make eye contact. My parents sat directly behind him in the gallery, acting like his personal emotional support team. My mom, Barbara, was literally dabbing fake tears from her eyes with a tissue. My dad scowled at me from across the aisle like I had personally ruined the family legacy. When the judge, an older woman who looked incredibly tired of everyone's nonsense, threw out the entire case just 20 minutes in, citing a massive lack of sufficient evidence and a blaringly obvious motive of financial retaliation, they acted utterly shocked. Derek even tried to stand up and speak again after the gavel heavily dropped, like he honestly thought he could charm the judge into changing her legal ruling. But it was over. The restraining order was dismissed. However, walking out of that courtroom, I didn't feel relief. I felt entirely empty, because even though I had technically won the skirmish, I knew the war was far from over. The restraining order wasn't the real attack, it was just a psychological distraction. A character hit piece designed to soften me up, drain my legal funds, and exhaust me before the actual financial lawsuit began. And honestly, it worked. Not in the court of law, but in my own head. I went home that afternoon, sat on the cold hardwood floor of my living room, and just stared at the massive, unopened boxes of uncut 3D printer filament stacked against the wall. For the first time in years, I didn't want to work. I didn't want to fight. I just sat there in the deafening silence, feeling like I had permanently lost something I couldn't quite name. Over the next brutal month, my entire life stalled. My primary business accounts remained completely frozen by the bank. I managed to move some basic operations to a secondary backup account I had at a local credit union, but the devastating damage was already done. My cash flow took a massive, unrecoverable hit, my digital advertising budget completely dried up, and my fulfillment timelines got slower and slower. Customers began to notice the delays. Some backed out and demanded refunds. One of my best, most reliable wholesale suppliers dropped me entirely, citing reputational risk after someone, likely my mother, sent them an anonymous email detailing the pending lawsuit. I tried to explain the situation, tried to fight through the mud, but the harder I pushed forward, the more I felt like I was drowning in a swamp someone else had deliberately poured over my head. I was losing my footing, not just financially, but mentally, and then came the absolute worst blow. It was a Thursday afternoon when my phone rang. My landlord for the small commercial warehouse space I rented, barely 1,000 square feet, but it had become the beating heart of my entire operation, called to tell me he was legally terminating my month-to-month lease. "There's just way too much legal noise surrounding you right now, Julian," he said, his voice flat and unapologetic. "I've got other commercial tenants in the building. I cannot afford the liability or the drama." I practically begged him. I offered to pay him 3 months of rent up front in cash. He didn't budge an inch. I hung up the phone and just stared blankly at the wall. That was the moment. Absolute rock bottom. It wasn't dramatic, it wasn't cinematic, it was just quiet and incredibly cold. Like something inside my chest finally snapped loose and drifted away into the dark. I had spent 3 grueling years building something that actually worked, something entirely honest, something that was mine. And in less than 2 months, the exact people who raised me had completely destroyed it. I seriously considered folding. I thought about it every night. I even opened a Word document and started drafting a letter to my parents' attorney, agreeing to just settle. Give them 30 grand. Something low, just enough to make the nightmare stop so I could sleep again. But I didn't send it. Because that exact night, at 2 a.m., I got a random direct message from someone I hadn't spoken to in over a decade. Her name was Chloe. She used to be my next-door neighbor when we were kids. We had played tag in the backyards, ridden our bikes through the cul-de-sac until the streetlights came on. We lost touch after her family moved away when we were in middle school. I hadn't thought of her in years, but there she was, messaging me through LinkedIn of all places. "Hey Julian," she wrote. "I saw your name brought up in a mutual family post on Facebook and did a massive double take. I remembered you from back home. I heard the insane rumors about the lawsuit. I just wanted to say, please don't let them take what you've built. You were always the incredibly smart one, the quiet one who figured things out. We all knew what Derek was. Keep fighting." I sat in the dark and read that single message over and over again, not because it magically fixed my frozen bank accounts, but because it reminded me exactly who I used to be. The quiet kid who stayed up until dawn watching YouTube tutorials on coding and 3D modeling. The kid who once sold homemade, custom-designed phone cases door to door just to prove he could. The kid who built things even when absolutely no one was paying attention. And suddenly, sitting there in the glow of my monitor, I realized a fundamental truth. My family couldn't take my brain from me. They could freeze my accounts, spread vicious lies, file frivolous lawsuits, and evict me from my warehouse, but they couldn't touch the part of my mind that knew how to build an empire from scratch. So that night, I didn't go to sleep. I got up off the floor. I went into my storage room, wiped my massive whiteboard completely clean, and started over. Rebuild, rebrand, destroy. I started incredibly small. I only had a few $100s in liquid cash, barely enough for a single week of targeted Facebook ads. So instead, I went entirely organic. I made Reddit posts, Instagram reels, TikTok snippets showing the behind-the-scenes struggles of 3D printing. I rebranded my best-selling ergonomic products under a completely different company name, utilizing a much cleaner, minimalist aesthetic and a highly personal, transparent brand voice. I built a brand new Shopify store using a secure VPN, routing it through a freshly registered business LLC based in Wyoming to keep my name off the immediate public registry. I stayed awake until 4 a.m. every single night. I made endless calls, wrote compelling ad copy, and learned more about back-end web optimization in 3 frantic weeks than I had in the previous 3 years. And miraculously, it started to work. Slowly at first, quietly, but it worked. My new inboxes filled with old customers asking where the original brand went, and thanking me profusely when I responded to them personally. One of those customers happened to be a mid-tier tech YouTuber who ended up featuring my new ergonomic desk setup in a massive review video. That video went totally viral. My orders literally quadrupled in a single week. Meanwhile, the malicious lawsuit completely stalled out. My lawyer, Harrison, filed an aggressive motion to dismiss. Their legal team frantically tried to amend their initial complaint. The judge pushed the discovery hearings out another full month, then another. That legal delay gave me the exact thing I needed: time. Time to financially recover, and time to prepare my absolute annihilation of their case. Because while my parents and Derek were busy spinning fabricated fairy tales to the extended family about how I had ruthlessly stolen the future Derek was supposedly owed, I was incredibly busy collecting receipts. And I don't just mean business receipts. I mean family receipts. Remember when Derek accused me of using Grandpa's inheritance to fund my business? Those tax records and estate documents weren't easy to legally obtain, but they were very, very real. My grandmother, about 6 months before she unexpectedly passed away, had mailed me a thick manila envelope. Back then, she still lived alone and handled her own affairs. Inside were the certified copies of the family trust she had legally set up right after Grandpa died. And here is the absolute kicker, the smoking gun, that would end everything. Derek had actually gotten a massive payout from that exact trust. A huge one. $120,000 in tax-free cash. It was more than enough to completely pay off his college loans, start a legitimate business, or put a massive down payment on a house. But he didn't do any of those things. He completely blew it. He blew $120,000 in under 14 months. VIP tables at Miami nightclubs, disastrous crypto investments, leased luxury cars he couldn't afford to maintain, and endless bar tabs. It was all gone. And Derek knew that. My parents knew that. But they never, ever expected that I would find out the exact dollar amount or possess the legal documents proving the disbursement. But I didn't stop there. I also dug up an old digital voicemail from Grandma. She had left it on my phone a few weeks before her heart gave out. Her voice was frail, scratchy, but incredibly clear and sharp. "I hope you're doing well, Julian," she had said. "I just wanted to call and say I am so deeply proud of you. I wish the others in this house saw what I see. Keep going, my sweet boy. And remember, do not ever let them guilt you into saving people who refuse to save themselves." I played that specific audio message on repeat the night I paid a legal service to get it officially transcribed and authenticated for court evidence. Because now, I didn't just have a defense. I had undeniable motive. I had absolute proof of their perjury. The tides were violently turning. But, I didn't tell a single soul. I stayed completely quiet. I kept building my shadow company. I temporarily moved my entire 3D printing operation into my friend's detached garage. He ran a local coffee roasting business, and let me use his insulated back room for manufacturing and shipping. I went entirely invisible for a while. No social media posts, no life updates, not even a text to the extended family members who had doubted me. I deliberately let my parents think I was losing everything. I let them tell their smug stories at church about how the truth was finally catching up to my greed. And all the while, I was watching, waiting, and perfectly preparing for the execution phase. Because soon enough, the final court date would arrive. And when it did, I wouldn't just legally defend myself, I would completely dismantle the fake reality they had built. Not just out of spite or revenge, although I won't lie, that felt amazing, but because some incredibly toxic people only learn their lesson when you stop letting them write your story, and you forcefully hand them a published copy of the real one. And trust me, I was writing every single word. They had absolutely no idea I possessed the estate file. That is what made the trap so incredibly satisfying. The certified documents from Grandma's estate, the ones tucked inside that faded manila envelope, weren't just sentimental relics. They were a financial blueprint, a damning timeline, a literal receipt. The kind of irrefutable paperwork my parents arrogantly assumed would never see the light of day. After all, Derek had torched through that $120,000 before the ink on the bank check had even fully dried. Who would remember? Who would care enough to dig? Well, me. I scanned every single page. I highlighted the key figures in bright yellow. And the specific trust fund routing numbers, the exact disbursement details, the legal stipulation that Derek had been given the $120,000 payout at age 22 under the explicit legal condition that it be used for long-term growth, education, and development. My name was nowhere on the document. I hadn't received a single penny from the estate. The absolute best part? Grandma had handwritten a tiny note on the back of the final signature page. Just 6 words in her shaky cursive scroll. "Julian doesn't need it. He builds." 6 words that completely destroyed the entire victim narrative my parents had constructed for the lawsuit. 6 words that turned Derek's pathetic sob story into what it actually was, a massive inheritance squandered, not stolen. A bright future he voluntarily set on fire. But I didn't go public with the evidence. Not yet. The civil lawsuit was still crawling forward. My parents' attorney kept filing frivolous motions to push the hearings back, trying to bleed my legal funds dry, which was entirely fine by me. Every single week that passed gave me more time to grow my new business stronger, and gave them more rope to legally hang themselves with. While they stalled in court, I started digging even deeper. Not just through legal records or bank statements, but through actual people. See, there is something incredibly interesting about small suburban towns. People love to talk. Especially when you are polite to them, and especially when you are the quiet kid they always felt sorry for. I reached out to an old neighbor, Mrs. Gable, who used to live directly across the street from us when we were growing up. She remembered absolutely everything. The exact day Derek got the massive bank check, the brand new leased Audi that magically appeared in our driveway a week later. The loud, obnoxious house parties, the screaming matches between Derek and my dad on the front lawn when the money inevitably ran out. He always wasted everything he touched. Mrs. Gable told me over a cup of tea in her living room. Your grandma? She wasn't blind, you know. She just didn't want to break your mother's heart. I didn't even have to ask her for a formal written statement. She actively offered to sign a sworn affidavit. Word got around town that I was asking questions. Soon, I had a massive digital file of direct messages, texts, and even saved photos from old high school acquaintances. Photos of Derek in Vegas, holding massive bottles of champagne. Derek on a rented yacht, tagged in an old college friend's Instagram post, wearing a Rolex and flipping off the camera. The digital timestamps on every single photo, all perfectly within the 12-month window after Grandma's trust was paid out. It painted a picture. A loud, obnoxious, completely undeniable picture of a guy who blew his fortune and was now trying to steal his brother's, but that wasn't even the deadliest angle I was working. I had one more massive card to play, one that required extreme finesse. The first person I called the next morning was Mr. Vance. He used to be our family's certified accountant back when my parents still filed their complicated taxes properly. I hadn't seen the man in almost 8 years, but he remembered me instantly. Julian, you were the quiet one, right? The polite kid who always fixed my office router. I need a massive favor, Mr. Vance, I said. I wasn't entirely sure he would agree to speak with me, but then I told him exactly what was happening. I told him about the civil lawsuit, the fabricated restraining order, the insane accusations of theft. The phone line went completely quiet. Real quiet. Your father told me you stole from the family, Mr. Vance said after a long, heavy beat. He said you were hiding something massive offshore, but honestly? I didn't buy a word of it. Why not? I asked, my heart pounding. Because I personally did their taxes the exact year they got that trust distribution from your grandmother. Your mother, Barbara, specifically told me that the $120,000 was going toward Derek's future. Seed money for a tech company, she claimed. I filed it under a specific gift transfer exception just like she legally asked me to. I gripped the phone tight. Mr. Vance, would you be willing to put that exact statement in writing, under oath? A long pause. I'll do you one better, Julian, he said, his voice hardening. Julian, I've still got the original digital files. I'll send them to your lawyer. He sent the encrypted files the very next morning. Now, I had absolute, irrefutable proof from 3 completely separate directions. Grandma's certified trust documents, eyewitness testimony from neighbors, and official IRS tax records showing Derek received massive funds they actively lied about and failed to disclose during the legal discovery phase. My lawyer, Harrison, nearly fell out of his leather office chair when I handed him the massive binder of evidence. Julian, they are absolutely cooked, Harrison said, frantically flipping through the highlighted pages, a massive grin spreading across his face. This isn't just a solid legal defense anymore. This is devastating counterclaim material. This is perjury, fraud, and malicious prosecution. I nodded slowly, staring out his office window. That's exactly the plan. But I didn't want to just win a quiet legal victory in a closed courtroom. I wanted to permanently change the narrative. So, I started laying out something else, something much more public. I had already rebuilt my brand under a new name. Different domain, different visuals, different everything. But this time, I heavily leaned into the origin story. Not the specifics of the lawsuit, I couldn't legally do that yet, but just the broad strokes of my struggle. Built from nothing, I wrote on the company's About Us page. Bootstrapped in a garage. No family handouts. No safety nets. Every single dollar earned the absolute hard way. I never named my parents. I never named Derek. I didn't have to. The internet is incredibly smart. People knew. This. Old customers returned in droves. New ones aggressively followed. Word spread rapidly. Someone started a massive Reddit thread about my company's mysterious rebrand and the obvious family drama behind it, and it caught absolute fire. This guy's work ethic is completely unreal, one top comment read. My email subscriber list tripled in a week. Revenue completely rebounded, smashing my old records. And I stayed dead quiet, ignoring the furious texts from my dad, because I was still waiting for one more piece to fall into place, Derek's next legal move. It came much sooner than I expected. I got an urgent call from Harrison one morning while I was packing an oversized order. They just filed an emergency ex parte motion, Harrison said, sounding incredibly amused. For what? I asked, taping a box shut. To immediately freeze all of your personal assets. They are officially claiming to the judge that you are maliciously hiding the stolen family money in offshore accounts. I should have been furious. I should have been panicking, sweating, screaming. Instead, I just smiled. Let them try. See, while my parents and Derek had been playing checkers, completely drunk on their own rage, entitlement, and delusions, I had been meticulously setting up a grandmaster chessboard. Every single thing I owned was now legally protected under my new Wyoming LLC structure. The house had been legally transferred to a blind trust. My car was leased under the corporate business name. Even my personal liquid savings were split between two separate accounts, both heavily shielded under holding companies. Harrison actually laughed out loud when he reviewed the labyrinth of paperwork. "You have been incredibly busy, Julian. They taught me a very valuable lesson." I replied coldly. "Never trust anyone. Not even your own blood." We immediately countered their aggressive emergency motion with absolutely everything we had. The IRS tax records from Mr. Vance, the certified trust documents, the exhaustive financial timeline, Mrs. Gable's sworn affidavit, and a full, undeniable audit trail of my business's organic growth from the literal day I started selling 3D printed phone accessories out of my college dorm room to the exact day I bought my house in cash. It was a surgical, devastating legal strike. But still, I wasn't entirely done, because here is the absolute truth about toxic people like Derek and my parents. They don't just want your money, they want total control. The power to shape the narrative. The ability to point their fingers and say, "You owe us your life," and have everyone around them believe it. So, I planned one final, devastating move. Something incredibly public, something permanent. I scheduled a long-form podcast interview. Just a mid-sized business podcast, run by a fellow entrepreneur I had met at a convention years ago. It wasn't flashy. It wasn't full of viral sound bites. But it was raw, and it was honest. For an entire hour, I told my actual story, not the gritty details of the lawsuit, not a revenge fantasy, just the reality of my life. I talked openly about the psychological toll of growing up in the massive shadow of a golden child who could do absolutely no wrong. About building a legitimate business at 2 a.m. while the rest of my family openly laughed at my hobbies. About paying off massive student loans with side hustle money while my brother drove a car my parents paid for. About the sheer, undeniable power of being underestimated by the people who are supposed to love you the most. Sometimes, I said into the microphone, my voice completely steady, the hardest part isn't starting from absolutely nothing. It's starting from 10 miles behind the starting line, when the exact people who should have supported you were the ones actively holding you back and trying to steal your shoes. The episode aired a week later. The public response was completely overwhelming. My DMs, emails, and comments were flooded by thousands of strangers saying they saw their own painful childhoods in my words. People who had been ruthlessly cut down by their own narcissistic families. People who had to fight tooth and nail for every single inch of success. But more than that, people locally started asking questions, serious questions about the lawsuit. Questions my parents were completely unequipped and terrified to answer. Their attorney frantically called Harrison in an absolute panic. "We would like to immediately revisit settlement discussions," the lawyer stammered. "We're absolutely not interested in settling," Harrison replied smoothly, and hung up the phone, because now, it was way too late. I wasn't playing defense anymore. I was setting the absolute terms of their surrender. The final court hearing was coming fast. And I was completely ready. Not just with a mountain of evidence, not just with powerful allies, but with the unshakable, terrifying truth that no matter how many times they tried to forcibly rewrite my story, I still held the pen. And I was about to use it to legally end theirs. The courtroom was significantly colder than I remembered. Not physically, no, it was that sterile, incredibly stiff kind of cold. The one you feel deep in your spine when you know something completely irreversible is about to happen in the next 10 minutes. The walls were dull beige, the lighting harsh and fluorescent. There was no dramatic movie music, no shouting, just the low, anxious hum of tension as everyone took their assigned places. It had been exactly 9 brutal months since they first filed the frivolous lawsuit against me. 9 months since my parents and my golden child brother Derek decided I owed them the life he had so carelessly squandered. 9 months of venomous text messages, weaponized family gossip, and pathetic, relentless attempts to destroy everything I had built with my own 2 hands since I was a teenager. And now, the absolute reckoning had arrived. Their side of the aisle looked visibly rattled. Derek sat next to their increasingly nervous attorney in a wrinkled suit he clearly didn't know how to wear, aggressively chewing the inside of his cheek like he was trying to shrink and disappear into the wooden chair. My parents were sitting directly behind him, both dressed like they were attending a wealthy church fundraiser. My mom, Barbara, in fake pearls and a pastel cardigan. My dad, Richard, stiff in a navy blazer that didn't quite fit around his stomach anymore. They absolutely refused to look in my direction. I sat perfectly still. I was calm. Not because I wasn't nervous, my heart was beating out of my chest, but it was a strange, focused quiet. The kind of calm you only achieve when you have spent months meticulously preparing for a single moment with surgical precision. There was literally nothing left to panic about. The trap was sprung. Harrison shuffled his thick stack of papers beside me, leaned over, and whispered, Julian, this is going to be incredibly fun. The judge, a stern, no-nonsense woman in her early 60s who looked like she tolerated zero foolishness, called the court to order. The hearing began with my parents' lawyer standing up and laying out the exact same tired, baseless argument, that I had unfairly benefited from hidden family resources, that I had maliciously misled my parents into believing I was self-made, and that Derek's entire life had been tragically derailed because I aggressively hoarded financial assets that rightfully belonged to the entire family. The words sounded so incredibly desperate, so hollow in the quiet room. And then, it was our turn. Harrison stood up, buttoning his jacket. No wild theatrics, no shouting, just cold, hard facts. Your Honor, Harrison began, his voice echoing perfectly in the silent room. Today, we will be definitively demonstrating 3 things. First, that my client, Julian, received absolutely zero financial support, inheritance, or capital from his family. Second, that the plaintiff's eldest son, Derek, actually received a massive $120,000 legal disbursement from a family trust, which he completely and irresponsibly squandered. And third, that this entire lawsuit is a malicious, fraudulent attempt to illegally extract funds from my client under false pretenses, simply because the plaintiffs failed to control their own finances or their son's reckless spending. Harrison then dropped the massive evidence folder hard onto his desk. The loud smack times made my dad physically flinch. Exhibit A, Harrison continued smoothly. The certified trust documents from the grandmother's estate, clearly stating that the $120,000 was solely for Derek. My client's name is entirely absent from the document. Exhibit B, the notarized, sworn affidavit and official IRS tax records from Mr. Vance, their former accountant, confirming he legally filed that exact gift as a trust distribution with explicit, written instructions from the mother, Barbara. Exhibit C, a comprehensive timeline of Derek's social media posts, travel logs, and online purchases. Everything from designer watches to VIP bottle service in Miami, lining up absolutely perfectly with the 12 months following his massive trust payout. And finally, Exhibit D, a legally authenticated, recorded voicemail from the grandmother herself, in which she explicitly states, and I quote, "Julian doesn't need the money. He builds." The courtroom went dead, terrifyingly still. You could have heard a pin drop. My parents' lawyer frantically tried to object, stammering about relevance and hearsay. The judge instantly overruled him, her eyes narrowing into dangerous slits. The facts stood exactly as presented. Then came the absolute final blow. Harrison pulled out a massive, bound spreadsheet. Your Honor, we have also prepared a complete, forensic breakdown of my client's business growth over the past 5 years. All of it is entirely verifiable by the IRS. From his dorm room operation to the first massive product launch, every single dollar, every invoice, every tax return, there is absolutely no missing money. There are no hidden family assets. Just a young man who worked incredibly hard and succeeded entirely without their help. Harrison paused, letting the silence suffocate the other side of the room. Meanwhile, we have concrete evidence that the plaintiffs and their son have consistently and deliberately misrepresented their financial situation to multiple parties, including their mortgage lender in this very court. Which is exactly why we are officially filing a massive counterclaim for defamation, tortious interference with business contracts, malicious prosecution, and severe emotional distress. I will absolutely never forget what happened next. The judge leaned back slowly in her large leather chair, took off her reading glasses, and looked directly down at my parents. I have presided over a lot of bitter family disputes in my career, she said, her voice terrifyingly calm but dripping with absolute ice. But this is, without a doubt, one of the most cynical, repulsive attempts I have ever seen to weaponize the legal system against a relative for sheer personal gain. Based on the overwhelming, irrefutable evidence presented today, I am dismissing all claims against Mr. Julian Davis with prejudice. You will not bring this nonsense into my courtroom ever again. Boom. Done. The gavel hit. But she wasn't finished. As for the aggressive counterclaim, she continued, staring directly at Derek, who looked like he was going to vomit. Mr. Davis is entirely within his legal rights to heavily pursue financial damages. And frankly, considering the blatant perjury and fraud attempted here today, I strongly believe he has a very lucrative case. Their lawyer's face went completely pale. Derek just sat there, frozen like a pathetic deer in the headlights, his mouth hanging slightly open. My mom blinked rapidly, her hands violently fidgeting with her expensive wedding ring as the reality of her utter ruin set in. My dad's face flushed a deep, terrifying purple with something caught between pure rage and absolute, public humiliation. But none of them said a single word. Not one. They were completely paralyzed. We walked out of the courtroom in total silence. Once we were safely in the bright hallway, Harrison turned to me, a massive, satisfied grin on his face. They will settle. Trust me, Julian. They literally cannot afford not to. If we take this to a jury trial for defamation, we will bankrupt them entirely. And he was absolutely right. Exactly 2 weeks later, their deeply humbled lawyer reached out with a desperate offer. They would completely cover all of my massive legal fees, issue a formal written apology drafted entirely by us, and legally sign away any rights to future legal action or contact, if I simply dropped the financial counterclaim that would ruin them. I didn't agree. Not right away, because there was one more crucial thing I needed from them: absolute, undeniable truth. I had the legally binding apology officially published. Not buried in some private, sealed letter, or hidden behind dense legal jargon in a court file. I made absolutely sure it went completely public. I posted it as a formal statement on my business's main website, shared it as an open letter on my professional LinkedIn page, and even had it featured as a follow-up on the exact same podcast that had sparked the massive wave of public support. The truth had to be entirely visible, not just for my own revenge, but for the permanent record. I honestly didn't even want their money. I just wanted inescapable accountability. The exact day the statement went live on the internet, I received over 400 emails. Strangers, old friends, former high school classmates, even a few of my old teachers, all saying the exact same thing: thank you for finally telling the truth about them. As for my golden child brother Derek, he completely disappeared from all social media platforms overnight. Word quickly spread through the grapevine that he had hurriedly left town in the middle of the night, supposedly moving in with a distant cousin 2 states over in Ohio just to escape the sheer embarrassment. His name became something awkwardly whispered in our hometown, no longer spoken with blind admiration, but with deep, lingering pity and disgust. And my parents? They lost absolutely everything that mattered to them. They lost their precious social standing. They lost most of their inner circle of friends. People they used to arrogantly gossip with now actively crossed the street just to avoid making eye contact with them. Mrs. Gable happily reported that they stopped showing up to Sunday church altogether. There were no more neighborhood barbecues, no more pretending they were the perfect, wealthy, successful family. They didn't just lose the massive lawsuit. They permanently lost the narrative. Because I finally reclaimed it. In the long, peaceful months that followed the legal victory, my e-commerce business absolutely exploded. We doubled in size, I expanded into 3 entirely new product lines, hired a dedicated team of 5 full-time employees, and finally moved into a massive, beautiful commercial warehouse space. I even launched a small, privately funded mentorship program specifically designed for underprivileged students trying to start their own tech ventures without any family support. I officially named it the Builders Fund. I knew Grandma would have absolutely loved that. Maybe one day, years and years from now, I will find it in my heart to forgive my parents, but absolutely not yet, because real forgiveness has to be earned, and they never even tried to apologize to my face. They honestly thought they could just break into my life, threaten me, and take what I built. They didn't realize a fundamental truth: I am what I built. Top comments. User 1, Julian doesn't need it. He builds. That literally gave me full body chills. Your grandma saw exactly who both of you were. I am so unbelievably glad you absolutely nuked them in court. The absolute audacity to try and steal your company after funding his Miami club lifestyle is insane. User 2, the fact that your own mother told the accountant to log it as a tech investment to cover for his gambling and partying is actual criminal fraud. You were incredibly generous just taking the public apology and not bankrupting them with the countersuit. They deserve to cross the street in shame for the rest of their lives. User 3, this is a masterclass in asset protection and petty, but justified, revenge. Setting up the Wyoming LLC and the blind trusts while they were trying to freeze your personal accounts was a brilliant move. Keep building, man. You won the war. You're doing fine on your own, so we're giving your sister the house, my parents said after secretly cutting me out of their living trust despite me funding their lives for years. So, I smiled, handed them an envelope containing an itemized bill for the $42,518 I had spent keeping a roof over their heads, and let my attorney's letter destroy their retirement plans. My name is Jason. I was 31 years old when the final bridge between me and my family burned to ash, but the gasoline had been poured slowly over the course of a decade. To everyone who knew us growing up in the damp, evergreen-lined suburbs of Seattle, I was the rock. I was the responsible one. The kid who got his homework done without being asked, the teenager who bought his own first car with money saved from bagging groceries, the adult who always showed up, paid his share, helped clean up the kitchen after every family barbecue, called on birthdays, and never, ever asked for a single damn thing. That was my assigned role in the family ecosystem, and for a long time, I played it flawlessly. My younger sister, Chloe, on the other hand, was the fragile bird with a broken wing. She was 28, but she lived like she was eternally 19. She was the one who always needed a safety net. After college, she bounced from one disastrous situation to another: failed multi-level marketing schemes, part-time barista gigs she'd quit because the manager was toxic, and a revolving door of apartments she could never quite afford on her own. She was a walking crisis, always trailing drama like toilet paper stuck to her shoe. But somehow, despite her constant chaos, she commanded the lion's share of our parents' attention, sympathy, and financial resources. I didn't hate Chloe. We weren't close, but we weren't enemies. We exchanged stiff, obligatory hugs at Thanksgiving, texted a generic Merry Christmas once a year, and made shallow small talk about the weather. I had my own life. I was a senior DevOps engineer, living in a nice condo about 45 minutes away from my parents' house. I had built my life through grueling 60-hour work weeks, skipping vacations, and saving aggressively. Meanwhile, Chloe lived just 10 minutes from mom and dad, dropping by unannounced to do her laundry, raid their fridge, or cry about her latest boyfriend who just didn't understand her creative spirit. My parents treated her like a priceless, delicate glass ornament that would shatter if the wind blew too hard. They treated me like a reliable old socket wrench. You don't coddle a wrench, you just leave it in the toolbox until something breaks, and then you expect it to work perfectly. And I accepted that. When mom's car needed new brake pads, I paid for them. When the water heater exploded in the middle of January and flooded their basement, I drove over at 2 a.m, bought a new one, and installed it myself. I quietly slipped them cash when dad's hours were cut at the hardware store. I told myself I was being a good son. I told myself not to keep a ledger. But the truth is, I had been keeping score for a long time. I just never expected to find the ledger written down in black and white. It started with an innocent question. I was over at my parents' house one rainy Tuesday evening, lying on my back under the kitchen sink, wrestling with a jammed garbage disposal. They had called me because, as usual, they didn't want to pay a plumber $150 just to show up. I was covered in grime, my knuckles scraped, sweating as I tried to dislodge whatever Chloe had dropped down the drain earlier that week. Mom was sitting at the kitchen island, sipping a glass of cheap Pinot Grigio and sorting through a stack of mail. Dad was in the living room, the volume on the local news turned up too high. I finally got the jam cleared and called out over the sound of the rain hitting the window, asking whatever happened with that mortgage refinancing they were stressing about last month. Mom didn't look up from her envelopes. She just casually mentioned that it was all sorted out, and they had gone ahead and added Chloe to the deed so things would be easier for her when they were older. I froze. The pipe wrench in my hand suddenly felt like it weighed 50 pounds. I lay there on the cold linoleum floor, the dripping water from the P-trap hitting my cheek, trying to process the words that had just casually floated out of her mouth. I asked her to repeat herself, my voice echoing in the cramped cabinet space, asking if she seriously put her name on the house they had always promised would go to both of us. Mom sighed, a tiny sound of annoyance, and said it just made sense. She claimed Chloe was always around, helped out when they needed company, and wasn't as financially set as I was. She told me I had my own beautiful condo, my tech job, my investments. She said I was doing fine, but Chloe needed the security. Dad chimed in from the living room without taking his eyes off the television, telling me not to overthink it, claiming it was just paperwork and didn't change anything. But it did. It changed absolutely everything. I finished tightening the pipes in complete silence. When I stood up and wiped the black grease off my hands with a paper towel, something inside my chest felt fundamentally different. I wasn't angry yet. It was more like a heavy, iron door had slammed shut in a room I didn't even know I was standing in. That night, I lay awake in my bed, staring at the ceiling and turning the betrayal over in my mind. I thought about all the bills I had quietly paid when Dad lost his part-time job and begged me not to tell Chloe so she wouldn't worry. I thought about the thousands of dollars in groceries I had ordered directly to their doorstep during the pandemic. I thought about the countless weekends I had sacrificed to fix, repair, replace, and solve every single problem they had. And now, this. Chloe, who had never paid a single dime toward that house, who lived like a boomerang bouncing between failed careers, was legally on the deed. Just like that. Because she was always around. I guess being reliable gets you respect until someone decides that mere presence matters more than actual contribution. I tried to let it go. I really did. I told myself I didn't even want their aging, high-maintenance house. I told myself Chloe probably did need the security more than I did. But deep down, it wasn't about the real estate. It was about the glaring fact that they didn't even think I deserved to be part of the conversation. They made a massive financial decision that permanently cut me out, and they just expected I would nod, smile, and be okay with it. And for a few weeks, I pretended I was. Until the next time Mom called, her voice dripping with that familiar, sweet tone, asking if I could cover their $400 electric bill because things were just a little tight this month. That was the exact moment something in me shifted again. It was slower this time. Colder, more calculated. I told her I would think about it, and then I hung up. I didn't send a single cent. Not for the electric bill. Not for the water bill 2 weeks later. Not for the emergency groceries when their debit card got declined at the supermarket. For the first time in my entire adult life, I let the silence stretch. I let them feel the void where my wallet used to be. A week later, Chloe texted me, asking why mom said I was being weird about helping out, asking if everything was okay. I read the message and deleted it without replying. 2 weeks after that, Dad left me a voicemail, his tone a mix of guilt and frustration, saying they loved me and if I was upset about something, we should talk like adults. I didn't call him back. And then, a full month after I had completely stopped paying their bills, the inevitable message arrived. A text from mom, simple, direct, and stripped of all her usual sweet-talking manipulation. We need money for the roof repairs. The contractor is asking for a deposit. Can you help? I stared at that glowing white text bubble on my screen for a long time. My thumb hovered over the keyboard. There were 1,000 things I could have said. I could have screamed at her through the phone. I could have written a massive paragraph detailing every ounce of pain and rejection I felt, but in the end, I only sent a single sentence. I told her to ask the person whose name was actually on the deed. No anger, no exclamation points, no emotional outburst. Just a cold, hard boundary loaded with everything I had kept buried for years. I was utterly done being the fallback plan while Chloe got to play the main character in a family story I had clearly been miscast in. I didn't get a reply that night, nor the next morning. But silence has a very specific way of making noise when people are entirely used to your absolute compliance. Within days, the cracks in their perfect little ecosystem started to show. Chloe sent a highly passive-aggressive text to a family group chat, saying she wasn't sure what was going on with me, but mom and dad really needed help and she wished she had the money to step up. It was a thinly veiled jab designed to guilt-trip me, a tactic that would have worked perfectly 5 years ago. Not anymore. I ignored it entirely. 3 days later, Dad called twice in a row. I let it go straight to voicemail. He left a rambling message, telling me my mother was crying, saying the house was important to all of us, and claiming Chloe's name on the deed was just a formality and I would still be taken care of. Taken care of. Like I was a toddler being promised a lollipop if I just stopped throwing a tantrum. I deleted the voicemail. Right around the time they truly began to feel the crushing weight of my financial absence, Chloe did something that violently ripped the very last shred of sympathy I had for her clean out of my chest. I found out through my best friend, David, who had known our family since middle school. David still lived a few blocks away from my parents' neighborhood. One evening, right around dusk, my phone vibrated on the kitchen counter. It was a text from David with a photo attached. He asked if I had given my sister my vintage Eames-style leather lounge chair. I blinked at the screen, my brow furrowing in deep confusion. I opened the photo. It was undeniably my chair. The rich, walnut wood veneer, the black tufted leather, the slight scuff mark on the back left leg where I had accidentally bumped it during my last move. I had stored it in my parents' climate-controlled basement months ago because my new condo didn't have the floor space for it yet. Nobody had touched it. But there it was, sitting proudly in the center of my parents' living room. David's follow-up text read that Chloe had just posted it on Instagram, bragging that she scored it for free from her generous older brother to help decorate her new reading nook. Generous older brother. The audacity burned my throat. I drove over there the very next morning at 6 a.m. before anyone was fully awake. I didn't knock. I didn't announce myself. I used my old spare key, walked right into the living room, and took my property back. I dismantled the chair in total silence, carried the heavy leather pieces out to my SUV, and drove away before the sun even fully cleared the trees. Later that afternoon, Chloe texted me, furious, demanding to know why I broke into the house and stole her chair. I texted back a screenshot of her Instagram post, followed by a message asking when exactly she was planning to ask permission before stealing my furniture. She replied that mom said it was fine because I wasn't using it. No apology, no accountability, just pure, unfiltered entitlement. But the stolen chair was just a petty symptom of a much larger disease. The true, gut-wrenching betrayal came 2 weeks later. I was visiting my Aunt Diane, my mom's older sister. Diane and I had always gotten along perfectly. She never treated me like an afterthought, she made incredible iced tea, and she never once asked me to fix her plumbing when I visited. We were sitting on her wraparound porch, watching the neighborhood kids ride their bikes, when she gave me a sad, sideways glance. She asked if I was still giving my parents the silent treatment. I shrugged and said I figured I'd let them sit with the consequences of their actions for a while. Diane sighed heavily, staring down at her glass. She asked if I knew they had officially taken my name off their living trust. The words didn't register in my brain right away. The ambient noise of the neighborhood seemed to instantly evaporate. I asked her what she was talking about. She hesitated, looking incredibly guilty, and confessed that my mother had told her about the changes last month. Mom had apparently reasoned that it didn't make any sense to split the estate when Chloe was the one who was going to be taking care of them in their old age. Diane told me she had warned Mom it was a massive mistake, but Mom just brushed it off, repeating that same toxic, recurring phrase, Jason is doing fine on his own. I left my aunt's house in an absolute daze. I don't remember the drive back to my condo. I just remember sitting in the dark in my living room, staring blankly at the wall, feeling something fundamental inside my soul shatter. It wasn't a loud dramatic explosion. It was the quiet, devastating snap of ice forming a massive fissure under immense pressure. They had completely erased me from the family trust without telling me, without asking me, without even having the basic human decency to hint at it during all those long conversations we had when I was actively helping them budget their retirement and pay their property taxes. All those years I bled myself dry being the reliable, perfect son, and they wiped me out of their legacy with the stroke of a pen simply because Chloe was around. The next few weeks passed in a thick, suffocating fog. I fell into a deep depression. I stopped going to the gym. I stopped cooking and lived off cold takeout. My condo, usually meticulously clean, became a chaotic mess of unwashed laundry and empty coffee cups. I barely functioned at work. My boss, Mr. Henderson, pulled me aside after a meeting, asking if everything was all right because I looked like I hadn't slept in a month. I gave him a generic excuse about having a lot on my plate, but I knew I was spiraling. I was grieving. I wasn't just grieving the betrayal. I was grieving the sudden death of the version of myself I had always been. The helper. The problem solver. The human safety net. Without that role, I honestly didn't know who the hell I was anymore. But eventually, the paralyzing grief morphed into something else. It morphed into a cold, hyper-focused anger. I decided I needed an outlet, something completely detached from my family. A few years ago, I had started developing a SaaS application called DesignFlow, a project management tool specifically tailored for freelance graphic designers. I had shelved it because I was too busy working overtime to bail my parents out of their endless financial holes. Now, with my evenings entirely free, and my phone blissfully silent, I dusted off the code. I poured every ounce of my rage, betrayal, and excess energy into that software. I coded until 3 in the morning, fueled by black coffee and spite. I built beautiful UI interfaces, fixed complex bugs, and optimized the back-end servers. When I finally launched the beta version, the response was completely overwhelming. Within 2 months, I had 500 active paying users. A popular design influencer on YouTube reviewed it, and suddenly, my server dashboards were lighting up like a Christmas tree. I was generating real, substantial monthly recurring revenue. For the first time in my entire life, I was building something massive that was entirely for me. I was finally finding my own worth outside of being a convenient tool for ungrateful people. And then, right when I was finally finding pure peace in my newfound independence, the trap was set. I received a text message from Chloe. It read, "Hey, just a heads up. Mom and Dad are talking about selling the house. They want to buy a smaller townhouse closer to my apartment and put the rest of the cash toward their retirement. I told them they should probably let you know. Hope you're doing well." I stared at the smiley face emoji at the end of that text, my blood turning to liquid nitrogen. They were selling the house I had spent nearly a decade maintaining with my own bare hands. The house I had poured thousands of dollars into to keep from falling apart. The house that was now legally half-owned by my sister, who had never contributed a single cent to its existence. And they were planning to sell it, cash out, and walk away, leaving me with absolutely nothing. They didn't even expect me to fight back because, in their minds, I had already been successfully written out of the story. But they severely underestimated me. They always thought I was just the quiet, reliable guy who didn't keep track of things. That was their fatal mistake, because underneath my calm surface, I had kept a record of absolutely everything. I spent that entire weekend executing a forensic audit of my own life. I dug through 8 years of Chase bank statements, archived PayPal receipts, old Venmo transaction histories, and thousands of text messages. I exported PDFs, highlighted line items, and built a massive, undeniable spreadsheet. I documented every water bill, every electric bill, the $3,200 truck transmission, the $1,500 dental surgery, the $7,600 I paid toward their mortgage during the 2020 lockdowns, the $1,200 roof patch, and the countless grocery deliveries. When I finally clicked AutoSum at the bottom of the Excel column, the final number stared back at me in bold green font, $42,518.50. That was the exact amount of money I had blindly poured into their lives over the last 8 years. That didn't even include the hundreds of hours of free manual labor, the lost interest on my savings, or the freelance coding projects I had turned down to help them. Looking at that number didn't make me sad. It made me incredibly dangerous. I didn't confront them immediately. First, I needed a weapon. I found an attorney named Arthur Vance. He wasn't a flashy billboard lawyer. He was a ruthless, meticulous estate attorney who specialized in messy family financial conflicts. I walked into his wood-paneled office and dropped a 40-page binder on his mahogany desk. I showed him the spreadsheet, the text messages proving they acknowledged my payments, and the county property records showing the quiet deed transfer to Chloe. Mr. Vance reviewed the documents in silence for 20 minutes. When he finally looked up, he adjusted his glasses and gave me a grim smile. He explained that while they didn't leave a formal contract promising me equity, Washington state law allowed for something called an equitable lien or a resulting trust claim when a family member makes substantial, documented financial contributions to a property under the implied assumption of future inheritance. He told me it wasn't a guaranteed courtroom victory, but it was a massive, expensive, and legally terrifying roadblock that would completely paralyze any attempt to sell the house cleanly. I told him I didn't want a long court battle. I just wanted leverage. I told him to draft the letter. The perfect opportunity arrived 3 weeks later. Mom sent me a sweet, cautious text message asking if I would come over for a private Sunday dinner. She explicitly promised that Chloe wouldn't be there and said they just wanted to talk. I smiled, put on a nice shirt, grabbed the thick manila envelope, and drove over. When I walked through the front door, the house smelled like garlic, rosemary, and slow-roasted beef. It was the exact meal Mom always cooked when she was preparing to deliver bad news or ask for a massive favor. They greeted me with overly enthusiastic hugs and forced smiles. We sat down at the dining room table, ate the roast beef, and made agonizingly fake small talk about the weather and my job. Finally, Mom set down her wine glass, folded her hands, and put on her best sympathetic face. She told me they had made the difficult decision to sell the house because the upkeep was just getting too hard for Dad. She explained their grand plan to downsize, move closer to Chloe, and split the proceeds of the sale with her to help her buy her own place, while using the rest to secure their retirement. Dad immediately jumped in, using his stern, authoritative voice, telling me they knew it might come as a surprise, but the decision was final and they hoped I would be happy for my sister since I was already doing so well financially. They were offering me absolutely nothing. They were going to walk away with hundreds of thousands of dollars, hand half of it to the sister who had bled them dry, and leave me standing in the dust. I didn't yell, I didn't cry. I calmly reached into my coat pocket, pulled out the thick manila envelope, and dropped it right in the center of the dining table, right next to the gravy boat. It landed with a heavy, satisfying thud. Dad stared at it, his brow furrowing. He asked what it was. I looked him dead in the eyes and told him it was documentation. I explained that it contained the legally binding, itemized proof of the $42,518.50 I had contributed to the maintenance, repair, and preservation of their property and their lives over the last 8 years. I told them to turn to the second page, where they would find a formal notice of intent from my attorney, Arthur Vance. Mom's face drained of all color. She looked like she was going to be sick. She stammered, asking if I was seriously threatening to sue my own parents. I kept my voice dead level, devoid of any emotion. I told her I wasn't suing them yet. But I made it crystal clear that if they attempted to list that house on the market and distribute the equity without reimbursing me for my financial investments, my lawyer would instantly file an equitable lien against the property, tying the sale up in brutal, expensive litigation for years. I told them they could give Chloe whatever they wanted, but I was taking back what was mine. I demanded a flat $50,000 to cover my contributions, the lost interest, and my legal fees. The silence in that dining room was absolute. It wasn't an angry silence, it was the stunned, breathless silence of two people realizing they had finally pushed their favorite workhorse over the edge. Dad opened the envelope with trembling hands. He flipped through the spreadsheet, his eyes widening as he saw the bank statements, the Venmo receipts, the screenshots of Mom begging for money. The undeniable proof of their exploitation was staring him right in the face. Dad tried to use his commanding voice, saying he didn't want to fight about this. I stood up from the table, pushed my chair in perfectly, and told him we weren't fighting. I told him I was just collecting a debt. And with that, I turned around and walked out the front door into the cool night air, leaving their entire retirement plan in ruins on the dining table. I didn't hear a single word from them for 12 agonizing days. I knew they were panicking. I knew they were consulting their own lawyers, desperately trying to find a way out of the trap I had perfectly sprung. But the paper trail I had built was bulletproof. Finally, on the 13th day, I received a highly aggressive text from Chloe, calling me a psychopath, accusing me of ruining Mom and Dad's lives, and asking how I could be so incredibly selfish after everything they had done for me. I actually laughed out loud in my empty condo. I didn't even bother replying. Let her scream into the void. 2 days later, the formal email arrived from my parents. It was incredibly polite, sterile, and clearly drafted by whatever cheap lawyer they had managed to hire. They stated they had reconsidered the distribution of the home sale proceeds and were open to an equitable financial resolution to avoid unnecessary family conflict. They legally acknowledged my historical contributions in writing. It was the ultimate victory. I forwarded the email to Mr. Vance, and we finalized the agreement. The house sold a month later. They had to settle for a lower asking price because they were desperate to close the deal quickly. The very day the escrow cleared, I received a direct wire transfer into my Chase account, $50,000. Exactly what I had demanded. There was no apology letter, no tearful phone call asking for forgiveness, no attempt at reconciliation. Just a cold, silent transaction. And that was perfectly fine by me. I took that $50,000 and poured every single penny of it directly into my app, Design Flow. I hired 2 freelance developers to build out a mobile version, upgraded my cloud servers, and launched a massive targeted marketing campaign. Within 6 months, my user base exploded to over 15,000 active subscribers. I quit my exhausting corporate DevOps job and became my own boss. My life became incredibly peaceful, quiet, and completely devoid of toxic family drama. I did hear through Aunt Diane about what happened to my parents. They bought their smaller townhouse close to Chloe's apartment, fully expecting her to step up and be the dutiful, loving daughter they had always pretended she was. But reality hit them like a freight train. Chloe didn't want to help them unpack. She didn't want to drive Dad to his physical therapy appointments. She constantly screened their calls, made up vague excuses about being too busy with her art, and eventually stopped visiting them entirely unless she needed cash. After a decade of enabling her absolute uselessness, they were finally trapped relying on a safety net made of tissue paper. A few months ago, I got an email from Mom. It was painfully short and reeked of regret. "Jason, I hope you're doing well. I just wanted to say we miss you so much. Things haven't been the same around here. Dad's back is getting worse, and we're struggling to manage. If you're open to it, maybe we can get coffee and talk. We love you, Mom." I stared at that email for a long time, sitting in my beautiful, quiet home office, looking out at the Seattle skyline. She had my phone number. She knew exactly where I lived. But she couldn't even summon the courage to call me. She sent a pathetic email hoping I would just magically revert to being the reliable old wrench in the toolbox. I highlighted the message, clicked the trash icon, and permanently deleted it. I didn't reply, because the absolute best revenge isn't screaming or fighting. The best revenge is letting them sit in the deafening silence they created, realizing way too late that they threw away the only person who actually cared, all for a daughter who couldn't even be bothered to answer the phone. Top comments. User 1, the absolute sheer audacity of Chloe taking your Eames chair and bragging about it on Instagram is making my blood boil. Good on you for walking right in and taking it back. That spreadsheet drop at dinner was legendary. User 2, a state attorney here. Your lawyer Mr. Vance is a genius. Resulting trust claims are notoriously hard to win in court, but they are an absolute nightmare for a title company. No buyer would touch that house with a 10-foot pole if you filed a lis pendens. You played them perfectly. User 3, you don't coddle a wrench, you just leave it in the toolbox until something breaks. That line hit me so hard I actually teared up. I was the wrench in my family too. It takes so much strength to walk away. Congratulations on the app and your new life. My family never said they were proud of me, even when I bought a $450,000 house on my own. When I discovered Mom had stolen my $70,000 inheritance to bail out her golden child, I dragged her to court and took back every single penny. Original post. My name is Marcus. I'm 33 years old, and I grew up in a house where the thermostat was permanently set to emotionally unavailable year-round. I'm talking about a family that could witness you saving a bus full of orphans from a burning building and respond with, well, the fire department would have gotten there eventually. That was my childhood. That was my 20s. And honestly, that was my entire existence until about 4 months ago when everything blew up in the most poetic, explosive way possible. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I grew up in Columbus, Ohio, the invisible middle kid of 3. My older brother Julian is 36, and my younger sister Chloe is 29. Our mom, Brenda, raised us mostly on her own after our dad, Victor, took off when I was 12 years old. Now, when I say he took off, I don't mean he went to get milk and vanished into thin air. He moved 50 minutes away to Dayton with a woman named Valerie he'd been seeing behind my mom's back. He started a whole new little chapter of his life and just sort of stopped being interested in the chapters he'd already written. He'd show up for Christmas sometimes, call on birthdays if he remembered, and send checks that bounced more often than they cleared. Real Father of the Year material. So, it was mostly Mom holding it down, and I will give her credit for keeping the lights on and food in the pantry. She worked at a real estate office as the front desk receptionist for almost 22 years. But here's the deeply messed up thing about my mother that took me way too long to understand. She had this invisible, rigid ranking system for her children, and I was always slotted right at the absolute bottom. Julian was the golden child. He was the firstborn, a basketball star at his high school, had a loud, booming personality, and looked exactly like our dad. You would think looking like the man who abandoned her would work against him, but somehow it made my mom adore him even more. It was like she was desperately trying to love the version of Victor that didn't leave her. And Chloe was the baby, the little princess who could do no wrong because she was the youngest and because she learned incredibly early how to cry on command to get exactly what she wanted. That kid could have set the living room on fire and my mom would have blamed the manufacturer of the matches. Then there was me. Marcus. The middle one. The quiet one. The one who got decent grades, did his chores without being asked, didn't cause problems, and somehow, that was the absolute worst thing I could have done. Because I wasn't loud enough to demand attention, and I wasn't cute enough to get it automatically, I just kind of existed in the background of my own family like a piece of furniture. You know how some houses have that one weird chair in the corner that nobody ever sits in? That was me. Decorative at best, completely invisible at worst. I really don't want you to think I'm throwing a massive pity party here. I'm just giving you the psychological foundation so the rest of this insane story makes sense. Because the thing about being ignored your whole life is that you either crumble under the weight of it, or you build yourself into someone who doesn't need the applause. I chose the second option, though it took me a long, painful time. I worked my way through Ohio State University. I had absolutely no scholarships and zero family help. I took out massive student loans, worked part-time at a local home improvement store mixing paint, and graduated with a degree in computer science. I walked across that stage in my cap and gown, looked out into the massive auditorium audience, and saw my mom sitting there scrolling through her phone. Julian didn't come because he had a recreational softball tournament. Chloe didn't come because she said she couldn't find a ride, even though she lived exactly 14 minutes from the campus. My mom hugged me casually afterward and said, "Good. Now you can get a real job." That was it. No, I'm proud of you. No, you did it. Just an immediate pivot to what I should be doing next to be useful. And look, I know some of you reading this might think I'm being too sensitive. Maybe I am. But when I tell you that Julian got a massive surprise party when he finished a basic 6-week bartending certification, complete with a custom cake that said, "Our superstar," you will maybe understand why a little acknowledgement at my actual college graduation would have been nice. Just a little. Even a, "Hey, good job, kid," would have gone a tremendously long way. After college, I moved to Cleveland, got an entry-level job at a cybersecurity firm called Apex Secure, and started absolutely grinding. I'm talking 60-hour weeks, learning everything I could about network penetration testing, volunteering for complex projects nobody else wanted to touch, basically making myself completely indispensable to the company. Within 3 years, I got promoted to senior security analyst. I called my mom to tell her the good news. She said, "That's nice, honey. Hey, did Julian tell you he's thinking about opening a high-end sneaker boutique?" She then spent 25 minutes talking about Julian's sneaker store idea, which, by the way, was a disaster waiting to happen because Julian's longest commitment to anything is about 2 months. The man has started and abandoned more entrepreneurial projects than I can physically count. But every single one of those abandoned, half-baked projects got more enthusiasm and financial backing from my mother than anything I actually accomplished with my own blood, sweat, and tears. I started dating an incredible woman named Maya about 4 years ago. I met her at a friend's birthday party at one of those indoor rock climbing gyms. She was terrible at it, falling off the beginner wall repeatedly, which she found absolutely hilarious instead of embarrassing, and I knew right then and there that she was different. Maya is the kind of person who sees right through pretense and fake behavior. On our second date, she asked me straight up why I never talked about my family. I gave her the sanitized, polite version. By the 6th date, I gave her the real, ugly one. She looked at me across the table, put her hand over mine, and said, "Marcus, that's not normal. You know that, right?" Honestly, hearing someone say that out loud was like having a doctor finally diagnose a chronic pain you've been feeling your whole life. Maya became my absolute anchor. She had her own tight-knit family up in Toledo, parents who called her just to say they were thinking about her, a brother who texted her funny memes every single morning. Being around them showed me exactly what I'd been missing, but it also showed me what was actually possible in a healthy dynamic. I realized I didn't have to keep going back to a well that was bone dry just because it had my last name plastered on the side of it. About 2 years ago, things between me and my mom went completely silent. Not because of a massive, dramatic blowout fight, not because of some cinematic last straw. It just sort of faded into nothingness. I stopped calling because I got incredibly tired of feeling like I was interrupting her busy day. She stopped calling because, well, she never really started in the first place. Julian would still pop up in my text messages occasionally, usually when he needed a favor or tech support. Chloe and I hadn't had a real, genuine conversation in over 18 months. I was essentially an orphan with living parents, which is a very special, specific kind of lonely that I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. But here's where it gets interesting. Because while my family was busy pretending I didn't exist, I was quietly building a life that would eventually make all of them very, very interested in my existence again. And the primary catalyst for all of it was a stunning $450,000 house on a half-acre lot in Strongsville, Ohio, that I officially closed on exactly 8 weeks ago. The day I got the keys, I didn't call anyone in my family. Maya and I stood on the beautiful front porch. She took a photo of me holding the shiny new keys, and I posted it on my social media, because I was genuinely proud of myself even if nobody else was ever going to be. I captioned it something incredibly simple: "First house, earned every single square foot," and I put my phone away in my pocket, and didn't think about it again for the rest of the weekend. 3 days later, my phone rang. It was a number I almost didn't recognize because it had been so incredibly long since I'd seen it pop up on my screen. Mom. Brenda. Calling me for the first time in almost 2 full years. My stomach did this awful thing where it dropped and flipped at the exact same time, like a gymnast violently falling off a balance beam. I stared at the phone for 3 long rings, looked over at Maya, and she just raised her eyebrows with a look that clearly said, "Well, this should be interesting." I answered, and the very first words out of my mother's mouth were not congratulations. They were not, "I'm so proud of you, Marcus." They were not even, "I'm sorry I haven't called in 2 years." The first thing she said, in a rushed, frantic tone, was, "Marcus, I need to talk to you about something critically important. It's about Julian." Of course it was. It was always about Julian. I stood there in my brand new, pristine kitchen, leaning against the marble counter that still had the protective plastic film clinging to the edges, and listened to my mother explain exactly why she was calling. Not to acknowledge the biggest financial purchase of my entire life, not to reconnect after 24 months of dead silence, but to talk about her golden boy. Turns out, my perfect brother had gotten himself into a massive, life-ruining mess. Julian had actually taken out a massive commercial lease on a retail space in downtown Columbus to finally, seriously, for real this time, open his high-end sneaker and streetwear boutique. He'd signed a brutal 5-year lease and dumped about $50,000 into cosmetic renovations and initial inventory. Most of this money was borrowed from high-limit credit cards and a predatory online business lender with an interest rate that should be completely illegal. The boutique opened for about 14 weeks before Julian realized that running a retail business required things like showing up every day before noon, managing inventory software, and not giving away free expensive shoes to everybody who walked through the door just to look cool on Instagram. Shocking, I know. Now, Julian was roughly $75,000 in crippling debt. The boutique was boarded up and closed. The commercial landlord was threatening to sue him into oblivion. And my 36-year-old brother was living back at mom's house, sleeping in his childhood bedroom with his high school basketball trophies still collecting dust on the wooden shelf. And the sole reason my mom was calling me, the son she hadn't spoken to in 2 years, was to explicitly ask me to bail him out. "He just needs a little financial help getting back on his feet," she said, using the exact same pleading tone she'd used my entire life whenever Julian needed something, sounding like she was narrating a tragic nature documentary about a deeply endangered species. "You've always been the responsible one, Marcus. You're so good with money. I figured with the fancy new house and everything, you must be doing incredibly well for yourself." I let that sentence hang in the silent air for a long moment, let it marinate in my brain. She figured with the new house, I must be doing well. She saw my massive personal achievement not as something to celebrate, but as hard evidence that I had untapped resources to funnel toward Julian. My success was only relevant to her because it could service his constant failures. I wish I could tell you I was surprised or shocked, but that would be a complete lie. What I was, honestly, was tired. Bone tired. The kind of deep, exhausting tired that lives right in the center of your chest and makes everything feel heavier than it should. "Mom," I said, keeping my voice dangerously level. "You haven't called me in 2 years. There was a sharp pause on the line. Then she said, "Well, you didn't call me either, Marcus." And there it was. The classic deflection. The patented Brenda redirect maneuver. Take any valid, painful point and bounce it right back so she never has to sit with the agonizing discomfort of being wrong. I'd seen her do it 1,000 times before. When I was 16 and asked why Julian got a used Honda Civic for his birthday, but I got a $20 Amazon gift card, she said, "Well, you never explicitly said you wanted a car." As if a 16-year-old boy needs to formally submit a notarized request to be treated equally to his sibling. "I'm not giving Julian a single dime," I said. Calm, clear, no screaming, no anger, just a massive, impenetrable boundary. That's exactly when the temperature of the conversation changed. My mother went from syrupy and sweet to absolute ice in about 2 seconds flat. "I'm not asking you to just give him money for fun. I'm asking you to step up and help your family. That's what real families do, Marcus. But you've always had a huge problem with that, haven't you? You've always been off in your own little selfish world, thinking you're too good for the rest of us. Too good for the rest of them." I almost laughed out loud. I spent 20 years begging and pleading for a single crumb of recognition from this woman, and now I was the one who was too good for them. The narrative had flipped so smoothly you'd think she'd rehearsed it in a mirror. In her twisted version of history, I wasn't the kid who got ignored and neglected. I was the arrogant kid who pulled away. A literal masterclass in rewriting the past. I told her I had to go. She said, "Fine, but think about it. He's your flesh and blood." And she hung up without saying goodbye. I put my phone down on the cold marble counter, and just stood there staring at the wall. Maya came in from the living room, took one look at my pale face, and said, "What did she want?" I told her everything. Every single word. And Maya, bless her wonderful heart, didn't explode or rant. She just shook her head slowly, wrapped her arms around my waist, and said, "Marcus, you owe these people absolutely nothing. Not your money, not your peace, nothing." I knew she was right, but knowing something logically and feeling it emotionally are two very different beasts. Edit. A few people in the comments asked about my dad, Victor, and why he didn't intervene during our childhood. Like I mentioned, he left when I was 12. He was a coward who didn't want the responsibility of raising 3 kids, so he started over with Valerie. He paid his bare minimum child support most of the time, but completely checked out emotionally. He wasn't there to protect me from mom's favoritism because he simply wasn't there at all. Update 1. Over the next couple of weeks, the situation escalated dramatically. Julian started texting me directly. At first, it was casual and friendly. "Hey man, long time no see, heard you bought a sick house. That's awesome." Then, predictably, it shifted. "Mom said she talked to you. I'm in a really bad spot. Bro. The landlord is getting aggressive. Any chance you could help me out? Even just 15 grand would buy me some breathing room." 15 grand? Like I just had that sitting in a shoebox under my bed. I didn't respond. Not because I'm a heartless monster, but because I knew that any engagement whatsoever would be interpreted as an opening for negotiation. With my toxic family, a maybe becomes a yes, and a let me think about it becomes he promised he'd do it. So I stayed entirely quiet. And that's when my little sister Chloe got involved. Chloe, who I hadn't heard from in over a year and a half, suddenly found my number. She called me on a random Wednesday evening while I was making dinner. "Marcus, what is actually wrong with you?" she started. "No hello, no, how are you?" Just straight to the vicious attack. "Mom is stressed out of her absolute mind, her blood pressure is through the roof, and you're just sitting in your fancy new mansion ignoring everyone. She cried yesterday. She actually sat at the kitchen table and cried because her own flesh and blood won't help his brother survive." I took a deep, steadying breath, gripping the edge of the stove. "Chloe, did mom cry when I graduated college with honors?" Silence on the other end. "Did she cry when I got promoted to senior analyst? Did she cry during the 2 full years she didn't bother to call me? Did anyone in this entire family shed a single tear about me at any point, ever, in my entire life?" More heavy silence. Then Chloe scoffed and said, "That's not the same thing, and you know it. Stop playing the victim." "You're exactly right," I said, my voice eerily calm. "It's not the same at all, because those were good, positive things that happened to me, and nobody cared. This is a bad thing that happened to Julian because of his own stupidity, and suddenly the whole family has my phone number memorized. She lost it. She called me selfish. She said I was punishing Julian for mom's past mistakes, that I was being petty, vindictive, and small, that I'd deeply regret this when mom was dead and gone someday. Every single guilt trip in the emotional manipulation playbook, rapid fire, like she'd been heavily coached by Brenda herself. And honestly, she probably had been. I hung up on Chloe. First time in my entire life I'd ever hung up on anyone. And then I sat down at my new dining room table and cried. Not because I was sad, exactly, but because I was intensely grieving something I never actually had. The persistent fantasy of a family that actually gave a damn about me. I'd been carrying this stupid, stubborn, heavy hope that someday they'd finally see me. And in that moment, sitting in the beautiful house I'd earned with absolutely zero help from anyone, I finally let that toxic hope die. Maya sat next to me, didn't say a word, and just rubbed my back. After that night, things went quiet for about a week. I went back to work, focused on a massive security contract Apex was trying to land with a regional hospital network, and tried to put the whole mess out of my mind. Then the Facebook post happened. My mother, Brenda, wrote a public Facebook post that I can only describe as an unhinged theatrical performance. Long, dramatic, and precision engineered for maximum public sympathy. She wrote about how incredibly hard it is being a single mother, how she sacrificed her youth and her dreams for her children, how some people conveniently forget where they came from the second they get a little bit of money and success. She didn't name me directly, but she didn't have to. She wrote about how one of her children had cruelly turned his back on the family during their darkest hour, how greed changes people into monsters, how she prays to God every single night that he'll find his way back to the light. The comments from our extended family were absolutely brutal. Aunts, uncles, cousins, family friends, all piling on about how shameful and disgusting it was that some people abandon their blood. My cousin Derek commented, "Family is everything. Anyone who walks away from their own mother is absolute trash." My Aunt Clara wrote, "Brenda, you deserve so much better. You gave those kids your entire soul. Everything." Her entire soul. Those words bounced around in my skull like a pinball. Julian got a car. I got a gift card. Julian got a massive party. I got a text message. Julian got tears and emergency family meetings. I got 2 years of dead silence. That was everything, apparently. Maya saw the post before I did. She showed me her phone, her jaw tightly clenched and her eyes sharp with fury. "This is completely unhinged," she said. "Marcus, This woman just publicly humiliated you to her entire network to cover for your brother's financial mess. She was right, and for the very first time in my life, reading those words, I wasn't hurt, I wasn't sad. I was completely, utterly done. Something clicked off inside my brain like a physical switch, and what replaced it was clarity. Cold, clean, absolute clarity about exactly who these people were and who I refused to be for them anymore. I didn't comment on the post. I didn't call my mom to scream at her. I didn't text Julian or Chloe. Instead, I did something that would change the trajectory of this whole situation. Though I didn't know it yet. I called my dad. I know what you're thinking. Your deadbeat dad? The guy who bailed to Dayton when you were 12? Why on earth would you call him? It's a fair question. But here's the thing about deeply complicated families. Sometimes the person who hurt you the least isn't the person who was there the most. It's the person who at least had the basic decency to be honestly absent instead of dishonestly present. My dad, Victor, wasn't a good father. I want to be crystal clear about that. He checked out. He prioritized his new life over his old one. But in the last 3 years, something had shifted. He'd reached out a couple of times. Nothing pushy, just short texts on my birthday or a comment on a LinkedIn post. He actually congratulated me when I posted about the house. He wrote, "Incredibly proud of you, son, you earned this." In the comments. 2 years of silence from my mother, and 3 words from my estranged father hit harder than anything she'd ever said. So I called him. It was incredibly awkward at first. Lots of long pauses, throat clearing, and the kind of careful, measured conversation two people have when they know there's a literal minefield between them but they're trying to walk through it anyway. I told him everything that was going on. The phone call from mom, Julian's $75,000 debt, Chloe's psychotic guilt trip, the Facebook post, all of it. Victor was quiet for a very long time. Then he sighed heavily and said something I absolutely didn't expect. "Marcus, I owe you a massive apology. Not for what your mother did, that's entirely on her. But for not being there so you had at least one person in your corner growing up. I was a selfish coward, and you paid the price for it. I can't fix the past, but I can tell you right now that you are doing the exact right thing. Do not let that woman bleed you dry just because they finally noticed you have a bank account." It wasn't a perfect Hallmark movie moment. He didn't suddenly become father of the year, but it was raw and honest. And after a lifetime of being aggressively gaslit by my mother, honesty felt like pure oxygen. We talked for almost an hour and a half. He told me how Valerie had left him a few years back, how he'd been going to intensive therapy and trying to understand his own toxic patterns. That conversation didn't magically fix everything between us, but it gave me massive perspective. My father, the man who walked away, had far more self-awareness than my mother, the woman who stayed. I stopped grieving the family I wished I had and started fully investing in the life I was actually building. Maya and I threw ourselves into the new house. We painted the living room a deep navy blue, spent our weekends at estate sales finding vintage furniture, and adopted a ridiculous-looking golden retriever mix we named Waffles. Work was going incredibly well, too. That hospital network contract? I landed it, the biggest deal Apex Secure had closed in 3 years. My boss actually pulled me into his office, shook my hand, and promoted me to vice president of security operations with a salary bump that made my head spin. Life was genuinely, incredibly good. I wasn't waiting for the other shoe to drop. But then, my cousin Kevin called me on a Thursday evening with news that changed absolutely everything. "Hey man," Kevin said, his voice dropping to that specific, hushed tone people use when they're about to drop a nuclear bomb on your life. "Did you know your grandmother Helen left a highly specific will?" My grandmother, my mom's mother, Helen, had passed away about 9 months earlier. I'd gone to the funeral, sat quietly in the back row, and left before the reception because nobody was talking to me anyway. I figured whatever she had went straight to my mom and my Aunt Clara, which was totally fine. I hadn't been super close with Helen. She was very much in the Brenda is a saint camp, and I had zero expectations. "Yeah," I said, confused. "So what?" "So," Kevin said, taking a breath, "apparently she left way more money than anyone thought. And apparently, there's a major provision in there that involves you specifically. Your mom has been acting real shady about it, which is how I knew something was wrong." I overheard Clara arguing with her about it. I felt an icy chill go straight down my spine. Not fear, exactly. More like the feeling you get when you realize a complex puzzle you didn't even know you were solving just revealed its final, damning piece. The next morning, I called Kevin back and got the full download. Helen had been a retired school administrator who lived modestly but invested with the quiet, ruthless discipline of someone who understood compound interest. When she passed, her estate was worth just north of $750,000, a house, a massive brokerage account, some savings, and life insurance. Her will, updated 3 years before she died, laid things out very specifically. The house went to Aunt Clara. A portion of the savings went to my mom. But the brokerage account, which was worth roughly $210,000, was legally split into 3 equal shares designated exclusively for her grandchildren. Not her children. Her grandchildren, Julian, me, and Chloe, exactly $70,000 each. Now, here is where the story turns into a legal nightmare for my mother. The will had a strict condition. The disbursements to the grandchildren were to be handled by the executor of the estate, which was my mom, Brenda. She was legally mandated to distribute the funds within 6 months of Helen's death. It had been 9 months. Julian and Chloe had already received their $70,000 shares. I hadn't received a single dime. I hadn't even been notified the money existed. Let that sink in for a second. My own mother, acting as the legal executor of my grandmother's estate, had given my brother and sister their massive inheritances and simply pretended mine didn't exist. She pocketed my $70,000. And the timing was almost too disgustingly perfect to be coincidental. Because this all happened right around the exact time Julian's boutique was hemorrhaging cash and my mom was aggressively trying to get me to bail him out. I think your mom used your exact share to pay off Julian's most aggressive creditors, Kevin said over the phone. Or at least a huge chunk of it. I think that's why she was so desperate to guilt trip you into sending money. Because if you just voluntarily helped the family, nobody would have ever looked too closely at the estate records, and she could cover her tracks. I sat at my kitchen table and felt something I can only describe as cold, blinding fire. It wasn't just rage, it was every single suspicion I'd ever had about my worthless place in this family, crystallizing into a single, undeniable, legally actionable truth. They didn't just ignore me, they actively, maliciously stole from me. They saw my silence as permission, and my absence as a financial opportunity. I told Maya everything. She went completely pale, then her face flushed bright red, and she started pacing the kitchen like a hungry prosecutor preparing closing arguments. Marcus, this isn't just toxic family drama anymore, this is grand theft. This is a severe breach of fiduciary duty. You need a ruthless lawyer, right now. She was right, and I knew exactly what to do. Maya's cousin worked at a massive law firm in downtown Cleveland. Within 48 hours, I was sitting in the plush, mahogany-paneled office of a woman named Sarah Caldwell, an elite estate and probate litigation attorney who had the terrifying, calm intensity of a shark smelling blood in the water. She'd seen every version of family betrayal in the book and still found each new case personally offensive. I laid out absolutely everything. The details of the will, the missing inheritance, the timeline of Julian's business failing, the frantic phone calls, the guilt-tripping text messages, the insane Facebook post, everything. Sarah listened without interrupting once. She took meticulous notes on a yellow legal pad. When I was finally done, she looked up over her glasses, folded her hands, and said, "Your mother has a strict fiduciary duty as the executor of this estate. If she disbursed funds to your siblings and deliberately withheld yours, that is a massive breach. If she used your share for any other purpose, specifically to pay off your brother's debts, that is a civil tort called conversion. It is theft. We have a lot of extremely aggressive options." Options. I absolutely loved the sound of that word. For the first time in this entire miserable ordeal, I wasn't just reacting to their abuse, I was attacking. Sarah drafted and filed a formal legal demand letter to my mother within 3 days. It was a beautiful document, precise, cold, legally terrifying, and completely impossible to misinterpret. It explicitly stated that I was fully aware of Helen's will, aware of the $210,000 brokerage account disbursement, aware that my $70,000 share had been illegally withheld, and that I was requesting full payment within 14 days. If she failed to comply, I would pursue immediate legal action, including a petition to have her formally removed as executor and a civil lawsuit for breach of fiduciary duty and conversion. The certified letter was delivered on a Tuesday morning. By Tuesday afternoon, my phone was practically vibrating off the desk. Julian called first. "Dude, what the actual hell are you doing? You're going to sue Mom? Over Grandma's money? Are you out of your mind right now?" I didn't answer. I let it go to voicemail. He left 4 increasingly panicked messages. Chloe texted me a literal novel. The highlights included, "You are destroying this family permanently. Grandma Helen would be violently ashamed of you." And my absolute personal favorite, "This is exactly why nobody ever calls you. You're a greedy psychopath." As if the reason nobody called me was because I had the sheer audacity to want the $70,000 that was legally bequeathed to me. Then, Mom called. I let it ring 3 times, took a deep breath, and picked up because I desperately wanted to hear this. "Marcus Aaron, what is this disgusting letter?" Her voice was shaking violently. Not with sadness, not with guilt. With pure, unadulterated rage. She was furious that I'd found out, furious that I'd lawyered up, furious that her quiet, invisible middle child had finally grown a spine. "It's a demand letter, Mom. From my attorney. You know exactly what's in it. This is completely ridiculous. Your grandmother wanted that money to go to the family, and it went to the family. Julian was drowning. He was going to lose everything. I used the money where it was needed most. And there it was, the full, unprompted verbal confession, delivered as casually as if she were explaining why she borrowed my lawnmower. She blatantly admitted to using my inheritance to bail out Julian. She took the $70,000 that my grandmother specifically designated for me, and she handed it to her favorite child to cover his spectacular failures. And her twisted brain genuinely didn't see the legal or moral problem with it. Mom, that money was legally mine. The will explicitly said it was mine. You were legally bound to give it to me. Don't you dare lecture me about legality. I am your mother. And I am your son, I replied, my voice dropping to a whisper. Though I realize that title means completely different things depending on which son you're currently talking to. She went dead quiet. I could hear her ragged breathing through the speaker. Then she hissed, if you do this, Marcus, if you actually drag your own mother into a courtroom, you will never, ever be welcome in this family again. You will be dead to us. I let her pathetic threat hang in the air for a long moment. I let it settle deep into my bones. And then I said the words I'd been carrying around in my throat for 20 years. Mom. When was I ever welcome? I hung up the phone. Update 2. I won't pretend that hanging up didn't hurt. It did. Even when you know the absolute truth, even when you've processed it in therapy, even when your amazing partner is standing right next to you holding your hand, hearing your own mother formally confirm that your place in the family is entirely conditional, still lands like a physical punch to the gut. But I made a decision that night. I wasn't going to stop. I wasn't going to back down and settle this privately. Not just because of the $70,000, but because my grandmother put my specific name in that legal document for a reason. And I wasn't going to let my mother erase me anymore. Sarah and I met again to prepare the lawsuit. She had subpoenaed the bank records. It was a bloodbath. The brokerage account showed exactly when the disbursements were made. Julian's share was withdrawn 4 months after Helen died. Chloe's was withdrawn 5 months after. Mine was withdrawn at 5.5 months, right before the deadline, and deposited directly into my mother's personal checking account. From there, Sarah found undeniable records of 3 massive cashier's checks made out directly to Julian's commercial landlord and his predatory lenders. My money, illegally laundered through my mother's personal account, sent directly to cover my brother's failed sneaker boutique. Marcus, Sarah said, tapping the bank statements. This isn't just a winnable case. This is a slaughter. If this goes before a judge, you will win everything. The only question is whether you want to offer them a settlement to save time, or if you want to make a public statement in court. I thought about the $20 Amazon gift card on my 16th birthday. I thought about Mom scrolling on her phone during my college graduation. I thought about the 2 years of dead silence. I thought about the vicious Facebook post. I want to make a statement, I said. The petition was officially filed in the probate court. We requested a full accounting of the estate, the immediate removal of Brenda as executor, and full restitution of my $70,000 share, plus all of my legal fees. We also filed a separate civil claim for conversion. The court date was set for a gray, sleeting morning in late November. Sarah and I walked into the heavy oak doors of the courtroom. I was nervous, my heart hammering against my ribs, but my hands were steady. My mother was sitting at the respondent's table with a cheap lawyer she'd clearly hired at the absolute last minute. Julian was sitting in the gallery behind her, looking pale and sick. Chloe wasn't there. Aunt Clara was there, radiating intense disapproval from the second row like a space heater of judgment. The judge was a terrifyingly sharp woman named Honorable Patricia Harper. She looked like she had zero patience for family drama. Sarah presented our case methodically. She laid out the will, the brokerage statements, the exact dates of the withdrawals, the bank transfers, and the cashier's checks. Every single piece of evidence was presented like an unbeatable hand of cards. My mother's lawyer stuttered through a pathetic defense, arguing that Brenda had acted in good faith to save a family member from ruin and fully intended to reimburse my share eventually once Julian's business stabilized. Judge Harper literally stopped him mid-sentence. She looked down at my mother over her glasses. Mrs. Brenda, did you distribute the decedent's funds to your daughter and your elder son while deliberately withholding the exact $70,000 share legally designated for your younger son, Marcus? My mother hesitated, gripping the edge of the table. Her lawyer whispered frantically in her ear. Finally, she choked out, I used the money where it was desperately needed. Julian was in a major crisis. Judge Harper's expression turned to absolute stone. That was not the question I asked you, ma'am. The question was whether you withheld funds that were legally the property of your son, Marcus. Yes or no? Yes, my mother whispered. The gavel fell, both literally and figuratively. Judge Harper ruled entirely in my favor. She ordered full, immediate restitution of my $70,000 share, plus my legal fees which totaled just over $12,000. My mother was officially, permanently removed as the executor of the estate, and the court appointed a neutral third-party attorney to handle the remainder of the assets. Furthermore, Judge Harper stated on the public record that Brenda's conduct constituted a severe, intentional breach of fiduciary duty and illegal conversion of assets. When the final ruling was read, my mother didn't even look at me. She stared straight ahead at the wood paneling, her face completely drained of blood. Julian dropped his head into his hands and groaned audibly. Aunt Clara stormed out of the courtroom, muttering something under her breath. I walked out of that courthouse into the freezing Ohio air, and took the deepest, cleanest breath I'd taken in 33 years. Sarah shook my hand firmly and said, "You did the right thing, Marcus." Never doubt that. The aftermath played out over the next few weeks. My mother was forced to completely liquidate her own personal savings and take out a loan against her house to pay the $82,000 judgment to me and my lawyer. I hear through the family grapevine, mostly from Kevin, that she is absolutely furious. She tells anyone who will listen that I am a greedy monster, that I maliciously destroyed the family, that I chose money over my own mother's well-being. And you know what? I genuinely let her tell that story. Because the people who actually matter to me know the truth. And the people who blindly believe her toxic version of events are people whose opinions I stopped valuing a very long time ago. Julian is still massively in debt. The $70,000 mom stole for him only delayed the inevitable. He's still living in his childhood bedroom, and Kevin told me he recently got a job at a warehouse but quit after 3 weeks because the manager was disrespectful. Some things will truly never change. I haven't spoken a single word to Mom, Julian, or Chloe since the court date, and I never will again. They are permanently blocked on everything. My dad, Victor, came down to Cleveland for Thanksgiving this year. It's not a perfect relationship, and there is still a lot of damage to unpack, but he's genuinely trying. He sat at my dining room table with Maya's parents Arthur and Elaine, her brother David, and our dog Waffles begging for turkey scraps. The house was loud, chaotic, warm, and full of people who actually wanted to be there. I stood in my kitchen that night, looking out at the life I had built, and I thought about my mom's Facebook post, the one where she claimed money changes people. She was right about one thing. The money did change something. It changed my visibility. For 33 years, I was completely invisible to them. The absolute second I had an asset they wanted, I suddenly existed. But the joke is completely on them. Because by the time they finally bothered to look in my direction, I had already built an entire, beautiful life in the empty space where their love should have been. And I used the $70,000 I won back to pay off a huge chunk of my mortgage. My mother never did say she was proud of me. But standing in my beautiful home, with the woman I love, knowing I stood up for myself and won, I realized I finally stopped needing her to be. Top comments. User 1. She used the money where it was needed. The sheer audacity of this woman to steal $70K from her own child, and act like she was Robin Hood saving the day. I am so incredibly glad you didn't back down. Taking her to court was the only way to prove you weren't going to be her doormat anymore. Enjoy that beautiful house with Maya. User 2. A state lawyer here. Your attorney Sarah sounds like an absolute shark, and I love it. The fact that your mother left a crystal clear paper trail of cashier's checks directly to your brother's landlord is mind-blowing stupidity. She really thought she was invincible because she's mom. Getting her legally removed as executor and forcing her to pay your legal fees is the ultimate justice. User 3. As a fellow invisible middle child who was always passed over for the golden oldest, reading this was incredibly cathartic. The part where your sister asked if mom cried over you graduating college. Damn, that hit so hard. You built your success from the ground up while your brother had everything handed to him and still failed. You won, Marcus. You absolutely won. My mother demanded I give my sister $450,000 of my inheritance to even things out. I said no. So she sued me and accidentally exposed her golden child's fraud. My sister stood in the middle of my grandfather's living room, pointing at the walls he built with his bare hands, and told her wedding planner to tear them all down for a better reception flow. So I kicked them both off my property, revoked her invitation, and let her own greedy lawsuit expose her financial frauds to her fiancé, leaving her with absolutely nothing. I never thought money could instantly vaporize a family, but looking back, the rot was always there. It just took my grandfather's death to pull back the curtain. 6 months ago, my grandfather, Arthur Harrington, passed away. He was an absolute titan of a man. He built his commercial construction business from literally nothing but a rusted toolbox and an unrelenting work ethic. He was a man of calloused hands, smelling perpetually of fresh pine sawdust, strong black coffee, and old motor oil. He taught me everything I know about integrity, showing up on time, and doing the job right even when no one is watching. When I was just 15 years old, instead of letting me sleep in and play video games, he started dragging me out of bed at 5 a.m. to take me to his active job sites every single summer. He taught me the trade from the ground up, sweeping floors, carrying lumber, framing walls, and eventually managing crews. By the time I turned 18, I was working full-time for his company while grinding through community college business classes at night. I didn't have a traditional college experience. I had early mornings, sore muscles, and the quiet pride of building a life with my own 2 hands. My younger sister, Chloe, who is now 26, took an entirely different path. Our mother, Brenda, 55, always treated Chloe like a fragile piece of porcelain that needed to be protected from the harsh realities of the world. Chloe went to an outrageously expensive private university out of state. My parents took out massive loans to facilitate this, and Chloe decided to study art history. She spent her college summers backpacking through Europe with her wealthy sorority friends, finding herself in Parisian cafes and Italian vineyards. She visited Grandpa Arthur maybe twice a year, and miraculously, those visits always perfectly aligned with holidays, birthdays, or the start of a new semester when she needed a little financial boost. I am not judging her choices, or at least, I tried not to for a very long time. We were just fundamentally different people living in entirely different realities. The bomb dropped when Grandpa's will was formally read in his attorney's mahogany-lined office. Grandpa left me his lake house in Maine. Now, you need to understand, this isn't just a dilapidated fishing shack. It is a stunning, sprawling 4-bedroom, custom-built timber cabin sitting on 10 pristine acres of dense forest with exclusive, private deepwater lake access. It was his masterpiece, worth approximately $900,000 in the current market. To Chloe, he left $60,000 in liquid cash and his collection of vintage, restored watches that were appraised at roughly $35,000. The entire remainder of his substantial estate was systematically divided among various local charities and trade school scholarship funds he had supported throughout his life. The will included a sealed, handwritten letter explaining his precise reasoning. For me, he wrote page after page about our shared memories at that lake house. He wrote about teaching me to fish off the very dock we spent an entire summer rebuilding together when I was 16. He wrote about my first clumsy attempts at carpentry on the back porch. His exact words were, "I want this property to stay firmly in the hands of someone who understands its true, bleeding value beyond a dollar sign. A house is just wood and stone until you pour your sweat into it. Liam knows the sweat." For Chloe, his letter was much shorter but still kind. He mentioned being proud of her artistic passions and explicitly stated he hoped the $60,000 cash injection would help her finally establish her career and wipe out some of her debts. My mother, Brenda, went absolutely nuclear. She didn't just disagree, she launched a crusade. She started calling me 4, sometimes 5 times a day, her voice shrill and demanding, insisting that generational family wealth must inherently benefit all children equally, completely regardless of what the person who actually earned the money intended. She aggressively argued that Grandpa Arthur was a toxic, old-fashioned misogynist who played favorites simply because I am male and chose to work in the dirt and mud like him. She demanded, not asked, demanded that I immediately list the Maine lake house for sale and split the $900,000 proceeds right down the middle with Chloe. Here is where my initial guilt and conflict came in. I genuinely loved my sister. Despite our massive differences, we had always maintained a close, if superficial, relationship. Chloe herself hadn't directly screamed at me for the money yet, but she had started making extremely passive-aggressive, calculated comments. She'd sigh loudly at family dinners, mentioning how incredibly lucky I was, and how a massive cash windfall from the house could literally solve every single problem in her life. She is currently drowning in about $85,000 of combined student loans and high-interest credit card debt from her lifestyle. My mother then decided to weaponize the extended family. At a tense Sunday dinner, my aunt pointed her fork at me and called me a selfish, greedy opportunist. My uncle loudly proclaimed I was spitting on traditional family values. They created an echo chamber, all aggressively chanting that Grandpa would have wanted us to take care of each other, and that keeping the entire property made me a monster. But the absolute truth is, I don't want to sell it, period. Beyond the immense, crushing sentimental value, my wife Maya and I have been desperately trying to plan for our future. We want to start a family. We dream of our future children spending their humid July afternoons jumping off that exact same dock, just like I did. Currently, Maya and I live in a cramped, noisy, 2-bedroom apartment in New York City. This main property represents a future, a sanctuary, that we could never, ever afford to purchase on our own. My mother's latest shifting argument is that I already have a highly stable, lucrative career. I successfully run my own mid-sized commercial construction firm now. Meanwhile, Chloe is 26 and still struggling to find her true path. She works a meager 15 hours a week at a boutique art gallery and occasionally writes freelance blog posts that pay pennies. Brenda says it is my biological duty as the older, successful brother to even out the scales of the universe. I desperately tried to offer olive branches. I told Chloe she could use the lake house absolutely whenever she wanted for free vacations. I offered to personally pay for her flights up there. I told her she could have her future wedding on the property entirely free of charge. I even offered to dip into my own personal savings to help her aggressively tackle the high-interest portion of her credit card debt, but Brenda shut it down. She told me my offers were insulting crumbs. She formally demanded I either sell the property and give Chloe $450,000, or I personally take out a massive mortgage and buy Chloe out for $450,000 cash. Reddit, Aita for refusing to sell my grandfather's lake house, even though it undeniably created a massively unequal inheritance split between my sister and me. Edit to clarify some recurring questions in the comments. Yes, the will was absolutely, 100% properly executed with impartial witnesses and a high-end estate lawyer. Grandpa Arthur was thoroughly evaluated by his primary care physician and a geriatric specialist just 2 months before finalizing the will, specifically to prevent my mother from trying to challenge it. The deed to the house has already been legally, fully transferred into my name. I hold the title insurance. I am not worried about the legal mechanics, I am just mourning the total destruction of my family. Update 1. Posted 3 weeks later. Well, everything escalated with terrifying speed. First, thank you to every single person who responded to my original post. The overwhelming consensus was that I was NTA and that I needed to honor my grandfather's dying wishes without guilt. I felt deeply validated reading your comments, but a naive, stupid part of me was still desperately hoping to find a peaceful, loving resolution with my family. That hope was violently murdered this past weekend. Let me back up. After my original post, I sat down and had a very long, seemingly emotional FaceTime conversation with Chloe. She cried a little, admitted she was deeply hurt by the disparity of the will, but explicitly stated she understood Grandpa's reasoning. We virtually hugged it out. I reiterated every single one of my previous offers: free vacations, the wedding venue, helping with the debt, and I even added that when she was finally ready to buy a starter condo, I would personally gift her $10,000 toward her down payment. She seemed genuinely, profoundly grateful. I thought the war was over. My mother, however, strapped on her armor and doubled down. She created a toxic family group chat literally titled Fairness for Chloe. She spent her days flooding this chat with passive-aggressive psychology articles about how inheritance inequality breeds resentment and destroys sibling bonds. I quietly muted the chat for my own sanity, but my wife Maya would occasionally check it and show me the most deranged highlights. Brenda was methodically building a narrative that I was a manipulative, calculating sociopath who had spent years slowly poisoning a sick old man's mind against his own sweet granddaughter. Then, last Thursday, Chloe called me. She was practically vibrating with excitement. Her boyfriend of 3 years, Ethan, had finally proposed. I was genuinely thrilled for her. I immediately reminded her of my offer. The main lake house was completely hers to use for the wedding. She squealed with joy, thanking me profusely, and immediately started rambling about planning a rustic, elegant, lakeside summer wedding for next June. Fast forward to Sunday morning, Maya and I packed up our truck and drove the 5 hours up to the main lake house for a long weekend. The property desperately needed maintenance. Grandpa had been severely ill for the last 2 years of his life, and the harsh Maine winters had neglected the exterior. We pulled into the long, gravel driveway and immediately hit the brakes. There were 3 unfamiliar cars parked on my property. One was Chloe's SUV, one was Ethan's sedan, and the third was a massive, pristine white Sprinter van with pink cursive lettering on the side, Evergreen Elegance Wedding Planning. Feeling a knot of dread in my stomach, Maya and I walked through the front door. We found Chloe standing in the center of the main living room, gesturing wildly while showing a woman with a clipboard around my house like she was the sole proprietor. They were actively discussing knocking down walls. "If we just remove this entire load-bearing wall here," Chloe was saying, pointing to the exact wall Grandpa and I had spent 3 weeks framing and reinforcing, "it will really open up the flow for the cocktail hour. And obviously, this dated, ugly kitchen has to be completely gutted before the caterers can use it." The wedding planner was nodding enthusiastically, snapping photos on her iPad and taking laser measurements of my ceilings. I cleared my throat loudly. "What exactly is happening here?" Chloe spun around, beaming a completely fake, plastic smile. "Liam, perfect timing. I'm just getting a head start on planning the big day at our family lake house." Notice the pronoun, our. The wedding planner eagerly stepped forward, handing me a glossy business card. "You must be the brother. I am so incredibly excited to transform this hidden, outdated gem into a premier luxury venue for Chloe." I felt my blood pressure spike. I pulled Chloe roughly into the hallway, away from the planner. "Chloe, what the hell are you doing? I offered to let you host your wedding here. I didn't offer to let you demolish my house. This is my property, not a shared family asset." Chloe's fake smile vanished, replaced by an eye roll so hard I thought she'd sprained something. "Oh, come on, Liam, stop being so dramatic. We both know Mom is completely right. This place should legally belong to both of us. You owe me this. I'm just planning my wedding at my family's estate." That is the exact moment Maya tapped me on the shoulder and silently held up her phone. She was showing me Chloe's Instagram page. Chloe had posted a photo of the lake house 45 minutes prior. The caption read, "Can't wait to marry my soulmate at our family's sprawling historic lake property. Number lake house wedding, number, family estate number, generational wealth, number, blessed." I saw red. I turned to Chloe, my voice dangerously calm. Everyone needs to pack their things and leave my property right now. Chloe immediately burst into theatrical, heaving sobs. She started screaming that I was an abusive monster ruining her engagement joy, that I was being a controlling tyrant over a house I didn't even pay a single dime for. Ethan came rushing out of the kitchen, trying to play the mediator. He held his hands up, saying, "Whoa, guys, let's just all calm down and discuss these renovations like a family." The wedding planner, realizing she had walked into a radioactive family war zone, looked absolutely mortified. She gathered her equipment, mumbled an apology, and practically sprinted to her van. Chloe, sobbing hysterically, pulled out her phone and called Brenda. Our mother lives over an hour away from the lake house, but she somehow pulled into the driveway in 45 minutes. She must have been doing 90 down the interstate. Brenda threw the front door open, marching in like a conquering general. She didn't even look at Maya. She immediately cornered me and started viciously berating me for emotionally traumatizing Chloe on what was supposed to be the most magical planning day of her life. The argument that followed was the ugliest thing I have ever experienced. Brenda screamed that Grandpa Arthur's brain was rotting from dementia when he wrote the will. Chloe shrieked that I had systematically isolated and manipulated a vulnerable, dying old man just to steal her half of the money. Brenda threatened to hire a pitbull lawyer and contest the will to drag me through the mud. Chloe dropped to the floor, sobbing that I was maliciously stealing her dream wedding venue just to watch her suffer. But the absolute breaking point the moment the bridge burned forever was when my mother pointed a manicured finger at my wife. "And you?" Brenda spat at Maya. "You're nothing but a pathetic little gold digger who finally hit the jackpot, manipulating my son into stealing from his own flesh and blood." I lost my mind. Maya grew up bouncing between abusive foster homes. She worked 3 grueling, back-breaking jobs simultaneously just to put herself through nursing school. She has never asked me for a single penny. In fact, when we got engaged, Maya Times was the one who insisted we sign a strict prenuptial agreement just to completely prove to my family that she wasn't marrying me for my business assets. I stepped between my mother and my wife, pointing at the open front door. "Get out. Get off my property right now, or I am calling the county sheriff and having you all arrested and charged with criminal trespassing." Chloe screamed that I couldn't legally ban her from her own rightful inheritance. Brenda told me, her voice dripping with venom, that I was dead to her unless I immediately signed over half the deed. They finally left, tires spinning angrily in the gravel. But not before Chloe sat in the passenger seat of Ethan's car and recorded a tearful, devastated video for Facebook. She cried into the camera about how her cruel, greedy millionaire brother was aggressively gatekeeping the family estate and actively trying to ruin her wedding out of pure spite. By the time the sun went down, the post had gone completely viral within our extended family network. My phone practically melted from the notifications. I received dozens of furious text messages from aunts, uncles, and cousins calling me heartless, a sociopath, and a disgrace to Grandpa Arthur's legacy. Maya and I spent the rest of the weekend in absolute, heavy silence. We patched the rotting wood on the dock, the rhythmic sound of the hammer the only thing keeping me sane. Later that night, I found myself standing in the living room, staring at a framed photo of Grandpa Arthur, quietly apologizing to him for the disgusting circus his beautiful sanctuary had become. I have officially, in writing, revoked my offer to host Chloe's wedding. I called a local security firm and spent $2,000 having high-end, motion sensor security cameras installed around the entire perimeter. I completely changed all the heavy deadbolt locks, because I discovered Chloe had secretly made unauthorized copies of the spare key years ago. My best friend, who is a corporate attorney, told me to start a physical binder and document every single interaction, text, and threat, because people like this always escalate. The Fairness for Chloe group chat has become a war room. Cousins I haven't spoken to in a decade are writing paragraphs about my lack of morality. However, my dad, who divorced Brenda 10 years ago specifically because of her toxic, narcissistic behavior, sent me a private text. It read, "I am so damn proud of you for standing your ground, son. Arthur would be too. Don't give them an inch." That text broke me. I sat on the floor of the bedroom and sobbed. I love my sister, but the person who stood in my living room demanding to tear down my grandfather's walls is a stranger. My mother has always been controlling, but this level of psychotic manipulation is entirely new territory. I am starting to realize I never actually knew the people I grew up with. Update 2, posted 2 months later. I genuinely never thought I would be back on this forum with another update. I thought the worst was behind me. I was wrong. The situation has mutated into a nightmare beyond anything my brain could have possibly comprehended. Grab a drink, because this is going to be a very long, very dark ride. Following the overwhelming advice from Reddit and my attorney friend, I went extremely low contact with Brenda and Chloe. I didn't block their numbers. I needed to monitor their crazy, but I heavily restricted their access to all my social media and only responded to logistical emergencies. For about 3 blissful weeks, the silence was golden. I should have known the silence meant they were plotting. It started innocently enough with a thick, certified letter arriving at my office. It wasn't a lawsuit yet. It was a formal, aggressive legal request for binding mediation to resolve the unfair and fraudulent distribution of the Harrington estate. The letter, drafted by some strip mall lawyer they found, outlined a completely fabricated narrative. It claimed my grandfather was heavily medicated, suffering from severe cognitive decline, and that I exerted undue, coercive influence over him. It demanded equal treatment for the grandchildren. I immediately forwarded the letter to the powerhouse estate attorney who originally handled Grandpa's will. He called me 10 minutes later. He actually laughed out loud on the phone. He told me it was the most pathetic, legally baseless fishing expedition he had seen in his 30-year career. He then proudly laid out the armor Grandpa had built for me. Grandpa's file didn't just have a will. It contained a comprehensive, psychiatric medical evaluation conducted by an independent specialist exactly 48 hours before the will was signed, definitively legally confirming his total mental competency. It contained a high-definition video recording of Grandpa sitting in the office, looking straight into the camera, calmly and rationally explaining exactly why he was leaving the lake house to me and the cash to Chloe. It contained signed, sworn affidavits from 2 independent witnesses, his primary doctor, and his CPA, all confirming zero undue influence. My lawyer told me Brenda and Chloe were just rattling sabers, desperately hoping I would be terrified of public family drama and just hand over a massive settlement check to make them go away. He was right about the motive, but wrong about how far they would go. 2 days after I ignored the mediation letter, Chloe physically ambushed me at my commercial construction office. She showed up with Ethan and a brand new, sleazy-looking lawyer. But it was Chloe's appearance that shocked me. She was wearing what I can only describe as a meticulously crafted sympathy costume. My sister, who refuses to check the mail without full contour makeup and designer clothes, showed up wearing no makeup, her hair deliberately messy and unwashed. Wearing an oversized, wrinkled, faded sweater. She looked like she was auditioning for a Sarah McLachlan commercial. Her new lawyer handed me a thick, bound document. They weren't just asking for half the lake house value anymore. They had completely lost their minds. The document was an itemized list of psychotic demands. 1. 50% of the newly appraised lake house value, $450,000. 2. Emotional distress damages for being forcibly excluded from the family property, $100,000. 3. Reimbursement for her suddenly ruined wedding venue deposits and emergency venue changes, $60,000. 4. Total coverage of Chloe's massive student loan debt, claiming I only avoided debt because I got the unfair educational advantage of working for Grandpa, $85,000. Total demand, $695,000. I stared at the paper. I looked at the lawyer. I looked at Chloe's fake, tragic face, and I burst out laughing. I couldn't stop. It was so absurd it became comedy. This was apparently the wrong response. Chloe immediately started hyperventilating, bursting into loud, theatrical wails about how I was a sadist who enjoyed watching her starve. Ethan wrapped his arms around her, shooting me a glare of pure unadulterated hatred. The lawyer leaned forward and used his slimy voice. Mr. Harrington, this is an incredibly generous compromise offer to avoid a very long, very messy, very public trial that will destroy your business reputation. I stopped laughing. I stood up, opened my office door, and said, "Get out of my building before I have you all trespassed." Chloe's hyperventilating tears miraculously vanished in less than a second. Her face hardened into a mask of pure malice. She walked past me and hissed directly into my ear, "You are going to deeply regret this, Liam. Mom was right. You're a monster." The mask had fully slipped. That evening, I discovered exactly what her revenge looked like. Chloe had launched a GoFundMe campaign titled, "Help Me Fight for My Dying Grandfather's Stolen Legacy." The campaign description was an absolute masterclass in sociopathic manipulation. I have it memorized. It read, "My name is Chloe Harrington, and I am shattered to share my nightmare. When my beloved, ailing grandfather passed away, my family made a horrifying discovery. In his final, confused months, he supposedly left our family's historic, generational lake house worth nearly $1 million solely to my older brother. This was a devastating shock, as Grandpa always promised the estate would be a shared sanctuary for our future children. I firmly believe my grandfather was heavily pressured and manipulated in his final, vulnerable days. My brother, who controlled Grandpa's business, isolated him while I was away at college pursuing the education Grandpa always dreamed I would get. Now, I am drowning in crippling student debt, facing the cancellation of my wedding, while my brother hoards $1 million luxury estate. All I desperately want is fairness. I want to buy a modest home, pay off my education, and honor what I know in my soul were my grandfather's true dying wishes. Please help me raise funds for the legal fees to fight this elder abuse and secure justice for my family." She set the legal fee goal at $60,000. Within 48 hours, she had raised over $9,000. It was mostly from distant extended family members, old high school friends, and community members who only knew her manufactured, tearful side of the story. The comments on the donation page made me physically sick. Liam should be locked in a cage. Greedy, toxic men always try to violently push women out of generational wealth. Elder abuse is a horrific crime. I hope you put him in prison, Chloe. Your poor grandpa would be weeping in heaven seeing what his son did. Against my lawyer's strict advice, the sheer injustice of it made me snap. I created an account and posted a single, highly detailed comment on the GoFundMe. Fact 1. The will is legally ironclad and supported by independent psychiatric medical evaluations proving full competency. Fact 2. Chloe received $60,000 in liquid cash and $35,000 in vintage valuables. Fact 3. I offered Chloe free, unlimited use of the house and offered to pay for her wedding. Fact 4. The inheritance differences reflect the fact that I spent 10 years physically working for his company, while Chloe visited twice a year. Stop scamming people. My comment was deleted by the campaign organizer, Chloe, in exactly 4 minutes, and she instantly blocked my IP address from commenting again. Then came the coordinated social media carpet bombing. Chloe started posting highly edited, nostalgic throwback photos of her sitting on Grandpa's lap when she was 6 years old, with captions like, "I miss your light every single day, Papa. I promise I won't let him destroy what you built." Noticeably, she couldn't post any photos from the last 10 years, because she was literally never around to take any. Brenda mobilized her army of bored, middle-aged suburban friends. She started posting massive Facebook essays about the patriarchal sickness of inheritance inequality and how families protect male abusers. She created a hashtag, #NumberJusticeForChloe. Local mommy bloggers and micro-influencers started sharing it. Then, a regional online news outlet actually picked up the story. The headline read, "Local woman fights for fair inheritance after grandfather mysteriously leaves $1 million estate to brother." The journalist had only interviewed Chloe and Brenda. When I frantically called the publication to provide the medical records and the actual truth, the editor coldly told me they were focusing on the human interest narrative of women fighting systemic inheritance disenfranchisement. They completely omitted the fact that Chloe had inherited $95,000 in cash and assets. The real-world pressure became suffocating. My commercial construction company's Google and Yelp pages were suddenly review-bombed with hundreds of fake one-star reviews calling me a thief, a misogynist, and an elder abuser. But the line they crossed that meant total war was when they targeted Maya. Maya works as a pediatric nurse at a massive city hospital. Last Wednesday, someone we suspect Brenda walked into the hospital and left 50 printed flyers of Chloe's GoFundMe page scattered across the nurses' break room tables, the cafeteria, and taped to bathroom mirrors. Scrawled across the top in thick red marker were the words, "Is this the monster your coworker Maya is married to?" Maya called me from a supply closet, sobbing. Several of her coworkers had started treating her with cold suspicion. One senior nurse actually pulled her aside and asked, completely seriously, if Maya felt guilty wearing scrubs while living off stolen elder money. That Friday, desperately needing an escape from the psychological torture, Maya and I drove up to the main lake house. As we turned onto the dirt road leading to our driveway, my headlights illuminated something that made my blood freeze. Stabbed deep into the front lawn was a massive, "Professional Real Estate for Sale" sign. I slammed the truck into park and sprinted toward the house. There was a strange SUV in the driveway. I unlocked the front door to find a local real estate agent standing in my kitchen, showing the property to a wealthy-looking older couple. "What the hell are you doing in my house?" I roared. The agent looked terrified. "Excuse me? I'm showing the property." The owner, Chloe Harrington, signed an agreement with my brokerage yesterday to aggressively fast-track the sale. Chloe had forged my grandfather's old stationery, pretended the house was still in probate, and authorized a listing. I had to pull up the county tax records on my phone, show my physical ID, and explicitly threaten the agent with a lawsuit for breaking and entering before they finally scrambled out the door. That night, Maya and I sat on the edge of the wooden dock, our feet dangling over the black water. I was shaking with pure, unadulterated rage. I realized I couldn't just defend myself anymore. I had to utterly destroy their narrative. I went up to the attic to search for old property blueprints. Instead, I found a dusty, heavy cardboard box tucked behind the insulation. Inside were Grandpa Arthur's journals. He had kept meticulous, daily diaries for 40 years. I sat on the floor with a flashlight and began reading. The entries regarding Chloe weren't just sad, they were a damning, chronological record of her lifelong selfishness. I digitized every single page. The 14th of August 2018, Chloe's 21st birthday today. Sent her a card and a $1,000 check. She cashed it by 2 p.m. No phone call to say thank you. Beginning to think she only sees me as an ATM. The 4th of July 2020, invited Chloe up to the lake for the weekend. Told her I wasn't feeling well and would love the company. She texted saying she was too busy with summer classes. An hour later, Liam showed me her Instagram. She's at a massive beach house party in the Hamptons drinking champagne. My heart hurts. The 12th of October 2021, Chloe called crying. Said she couldn't afford her textbooks and might fail. Wire transferred her $800. 2 days later, Brenda bragged to me that Chloe just bought a new $1,200 Prada bag. I am done enabling this. To the 3rd of March 2023, 2 months before he died. Met with the estate lawyer today. Finalized the will. The lawyer asked if I was sure about limiting Chloe to cash. I am. She doesn't love the lake house. She loves what she can sell it for. The lake must go to someone who sees it as a home, not a bank account. Liam has earned this 10 times over. That final entry was dated during the exact window Brenda publicly claimed he was suffering from extreme dementia. I am meeting with my ruthless new litigation attorney tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. I am completely done trying to preserve a relationship with vampires who only see dollar signs where memories should be. Grandpa didn't just leave me a piece of real estate. He left me a sanctuary, a reminder of what actual, unconditional family looks like. Brenda and Chloe made their choice. They chose greed over family, lies over truth, and manipulation over love. I will update this post one last time after the legal nuclear bomb drops. Final update, posted 4 months after the last. This will be my absolute final update. I have hesitated for weeks to write this because hitting post means fully accepting that the family I grew up with is permanently, irreparably dead. But I owe closure to the thousands of you who followed this nightmare. And honestly, I need to write this to purge the last of the poison from my system. The day after my last post, my litigation attorney and I went on the offensive. We drafted a massive, terrifyingly comprehensive cease and desist letter and had it served simultaneously to both Chloe and Brenda via process servers at their respective homes. The legal document exhaustively detailed their crimes. 1. Severe defamation of character. 2. Tortious interference with my business, the fake reviews. 3. Wire fraud. The GoFundMe campaign, built on verifiable lies. 4. Attempted real estate fraud, the fake listing. 5. Intentional infliction of emotional distress, the hospital harassment of Maya. We demanded the absolute, immediate cessation of all defamatory social media posts, a complete takedown of the GoFundMe with mandatory refunds issued to every single donor, a public written retraction of their false claims, and zero further contact with my wife or me outside of formal legal channels. Chloe's response came exactly 48 hours later. She didn't hire a lawyer. She didn't back down. Instead, she set up her ring light, sat on the floor of her expensive apartment surrounded by crumpled tissues, and went live on Facebook. She sobbed hysterically to her thousands of viewers about how her abusive, millionaire, corporate contractor brother was now using his massive wealth to legally terrorize and silence her. She literally compared herself to David fighting Goliath. She claimed I was weaponizing the legal system to oppress a struggling artist. The live video exploded. It went viral across our entire state. The hashtag #StandWithChloe trended locally. Local news stations ran B-roll footage of my construction company's logo while talking about corporate bullying. The actual truth didn't matter to the public anymore. The tragic, underdog narrative was too juicy to ignore. What Chloe, in her infinite narcissism, failed to realize was that by taking the fight completely public and continuing to defame me after a legal warning, she made every single piece of private evidence fair game. My lawyer had explicitly warned them. They called our bluff. We didn't bluff. Within 24 hours, my attorney and I launched a beautifully designed, SEO-optimized public website titled, thetruthabouttheharringtonestate.com. We didn't use hyperbole. We just posted raw, undeniable data. We posted the full, unredacted will, including Grandpa's deeply emotional letter. We posted the certified medical competency evaluation signed by 2 doctors. We embedded the high-definition video of Grandpa Arthur calmly and articulately explaining exactly why Chloe was only getting cash because she treats family like a bank. We posted high-res scans of Grandpa's private journals, highlighting the exact dates Chloe lied to him to extract money while partying. We posted the official probate accounting showing Chloe had already received $95,000 in liquid assets. We posted a brutal side-by-side collage. Screenshots of Chloe's GoFundMe claiming she was starving and drowning in debt, placed right next to screenshots from her public Instagram showing her buying designer bags, eating at Michelin star restaurants, and taking luxury vacations during that exact same time frame. We posted the undeniable proof from the financial discovery process that 40% of her crippling student loan debt was actually just maxed out credit cards from high-end retail shopping sprees. But the absolute kill shot, the piece of evidence that ended her entire life, was a series of text messages we legally obtained via subpoena during the initial discovery phase of her threatened lawsuit. It was a text thread between Chloe and her best friend, sent the night after she ambushed my office. Chloe wrote, "Once I get Liam to legally crack under the public pressure, I'm buying that penthouse condo in Back Bay. Mom says if we just keep making his wife's life a living hell at the hospital, he'll pay us the $700K just to make it go away. Her friend replied, "Is the GoFundMe actually working?" Chloe responded, "It's genius, I've already pulled in $12K from these gullible idiots. Even if we don't win the legal lawsuit, I'll have enough cash for a new Mercedes down payment. These morons actually believe I gave ASH times to about the old man or that dusty, mosquito-infested lake house." We blasted the link to the website to every single family member, every donor on the GoFundMe, every local news outlet, and every person who had left a fake review on my business page. The backlash was apocalyptic. The GoFundMe trust and safety team immediately launched a fraud investigation, permanently banned Chloe's IP address, and forcibly refunded over $18,000 to the donors. Several extended family members who had donated called me, weeping and apologizing, saying they had been completely blinded by her manipulative tears. But Brenda, completely divorced from reality, doubled down. She officially filed the lawsuit contesting the will, citing undue influence and lack of testamentary capacity. She hired an outrageously expensive, aggressive trial lawyer on contingency, completely convinced her maternal outrage would sway a judge. The probate trial happened last month. It lasted exactly 3 days. Brenda's lawyer stood up and tried to paint me as a calculating, sociopathic mastermind who had imprisoned a dying man in his own home. They actually paid a medical expert psychologist who had literally never met or examined my grandfather to testify about theoretical, invisible cognitive decline. They put Chloe on the stand to weep about being a loving granddaughter denied her birthright. Our defense was a surgical strike of pure facts. Grandpa's actual, treating physician testified under oath about his razor-sharp mental acuity. His CPA testified about how Grandpa thoroughly analyzed the tax implications of the will. And then, we played the video of Grandpa Arthur in the courtroom. The entire courtroom sat in dead silence as my grandfather's booming, steady voice echoed off the walls. "I am leaving the main property to Liam because he is the only one who understands what I built there. It is not about the money, it is about the wood, the sweat, the memories, the traditions. Chloe is a lovely girl, but she only sees things through the lens of dollar signs. The cash will serve her lifestyle better. I pray she uses it wisely." The judge, an older, no-nonsense woman, looked absolutely disgusted with my mother and sister. Her ruling from the bench was swift and merciless. Not only did she formally uphold the will in its entirety, completely dismissing their claims with prejudice, but she invoked a rare legal sanction. She ordered Brenda and Chloe to pay 100% of my exorbitant legal fees, stating on the record that their lawsuit was a frivolous, cynical, and malicious attempt to override the crystal-clear wishes of the deceased for pure financial gain. The aftermath of the gavel dropping was absolute carnage. Brenda sent me one final, venomous email. It read, "You may have won a piece of paper legally, but you have destroyed your family. I hope that rotting wooden house was worth losing your mother and sister forever. You are dead to me. Do not ever contact us again." Chloe, incapable of self-reflection, posted a final Instagram story featuring a selfie of her looking stoic. The caption, "Sometimes you have to learn the hard way who people truly are when money is involved. Cutting out toxic, abusive family members and stepping into my healing era." The sheer, blinding irony was almost physically painful. But here is where the story takes its final, most devastating turn. About 2 weeks after the trial ended, I received an unexpected phone call from Ethan, Chloe's fiancé. His voice sounded hollow, like a ghost. He asked to meet me privately for a beer at a dive bar across town. When I sat down, he looked at me with bloodshot eyes and said, "I ended the engagement. I moved out." I was stunned. "What happened?" Ethan took a long pull of his beer. "I couldn't marry a sociopath, Liam. When she was crying in your office that day, hyperventilating, and sobbing, I found out she had spent an hour practicing that exact crying routine in our bathroom mirror that morning. The whole thing was a calculated performance. The website you put up. The text to her friend. I thought I knew the woman I was sleeping next to. But the person I watched during this lawsuit wasn't a human being, it was a shark." He then revealed the most pathetic detail of all. Chloe had already completely blown through her entire legitimate inheritance. The $60,000 cash? Gone. In less than 6 months. She used it to lease a $90,000 luxury Range Rover she couldn't afford, bought a closet full of designer clothes, and booked a 3-week spiritual healing retreat in Bali that cost $15,000. The $35,000 vintage watch collection? She was too lazy to get them properly appraised by a horologist, so she pawned them to a strip mall jeweler for less than $12,000 to pay off a single credit card. She kept telling me, "Once we finally get Liam's lake house money, we can buy the perfect life," Ethan said, shaking his head. "But I finally realized, even if you gave her $1 million, it would be gone in a year. There would always be another thing she deserved. Another person who owed her something." Just last week, my office received a certified letter forwarded from Chloe's last known apartment address. It was from an aggressive debt collection agency. Chloe had recently applied for a massive personal loan and listed me as a business partner and guarantor, claiming we had joint commercial ventures. The debt collector was demanding information on my assets. I had my lawyer immediately fire off a cease and desist and flag her for identity fraud. Through the family grapevine, I've learned that Chloe was formally evicted from her luxury apartment because she couldn't make rent without Ethan's income. She is currently living in Brenda's guest bedroom. She is actively telling anyone who will listen that she is writing a memoir about inheritance trauma and narcissistic sibling abuse. She has also started a brand new GoFundMe to fund her independent art therapy practice. She possesses absolutely zero medical or therapeutic certifications. She is also allegedly engaged again, this time to a guy she met at a bar 3 months ago who truly understands her spiritual struggle. Brenda has spent the last month trying to convince the remaining extended family that I am a monster who illegally forged the medical documents to steal from a helpless woman. Some of the older, gullible relatives believe her. Most of them saw the website and have blocked her number. I have completely stopped caring. The poison is out of my life. This past weekend, Maya and I drove up to the lake house. We didn't have to look over our shoulders. We didn't have to check the security cameras, we just existed. We have officially finished all the necessary repairs. The dock is completely rebuilt with fresh, treated cedar. The kitchen has been beautifully updated but properly, maintaining the rustic, historic charm that Grandpa Arthur loved, not the sterile, modern monstrosity Chloe's wedding planner had aggressively envisioned. And as we sat on the end of the dock, watching the orange sun dip below the pristine tree line, Maya leaned her head on my shoulder and told me she is officially 12 weeks pregnant. We are having a little boy. We are going to name him Arthur. As I sat there, listening to the water lap against the wood, I thought about what this horrific, agonizing experience has fundamentally taught me. 1. People will immediately show you exactly who they are the second a dollar sign is introduced. The prospect of unearned wealth didn't change Chloe and Brenda, it simply removed their masks and exposed the rotting entitlement underneath. 2. Family is absolutely not defined by shared genetics. My real family is Maya. My real family is my unborn son, Arthur. My real family is my dad, who stood by my side when the world called me a villain. And my real family is the memory of a grandfather who saw me more clearly than I saw myself. 3. You must fiercely honor the explicit wishes of those who have passed. Grandpa Arthur knew exactly what he was doing. He saw the greed I was too willfully blind to acknowledge. He gave me the armor to survive it. 4. Document every single thing. The journals, the medical records, the video, the text messages. They were the only things that saved my reputation, my business, and my sanity from a coordinated smear campaign that almost successfully rewrote reality. 5. Sometimes, brutally losing your biological family is the only way to gain your actual freedom. I spent a long time mourning the mother and sister I thought I had, until I finally realized I was mourning an illusion. To anyone out there who is currently facing a similar nightmare, stand your ground. Do not let toxic emotional manipulation or the threat of ruining the family override legal documents and the dying wishes of someone who loved you. A person who truly, genuinely loves you will never try to aggressively steal what was freely given to you by someone else. Grandpa's lake house is infinitely more than a piece of taxable real estate. It is a physical testament to a man who valued deep character over shared blood, relentless effort over lazy entitlement, and hard truth over comfortable manipulation. Every single time I cast a fishing line off the end of this cedar dock that we built together, I look up at the sky and thank him. I thank him for seeing the truth when I couldn't. Brenda and Chloe made their beds. They chose the absolute worst parts of human nature, greed, lies, and theft. Now they have to live in the miserable, broke, lonely reality they created for themselves. I have chosen peace. I have chosen truth. And I am choosing to carry forward the legacy of a man who understood that family isn't about blindly splitting everything 50/50. It's about giving what is right to those who have actually earned it through love, time, and genuine connection. This lake house is no longer just my inheritance. My true inheritance is the absolute, unshakable knowledge that I stood up for what was right, even when it cost me every single person I thought I loved. Thank you, Reddit, for giving me the strength to fight when my own family tried to break me. I won't be updating this account ever again. It is finally time to stop looking in the rearview mirror and start building the beautiful, quiet future Grandpa Arthur envisioned when he handed me those keys. To Grandpa, I kept my promise, old man. The lake house remains with someone who sees its true, bleeding value. Your legacy lives on, not just in the timber and stone, but in the harsh lessons you taught me and the man you forced me to become. Until we meet again at that great, quiet lake in the sky, tight lines and following seas. Top comments. User 1. This is the most satisfying conclusion I have ever read on this site. Your sister is a textbook, purebred narcissist. The fact that she literally times practiced crying in the mirror times before trying to extort $700K from you is chilling. And your mom is the ultimate enabler who created that monster. NTA. Enjoy that beautiful lake house with baby Arthur. User 2. S. Estate attorney here. The judge making them pay 100% of your legal fees is the ultimate legal smackdown. We call that the find out phase of F times CK around and find out. It requires the judge to find their lawsuit maliciously frivolous. Your grandfather was a genius for doing the medical evaluation and the video recording. He knew exactly what his daughter and granddaughter were capable of. User 3. She pawned the $35,000 vintage watches for $12,000 to pay off a credit card. My soul physically left my body reading that. She had absolutely no respect for history, craftsmanship, or her grandfather. She just wanted fast cash to fuel her fake Instagram life. Ethan dodging that bullet is the second biggest victory in this story. Congratulations on the baby boy. You owe this family. My dad demanded after freezing my bank accounts. I stayed quiet until court, then let grandma's secret will do the rest. My parents broke into my home and sued me for $110,000, claiming I stole my brother's inheritance to fund my business. So I stood up in court, handed the judge his Vegas receipts, and watched my family lose absolutely everything. When I was 16, I made a silent, unbreakable promise to myself. I would never rely on anyone to save me, not my parents, not my teachers, not some magical opportunity that might fall from the sky. Just me. That single promise shaped every solitary decision I made for the rest of my life. If you asked my parents back then, I was just the quiet, antisocial one. The weird kid who always had his face illuminated by the harsh blue light of a cheap, secondhand laptop. The one who supposedly didn't understand how the real world worked. Meanwhile, my older brother, Derek, walked around our house like he was born wearing a crown. Every single birthday felt like a royal coronation. Every family dinner was a theatrical performance of his supposed brilliance, his athletic prowess, his endless potential. And my parents? They always clapped the loudest, completely blind to the reality of who he actually was. I'm 26 now, but this nightmare truly began a few years back when I was turning 23. By that point, I had completely paid off my student loans. Yes, every single cent of them. I had bought my first home in cash, nothing flashy or extravagant, just a quiet, modest 3-bedroom place in the Chicago suburbs. I had grown my digital marketing and SaaS agency into something I was profoundly proud of. I was pulling in strong 6 figures in revenue, managing a dedicated team of freelance developers, and enjoying the kind of absolute financial freedom that most people my age could only dream about. I wasn't flashy about it. I didn't post pictures of my car on Instagram or brag on Facebook. I just kept my head down, drank my black coffee, and worked. I knew deep in my bones that if I ever stopped to publicly celebrate my success, someone in my family would try to sink their claws into it. Turns out, my paranoia was entirely justified. Growing up, my dad, Arthur, was a regional manager for a mid-sized logistics company. He wore his middle management title like a medal of honor, demanding respect from everyone he encountered. My mom, Helen, floated aimlessly between part-time administrative jobs and her true full-time career, being the ultimate enabler of Derek's delusions of grandeur. Derek is 2 years older than me and has always been the undisputed golden child. My parents used to joke that Derek came out of the womb with a winning smile and a corporate sponsorship. It absolutely did not matter that he failed basic college courses, completely totaled 2 different cars before he was 20, or once maxed out my dad's emergency credit card on a wild spring break trip to Cabo that he explicitly wasn't allowed to go on. Every single time, my parents found a miraculous way to brush it off. He's just finding his path. My mom would coo. He's meant for great things, he just has a lot of creative energy. My dad would echo. And me? I was the ultimate backup plan. The invisible sibling whose only purpose was to not cause trouble while they poured all their resources into Derek. I vividly remember one specific Thanksgiving dinner not long before all hell broke loose. We were sitting at my parents' house. The turkey was dry and half-carved, and my mom was already a glass and a half deep into her cheap boxed wine. Derek had just slunk back from Austin, Texas, after trying out some ridiculous AI-driven crypto startup idea that ended predictably, with him crashing on a stranger's couch, entirely broke, and begging for a plane ticket home. My parents welcomed him back like a conquering war hero returning from a grueling campaign. At the dinner table, my dad proudly raised his glass. To new beginnings, he boomed, looking directly into Derek's eyes with absolute adoration. We know your next chapter is going to be the biggest one yet. Derek smirked, ran a hand through his hair, and clinked his glass against my dad's. I sat there and said absolutely nothing. No one toasted me when I bought my house in cash. No one even mentioned it. They all knew about it. I had explicitly told them months earlier, sent them photos of the front porch, and even offered to host Thanksgiving this year. I never got a single response to those texts. But Derek moves back into his childhood bedroom with 3 duffel bags, a mountain of credit card debt, and collection agencies calling his cell phone hourly, and suddenly he is the majestic phoenix rising from the ashes. I truly tried not to let it get to me. I had spent years meticulously building my business, learning the agonizing intricacies of SEO, client acquisition, server hosting, and late-night coding. Every missed college party, every lonely weekend, every tiny incremental win, I quietly celebrated entirely alone in my home office. I naively thought that maybe, just maybe, verifiable financial success would finally be enough to earn a shred of their respect. But I should have known better. In our family, actual effort didn't matter. Tangible results didn't matter. The only things that mattered were image, charm, and drama. And Derek had a monopoly on all three. A week after that agonizing Thanksgiving, my mom called me. Her tone was incredibly weird, tight, clipped, heavily rehearsed. She asked if I could come over to the house to have a family discussion. I immediately assumed it had something to do with Derek. Maybe they wanted me to help him format his resume, or maybe they needed me to pretend to be a professional reference for a job application. I was incredibly used to being the quiet, behind-the-scenes fixer, the ghost who cleaned up Derek's messes. But the moment I pulled into their driveway and walked through the front door, the air felt suffocatingly heavy. Something was catastrophically off. My dad was sitting rigidly in his faux leather recliner, his arms tightly crossed across his chest, the television completely muted. Derek was aggressively lounging on the sofa, wearing expensive designer sweatpants that I knew he couldn't afford, looking incredibly smug. It was the exact look of a kid who was in on a vicious inside joke. My mom had that terrifying, overly bright nervous smile she always plastered on her face right before she said something she knew would deeply upset me. She gestured toward the dining room table. "Leo, honey, why don't we sit down?" I remember exactly how slowly I moved. The silence in the room was deafening. I sat down in the wooden chair. My mom took a deep, theatrical breath, and then she finally said it. "We were hoping you could help your brother with a little investment." That word hung in the stale air like a toxic gas. Investment, as if I was some naive angel investor they could manipulate into bailing out their sinking, leaky ship. I blinked, trying to process the audacity. "What exactly do you mean by an investment?" Derek immediately leaned forward, his eyes shining with unearned confidence. "I've got this massive idea, Leo. It's a SaaS platform that aggregates AI tools for college students. A subscription model. Low overhead. Insanely high margins. I just need the seed capital to get the beta launched." I stared at him, then slowly turned my gaze to my parents. "And you expect me to fund this?" My dad loudly cleared his throat, puffing out his chest. "Not fund it entirely, Leo. Just help him get the foundation built. You've had a very good run lately. You've done quite well for yourself with your little computer projects. It's time to pay it forward to the family. Pay it forward." The phrase made my blood boil. They said it as if I had been randomly handed a winning lottery ticket. As if my 3 a.m. server crashes, my endless 14-hour workdays, my ramen-fueled grind through my early 20s meant absolutely nothing because I hadn't done it the traditional way. "I'm sorry," I said, keeping my voice dangerously level, "but I am absolutely not in a financial position to just throw thousands of dollars at a vague, unproven concept with zero business plan." Derek dramatically rolled his eyes, throwing his hands up. "It's not vague. I've got major contacts in Austin. I know people in the industry, Leo. You've been back in this house for 2 weeks," I shot back instantly. "Living in your childhood bedroom. You don't have a business plan, you have a pipe dream." That was a massive mistake. I physically saw the exact moment my mom's face hardened from a nervous smile into a mask of pure resentment. My dad leaned forward, his face flushing red. My mom slammed her hand flat against the table. "Leo Arthur, we are simply asking you to help your own brother. Family supports each other. I have supported myself since the day I turned 18, I said, abruptly standing up, my chair scraping loudly against the hardwood floor. "That is exactly how I was taught to survive, right? You never gave me a dime." They sat there in stunned silence. They didn't have an answer. I turned my back on them and walked out the front door. As I drove home, my hands were shaking on the steering wheel. I genuinely thought that would be the end of it. I figured they would try to guilt-trip me for a few weeks, send a barrage of passive-aggressive text messages, complain about me to the extended family, and then eventually move on to their next victim. That is how the cycle had always gone, but I had absolutely no idea how utterly desperate their financial situation actually was. I didn't know the terrifying lengths my own flesh and blood were willing to go to in order to protect their golden boy. Because the very next time I saw my family, it wasn't at a holiday dinner, it was the night they broke into my house to serve me with a lawsuit. Update 1. The silent war that started with a rejected favor rapidly escalated into a full-blown, psychological and legal ambush. The betrayal, the pathological lies, the exact moment I realized my parents were perfectly willing to completely destroy my life just to prop up a son who had never lifted a single finger. It fundamentally changed who I was. And it was the moment I finally decided to stop turning the other cheek. They didn't even knock. It was a cold Wednesday night in late November. I remember the exact date because I was doing my quarterly tax preparations, which was the most grueling, tedious part of running my agency. I was sitting at my kitchen island, surrounded by stacks of printed invoices and contractor W-9s, drinking my fourth cup of coffee. Suddenly, I heard the distinct, metallic sound of my front door unlocking. At first, my brain didn't process it. I lived completely alone. I was single, nobody had a spare key. Then, I heard the deadbolt slide open, the hinges creak, and the low, muffled murmur of voices stepping into my foyer. 3 people. And one of them was laughing. It was Derek. I bolted up from my stool, my heart hammering violently against my ribs. "What the hell?" I shouted, rounding the corner into the hallway. My parents were standing right there in my entryway. Derek was lingering right behind them, smirking like he had just bought the property. My dad was holding a thick manila folder tucked tightly under his arm, wearing that exact same self-righteous, furious scowl he used to wear whenever he lectured me about my attitude when I was 12. My mom gave me a horrifyingly tight-lipped smile, acting as if this was a totally casual, spontaneous family drop-in, and not a literal home invasion. "How the hell did you get in here?" I demanded, my voice echoing off the walls, pure adrenaline flooding my system. "We used the key, Leo," my mom said breezily, waving her hand as if I was being entirely unreasonable. Like the emergency spare key I had foolishly given them 3 years ago back when I naively believed we still had something resembling a normal family dynamic was a permanent, open invitation to waltz into my sanctuary unannounced. I held out my hand, my palm flat. "Give it back to me. Right now." She hesitated, her eyes darting to my dad, then she slowly fished it out of her designer purse and dropped it into my hand like a toddler caught stealing candy. But it wasn't just the blatant disrespect of the break-in, it was the terrifying look in her eyes. She wasn't embarrassed. She wasn't apologetic. She looked deeply, profoundly disappointed in me. "What are you doing in my house?" I asked, feeling more utterly exhausted than angry. Derek shrugged, casually stepping past me into my living room, looking around at my furniture with a sneer. "We tried playing nice, little brother. We tried being polite. You literally slammed the door in our faces last week. So now, we're handling things the proper, legal way." "The proper way?" I echoed, my eyes narrowing into slits. My dad marched over to my kitchen island, right over my tax documents, and aggressively slapped the thick manila folder down onto the granite. "It is time we had a very serious, adult conversation, Leo. About exactly what you owe this family." I didn't reach for the folder. Not yet. My brain was still trying to catch up to the sheer insanity of the situation. "You are trespassing in my home. You have exactly 10 seconds to explain why I shouldn't call the police and have you all removed." "Oh, please, stop being so dramatic," my mom scoffed, rolling her eyes. "You're acting like we're criminals. Just read the damn paperwork," my dad barked, tapping the folder with a thick finger. I slowly reached out and flipped the heavy cover open. At first, the dense legal jargon didn't fully register. I saw official court headings, civil claim numbers, and my parents' full legal names listed as the plaintiffs against me. Then, the specific allegations hit my brain like a physical punch to the jaw. Fraudulent withholding of familial assets. Misappropriation of family investment funds. Unjust enrichment at the direct expense of a sibling. I stared at the crisp white paper, my vision literally blurring at the edges. What the actual hell is this? My voice cracked, sounding incredibly loud in the quiet of my house. Derek took a step forward, crossing his arms over his chest, looking incredibly pleased with himself. "It's exactly what you get when you lie to everyone about where the seed money for your little company came from." "I didn't lie about anything. I built this from nothing," I yelled. "Oh, cut the crap, Leo," Derek snapped, his smirk vanishing into a vicious scowl. "We all know you didn't build a 6-figure agency from scratch. You used the massive payout from grandma's estate, didn't you? You think I'm stupid? You think I didn't notice how your little side hustle suddenly exploded the exact same year grandma died? Admit it, you stole my share." My jaw practically unhinged. "Are you out of your mind? I didn't get a single cent from grandma's estate. She left everything to the family trust, and you know that." "Yeah, and she always had a creepy soft spot for you," my mom chimed in quietly, her voice dripping with venom. "Even when Derek was the one who desperately needed the financial help. We know you accessed the accounts, Leo." "Let me get this straight," I said, my voice dropping to a terrifyingly calm whisper. "You break into my private residence, in the middle of the night, throw completely fabricated legal accusations at me, and you want me to confess to embezzling money that I literally never touched? We just want what is fair," my dad stated firmly, squaring his shoulders. "Derek has been struggling terribly. You have clearly been profiting off family resources. It is time to rebalance the scales." And there it was. The ugly, rotting truth. The familial mask had completely slipped off. I had expected emotional manipulation. I had expected them to cry, to yell, to guilt trip me. But this? A literal, formal lawsuit against their own son, built entirely on a foundation of absolute lies? Something deep inside my chest permanently snapped. Decades of being entirely overlooked, talked down to, treated like a disposable background character in the grand, sparkling movie of Derek's life. All of it boiled over in one blinding rush of clarity. "You want to talk about rebalancing the scales?" I yelled, my voice shaking with a rage I didn't know I possessed. "Let's talk about the scales. Let's talk about the 2 brand new cars you bought him before he even turned 20. Let's talk about the way you co-signed his massive student loans, paid off his maxed out credit cards every single year, and let him move back into your house every single time he failed at life. You have handed him the entire world on a silver platter. And me?" I continued, stepping closer to my dad, not backing down an inch. "I have never asked you for a single damn cent. Because you were always too busy throwing it at him. Because you were always too arrogant to ask." My mom screamed back, her face twisting into something ugly. "Because I had to be." I roared. "You never offered. You never believed in me. You never even bothered to ask what I was building in my bedroom all those years. And now that it actually worked, now that I have money, you think I suddenly owe you a cut? You are delusional." The kitchen was dead silent for 3 agonizing seconds. Then, Derek muttered under his breath, "You wouldn't even have a future if it weren't for this family giving you a roof over your head." My fists clenched so hard my fingernails dug deep into my palms. "You mean the family that is currently suing me for imaginary money? Get out." My dad took a threatening step forward. "You can avoid all of this legal mess, Leo. We can drop the claim tomorrow. Clean slate. Just write your brother a check for $110,000 to get his business off the ground, and this all goes away. You mean let you extort me so you don't drag my professional name through the mud?" He didn't answer. He just stared at me. I picked up the heavy manila folder, walked over to my dad, and shoved it hard into his chest. "Get out of my house, now. Or I am dialing 911. My mom looked like she desperately wanted to scream at me again. My dad looked like he wanted to physically hit me. But Derek just turned around and walked out the door with that same smug, arrogant swagger, convinced he had already won. But they hadn't won. They had just lit a fuse to a bomb they didn't understand. Over the incredibly dark weeks that followed, the catastrophic fallout began to trickle in. A certified letter from their sleazy attorney arrived, confirming they were officially pushing forward with the civil claim. Then came the endless phone calls from extended family, aunts, uncles, cousins I hadn't spoken to in half a decade, suddenly crawling out of the woodwork to check in after hearing disturbing rumors. The family gossip mill was spinning at light speed, and every single version of the story painted me as a greedy, thieving villain who had robbed his own dying grandmother to fund a lavish lifestyle. I tried to compartmentalize, I tried to focus on my agency, but the poison was seeping into everything. I stopped sleeping. I started obsessively checking my front door locks 4 times a night. And then, exactly 3 weeks after the break-in, I received the email that brought me to my knees. It was from my primary business bank. Account frozen. Pending internal investigation tied to active legal dispute. My heart completely stopped. I clicked through the portal, my fingers trembling violently. I had done absolutely nothing wrong. I kept pristine, audited records. I paid my quarterly taxes early. But because of my parents' baseless, malicious legal claims of fraudulent assets, the bank's automated risk management system had flagged me. I called the bank manager in a panic. They were polite, but entirely unyielding. The freeze would remain in place until the civil claim was formally resolved or dismissed in court. My parents were literally suffocating my business. I thought that was the absolute worst of it, but I was wrong. 2 days later, a sheriff's deputy knocked on my door and handed me a thick envelope. Derek hadn't just filed a civil lawsuit for money. He had filed a formal restraining order against me. In his sworn affidavit, he claimed I had violently threatened him, that I was mentally erratic, extremely hostile, and posed a severe, imminent physical danger to his safety. I stared at the legal document in absolute, horrified disbelief. The timing was entirely strategic. He was trying to establish a documented legal paper trail portraying me as an unhinged, violent lunatic so that the civil court judge would view me as an unreliable, dangerous defendant. It was a calculated, vicious character assassination, funded and orchestrated by the exact same people who used to read me bedtime stories. That was the exact moment something inside my soul turned to ice. It wasn't about the money anymore. It wasn't even about the insane lawsuit. It was about pure, unadulterated principle. It was about finally standing up to people who had used their conditional love as a weapon. I wasn't going to settle. I wasn't going to write them a check to make them go away. I wasn't going to let them rewrite the history of my entire life. They wanted a war? Fine. I would give them a scorched earth war. And the very first shot would be fired directly at the one massive, rotting financial skeleton they thought was safely buried in their closet. The preliminary restraining order hearing was scheduled for a bleak Monday morning. I hadn't slept for 48 hours. My lawyer, a brilliant, sharp-eyed guy named Marcus, whom I had hired using my personal emergency savings, assured me the case was incredibly weak. Judges deal with fabricated family drama every single day, Leo, he told me in the hallway. This is a strategic intimidation tactic. It's going nowhere. Still, my hands were shaking as I walked into the courtroom. I wasn't scared of the judge. I was terrified by the reality that my parents were sitting right there, coaching Derek on exactly how to lie under oath to destroy me. Derek wore an ill-fitting gray suit, slumping his shoulders, desperately trying to look like the terrified victim of a mafia hitman. My mom was literally dabbing her dry eyes with a tissue. When the judge threw the restraining order out in less than 15 minutes, citing an absolute lack of evidence and blatantly obvious financial retaliation motives, they all acted completely shocked. Derek even tried to argue with the judge, which earned him a severe reprimand. But winning that tiny battle didn't bring me any relief, because the real damage had already been done. My business accounts were still frozen. I had to frantically move my operations to a backup LLC, but my cash flow was severely crippled. I couldn't pay for my ad campaigns. My freelance developers had to be paused. And then came the worst blow of all. My landlord for the small commercial office space I rented called me. "I'm sorry, Leo, but I'm not renewing your lease next month. The building management caught wind of the fraud lawsuit. We can't have that kind of legal liability tied to the property." I begged him. I offered to pay 6 months of rent up front in cash. He refused. I hung up the phone, slid down the wall of my office, and hit rock bottom. I had spent 4 agonizing years building something beautiful, and in less than 2 months, my own family had practically burned it to the ground. That night, I strongly considered giving up. I drafted an email to Marcus telling him to just offer them a $50,000 settlement, just to make the bleeding stop, but right before I hit send, my phone buzzed. It was a direct message on LinkedIn from someone I hadn't spoken to in over a decade. Her name was Chloe. She was my next-door neighbor when we were kids. We used to ride our bikes in the cul-de-sac until the streetlights came on. "Hey Leo," she wrote. "I still talk to my mom back home, and the neighborhood rumor mill is going crazy about your family suing you. I just wanted to reach out and say, don't let them break you. I remember how they treated you compared to Derek. You were always the smart one, the one who actually worked hard. We all saw it, even if your parents didn't. Keep fighting." I sat in the dark and read that message at least 20 times. It didn't legally fix anything, but it was a lifeline. It reminded me of who I fundamentally was. I was the kid who learned Python at 14. I was the kid who built websites for local businesses while Derek was out crashing cars. They couldn't take my brain away. They could freeze my accounts, they could spread malicious lies, they could evict me from my office, but they could not touch the absolute core of my resilience. So, I wiped my face, closed the settlement draft, and got back to work. I started completely over. I used a VPN, registered a brand new LLC in Wyoming, and rebuilt my agency's infrastructure from scratch under a different corporate umbrella. I worked 20-hour days. But more importantly, while the main lawsuit slowly crawled through the clogged legal system, I started digging. My parents thought I was just a quiet, helpless nerd. They forgot that I made my living finding digital footprints. I needed to prove exactly where grandma's money actually went. I remembered that right before my grandmother passed away, she had mailed me a strange, sealed manila envelope. At the time, I had tossed it into my fireproof safe without looking closely, assuming it was just old family photos. I tore the safe open. Inside, underneath the photos, were the official, notarized copies of the family trust she had set up after my grandfather died. I read through the dense legal text, and my jaw hit the floor. There it was, in black and white. A massive, $110,000 lump sum disbursement paid directly to Derek upon his 22nd birthday, under the explicit legal condition that it be used for educational advancement or business development. My name was absolutely nowhere in the document. I hadn't been entitled to a single penny, but the ultimate smoking gun was on the very last page. Grandma had written a note in her shaky, cursive handwriting, attached to the disbursement ledger. Just 6 words that completely shattered my family's entire narrative. "Leo doesn't need it. He builds." Derek had received $110,000. And he had blown every single cent of it. I knew exactly what he did that year. He went to Vegas, he bought a ridiculous sports car, he invested in a literal crypto Ponzi scheme. But I needed undeniable, third-party proof to show the court that my parents were entirely complicit in hiding this fact. I tracked down Mr. Vance, the old, semi-retired accountant who used to handle my parents' taxes. I drove 2 hours to his dusty office. I sat down and explained the lawsuit, the frozen accounts, the horrific accusations. Mr. Vance listened quietly, his face growing dark. "Arthur and Helen are suing you for stealing the trust money?" he asked, completely disgusted. "Leo, I literally filed the tax paperwork for Derek's $110,000 trust distribution myself. Your mother explicitly instructed me to classify it as seed money for Derek's new tech venture so they could try to write off his losses when he inevitably blew it. Do you still have the files?" I asked, My heart pounding. Mr. Vance smiled grimly. I keep everything for 7 years. I'll print them right now, and I'll sign a sworn affidavit. I had the trust documents, I had the tax returns, I had Grandma's handwritten note. I even hired a private investigator for $500 to pull Derek's old, deleted Instagram posts from an archive site, completely documenting his lavish, $110,000 spending spree in Miami and Vegas during the exact timeline the trust was paid out. I handed the massive, damning file to my lawyer, Marcus. He flipped through the pages, his eyes widening with every turn. When he finished, he looked up at me and laughed out loud. Leo, they aren't just going to lose this case, we are going to absolutely bury them. Update 2. The final legal confrontation was set for late April. But before we even made it to the courtroom, my parents' sleazy attorney made one last, desperate, aggressive move. They filed an emergency injunction to permanently freeze all of my personal assets, claiming they had anonymous tips that I was attempting to hide the stolen money offshore. I didn't panic. I just smiled. Because while they had been playing checkers, entirely drunk on their own toxic entitlement and rage, I had been playing three-dimensional chess. Every single asset I owned, my house, my car, my savings, had already been legally transferred into heavily protected, ironclad trusts and holding companies months ago. When their lawyer tried to execute the freeze, he hit a reinforced concrete wall of legal corporate structuring. But I wasn't just planning to win in court. I wanted to completely obliterate their ability to ever control the narrative again. 2 weeks before the trial, I went on a moderately popular business podcast hosted by a guy I had networked with years ago. I didn't name my parents. I didn't name Derek. But for an hour, I talked openly and honestly about the brutal reality of building a business while being the scapegoat of a deeply toxic, financially abusive family. I talked about the psychological toll of being sued by the people who raised you. I talked about the power of silently collecting receipts while your abusers dig their own graves. The episode went semi-viral in the entrepreneurial space. Thousands of people messaged me, relating to the horror of family betrayal. And more importantly, people from my hometown heard it. The social tide completely turned. Then came the day of the trial. The courtroom was freezing cold, the fluorescent lights buzzing faintly overhead. My parents and Derek sat at the plaintiff's table. They looked incredibly smug. My mom was wearing her Sunday pearls. My dad was in his best suit. Derek was aggressively chewing gum, glaring at me from across the aisle. They genuinely believed they were about to walk out of that room with a massive chunk of my hard-earned life. The judge, a stern, no-nonsense woman with sharp eyes, called the court to order. Their lawyer stood up and launched into a highly emotional, entirely fabricated opening statement. He painted Derek as a tragic victim, a brilliant young man whose entire future was maliciously derailed because his greedy, sociopathic younger brother had secretly drained the family's financial resources and left them destitute. It was a beautiful, tragic story. And it was 100% fiction. When he finally sat down, my lawyer, Marcus, slowly stood up. He didn't yell. He didn't use theatrics. He just calmly walked over to the judge's bench with a massive stack of perfectly organized binders. Your Honor, Marcus began, his voice echoing clearly across the silent room. We will not be presenting a lengthy emotional defense today. We will simply be presenting undeniable, documented facts. We will demonstrate that my client, Leo, received exactly $0 from his family or his grandmother's estate. We will demonstrate that the plaintiff's son, Derek, received a $110,000 disbursement, which he immediately squandered on luxury vacations and gambling. And finally, we will prove that this entire lawsuit is a malicious, fraudulent extortion attempt designed to steal my client's self-made wealth. Marcus dropped the first binder on the table with a loud times thwack. Exhibit A. The official trust documents from the grandmother's estate, explicitly naming Derek as the sole beneficiary of the $110,000, and explicitly excluding my client. Complete with a handwritten note from the deceased stating, and I quote, Leo doesn't need it. He builds. My mom visibly flinched. The blood completely drained from Derek's face. Marcus kept going, mercilessly. Exhibit B, a sworn, notarized affidavit from the plaintiff's own former tax accountant, Mr. Vance, confirming that Helen and Arthur deliberately instructed him to file tax documents hiding Derek's squandered $110,000 as a failed business investment. Exhibit C. A verified chronological timeline of Derek's social media and financial records, proving he spent the entirety of the trust money on VIP club service, luxury car rentals, and gambling within an 8-month period. The courtroom was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Their lawyer was frantically whispering to my dad, who looked like he was about to have a massive heart attack. And finally, Your Honor, Marcus said, turning to look directly at my parents. We have provided a complete, exhaustive forensic audit of my client's business finances, tracing every single dollar of his revenue back to his own legitimate client contracts. Because of the plaintiff's malicious actions, my client has suffered severe financial damage, loss of business contracts, and extreme emotional distress. Therefore, we are formally filing a massive counterclaim for defamation, malicious prosecution, and tortious interference. The judge slowly took off her reading glasses. She looked at the towering stack of irrefutable evidence, then she turned her sharp gaze to my parents. The look of absolute disgust on her face was something I will cherish for the rest of my life. I have presided over family court and civil disputes for 22 years, the judge said, her voice dripping with absolute contempt. And this is, without a doubt, one of the most cynical, repulsive, and blatantly fraudulent attempts to weaponize the legal system against a family member that I have ever seen. You have wasted this court's time, and you have maliciously attempted to ruin your own son's life to cover for your other son's sheer incompetence. She slammed her gavel down so hard it echoed like a gunshot. All claims against the defendant are entirely dismissed with prejudice, and as for the counterclaim, Mr. Davis is well within his legal rights to pursue maximum damages. I highly suggest the plaintiff seek immediate legal counsel regarding the potential of criminal perjury charges. It was over. Absolute, total annihilation. Derek just sat there, his mouth hanging open, completely frozen in terror. My mom buried her face in her hands and began to sob real tears this time, tears of sheer panic. My dad stared blankly at the wooden table, utterly humiliated and legally destroyed. I didn't say a single word to them. I just stood up, buttoned my suit jacket, and walked out of the courtroom with my head held high. 2 days later, their panicked attorney practically begged Marcus for a settlement meeting. They were terrified of the counterclaim, terrified of the perjury threats, terrified of financial ruin. They offered to pay 100% of my expensive legal fees, drop all future claims, and practically beg for mercy. I agreed to drop the massive financial counterclaim, but on one extremely specific, non-negotiable condition. I didn't want their money, they didn't have any left anyway. I wanted the absolute truth etched into stone. I forced them to sign a legally binding, publicly visible letter of apology, explicitly admitting that they had lied about the trust money, admitting that Derek had squandered his inheritance, and admitting that my business was entirely self-made. I posted that signed, notarized letter directly on my agency's website. I posted it on my LinkedIn. I made sure every single extended family member, every nosy neighbor, and every person in our hometown saw it. The social fallout for them was apocalyptic. My parents became total pariahs in our hometown. The neighbors who used to attend their summer barbecues now actively crossed the street to avoid them. They were so deeply humiliated that they eventually put their house on the market and moved to a tiny, run-down apartment 2 towns over. Derek completely deleted all of his social media accounts and vanished. The last I heard through the grapevine, he was working the graveyard shift at a distribution warehouse to pay off his massive IRS tax debts. As for me, the massive wave of public support I received after the truth came out caused my business to absolutely explode. Clients loved the transparency and the resilience of the story. My revenue doubled in the next 6 months. I bought a larger office building. And with the extra capital, I started a small, localized grant program for young entrepreneurs coming from abusive or disadvantaged backgrounds. I called it the He Builds Foundation. I haven't spoken a single word to my parents or my brother since the day we walked out of that courtroom. Some people tell me that holding on to the grudge is toxic, that I should eventually forgive them because they are family. But I know the truth. Forgiveness is something that has to be earned. And they never even tried. They thought they could violently tear down everything I had built to keep themselves warm. They just didn't realize that I am exactly what I built. Unbreakable. Top comments. User 1. The absolute audacity to break into your house, drop a fraudulent lawsuit on your kitchen counter, and expect you to just roll over and pay them $110K is mind-boggling. The fact that the accountant immediately flipped on them and handed over the tax fraud evidence is the most satisfying thing I've read all year. You handled this flawlessly. User 2. Leo doesn't need it. He builds. Grandma knew exactly who the real winner in the family was. She knew Derek was going to blow it all, and she knew your parents were going to enable him, until they were completely broke. Keeping that letter and dropping it in court was an absolute masterclass in destroying narcissists. User 3. The restraining order was the scariest part of this to me. They were actively trying to build a legal profile of you being violent just to win a civil suit. That is pure, sociopathic behavior. I am so unbelievably glad you protected your assets and forced them to publicly confess. The He Builds Foundation is the ultimate cherry on top of this revenge sundae. Keep winning. OP. My brother used his wedding speech to humiliate me in front of my son. Then the bride took the mic and destroyed his entire life. My mother publicly called me a used product while my brother used his groom's speech to humiliate me in front of my 9-year-old son. I was ready to walk out forever, but then the wealthy bride grabbed the microphone, completely exposing his $310,000 secret and turning his luxury wedding into a financial funeral. I am Marcus. I am 35 years old, and exactly 6 months ago, at my younger brother's incredibly lavish, obscenely expensive wedding, he decided to use his speech to completely destroy my life. While I was sitting there, struggling to hold on to my dignity in a cheap, 6-year-old clearance rack suit, My own brother looked out at 250 of the city's most elite guests and declared that my son and I were completely unwanted garbage. He laughed. The crowd laughed. And just to make sure the knife went deep enough, my own mother shouted across the ballroom that I was a used product. They humiliated a single father in front of his 9-year-old boy. But there was one major detail my arrogant brother and my image-obsessed mother did not know. They had absolutely no idea that the bride, the woman whose family wealth was funding this entire circus, had just uncovered a financial secret about my brother that was about to turn this wedding into a public execution of his character. To truly understand how we arrived at this freezing point in a luxury ballroom, you have to understand the deeply unbalanced, incredibly toxic dynamics of my family. In our house, there was always a very clear, unspoken hierarchy. My younger brother, Caleb, was the golden child, the prized investment, the future legacy. I was the practice run, the constant disappointment, the designated scapegoat. Growing up, the differences in how we were treated were glaringly obvious. If Caleb managed to get a B on a high school math test, my parents immediately took him out for an expensive steak dinner. If I brought home an A- on a final exam, my father, Richard, would simply sigh heavily and ask why I couldn't manage a perfect score. My mother, Margaret, lived exclusively for appearances. She was completely obsessed with climbing the ranks of the neighborhood HOA and making absolutely sure everyone in our affluent Chicago suburb thought we were the flawless American family. Caleb fit her fake narrative perfectly. He was loud, naturally charming, and knew exactly how to manipulate adults. I was quiet, liked to read, and didn't provide the bragging rights my mother so desperately craved. The defining moment of our youth happened when Caleb graduated from college. My parents threw a massive catered party. At the end of the night, my father tossed Caleb a heavy set of keys. Sitting in the driveway, wrapped in a giant red bow, was a brand new, jet black BMW. A massive financial reward for merely existing. When I had graduated 3 years prior, they bought me a sheet cake from the local grocery store, spelled my name wrong on the icing, and immediately started charging me $800 a month in rent to live in my own childhood bedroom. Things got significantly worse when I met Sarah. We fell in love fast and got married way too young. When she got pregnant with Toby, I honestly thought it was the start of a beautiful new chapter. I was working a brutal schedule to prepare for the baby days at a regional shipping warehouse driving a forklift, and nights working the graveyard shift as a night auditor at a budget motel. My combined salary barely covered our cramped apartment rent. Then the harsh reality of motherhood hit Sarah. She didn't want the sleepless nights. She resented the strict budget. When Toby was just 6 months old, I came home from a brutal 14-hour double shift to a dead silent apartment. I found Toby in his crib, crying softly. On the kitchen counter, next to a stack of final notice utility bills, was a hastily written note. I cannot do this anymore, Marcus. I want my life back. Please do not look for me. Underneath was a thick envelope containing signed divorce papers, officially abandoning all legal claims to custody. She just vanished into thin air. I was terrified. I called my mother that night, pacing the cheap linoleum floor, holding my crying baby. I practically begged her to come over for a few hours so I could process the fact that my wife was gone. My mother sighed heavily into the receiver. Marcus, please. Your father and I are getting ready for a very important charity gala. I told you Sarah was low class. You made your bed, now lie in it. Just hire a babysitter. And then she hung up. That dial tone was the exact moment I stopped being a son and became a father exclusively. I secured full uncontested custody of Toby, drained my tiny $401k for legal fees, and never asked my parents for another dime. For 9 long years, it was just the two of us against the world. Life wasn't glamorous, but we were genuinely happy. Meanwhile, Caleb was consistently failing upwards. He bounced effortlessly from job to job, racking up massive amounts of secret credit card debt to maintain his flashy lifestyle. He met Victoria 3 years ago. Victoria was brilliant, fiercely independent, and the sole heiress to Winston, the highly respected CEO of a multi-million-dollar tech firm. Caleb had hit the absolute jackpot. When the heavy, gold-embossed wedding invitation arrived, they purposely spelled my name wrong, Mr. Marcus and guest. They knew perfectly well I didn't have a guest. I wanted to throw it in the trash. But then Toby walked into the kitchen, his big eyes wide with excitement. Is that a party invitation, Dad? Can we go? Please. I want to see Grandma. I can wear my handsome jacket. My chest tightened. Despite the cold neglect, Toby still desperately wanted an extended family. I swallowed my pride and checked the box for yes. It was undeniably the worst mistake of my life, but simultaneously the catalyst for the greatest justice I would ever witness. The psychological warfare began the day before the wedding. Caleb called, asking me to come to the historic Pinecrest estate early to help set up. I naively took an unpaid day off, losing much-needed hourly wages. When I arrived, Caleb was on the marble terrace, sipping sparkling water. He didn't offer a handshake, he just pointed to a delivery truck. Marcus, great. The floral crews are short-staffed. unload the centerpieces, and carry them into the banquet hall. Be careful, they cost more than your car. I spent 4 grueling hours hauling heavy wooden crates up steep stone stairs. During my only break, I walked past the luxurious bridal suite. The door was slightly ajar. I heard my mother, Margaret, and my Aunt Helen talking. I absolutely cannot believe Marcus actually showed up wearing those awful scuffed shoes, Aunt Helen mocked. I slipped him a 20 out in the hallway just to see the pathetic, grateful look on his face. He looked exactly like a starving stray dog. My mother snorted loudly. Oh, don't waste your money on him. I tried to tell Caleb not to invite him, but Caleb brilliantly insisted. Caleb said he desperately needed a good stark contrast in the room to make himself look even more successful in front of Victoria's wealthy family. Showing them the loser brother makes Caleb look like he overcame a tragedy. Well, he certainly is the perfect punchline, Helen replied. Did you hear what Caleb is planning for the main toast tomorrow night? Of course. My mother said proudly. I actually helped him write it last night. It will clearly show Winston and Victoria just how incredibly far Caleb has risen above his low-class background. Marcus is just a convenient prop for tomorrow. Nothing more. I stopped breathing entirely. The $20 bill Helen had given me felt like a burning coal in my pocket. They were actively, maliciously plotting to use my daily struggles as an exhausted single father as a literal comedic routine. I backed away, my hands shaking violently. I wanted to scream, but I forced myself to breathe. I finished unloading the truck in total silence and drove home. I decided I would go to the wedding, fiercely protect Toby, and survive the night with my head held high. The wedding reception was suffocatingly rich. When we walked into the spectacular grand ballroom, I traced my finger down the ornate seating chart. Table 11, Marcus and Toby. We were shoved aggressively into the far back corner, completely in the shadows, partially blocked by a massive structural pillar, right next to the swinging kitchen doors and the public restrooms. Dad, can I go say hi to Grandma now? Toby asked eagerly. Just then, my mother abruptly stood up from table 4 to walk toward the bridal suite. Her direct path took her right past our dark corner. Grandma, hi Grandma. Toby called out cheerfully, waving his little hand high in the air. My mother didn't even turn her head. She kept walking, completely ignoring her own flesh and blood grandson. Toby's hand slowly lowered. Did she not hear me, Dad? He asked, his voice breaking. I lied and blamed the loud music, my chest burning with a deeply toxic mix of white-hot anger and crushing sorrow. Then the chandeliers dimmed. It was time for the speeches. Caleb confidently stood up, walking to the center of the dance floor. The spotlight hit him perfectly. He delivered a smooth, practiced speech about family, hard work, and high standards. Family is absolutely everything, Caleb said, pacing the polished wood floor. Growing up, my amazing parents taught me the vital value of incredibly hard work and maintaining high standards. He suddenly stopped pacing. Thank you for watching. He turned his body away from Victoria and directly toward the dark back of the room, toward table 11. The spotlight operator suddenly widened the bright beam. The harsh, blinding white light cut violently through the dim room and illuminated my table. Every single person at the front tables turned their heads in unison. Caleb's charming smile twisted into a sharp, highly calculated predatory smirk. And speaking of incredibly high standards, Caleb's voice echoed through the massive sound system, heavily laced with condescending sarcasm. I want to take a special moment tonight to give a very specific shout out to my older brother Marcus. Marcus has always been such a unique example to me. He is a single father, completely alone in the world, unwanted by absolutely anyone else. I mean, just look at him sitting way back there in the dark corner wearing a suit he probably bought at a thrift store discount rack. A low, collective murmur of confused chuckles rolled slowly through the VIP tables. My stomach dropped like a lead weight. Beside me, Toby sat up perfectly straight, his little face lighting up with pure innocent joy. He honestly thought his uncle was about to say something wonderful. But Caleb kept going, feeding off the hesitant energy of the wealthy crowd. But seriously, everyone, let's hear it for him tonight. It takes a massive, unbelievable amount of guts to show up here today, to sit in a room full of successful people when your own life is that much of an absolute unmitigated disaster. Give it up for the ultimate cautionary tale. My big brother, Marcus. The polite chuckles morphed into a massive, rolling, deafening roar. The entire ballroom erupted into laughter, real, deep, unfiltered, viciously mocking laughter. Wealthy strangers were actually clinking their champagne glasses together. The heat rushed violently to my face. I was completely paralyzed. Then I felt a small, trembling tug on my sleeve. Toby was looking up at me. His bright, hopeful smile had completely vanished, rapidly replaced by pure, devastating confusion. Dad, Toby whispered, his voice cracking. Why is Uncle Caleb saying those mean things? Why are all these people laughing at you? Before I could even swallow the massive lump in my throat, my mother's voice pierced the air. Margaret proudly stood up from her prime seat, making absolutely sure her shrill voice carried perfectly over the laughter. He is a used product. My mother yelled at the top of her lungs, pointing a manicured finger directly at me. But hey, at least he stayed hidden in the back corner by the bathrooms and didn't ruin the professional wedding photos with his depressing face. The laughter grew infinitely crueler. It was the exact defining moment in my 35 years of life where I realized these people didn't see me as human. They saw me strictly as a convenient punching bag. My own mother had joyfully participated in slaughtering my dignity in front of my little boy. I looked down at Toby. A single heavy tear rolled slowly down his cheek, landing silently on the lapel of his little navy blazer. That single tear was the exact catalyst I needed. The paralyzing shock instantly evaporated, replaced by a cold, unyielding titanium resolve. I aggressively pushed my chair back. It scraped loudly against the marble floor. I didn't care about causing a scene anymore. I reached down and gently wrapped my hand around Toby's trembling fingers. "Come on, buddy," I said softly. "We are leaving right now." I took exactly one definitive step toward the exit. And then, a sharp, deafening, ear-piercing screech of audio feedback violently pierced the air. The laughter died instantly. I stopped in my tracks and turned around. Victoria, the beautiful, incredibly wealthy bride, had stood up from the massive head table. She did not look amused. She looked absolutely, terrifyingly furious. Her face was pale, her jaw set like stone. She marched directly across the dance floor toward Caleb and snatched the microphone right out of his hand with aggressive force. Caleb stumbled back, looking completely bewildered. "Victoria, babe, what are you doing? It was just a joke." Victoria didn't answer him. She turned her back on him completely and faced the massive crowd. The silence in the room was a heavy, suffocating vacuum. I was fully prepared to sign a legally binding marriage license today. Victoria began, her crisp words cutting through the dead silence like a surgical scalpel. I was prepared to merge my life, my family's extensive legacy, and my financial future with Caleb. I honestly thought I was marrying a man of ambition and solid character. She paused deliberately. Caleb shifted uncomfortably behind her, his face rapidly draining of all color. However, Victoria continued, projecting her voice powerfully toward my mother's VIP table. "Right before the ceremony this afternoon, my father's head corporate attorney handed me a highly detailed legal folder, a folder compiled by a team of private investigators. A folder that contained the absolute, unvarnished truth about the man standing behind me." A collective theatrical gasp rippled through the crowd. My mother gripped the edge of her table, suddenly looking panicked. Victoria reached smoothly into a hidden pocket in her custom gown and pulled out a thick stack of crisp white legal documents. She held them high up in the air. Caleb loves to brag about his lucrative career in commercial real estate. He loves to parade around in his brand new BMW. But here is the actual reality. Caleb does not have a career. He was quietly and unceremoniously fired 3 months ago for gross incompetence and suspected embezzlement of company funds. That beautiful shiny BMW parked outside. It is heavily leased, incredibly past due, and actively pending legal repossession. 1. She turned fully to face Caleb, who was now visibly trembling. "You are currently drowning in over $310,000 of secret, high-interest credit card debt and predatory personal loans," Victoria stated, reading directly from the summary. "You have a $55,000 credit card bill solely from a luxury vacation to Monaco that you claimed was a corporate business trip. You took out an $18,000 loan just to buy the Patek Philippe watch currently sitting on your wrist. You lied to me about your salary. You plan to use our marriage, and specifically my family's private trust fund, as your own personal financial bailout to save yourself from absolute ruin." The ballroom erupted into absolute uncontained chaos. Shocked whispers violently escalated. Winston, Victoria's ruthless CEO father, sat completely relaxed at table 2, calmly watching the public execution he had clearly orchestrated. Caleb's arrogant facade utterly collapsed. He looked like a terrified, cornered animal. "Victoria, please, I can explain. It's just a temporary cash flow problem," Caleb begged. "You didn't seem to have a single problem humiliating your own flesh and blood in front of all these people," Victoria shot back. She turned away from him and began walking across the vast dance floor, moving directly toward table 11. Moving directly toward me and Toby. The crowd parted for her like the Red Sea. She stopped right in front of us. Victoria crouched down slightly so she was exactly at eye level with my terrified son. "Hi, Toby," she said gently. "Your uncle was very, very wrong tonight. He is a liar. I want you to listen to me carefully." Toby nodded slowly. Victoria stood back up, squared her shoulders, and looked me dead in the eye. She raised the microphone again. "Marcus," she said, making sure every single person heard her. "You are wearing a suit that might not be custom tailored, but you wear it with an unbelievable amount of honor and dignity. You work 2 backbreaking jobs to provide for your family. You fought a brutal legal custody battle because you refused to abandon your son. You are a real father. You are a real man. And you are worth 10 of the cowards standing on that stage." I felt a massive, crushing wave of emotion crash over me. I couldn't speak. For 9 agonizing years, I had been told by my own family that I was a complete failure. And here, a woman of immense power was publicly validating my entire existence. Victoria then turned her fierce gaze toward my mother, who was sitting frozen. And to Margaret, Victoria said, her voice dropping into a lethal register. To stand there in your expensive dress and joyfully call your own son a used product while blindly enabling and funding a lying, fraudulent parasite like Caleb. It tells me absolutely everything I will ever need to know about the moral bankruptcy of this family. I will not attach my name to a bloodline that views cruelty as humor. My mother's face flushed a dangerous purple with profound embarrassment, but she was completely silenced by the sheer weight of the truth. Victoria walked slowly back to the center of the room. She stood directly in front of Caleb, who was now weeping openly. She smoothly slid the massive, flawless diamond engagement ring off her finger. This wedding is officially over, Victoria declared. She dropped the heavy diamond ring. It hit the hardwood floor with a sharp, heavy clink. She dropped the microphone right next to it, turned on her heel, and walked straight toward the exit without ever looking back. Update 1. The immediate chaotic aftermath was something I will remember vividly for the rest of my life. The entire ballroom was suspended in paralyzed shock. Caleb fell heavily to his knees, desperately searching the floor for the diamond ring, crying hysterically. His perfectly tailored tuxedo was ruined. My mother finally snapped out of her state. She scrambled out of her chair, running frantically toward Winston. Winston, please, you have to listen to me. We can fix this. It's just a massive misunderstanding. Don't let Victoria do this. Think of the public scandal. Winston slowly lowered his crystal glass. He looked up at my mother with absolute chilling predatory indifference. Margaret, Winston said, his deep voice carrying across the silent room. Your son is a pathological fraud, and you are a deeply vicious, foolish woman. If Caleb attempts to contact my daughter ever again, I will personally ensure the pending corporate lawsuit includes a thorough forensic investigation into every financial transaction your family has ever made. My private security team will escort you out right now. Do not make a scene. My mother physically recoiled. The absolute social ruin she had always feared had just materialized. She looked frantically at her wealthy friends, but they all aggressively looked away. No one wanted to associate with the disgraced family. I looked down at Toby. His little hands were gripping mine tightly. Dad, he whispered. Are we still leaving? I looked at Caleb sobbing on the floor. I looked at my mother being ushered out by security. I felt an incredible, overwhelming sense of lightness expand in my chest. The heavy chains of shame I had dragged around my entire life had just been shattered. Yes, buddy, I smiled genuinely for the first time in years. We are leaving. We walked straight down the center aisle. As we passed the VIP tables, the exact same people who had been laughing at me 5 minutes earlier literally parted to make way for us. When we stepped out into the cool night air, it felt like I was breathing oxygen for the very first time. I buckled Toby into my beat-up sedan. He leaned forward. Dad. Did we just win? I looked at his sweet face in the rearview mirror. Yes, Toby. We absolutely won. But the universe wasn't finished. What I didn't know was that Jessica, the professional wedding photographer, had kept her high-definition camera rolling the entire time. Jessica was a single mother herself. When Caleb made that disgusting joke, she saw red. She made sure every second of Victoria dropping the mic was recorded in crystal clear audio and video. By the time I woke up the next morning, my phone was melting from notifications. Jessica had posted the raw footage to social media. It exploded. Millions of people watched my brother get utterly destroyed. Millions heard my mother call me a used product. And millions of strangers stood up for me. Update 2. The fallout over the next 6 months was absolute and entirely permanent. The viral video completely obliterated my family's fabricated reputation. Caleb's life unraveled with terrifying speed. The commercial real estate company officially filed a massive civil lawsuit against him. The heavily leased BMW was aggressively repossessed from my parents' driveway by a tow truck in broad daylight. His credit was ruined, and he was forced to move back into his childhood bedroom, the exact same room they charged me $800 a month to live in. My mother was unceremoniously ostracized from her HOA and country club. Her social calendar evaporated overnight, but my life miraculously transformed. 3 weeks after the non-wedding, I received a call from Winston. He didn't call to apologize. He called because his corporate HR department ran a deep background check on me after Victoria told him about my work ethic. Winston saw the documented proof that I hadn't missed a single warehouse shift in 9 years while managing the hotel night audit. He offered me a high-paying position as a regional logistics director for his corporate supply chain. It tripled my income, came with full health benefits, and a massive 401k match. I accepted immediately. I quit my 2 exhausting jobs, and for the first time in Toby's life, I was home every evening to make dinner and help with his homework. Then came the pathetic attempts at manipulation. When news of my corporate promotion became public on LinkedIn, Guess who suddenly missed being a devoted mother? Sarah, my ex-wife. The woman who abandoned a 6-month-old baby. She showed up unannounced at my apartment, crying crocodile tears, talking about how she wanted us to be a happy family again. She had clearly seen the viral video and wanted a piece of the financial pie. I stood calmly in the doorway, blocking her view. You lost all legal custody 9 years ago, Sarah, I said smoothly. If you ever step foot on my property again, my corporate lawyer will file a restraining order so fast it will make your head spin. You do not get to abandon the foundation when it is pouring rain and then show up when the mansion is fully built. Goodbye. I shut the door in her face and locked the deadbolt. I didn't feel a shred of guilt. A month later, my mother called. I let it go to voicemail. She left a 3-minute sobbing message, saying Caleb was facing Chapter 7 bankruptcy, my father's pension was taking a hit from legal fees, and they desperately needed a short-term loan to keep the house out of foreclosure. She cried, "Please, Marcus, you have to help us. We are your family." I listened to the message while sitting comfortably in my new corner office, looking out at the Chicago skyline. I didn't call her back. I simply typed out a single text message. I am not your scapegoat anymore. I am a used product, remember? Do not ever contact me again. Then I permanently blocked her number, Caleb's number, and every toxic relative who sat silently in that ballroom. Toby is absolutely thriving. He doesn't ask about his grandmother or his uncle anymore. He knows exactly who his real family is. We walked out of that toxic ballroom with absolutely nothing but our dignity. And it turned out to be the only currency that actually mattered. Top comments. User 1. You do not get to abandon the foundation when it is pouring rain, and then show up when the mansion is fully built. That line right there is absolute poetry. Your ex-wife and your family got exactly what they deserved. The sheer audacity of your mom begging for money after publicly calling you a used product is mind-blowing. User 2. As a fellow single dad, this made me tear up. The fact that your first instinct wasn't to fight back, but to grab your son's hand and protect him by leaving, shows exactly why you are 10 times the man Caleb will ever be. Victoria is an absolute legend for doing that publicly. User 3. I saw the video on TikTok months ago. The way the entire room went dead silent when Victoria pulled out those legal documents was the most satisfying thing I've ever witnessed. So incredibly happy to hear Winston hired you and that you and Toby are living your best lives in peace. Let them drown in their own debt. My parents funneled millions to cover up my brother's crimes, while I slept on the streets. So I walked into their 30th gala, and let the FBI raids begin. Know what cold feels like? I thought so too. You become used to the biting wind cutting through your jacket in Boston, which makes your eyes water and lungs burn. I felt cold that night, the night my life ended and brutally restarted for more than just the weather. The bone-deep, stifling chill of realizing your protectors were wielding the knife. Tuesday started like any other in the Vanguard home. Trent, my older brother, the golden child, the high school quarterback who could do no wrong, was pacing the living room like a caged beast. He was 23 and lived at home, partying until 4 a.m. and driving the beautiful cars my parents got him to look good ahead of his big break into the pros. I was 19, a ghost at home, trying to finish college calculus homework at the kitchen table. Trent snapped at me, "Elias, I need you to write that email to the sports recruiter. Now. Tell him I was sick last week. Tell him I had the flu. That's why I missed the private tryout." Note. I didn't look up from my textbook. My parents made me work a part-time campus job to build character, even though Trent had never worked. I was exhausted. Do it yourself, Trent. I have a massive final tomorrow. I don't have time to cover for your hangovers. Silence filled the room, ear-ringing silence. You never rejected Trent at home. Arthur, and Beatrice, my parents, created a toxic environment around his fragile ego. He was sun, and I was soil he trod on. What the hell did you just say? Trent lowered his voice. Walking over, his big boots thudded ominously on the costly wooden floor. I said no, I murmured, nervously holding my mechanical pencil. You missed the tryout, because you were blackout drunk. I'm not lying for you anymore. I'm done. That started it. Trent didn't argue. He didn't argue. He replied with his usual explosive violence. He violently yanked my wooden dining chair backward. I crashed to the floor after flying. He kicked me in the ribs before I could rise. I exhaled violently. You ungrateful little rat, he screamed, furious. You think you're better than me because you get straight A's? Nobody cares about your grades, Elias. Nobody cares about you. You're nothing. I attempted to stand, adrenaline rushing. At least I'm not a pathetic leech, I shouted, a terrible mistake. Trent lunged. He violently twisted my left arm behind my back, pressing it into my shoulder blades. My pain made me scream. Say you're sorry, he growled, his breath smelling of alcohol. No. Snap. It was sickeningly loud, like a heavy, dry tree branch cracking in a peaceful jungle. I felt searing pain in my forearm. I kneeled, gripping my arm against my chest, gasping for air as tears blurred my vision. My radius was broken completely. My parents entered then. Beatrice, my mother, wore her distinctive pearl necklace after a high society charity dinner. Arthur, my father, adjusted his gold cufflinks nonchalantly. They saw me writhing on the floor with a disfigured arm and Trent standing over me, his chest heaving. What in God's name is going on here? My father shouted above the arched ceilings. Trent quickly pointed at me and said, Elias attacked me. He went crazy, Dad. He tried to hit me with the chair because I asked him to turn down his stupid music. I had to defend myself. Pain made me nauseated and my eyesight blurred as I glanced up at them. He's lying. I wheezed, spitting. He broke my arm because I wouldn't write his email. Mom, please. I need a hospital. I need a doctor. Mother gazed down at me. Then she regarded Trent. It was cold, mechanical calculation in her eyes. It wasn't about truth. Truth was never important in this house. The issue was image. Trent represented Vanguard family legacy. I was a waste. Stop being so incredibly dramatic, Elias, my mother remarked, coldly. She brushed imaginary dust off Trent's strong shoulder as she passed me over my legs. Are you hurt, sweetie? Did he scratch you? My knuckles hurt from where I had to block his punches. Trent lied brilliantly, caressing his hand. You see what you've done? My father looked red-faced at me. You come into my house, eat my food, sleep under my roof, and then you try to assault your brother? The one who actually has a future? I am. Dad, my arm is literally broken, I said, holding it. The angle was absolutely off. The flesh stretched over the jagged bone, while twisted. Don't you dare raise your voice at me, he shouted, approaching. I have had it with your pathetic jealousy. You've been trying to sabotage Trent since the day you were born. I will not have a violent, unhinged thug living under my roof. I was shocked. I was bleeding on the floor. I was the villain in their twisted, egocentric reality despite having a broken limb. Get out, my father shouted, shaking, pointing to the foyer. What? You heard me, get out, tonight. I'm done paying for your existence. I'm done dealing with your attitude. It's pouring rain outside, I gasped, dread overwhelming the pain. It's barely 30 degrees. Where am I supposed to go? That is not my problem, my mother said without looking at me. She was too busy inspecting Trent's absolutely flawless hand for bruises. Maybe a night out on the streets will teach you some much-needed gratitude. My father grasped my thin t-shirt collar. He roughly dragged my limp body to the massive front door. My damaged arm received painful electrical shocks from every floorboard bump. I fought to regain my feet, but he was huge and I was in shock. He wrenched open the thick oak door. A fierce winter wind blew sheets of cold rain into the great foyer. Wait, my stuff. My laptop. I bellowed. My mother entered from the hall. She carried my middle school blue gym bag, which was worn and frayed. My warm garments weren't packed. She didn't bring my laptop. She literally shoveled my room's loose trash into it. The bag sailed past my head. It splashed pathetically in a cold driveway puddle. Here, she scoffed. Take your trash with you. Father pushed me hard in the chest. The damp concrete on the front steps caused me to fall backward and crash hard on my good shoulder. The chilly rain saturated my clothing instantaneously. Biting, numbing cold felt like a million tiny needles stabbing my flesh. I looked up from the driveway. The doorway's warm, golden light silhouetted my family. Except for their harsh looks, it was a beautiful greeting card. Trent advanced. A set of keys was removed from his pocket and twirled around his finger. Porch light illuminated the silver Ferrari keychain. This was his birthday gift from last month. Have a nice walk, loser, Trent said, laughing sickly. Don't worry about your bedroom, I'm going to tear it down and turn it into my new trophy case. My mother gently stroked Trent's shoulder. Come inside, Trent. You don't want to catch a cold talking to him. Dad glanced down at me one last time. His eyes were filled with disgust, not regret. If you call the police, Elias, I will make sure you never step foot in a college again. I will ruin you. I have corporate lawyers who can bury you in paperwork before you even finish dialing 911. Do you understand me? I remained silent. I couldn't. My mouth was clenched, and my teeth chattered so loudly I thought they may break. The big oak door banged. Gunshot-like sound boomed through the rainy night. Then the big deadbolt slid in. Click. I was alone. I carefully rose up, holding my broken arm against my chest to prevent it from moving. I felt hot tears and freezing rain. Walked to the puddle and grabbed my worn bag. Waterlogged totally. Everything inside was wrecked. Looking back, I saw the multi-million-dollar estate. I saw them through the huge living room window. My mother poured a pricey red wine. Trent laughed hysterically and mimed throwing me across the room. They appeared content. They appeared relieved. That was my breaking point. It snapped louder than my arm bone. I no longer felt winter's chill. The arm throbbing didn't hurt. The dead center of my chest burned with a white-hot, all-consuming wrath. It went beyond fury. This was fuel. A bloody pledge. I left the house's warm glow and walked down the long, curving driveway to the pitch-black street. Lacking a coat. I had no phone. I had no money. As I marched into the darkness, I silently vowed to the chilling rain, I'll survive. I'll return sometime. I won't yell, I won't fight, I will buy your land and bury you. They assumed they'd emptied the trash. They didn't realize they'd carefully crafted their worst enemy. First 48 hours were a haze of unfathomable pain. I trekked 4 miles in Boston's frigid slush to the nearest public ER. The triage nurse feared I was having a neurological seizure as I shivered in the plastic waiting room chair, dripping wet. When the doctor inquired what happened, I lied through my teeth. I had to. I heard my father's army of lawyers threat loudly. I understood Arthur Vanguard's influence in this metropolis. He called judges and hired police chiefs. I said I slipped and fell down concrete park stairs. My arm was cast in hefty fiberglass. The doctor felt sorry for me with my soaking clothes and ripped bag, but he didn't press the issue. The hospital social worker gave me a printed list of nearby homeless shelters and a plastic bottle of inexpensive painkillers when I was discharged in the morning. Good luck, son, she whispered. My huge inheritance. A Xerox list of overcrowded homeless shelters and generic ibuprofen. I had waking nightmares for 6 months. I slept under a concrete overpass near industrial train tracks since city shelters were filled or dangerous. A kid with a broken arm and a sling is a prime target on the streets. I learnt quickly. I fought for food leftovers. A dirty, run-down cafe gave me a warm spot to stand and leftover clam chowder for washing dishes from midnight until 6 a.m. I thought about them every night while I stared at the chilly, damp concrete underbelly of that bridge. Trent revving his Ferrari to VIP clubs came to mind. I imagined my mother nonchalantly spending $10,000 on silk drapes while her youngest son slept on wet cardboard. Hatred was my only comfort. The diner counter stool next to me was occupied by a man one rainy night. He read a thick corporate tax law textbook in a ragged but tailored suit, perhaps in his 50s. He was Mr. Vance. He noticed me reading a soggy, discarded newspaper with one good hand. He said, "You're a sharp kid," without looking up from his book. "What the hell are you doing washing dishes for minimum wage?" "Surviving," I whispered. "Survival is for animals," he said, closing his book and staring at me. "Men build." I asked, "What do you want to build?" "A coffin," I answered coldly. "For a dynasty." He grinned. Shark smiles weren't warm. "Then you better learn exactly how the law works, kid. It's the only weapon in the world that leaves absolutely no blood on your hands." I was saved by Mr. Vance. The smart, disbarred attorney had lost his license to a horrible gambling addiction, but his mind was steel. I learned everything from him. He helped me traverse the complicated legal procedure to obtain emancipation and federal financial aid as an independent minor. I obtained my GED in 3 weeks. Then, community college. I worked 3 horrible jobs: nighttime janitor, weekend security guard, and evening delivery driver. Wasn't asleep. Not dated. I avoided parties. I had no enjoyment. Just worked. I fat off. The same place stayed, in your jiver. Because of spite, I ran like a machine. I received a full academic scholarship to a top state university. Forensic accounting and pre-law were my majors. At 3 a.m., I compulsively studied corporate fraud, shell company structures, and offshore tax havens in the library as my peers did keg stands and complained about finals. The influx of money captivated me. Money fueled the globe. If you knew how to track it, you could kill any beast by cutting off its supply. A decade passed. Graduated first in my class. In law school, I aced the bar exam on my first try. I chose the Department of Justice's premier financial crimes division in Washington, D.C., over the lucrative private sector. My initial salary wasn't big, but my jurisdiction was federal and my influence was expanding dramatically. I silently built a Vanguard family shadow file at my workstation every night after my DOJ shift. Finding the fractures was easy once you understood where to tap the hammer. My father, Arthur, ran the Vanguard Foundation, a large, well-known charity. It seemed saintly on paper. Maybe they established orphanages, funded inner-city schools, and helped disabled soldiers. After digging into public tax records and cross-referencing them with offshore banking breaches, the numbers seemed radioactive. Tens of millions left the charity for untraceable Swiss shell corporations. Then Trent. Trent never joined NFL. He blew up his leg in a drunken jet ski accident a year after they kicked me out. Karma manifests poetically. He was now a Vanguard Foundation senior consultant, earning $450,000 a year. There was no evidence of him working. No emails, project logs, nothing. I used federal databases to investigate. I noticed sealed police reports that had vanished from local precincts. Suddenly dropped aggravated assault accusations against Trent. Massive payouts to young ladies, secretly classified NDA consulting fees in Foundation secondary ledgers. Not only were my parents abusive, high-level crooks. They bribed local police chiefs, silenced sexual assault victims, and funded their nasty, opulent lifestyle with charity money for sick children and veterans. They stole from orphans for Ferraris and Rolexes. The understanding hit me like a chest punch. They aggressively threw me out into the freezing rain for ruining the family image, while they ran a massive criminal organization from their living room. I needed more than questionable tax returns. The smoking gun was needed. I needed tangible proof of bribes. Being promoted to special prosecutor for a federal task force pursuing large-scale charity fraud was my big break. Director Hayes, my bright, hard-nosed supervisor, invited me into her corner office. "Elias," she said, dropping a large manila file on her glass desk. "We have a confidential whistleblower from a mid-sized charity operation up in Boston. Claims the owners are laundering millions for a South American cartel and paying off local judges to look the other way. It's a massive mess. I need someone who knows the area to go in quietly, assess the situation, and build a bulletproof RICO case." Looking down, I saw the file label. The Vanguard Foundation. A second passed without my heart pumping. The end. I received nuclear launch codes from the universe, not simply a sword. "I'll take it," I responded, trying to speak clearly. "I know the area extremely well." "Good." Director Hayes replied, reclined. "You go in deep cover as an independent state auditor. Do not let them know you're with the DOJ until you have the federal handcuffs ready to snap on their wrists. We want to catch them completely with their pants down." I started packing that night in my little, poorly decorated flat. I didn't bring a worn blue gym bag. My custom-made midnight blue Italian suit was packed. Packing my federal badge. My stack of blank subpoenas was hefty. I faced my bathroom mirror. The skinny, scared, shivering youngster with the broken arm was gone. He stared at me with icy, dead eyes and a granite jawline. I spent 10 years crawling through dirt, eating rubbish, and bleeding over textbooks to return through their front door without knocking. "I'm coming home, Mom and Dad," I muttered. "And I'm bringing the hurricane with me." Update 1. Driving back to my affluent hometown was weird. The streets were the same, with enormous oak trees and manicured lawns, but the interior felt different. I was no longer helpless. I was the top predator. I booked into the city's best luxury hotel. Ironically, my father's expensive 50th birthday party occurred at the same place. My black sedan was sleek and modest. Professional. No flash. I wasn't showcasing my success. I worked here. My cover story was elegantly simple. I performed routine tax-exempt status compliance checks for the state tax board as a high-level forensic auditor. It was a tedious process that angered rich individuals, but didn't deter them. I wanted to enter the foundation's headquarters, access their systems, and uncover the local bribe's digital link. I needed to see him first. Must see Trent. I knew where he would be. Trent presided at the Beacon Hill Club, an obscenely exclusive country club where the town's elite drank scotch and stroked each other's egos every Friday afternoon. After parking my vehicle, I entered the mahogany-lined lounge. I watched from a dark corner booth with a sparkling water. There he was. Trent aged poorly. He was swollen at 33. But his once perfect hair was thinning and his face was swollen and red from years of alcohol abuse. He shouted, slammed his huge hand on the table, and laughed at his own bad jokes. Stupid sycophants sat around him because he paid for the pricey champagne. His diamond-encrusted watch probably cost more than my first year of college. I saw it outside on the lot. The bright green 488 Ferrari. It was rudely parked in 2 handicap areas. Typical Trent. I observed him for an hour. I noticed his angry finger snap at the waitress. His possessive grip on a young woman who respectfully left his table was obvious. He was unchanged. My arm was broken by the same aggressive bully. I finished my water, tipped generously, and went. I heard a thundering V8 engine growl as I crossed the vast parking lot. The brilliant green Ferrari sped wildly around the corner in a pedestrian zone. I stopped walking. I didn't react. I stayed steady in his route. The automobile slowed violently, smoking, with the bumper inches from my kneecaps. Tinted window rolled down. Trent showed his sweaty, red face. "Watch where the hell you're walking, you absolute idiot," he shouted, spitting. "This paint job costs more than your miserable life." I wasn't recognized. Why would he? He last saw me as a thin, crying kid bleeding in the rain. The 6'2" broad-shouldered man in the impeccable cut suit standing calmly before him was unfamiliar. I carefully bent down, laying my hands on his priceless car's roof, staring at his bloodshot eyes. "Nice car, Trent," I remarked, dangerously calm. "It'd be a shame if the feds seized it." He squinted, confused and uneasy by my fearlessness. "Do I know you, pal?" Mr. Vance taught me the shark smile. "Not yet," I smiled. "But you will." Walked toward my sedan after pushing off the car. "Hey, who the hell do you think you are?" he shouted out the window, hurt. "Do you know my father?" I did not turn around, but waved my hand dismissively. "Trent, I know your father. I know he can't afford bail for what's coming." The next morning, I arrived at the Vanguard Foundation headquarters, a gigantic glass monstrosity in the downtown financial sector. I confidently showed my false credentials to the receptionist. I said, "I'm here to see Mr. Vanguard regarding the state tax audit," smoothly. 5 minutes later, my father exited the glass elevators. Arthur Vanguard was older and had grayer hair, but he still had that arrogant, untouchable swagger. He extended a hand and smiled like a millionaire politician. "Mr. Is it Vance?" he asked, looking at my middle name business card. "My secretary said you were here for the compliance check. We usually provide these files to the state via business counsel." "I prefer to be really thorough, Mr. Vanguard," I responded, shaking his frail hand. "New state regulations. Check the physical assets on site and compare philanthropic outlays to the recipient database." He frowned briefly. "That seems excessive. We do great charity here. We just raised $3.5 million for the Policeman's Benevolent Fund last month." "I'm sure you did," I responded, neutrally. "That's one of the state's monies I need to investigate. There were some irregular disbursements." "Irregularities?" His phony smile went instantly. "Looking, son, whoever sent you down here, the Vanguard name is immaculate in this town. We are community cornerstones." "I'm sure you are," I responded gently. "So you have nothing to conceal, right?" He stared at me, and for a moment, I thought he recognized me. Maybe it was the bridge of my nose or the shape of my jaw, but his arrogance quickly dismissed it. To Arthur Vanguard, his pathetic son Elias was either dead or rotting in a gutter. His brain couldn't imagine that the cold, professional auditor standing before him in a $2,500 suit was the same boy he had thrown away. "Fine," he replied, agitated. "My assistant will place you in the secondary conference room. Be quick. U.S. I don't want state pencil pushers interfering with our huge 30th anniversary gala this weekend." "Oh, don't worry," I answered calmly. "I'd definitely attend your gala. The night will be remembered, I hear." I was in. I had the castle keys. He mumbled dismissively and left. I spent the next 3 days locked in that windowless conference room, but I wasn't just looking at the sanitized paper files they handed me. I had plugged a discrete USB drive into their network port and was hacking their highly secured internal network using a brute force decryption program I developed with a DOJ cybersecurity friend. Only Thursday night, when the building had deserted, did I crack their primary server's encrypted hidden disk. There was the holy grail, the shadow ledger. They were funneling millions of dollars of raw drug cash from a South American cartel through the charity, washing it clean as anonymous donations, and taking a 15% laundering cut. They were paying off federal judges and the state zoning commission. I discovered the Trent folder. A tightly controlled subfolder held hundreds of scanned canceled checks and wire transfers. Memo: Assault NDA, $75,000 to Chloe Jenkins. Memo: Evidence destruction, DUI hit and run. $150,000 to Police Chief Miller. Memo: Paternity litigation, out-of-court settlement, $300,000. I was appalled. They had spent millions of dollars to cover up for him, while I had eaten out of garbage cans with a broken arm. A smart defense counsel may argue the servers were hacked or the files created, therefore I needed a human witness to swear under oath to the malevolent intent. I diligently searched the payroll records and found a name: Clara Higgins, head housekeeper. 20 years of service. Terminated 3 years ago, without severance. Clara, the sweet, quiet woman who was the only person in that vast estate to ever show me kindness, would slip me warm biscuits or surreptitiously bandage my wounded knees when my parents weren't watching. I found her present address: a run-down, unsafe apartment complex on the edge of town. I traveled there late that night in the rain, remembering that night 10 years earlier. An elderly woman opened her peeling door, gazing uneasily through the metal chain upon my quiet knock. "Yes?" "Frail spoken," she inquired. "Clara," I said, drawing back my hood. "Elias." "Elias Vanguard." After unlatching the chain with her shaky hands, she threw the door open and gasped, covering her mouth with both hands. "Oh, my sweet boy," she whispered, tears falling down her wrinkled cheeks. "We all assumed you were dead." She embraced me fiercely, still smelling like lavender soap and old paper. It was the first time a mother figure had touched me in 10 years. I swallowed a lump in my throat. I drank cheap tea at her small, rickety kitchen table and told her I was okay and had created something of myself before leaning close and asking the million-dollar question. "Clara, why did they fire you?" Fear marred her features. "Elias, I saw something wrong. Late at night, I entered the study. Your mother burned heaps of papers in the fireplace. She dropped one. It didn't burn, a heavy leather notebook. I pulled it from the ashes after she went to bed. My ribs were hammered by my heart. Do you still have it?" "I kept it," she said. "I always knew they were nasty. I stashed it under my mattress in case you returned." She slowly came from her bedroom with a burnt black leather notebook. I opened it and saw my mother's cursive handwriting. It was a physical diary of the unlawful payments, including cash bribes and cartel meetings. Turning the page revealed the night they kicked me out. "Arthur threw Elias out, so we can focus on Trent's career without any pathetic distractions. Arthur paid Police Chief Miller $10K tonight to disregard Elias's 911 calls about the broken arm. The devastating weight of the weapon I was holding made my hands tremble as I carefully closed the book. "Thank you, Clara." I stood up and stroked her shoulder. "You saved the world." "Elias, what will you do?" she asked, eyeing me with wide eyes. "I'm going to the gala," I said, speaking coldly. "And I'll give a little speech." Update 2. With Clara's diary and the decrypted digital shadow ledger, I had enough evidence to imprison the Vanguard family for life, but I wanted total, public destruction. I wanted to so thoroughly, violently destroy their pristine reputation that even the sewer rats wouldn't want to be associated with Vanguard. I summoned my strike team 24 hours before the main gala. "Director Hayes," I said into my encrypted federal phone, "green light. All their company and personal assets must be frozen at 8 p.m. tomorrow. I need judge-signed federal warrants. Bring the FBI SWAT team. The site has heavily armed private protection." "You got it, Elias," she exclaimed, "but be very careful. If they discover your identity before the raid teams breach, you're in grave danger." "They won't," I mused. "They're vastly too busy celebrating their own greatness to notice the guillotine hanging over their necks." The next day, I secretly met with the shadow file victims, starting with Chloe Jenkins at a quiet coffee shop. She was beautiful, but Trent had scarred her eyes physically and emotionally. When I showed her my DOJ badge and told her what I was doing, she broke down and cried into her hands. "I thought I was alone," she cried. "Your parents. They threatened to kill my little sister if I spoke out to the press. They threw money at me and had me sign a scary contract. That paper is legally void," I gently assured her, slipping a federal subpoena across the table. "Chloe, fight back. You never have to fear them again. I'm the law, and they can't hurt you again." 5 young ladies whose lives Trent had deliberately devastated were willing to give me their sworn, videotaped affidavits for justice. I didn't ask them to attend the gala because it would be too traumatic and risky. By Saturday night, all chess pieces were in place. I bought a midnight black, razor-sharp, perfectly tailored tuxedo at a high-end boutique to look like the Prince of Darkness coming to collect a decades-old debt. I looked at the gold-embossed invitation I stole from my father's desk, the Vanguard Foundation, 30 years of unmatched excellence, black tie required. I drove to the Ritz-Carlton Grand Ballroom, where the valet parking lot was full of Bentleys, Rolls-Royces, and Trent's ugly bright green Ferrari, parked arrogantly on the red carpet. I parked my rental sedan in the dark back alley. I met Detective Miller, a clean, uncorrupted state police officer I had covertly looped in to sidestep the corrupt local police chief. The shadows whispered, "We have the entire perimeter thoroughly protected, Agent Vanguard. My guys are inside in ordinary clothing, posing as catering servers, just waiting for your signal." "The signal is when I drop the microphone," I added, carefully adjusting my cufflinks. I patted the inside pocket of my tuxedo jacket, feeling the thick stack of federal arrest warrants and taking a long intake of frigid Boston air. "Let's go crash a party." Massive crystal chandeliers the size of small cars hung from the vaulted ceiling, casting a warm, golden glow over the grand ballroom. The tables were draped in imported white silk, and every table had a towering bouquet of rare white orchids, my mother's favorite. The room smelled of expensive French perfume, roasted filet mignon, and hypocrisy. At least 300 important people, the mayor, 3 local judges, rich business tycoons were present. They had seen my family destroy the community for decades. I watched silently in the dark shadows at the rear of the room. My father held a microphone on the brightly lit stage, looking regal in his bespoke tuxedo. My mother stood beside him, beaming, holding a massive bouquet of red roses. Trent was there too, looking bored, texting quickly on his phone, leaning against the mahogany podium like he owned the universe. "Thanks, everyone," Arthur roared across the enormous audience, his charisma magnified. 30 years is long. Beatrice and I created our charity with a simple dream, an all-helping communal dream. The wealthy applauded politely while sipping champagne. "We have experienced numerous obstacles," he said calmly. "But we always put family first." Looking at my eldest son, Trent, standing beside me now, I know this foundation's future is in great hands. He motioned grandly to Trent, who waved to the throng lazily. "Over $3.5 million raised tonight," Arthur triumphed. "And I'm glad to report every penny will go to good organizations." That was my signal. After emerging from the shadows, I carefully walked down the middle aisle on the soft red carpet, my body heavy. "Actually, Arthur," I yelled, piercing through the ovation like a blade. "Is that true?" The ballroom fell silent when the music stopped. 300 eyes focused on me. My father tried to see me through the stage spotlights. "Excuse me? Who's that?" "Security, take charge." "That." I kept walking steadily and deliberately until I reached the stage's base light. "Dad, you don't recognize me?" I asked with a sour grin. 10 years have passed. I somewhat looked different without the broken arm and bloodied face. My mother shrieked and dropped her big bouquet, scattering red roses across the stage floor. Her manicured palm shot to her throat, her face drained of color. "Elias," she said into the mic. Rich people gasped at the lost kid, violent runaway, and family dishonor. Elias, my father exclaimed, shaking with shock and wrath. What are you doing here? Leave my sight. Security, remove this trespassing lunatic now. Two huge, hefty private security guys ran at me, grasping for their radios. FED agent, anyone who touches me will be charged with assaulting a federal officer and obstruction of justice, I said, reaching under my jacket and displaying my gold DOJ badge. Stand back. The guards stopped, looked at my bright badge, and looked up at my father. They slowly retreated, raising their hands. They weren't paid enough to fight the federal government. I gently climbed the carpeted steps to the stage, 5 feet from them, much like that rainy night in the foyer 10 years earlier. But now I was in charge. This garbage? Trent approached, inflating his chest, intimidating me. You think a costume shop badge scares us? Get lost, pitiful loser. I ignored him and seized the microphone from my father's quivering fingers, staring out at the large elite crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I began, my voice icy cool off the walls. I'm Elias Vanguard. The U.S. Department of Justice appointed me special prosecutor. Tonight, we celebrate a different anniversary. Number 1. CNDHI. I pointed a little remote clicker from my tuxedo pocket at the big projection screen behind them, which was showing the Foundation's exquisite logo. Click. The logo disappeared and the screen became a large, comprehensive spreadsheet, the Shadow Ledger. This, I pointed to the screen, is a thoroughly documented record of Vanguard Foundation unlawful payments over the last decade. Massive South American drug gang money laundering. Cash bribes to Judge Stevens are 6 figures. Chief of Police Miller's monthly compensation. The police chief, sitting in the front row, turned ghastly pale and got up, hurrying toward the emergency exit. Sit, Chief, my federal agents are already securing the doors, I said into the mic. FBI SWAT agents in full tactical gear stormed through all 4 double doors, weapons lowered but ready, lining the ballroom perimeter on cue, causing panicked gasps, cries, and the sound of breaking glass as someone dropped their champagne flute. I turned to my parents, who looked tiny and afraid. Their arrogance was gone. You lied to everyone in this room. I snarled. You told them I was a violent runaway. You called me crazy. To protect him, you brutally kicked an injured, bleeding 19-year-old out into the freezing rain. I pointed a hard finger at Trent. A serial abuser. Click. Trent stupidly assumed he had uninstalled the concealed dashboard camera of his Ferrari, but the cloud never forgets. The big screen showed Trent sitting in the driver's seat, laughing wildly with a friend. Trent on video. I struck her. So what? Who cares? My dad paid her with $50,000 from the charity money. Bro, I can do whatever I want. And Vanguard. We literally own this ridiculous place. Shouting followed a collective gasp of disgust. Trent went insane and screamed as he lunged at me, throwing a tremendous right hook at my jaw. As he violently swung, I smoothly sidestepped, grabbed his thick wrist using the same martial arts move he used to break my arm years earlier and twisted it sharply. I swept his leg, slamming his heavy body face first onto the stage floor. I planted my knee firmly into his spine, pinning him down as he thrashed helplessly. You have the right to be silent, I whispered into his ear. But keep shouting. Music to my ears. Detective Miller stormed the stage and forcibly cuffed Trent's wrists, pulling him up. I rose, fixed my tie, and faced my parents. My father was shaking, his chest heaving, and my mother was crying real, ugly, snot-nosed cries of sheer despair. Elias, my father sputtered, extending his hands in a pitiful surrender. Son, we can discuss this privately. We can negotiate. Millions are mine. You get half of everything. Just shut off the screen and call the dogs. I stared at him, the man who had dragged my broken body across the floor. I don't want your filthy money, Arthur, I whispered, I want your legacy. I grabbed the hefty warrant stack from my jacket and slapped it on his chest. Arthur and Beatrice Vanguard. Racketeering, enormous money laundering, obstruction of justice, and charity fraud have landed you both in federal custody. Your bank accounts are frozen. Swiss authorities seized your offshore assets. Completely broke. The show concludes. My mother grabbed me, her manicured hand shaking frantically. Elias, please. Me, your mommy. You were mine. Please don't hurt your family. I stared her dead in the eye, feeling just chilly closure. Family? No family, I asked, bending my head. I remember a rude woman who dumped my damaged gym bag into a frigid puddle and called me garbage. Beatrice, your last decision was that night. I'm making mine tonight. Nodding to FBI agents, take them away. The tactical police led my wildly sobbing parents off the stage in heavy handcuffs, and the local press captured every agonizing second of their public humiliation. I didn't feel giddy joy or the urge to laugh. I just felt a heavy, profound, deep satisfaction. It felt like finally setting down a 1,000-pound weight I had been carrying for a decade. I saw the scared crowd staring at me in startled, breathless stillness. Enjoy the dessert, everyone, I replied. I hear it was paid for with stolen cartel money. Ass. My microphone fell to the hardwood stage floor with a loud bang. The raid was swift and brutal. Because I heavily involved the federal government, there was no corrupt local judge to quietly bail them out. They were denied bond due to extreme flight risks thanks to the offshore Swiss accounts I meticulously uncovered and locked in federal holding cells. I stood on the pavement outside the enormous Vanguard estate the next morning and saw U.S. Marshals marking everything in the house and professional movers moving precious oil paintings, marble statues, and antique furniture. Next came vehicles. While drinking coffee, I watched a huge tow truck tow Arthur's Rolls-Royce Phantom up the metal ramp, covered in dust. My father loved that car more than he loved me. The bright green Ferrari, the outrageous emblem of Trent's ultimate impunity, was placed onto a flatbed truck and auctioned by the state to repay fraud victims. Clara, the old housekeeper, quietly stepped up alongside me. She said, "You really did it, Elias," wiping her tear. "You brought down the castle." I corrected her, "We did it, Clara," throwing an arm around her fragile shoulders. 2 days later, I drove to the Federal Detention Institution for psychological closure, even though I wasn't required. I visited Trent first. He was in solitary confinement because he had arrogantly tried to fight a prison guard over his food tray. He looked pitiful in a bright orange jumpsuit without his expensive hair gel, diamond watch, or father's money to protect him. He lifted the weighty phone and stared at me through the bulletproof plexiglass. "You think you won?" The sneering voice was tinged with panic. "When I leave here, I swear to God, I'll find you. You're not getting out, Trent," I whispered calmly, leaning into the microphone. "I found cartel drug money logs. Mandatory federal minimum sentence. 20 years. I revived 5 assault accusations against you, so you'll be 60 before you see the sun again. Nobody will remember your name by then. Your ghost." His face crumbled as he realized I wasn't bluffing. He started yelling incoherently and forcefully, smashing his huge fists on the reinforced glass like a caged animal. I didn't flinch. I simply hung up the phone, turned my back on his tantrum, and left. Then I visited my folks. They sat upon a chilly metal table in a dark gray interrogation chamber, shrunken and aged 15 years in 48 hours from the stress of losing their empire. When I boldly entered the room, my father stood up, urgently seeking to regain his old, dominating power. "Elias," he rasped, "repair this now. Call the governor. Declare the audit a mistake. Tell them you fabricated the ledger." "It wasn't a mistake, Arthur," I murmured, carefully sitting across from them. "It was perfect justice. We gave you life. How can you be so ungrateful?" My mother cried, slamming her palms on the table. "We dressed you. You were fed. You gave me life," I nodded slowly. "Then you deliberately tried to kill it. You picked a violent monster over your son because he could throw a football and I was a math nerd. You prioritized public appearance over morals." I slowly reached into my leather briefcase and pulled out a slightly faded, glossy photo of me from Thanksgiving 10 years ago. I was painfully skinny, my face was dirty, my arm was in a filthy sling, and I was holding the same tattered blue gym bag. I moved the photo carefully across the metal table. "You brutally pushed me out into the cold with a bag of trash," I replied, glaring at my father. "I'm repaying the favor." The mansion vanished. Vehicles are gone. Foundation gone. Cartel money is seized. You have nothing. Both of you will die in federal jail. My father looked down at the photo and shook uncontrollably. For the first time in his arrogant life, he realized he was a pitiful old criminal who had vastly underestimated his victim. "Why?" A tear fell from his eye as he murmured, "Why go this far? Why trash everything?" "Because I stepped up, calmly buttoning my fitted jacket. You said I'd never be anything. I wanted to prove that I became the only thing you couldn't buy." Turning, I approached the massive steel door. "Elias," my mother cried out, her voice echoing off the concrete walls. "Elias, wait, please, what should we do?" I rested my fingers on the chilly metal doorknob and peeked over my shoulder at them one final time. "I don't know," I answered, repeating her vicious comments from that frigid, rainy night. "That's not my problem." I left, the heavy door snapped shut behind me, like a deadbolt falling into place, but this time, I was free. I left the prison and emerged into the bright sunlight. The Boston air was warm and the sky was a dazzling, clear blue. I took a deep breath and exhaled. The haunting ghost of that freezing night was gone. 10 minutes felt like 10 years as I was shivering under that concrete bridge, yet the year after my family's incarceration flowed like a river, washing away all my past pain and grime. The federal trial was the media circus everyone expected. My parents, Arthur and Beatrice, turned on each other with a viciousness that shocked even the most tough tabloid reporters. Loyalty in the Vanguard family was a financial transaction, as I always suspected. Once the bank accounts were frozen and the lavish lifestyle stopped, the fake love vanished. My mother aggressively claimed she was a terrified victim of my father's controlling, abusive nature. My father loudly claimed she was the mastermind behind the cartel money laundering and bribes. Watching them tear each other to bloody shreds in court, desperately blaming each other to avoid a longer sentence, was the final confirmation I needed. Their pitiful performance was rejected by the jury. Trent was sentenced to 25 years in federal prison with a binding requirement that he wouldn't be eligible for parole until he was nearly 60 due to his multiple violent assaults. Each of my parents served 15 years in maximum security prisons. I recall sitting silently in the back row of the courtroom when the judge's wooden gavel fell. I didn't celebrate or smile, I just exhaled. It was a breath I'd been holding since I was 19. The real story is what I did with my eventual freedom, not them suffering in prison. After the trial, the DOJ offered me a massive, highly publicized promotion to be the face of the anti-corruption unit in Washington, D.C. It included a beautiful corner office, a six-figure salary, and enough political prestige to erase my painful past. I declined. Director Hayes believed I was insane. "Elias," she paced her office, "you are the department's golden boy. You shut down cartel money laundering. You can write a ticket anywhere in the country." "I'm deeply tired of golden boys," I informed her. "I have real work to do back here." As the lead whistleblower and federal investigator who uncovered the massive tax fraud, I was legally entitled to a percentage of the recovered funds. It's a standard government incentive program designed to incur. The federal check arrived in the mail, and I stared at it for a long time. It was more money than I had ever seen, my stolen inheritance given out in the ashes of their ultimate ruin. I wanted to burn it immediately since the money felt cursed from bribes, fear, cartel blood, and innocent people like Chloe Jenkins suffering. But then I remembered what Mr. Vance, the discredited lawyer who taught me to fight, said over cheap diner coffee: "Money has no soul, child. It just absorbs the hand's essence." I cleaned the money and gave it a new soul. I bought a building, not a sprawling, obnoxious mansion in the suburbs, but an old, massive, abandoned brick warehouse on the gritty east side of town, near the overpass where I used to sleep on wet cardboard. I hired dozens of local contractors, passionate teachers, and trauma therapists. We proudly called it Times the Beacon. It was more than a homeless shelter, it was a massive resource center for at-risk youth who were aging out of the broken foster system or fleeing abusive, wealthy homes that looked perfect but were rotting inside. We provided free, vigorous legal representation for kids in hard custody fights and enormous college fund scholarships for intelligent kids with great grades but no money. We gave them what I never had, an ironclad safety net. I was walking through the busy main hall on a rainy afternoon 6 months after we opened the doors when I saw Sam, a 16-year-old skinny kid in a faded hoodie 3 sizes too big. He was holding his left arm awkwardly against his chest, wincing every time he moved. I strolled up and sat quietly on the bench next to him. "Hey," I purred. "I'm Elias." He recoiled. "I didn't steal anything from the kitchen," he murmured. "I know you didn't. Is your arm hurt?" Looking at his worn footwear, he said, "My stepfather." He was furious because I didn't wash his truck properly. I felt that familiar wrath in my chest, but I quickly suppressed it. Calculated action would assist this kid. "You know," I continued, slowly rolling up my dress shirt sleeve to show him the faint, jagged surgical scar on my forearm where surgeons had to put metal pins to repair my bone years earlier. "I had a really bad break just like that when I was a little older than you." Looking at the scar, he gawked. "Yeah. It hurt so much," I smiled. "The bone healed. It healed stronger than before its break." I looked him in the eye. "Sam, you're secure. We employ a bulldog lawyer that specialized in imprisoning stepfathers. You will never return to that house." "I swear." Watching Sam get the medical cast he needed and eat a big lunch without looking over his shoulder was greater than any trial victory I had ever had. I didn't construct it alone. Chloe, the brave young woman who had testified against Trent and stood by me when the case got tough, became my true partner when she quit her soulless corporate job to run the free legal clinic at the Beacon full-time. We spent our chaotic days aggressively fighting for broken kids and our quiet nights trying to cook dinner in our tiny kitchen without burning the apartment down. We bought a modest fixer-upper, a small, cozy 2-bedroom house with a big wooden wraparound porch. I traded the sleek black government sedan for a used Ford F-150 truck. It wasn't fast, flashy, or a Ferrari, but it could haul heavy lumber for the center and massive loads of groceries for the food bank. It was a bright summer evening when Chloe and I sat on the porch swing and watched the sun set over Boston in purple and burnt orange. "You got a letter in the mail today," Chloe whispered, handing me a crumpled white envelope. My mother's hurried, looping handwriting was instantly recognizable, and the corner return address was the Federal Women's Correctional Facility in Danbury. I didn't open it. I didn't even hesitate. I took a silver lighter from my pocket, the one I used to light the backyard grill, and calmly set the envelope corner on fire. I dropped the burning paper into a metal ashtray on the table and watched it quickly turn into useless black ash. "Don't want to know what she said?" Chloe asked quietly, head on my shoulder. "I already know exactly what it says," I said, letting the flames flicker out. "She wants commissary money, phony forgiveness, or to blame me for her wrecked life. It's irrelevant. My mind no longer contains them. Their rent is free. You're a really good man, Elias Vanguard. Chloe smiled and squeezed my hand, saying, I'm working on it. I reached deep into my jacket pocket. I had been nervously carrying a small, velvet box for 3 weeks, waiting for the perfect moment. There were no paparazzi cameras, grand, expensive gestures, or Rolls-Royce waiting to whisk us away. There was only a quiet wooden porch, a neighbor's dog barking, and the incredibly strong woman who had seen me when I was invisible. Chloe, I whispered, sliding off the wooden seat and kneeling. Her hands flew to cover her mouth as she gasped, shedding tears instantly. I don't have a massive dynasty or a corrupt empire to offer you, I added, staring up at her. I swear to never leave you in the chilly rain. Will we wed? She didn't answer yes right away, but she hugged me so hard I nearly fell off the porch into the bushes. Sam, my proud ring bearer, wore a suit we bought him, and Clara, the old housekeeper who saved the diary in my life, sat in the front row, crying happy tears into a lace handkerchief. It was the city's poorest wedding financially, but the world's richest in love. As I danced slowly with Chloe under the cheap, glowing string lights, I realized that my parents were wrong about everything. They foolishly thought that power came from inducing fear, that respect could be bought with a checkbook, and that a legacy was just your arrogant name on a glass building. They were rotting in tiny concrete cells, divorced, alone, and morally bankrupt. Their wealthy pals left them the moment the federal indictment fell. I was dancing in a grassy backyard with people who would take a bullet for me because I served them. I looked down at my wrist and saw a $50 Timex, not a diamond Rolex. It was time to cut the cake. I was free. I drove my beat-up pickup to the old, wealthy area after telling Chloe I had one more, deeply personal errand a few weeks ago. When you're a terrified, bleeding kid, the world looks like a massive labyrinth of untouchable giants. When you're a grown man who has faced massive corruption and won, it just looks like quiet, boring suburbs. I arrived at 1402 Oakwood Drive. The massive home was gone. After the federal bank seized the property, they tried to sell it on the open market, but the house's dark reputation, cartel money, FBI raids, House of Secrets made no one want to live there. Eventually, a massive commercial developer bought the land just for the lot value and violently bulldozed the entire structure. The grand, marble foyer was gone, the second-story window where Trent mocked me was empty, and the long, winding driveway where my father brutally dragged me by my collar was cracked, broken, and overgrown with tall weeds. I stopped the truck and stepped outside. The air was crisp, but it wasn't raining. I slowly walked to where I estimated the heavy oak front door used to be, closed my eyes, and listened. I half expected to hear my father's haunting echoes or feel my left arm's phantom throbbing pain. There was nothing but the wind rustling the oak trees, and a neighbor's lawnmower buzzing far away. In the story, the scary monster was fictional. I stood there and thought about the psychological concept of the golden child. My parents had sacrificed everything, their core morality, their finances, their freedom, and their other son to build a massive, golden altar to Trent. They poured all their delusional hopes, rampant narcissism, and insatiable greed into him. They aggressively protected him from every consequence. They utterly destroyed him. Trent never learned empathy, mental resilience, or hard labor. He was just a produced product, and when the product became flawed, the factory closed. I was lucky in a deeply twisted, ironic way. By violently throwing me out into the cold and breaking my bones, they forced me to rebuild myself from scratch. They gave me the ultimate gift of struggle by teaching me how to survive the freezing cold. They replaced any sense of entitlement with a burning, insatiable hunger. I kicked a stray piece of concrete rubble into the dirt where the enormous multi-car garage used to be. I remembered the brilliant green Ferrari, a flashy, garish symbol of everything wrong with my rotten family. I realized right then that I didn't hate them anymore. Hate requires massive emotional energy and care. What I felt looking at that empty dirt lot was profound, distant, clinical pity. They were pathetic, tragic figures in a play they didn't know was a tragedy. They thought they were the untouchable kings and queens of the world, but they were foolish jesters. An SMS from Chloe vibrated my phone in my pocket. Sam's community college acceptance letter arrived. We're ordering 3 huge pizzas to celebrate. Come home. Come home. I valued those 2 simple words more than the Vanguard wealth. Last, I inspected the empty, overgrown dirt lot. Goodbye, I muttered into the wind, not to my imprisoned parents, but to the terrified, bleeding boy who used to live here. The boy who thought he was worthless and begged for affection from hollow adults who were just for transactional greed. I turned around and walked back to my truck, started the engine, and drove away. I didn't look in the rearview mirror once as I left the neighborhood because there was nothing behind me worth looking at. The road ahead was wide open, the sun was shining, and I was driving for the first time in my life. I need space, my girlfriend texted from another man's apartment. I replied understood, canceled her credit cards, and let foreclosure do the rest. My name is Marcus 28 male, and up until a few months ago, I was in a 2.5-year relationship with Chloe, 24 female. We didn't officially live together. She had her own quaint little studio apartment downtown, and I had my own place closer to my corporate job in the financial district. But for the last 14 months of our relationship, I had essentially become her sole financial provider, her safety net, and her personal ATM. To understand how we got here, you have to understand Chloe's delusion. About a year and a half into our relationship, Chloe decided to quit her perfectly good part-time job as a barista. She constantly complained about smelling like roasted coffee beans and dealing with rude customers. Her ultimate dream was to become a full-time lifestyle, beauty, and travel influencer. She was convinced she was just one viral video away from securing massive brand deals. The glaring problem was that her influencer gig wasn't bringing in a single dime. In fact, it was a massive, gaping financial sinkhole. She was constantly buying new designer outfits, expensive ring lights, high-end cosmetics, and booking aesthetic coffee shops just to capture the perfect Instagram shot. Because I loved her deeply and believed in supporting a partner's ambitions, I foolishly stepped in to bridge the financial gap while she grew her audience. I fell victim to the sunk cost fallacy. And by bridging the gap, I mean I was entirely bankrolling her existence. I had given her 2 premium credit cards in my name, listing her as an authorized user. I was paying her unlimited cell phone plan, her premium car insurance, her luxury $150 a month gym membership, all her music and television streaming services, and even her upgraded cloud storage for all those high-resolution photos she took daily. Altogether, her lifestyle was costing me roughly $2,200 a month. And that $2,200 didn't even include the lavish weekend dinners we went on, the random gifts she'd demand for her, unboxing content, or the occasional $300 cash transfers I'd send her via Venmo when she inevitably couldn't make her portion of her studio apartments. Rent. Enter Liam, 27 male. Liam was Chloe's so-called best friend from her college days. He was the classic, textbook orbiter, the guy who was always the absolute first to like her posts, dropping heart eyes and fire emojis on every single selfie within seconds of it going live. He was the one she always swore was just a platonic friend, and repeatedly told me I was being deeply overreacting, controlling, and insecure if I ever brought up his obvious intentions. This was the dude who was texting her "Good morning, beautiful, hope you crush it today" before I even had the chance to wake up and make my morning coffee. I always had a gut feeling about him, but I suppressed it to keep the peace. 4 weeks ago, the absolute peak of audacity occurred. I was sitting at my desk at work, buried in complex financial spreadsheets, when my phone buzzed. It was a massive paragraph from Chloe. "Hey babe, so Liam's roommate completely bailed on him out of nowhere, and he's offering me the extra room in his apartment for super cheap. I really need this opportunity, Marcus. It's time for me to get out of my tiny studio and focus entirely on my brand without any outside distractions. I think we need to do no contact for a month, okay? I'm just really trying to figure myself out, find my creative voice, and protect my peace. We're still together, obviously. I just need space to breathe and grow. Love you so much." I sat there in my ergonomic office chair, the fluorescent lights buzzing above me, and stared at that glowing screen for a solid 10 minutes. My brain was completely short-circuiting trying to process the sheer, unadulterated entitlement radiating from those words. Let me get the logistics of this straight. She is packing up her life and moving into an apartment with another man, a man who clearly, desperately wants to sleep with her, but we are obviously still a committed couple? And I am suddenly considered a distraction that needs to be cut off for a whole month. While I am simultaneously expected to continue quietly covering her $2,200 monthly living expenses from the shadows. A cold, terrifyingly calm wave of absolute clarity washed over me. The thick, blinding fog of love completely evaporated in an instant. I didn't write a long, emotional paragraph back. I didn't beg her to stay. I didn't call her crying and asking what I did wrong. I typed a single word. Understood. Arky. And then, I got to work. Real work. Update 1. I stood up, walked over to my office door, and locked it. I pulled up my personal laptop, opened a new browser window, and brought up every single banking and utility application I possessed. The great purge commenced. First, the credit cards. She had 2 of my premium travel cards where she was listed as an authorized user. One had an $8,500 limit, the other a $6,000 limit. Both were practically maxed out from her endless business expenses, which translated to designer shoes, luxury brunches, and trips to Sephora. I had been making the minimum payments like an absolute clown for a year. I navigated to the Account Management tab, clicked Revoke Authorized User Access, and then selected Deactivate Card for both pieces of plastic. A green checkmark appeared. Done. Her physical cards were now completely useless pieces of plastic. Next, the phone plan. I logged into my Verizon family account. There was her number, happily utilizing my unlimited 5G data to upload her TikToks. I selected her specific line, Clicked remove from family plan, and hit confirm. Effective immediately. She would have no cellular service the second she stepped off Wi-Fi. Car insurance was next. I logged into my Geico portal. She drove a leased Honda Civic that was somehow bundled onto my policy to save us money. I swiftly removed her vehicle and deleted her name as an insured driver. She could figure out how to drive legally on the roads by herself. Then came the daily lifestyle perks. The $150 a month luxury gym membership. Cancelled online. The Spotify Premium Family Plan? Booted her device permanently. The Netflix, Hulu, Max, and Amazon Prime accounts she used every single evening? Passwords changed to complex alphanumeric strings, and I forced a global sign out of all devices command. Even her precious online shopping accounts that were tied to my email address and payment methods, I went in and deleted the entire profiles, wiping her saved carts and wish lists into the digital void. The whole systematic dismantling of her financial safety net took me exactly 45 minutes. When I finally closed my laptop, I felt lighter than I had in 2.5 years. The crushing weight of her financial burden was gone. I picked up my phone, navigated to her contact, and hit block. She wanted a month of no contact to find herself? She was going to get exactly what she asked for, down to the absolute letter. The clock was officially ticking. The absolute silence lasted for exactly 3 days. On the afternoon of the 4th day, my phone started lighting up like a Christmas tree with rapid-fire calls from unknown numbers and mutual acquaintances. I didn't pick up a single one, but the voicemails they left were absolute cinematic gold. I poured myself a glass of bourbon and listened to them in my living room. The first voicemail was from her enabler friend, Jessica. "Oh my God, Marcus, what the hell did you do? Chloe's card just stopped working at the mall and she's completely losing her mind. This is so incredibly low and toxic of you. You are literally financially abusing her. Call her back right now and fix this." The second was from her mother, Brenda. "Hi Marcus, honey, it's Brenda. There seems to be some sort of strange mix-up with Chloe's credit cards. She thinks it's a bank glitch but she can't get a hold of you because her calls aren't going through. Can you please call the bank and sort it out? She's really upset and stressed out." The third voicemail was from Chloe herself, clearly using Liam's phone number. "What the actual hell, Marcus? My card just got declined at Whole Foods in front of literally everyone. The cashier looked at me like I was a homeless person. How could you do this to me? This is literal financial manipulation and abuse. Turn the cards back on right now. You are ruining my life." Financial manipulation? That was a phenomenally bold accusation coming from a woman who had just packed her bags, moved into another man's apartment, and demanded zero contact while fully expecting her boyfriend to blindly bankroll her existence. I listened to the voicemails, laughed out loud, and went back to eating my dinner. I ignored every single one of them. She wanted space, and I was committed to giving it to her. But the absolute best voicemail came late that same night. It was Chloe again, and this time the anger was gone. She was hysterically, uncontrollably sobbing. "Marcus, please pick up. My car insurance lapsed because you took me off, and I got pulled over for a busted taillight. The cop gave me a $520 ticket for driving uninsured and almost impounded my car. I don't have the money to pay this. And Liam saw my card get declined at the grocery store today. I had to pretend that I accidentally grabbed my old canceled debit card. It was so humiliating. Please, Marcus, I'm begging you, just turn the cards back on. I'll pay you back eventually, I swear on my life. This is so embarrassing." Embarrassing? Perfect. Maybe that was something she should have considered before she moved into a guy's apartment who actively thirsts over her, and told the man paying her bills that she needed no contact. Update 2. The chaos finally erupted in person yesterday afternoon. It was a Saturday, and I was in the middle of meal prepping for the week when there was a frantic, aggressive pounding on my front door. I looked through the peephole. It was Chloe. And standing awkwardly right behind her, looking like a lost puppy, was Liam. She had actually brought the guy she moved in with to confront me about cutting off the voluntary allowance I was giving her. I unlocked the deadbolt, opened the door, and leaned against the frame, crossing my arms. Chloe looked like a complete wreck. The polished, flawless influencer veneer was completely gone. She had no makeup on, her hair was shoved into a greasy, messy ponytail, and she was wearing a pair of faded, oversized sweatpants. Liam stood a few feet back on the porch, looking incredibly uncomfortable and aggressively staring at his shoes while fiddling with his phone. "Marcus, we seriously need to talk right now," Chloe demanded, her voice trembling with a mix of rage and panic. "You asked for a month of no contact," I said calmly, not moving an inch. "It's only been 2 weeks. You're breaking your own rules. Stop it, Marcus, just stop," she screamed, her face turning red. "You know exactly what you did. You completely tanked my credit and ruined my life." "Your credit?" I raised an eyebrow, genuinely amused. "Chloe, those are my credit cards. They are in my name, tied to my social security number, paid from my checking account. You were just an authorized user spending my money. Your credit is completely unaffected. Liam finally decided to play the white knight and chimed in, his voice cracking slightly. Dude, you gotta admit, that's kind of harsh. She was heavily relying on those cards to survive. I slowly turned my gaze to Liam. I let the heavy silence hang in the air for a few agonizing seconds before I spoke. You're seriously standing on my porch right now? She moved into your apartment, Liam. She's living with you. But I'm supposed to keep paying her bills and buying her groceries while she plays house with you. Liam's eyes darted back and forth nervously. Look, man, it's not like that. We're just friends. She just needed a place to stay to focus on her art. Right, I said, nodding slowly. Just friends. Well, friend, she's your roommate now. You feed her. Chloe stepped between us, her fists clenched. Marcus, I need those cards turned back on right now. I have a massive brand partnership meeting tomorrow morning via Zoom and I need to look professional. I don't even have the money to get my hair done or buy my specific foundation. You are sabotaging my career. That sounds like a massive you problem, I replied, totally deadpan. I swear to God I will take you to court, she shrieked, pointing a shaking finger at my chest. You controlled me financially. You made me dependent on you and now you're punishing me for needing space. My followers will ruin you. Sue me for what, exactly? I laughed, unable to hold it in anymore. Stopping the flow of free money? Go right ahead. Please, take me to court. Call a lawyer right now. I have over 2 years of bank statements showing tens of thousands of dollars spent at Sephora, Ulta, Zara, and high-end coffee shops, all while you posted on Instagram about being an independent, self-made queen. I looked over at Liam, who was suddenly looking very pale and sweaty. Yo, Liam, didn't she tell you I was a controlling, toxic boyfriend? Liam shifted uncomfortably, looking at Chloe and then back at me. Yeah. She said you were financially abusive, and wouldn't let her leave. Toxic? I asked, looking back at Chloe. I paid every single one of her bills while she chased an influencer dream that generated zero revenue. And controlling? She literally packed her bags and moved in with you, buddy. Does that sound like I controlled her movements or who she hung out with? Chloe's face went from red to a sickly white. You are destroying my life. My engagement is dropping because I can't afford to keep up my content. My car registration is expired and I can't afford to renew it. I can't even afford food. I feigned shock and looked at Liam. Wait, what? Liam's not covering the grocery bill? That's so odd. I thought you guys were roommates? Surely he's helping out with the household expenses. Liam looked at her, his confusion morphing into visible irritation. I paid your share of the rent this month because you said your funds were tied up in brand investments. Not right now, Liam, Chloe snapped at him aggressively. You could physically see the gears turning in Liam's head. The realization was washing over him in real time. He thought he was moving in a vulnerable, beautiful girl who was finally leaving her toxic boyfriend, and that he was going to swoop in, be the hero, and get a girlfriend. Chloe, on the other hand, thought she was getting a free place to stay with her pathetic orbiter while keeping me on the hook as her personal ATM. Look, I said, stepping back into my apartment and grabbing the door handle. You wanted space to focus on yourself and your brand. I am giving you that exact space. Now get off my property before I call the police and have you both trespassed. Chloe immediately broke down into hysterical, ugly tears, dropping to her knees on the porch. You don't get it, Marcus. I have bills. I have responsibilities. My minimum payments on my personal student loans are $400 a month. Then get a job. Content creation is my job, she wailed. Your 4,500 followers aren't paying your bills, Chloe. I was. And now I'm not. Goodbye. I started to close the door. She quickly shoved her foot in the jam to stop it. I'll post about this. I will expose exactly what kind of abusive person you are on TikTok. I will ruin your reputation. Please do, I smiled warmly. Make sure you explicitly mention the part where you moved in with another man while expecting your boyfriend to fund your entire life. I'm sure that we'll get a ton of likes and sympathy. I shoved her foot back with my shoe, slammed the heavy wooden door shut, and locked the deadbolt. Her little smear campaign kicked off almost immediately. That evening, she posted a tearful, highly edited video on TikTok and Instagram about surviving financial abuse in relationships and how her toxic ex left her stranded with nothing. It got maybe 600 views. And the comments from her own followers were absolutely ruthless. Wait, didn't you just post last week that you moved in with your male bestie? So let me get this straight. Your ex paid all your bills and you left him, and now you're mad he stopped paying? Where do I sign up for this kind of financial abuse? This is so incredibly cringe. Delete this before more people see it. She deleted the video within 3 hours. Update 3. The real desperation hit the following Tuesday. I was at the gym, doing a set of deadlifts, when I got a direct message on Instagram. It was from Liam. Hey man, we seriously need to talk. Chloe has been lying to me this whole time. She told me she had enough savings to pay half the rent and utilities for the next 6 months, but she is completely broke. She's been eating all my food, using my expensive shower products, and she just sits on the couch crying all day refusing to clean. She already owes me $1,100 for rent and groceries. Is there any way you can take her back or at least help her out financially? I read the message while wiping the sweat off my face and actually laughed out loud in the middle of the gym. I typed back, "That sounds like a massive issue for you, buddy. She's your roommate now. Her mom lives 25 minutes away. Tell her to go there." Liam replied immediately, his panic obvious through the text. "I tried. Her mom won't take her in unless she deletes her social media and gets a real full-time job. She refuses to do it. Bro, this isn't even funny anymore. She tried flirting with me last night to get me to pay for her car insurance. When I told her I didn't have the money, she flipped out, threw a glass at the wall, and called me a broke loser. I had to leave my own apartment to get away from her. You wanted her as a roommate," I replied coldly. "You played stupid games, Liam. Enjoy your stupid prize. Do not contact me again." The real kicker, however, came from Chloe's mother, Brenda. Brenda actually called me the next day, and unlike Chloe, she sounded genuinely apologetic, exhausted, and deeply embarrassed. "Marcus, honey, I am so deeply sorry to bother you." Brenda sighed heavily over the phone. "I had absolutely no idea you were covering all of her expenses." She lied to my face. She told me she was earning a fantastic income online from brand deals and affiliate links. "Brenda, she made maybe $250 a month from random Amazon affiliate links," I explained gently. "That was her entire income. I paid for everything else." "Oh my dear Lord," Brenda gasped, her voice breaking. "And the credit cards?" "She told me there was a bank error and you were holding her money hostage. Are they really maxed out?" "Yes," I confirmed. "Between the two cards, there is about $14,500 in debt. All clothes, makeup, luxury dining, and random aesthetic junk for her videos. If you check her socials, every single post, every meal, every outfit was directly funded by my paycheck." There was a long, heavy silence on the other end of the line. I could hear Brenda taking a shaky breath. "I am cutting her off entirely too, Marcus. I told her she can come home, but only if she gets a job at my friend's dental clinic as a receptionist. She has to work 40 hours a week, and pay me rent. I am done enabling this delusion. I raised her better than this." "Good call, Brenda. You're a good mom, and you're doing the right thing for her long term. You're a good man, Marcus. You deserve so much better than how my daughter treated you. I am so sorry for the pain she caused." Hearing that from her own mother felt like the ultimate vindication. Update 4. Yesterday marked exactly 1 month since the infamous "I need space" text. Right on cue, like a perfectly programmed robot, Chloe texted me from a completely new phone number. "Hey love, the month is officially up. I've done a lot of reflecting and journaling, and I miss us so much. Can we please meet up and talk? Liam is being super weird and creepy and I really need to leave this apartment." I read the text and left it on read. No reply. An hour later, my phone buzzed again. "Hello? Yes." 10 minutes later, "Marcus, please. I know I messed up. I'm sorry." 5 minutes later, "I will do literally anything. Just respond to me." 2 minutes later, "Fine. Be immature and ignore me. See if I care." But she did care. And it escalated to a level of insanity I never anticipated. At 2 p.m., I was in a crucial quarterly financial review meeting in the glass conference room at my office. Suddenly, I saw my manager looking out into the main lobby with a horrified expression. I turned around in my chair. Chloe was in the lobby of my corporate office building. She was completely unhinged, sobbing hysterically, makeup running down her face, and actively trying to push past the front desk security guard, a large man named Stan. "I need to see Marcus. He's my boyfriend. He left me homeless. He stole my money." She was screaming at the top of her lungs, causing a massive scene. My coworkers were all staring through the glass, completely dumbfounded. Building security had to physically restrain her arms and aggressively escort her out of the building. As she was being dragged through the automatic sliding glass doors, she caught sight of me sitting in the conference room and shrieked, "I just want my things back, Marcus, give me my things." "What things? We never even lived together. I didn't have a single item of hers at my apartment." My boss pulled me aside after the chaos subsided and the police were called to issue a trespass warning. "Hey man, are you good? Do you need HR to help you file a restraining order?" That was intense. "I might actually need to look into that," I muttered, deeply embarrassed but also completely detached from her absolute insanity. When I finally got off work and checked my phone, I had 87 missed calls from 5 different unknown numbers. The voicemails had devolved from begging to pure, unadulterated venom and threats. "You completely ruined my life," she screamed in one voicemail, her voice hoarse. "Liam is officially kicking me out by Friday. My credit score is completely shot. You are a textbook narcissist and an abuser. I'm going to call your mother and tell her exactly what kind of monster she raised." She actually didn't call my mom. My mom called me, laughing so hard she could barely breathe. Marcus, your crazy ex-girlfriend just called me crying hysterically about credit cards and homelessness. My mom chuckled over the phone. I told her that the local McDonald's down the street is hiring at $15 an hour, told her to wear a hairnet, and hung up. Thanks, Mom. Chloe had immediately texted my mom back, called her a bitter old hag, and blocked her. It was the absolute funniest thing that happened all week. Update 5. Liam lasted exactly 36 days. He finally grew a spine and gave Chloe a written eviction notice. It literally said, leave by Sunday at 5 p.m. or all your crap is going on the curb. It wasn't technically legal, since she had established residency and wasn't on the lease, but the message was crystal clear. How do I know this? Because Chloe took a photo of the handwritten note and texted it to me with the caption, look at what you caused. I finally replied, you caused this entirely on your own. I am literally going to be homeless on Sunday. She typed back, your mom's house has plenty of space. She wants me to work at her friend's dental clinic as a receptionist. Do you have any idea how degrading that is for someone with my platform and aesthetic? More or less degrading than having your card declined at Whole Foods in front of the guy you left me for? I absolutely hate you. Okay. That was it. Just okay. She proceeded to send 55 more rapid-fire texts that I didn't even bother reading. I just cleared the notifications and went about my day. But the real, universe-delivered karma? That came from the maxed-out credit cards. Unbeknownst to me, during the last few months of our relationship, Chloe had been engaging in some incredibly shady, borderline illegal financial maneuvers. Because the cards I gave her were maxed out, she had secretly been using a third credit card, one she opened in her own name, to pay the minimum balances on my cards, and then using a sketchy cash advance app to cycle the money back. She was creating a fake payment loop to artificially inflate her available credit and keep the plates spinning. When I abruptly canceled the cards and locked the accounts, that delicate house of cards collapsed instantly. The sudden halt in the payment cycle flagged her personal accounts for highly suspicious activity. I received a call from the bank's fraud department, asking about the unusual payment history. I explained exactly what happened. I was the primary account holder, she was an authorized user, and I had no idea she was cycling payments from external, unverified accounts using cash advances. The bank investigator thanked me for my cooperation. They are now officially investigating Chloe for credit fraud and check kiting using someone else's accounts for a payment cycle scam. It is highly illegal, and it carries severe financial penalties and potential criminal charges. Who knew? Well, I did, eventually. That's why I kept meticulous records of every single transaction, every text, and every bank statement. Update 6. Chloe's influencer career officially crashed and burned in spectacularly public fashion yesterday. She decided it was a brilliant idea to post a Get Ready With Me video on TikTok to prove to her followers she was still thriving. She was wearing a recycled outfit from 3 years ago, and she was filming it in Liam's cramped, dirty bathroom. Right in the middle of her applying her concealer and talking about positive vibes, you could loudly hear Liam pounding aggressively on the bathroom door. Chloe, get the hell out of there. I need to shower for my actual, real job. Liam shouted clearly in the background. She tried to play it off and giggle, but the internet is undefeated. The comments were utterly brutal. Is this the girl who survived financial abuse? Why is her roommate yelling at her? This is so pathetic. Roommate drama? Yikes. Are you actually homeless now? Girl, that's the same Zara top you wore in 2020. You're screaming broke. She had a total mental breakdown and permanently deleted her entire account. All 4,500 followers, gone in a single click. Later that evening, Liam messaged me one last time. She's finally out, bro. Her mom showed up with a U-Haul truck and literally dragged her out of my apartment. Chloe was screaming the entire time about how everyone in her life was betraying her and holding her back from greatness. She went totally unhinged. Good luck to whoever has to deal with her next. I am so completely done. Also, Liam added a minute later. I'm really sorry. She genuinely convinced me that you were an abusive monster. I honestly thought I was saving her from a bad situation. You thought you were getting a girlfriend, Liam, I replied. Yeah. Honestly, that too. I was an idiot. At least he finally admitted it. Brenda, the mom, texted me later that night. Marcus, Chloe is home. She starts at the dental clinic on Monday morning at 8 a.m. sharp. Regular job, regular pay. Thank you for not pressing formal harassment charges after she showed up at your office. No problem, Brenda. I just hope she finally learns how the real world works. She says you guys are just on a temporary break, and that you will reconcile and take her back once you cool off. Brenda added. She is completely delusional. That's exactly what I told her, I replied. According to Brenda, Chloe is now paying market rate rent to live in her childhood bedroom. She apparently cried for 6 hours straight when she realized she had to wake up at 6:30 a.m. to commute to a desk job. Final update. It has now been exactly 2 months since Chloe sent me that infamous text and moved in with Liam. The dust has finally settled, and here is the landing. Chloe is living with her mother, working a soul-crushing 9 to 5 shift at the dental clinic, answering phones, filing paperwork, and scheduling root canals. Her social media accounts are entirely private now, and she has exactly 52 followers. Brenda recently sent me a photo of Chloe sitting behind the reception desk, wearing oversized blue medical scrubs, looking absolutely miserable and defeated. I looked at the photo, and for the first time in years, I felt absolutely nothing. No pity, no anger, just complete indifference. Liam recently posted an ad in a local Facebook housing group seeking a new roommate. His listing included very specific demands: must have proof of steady W-2 income, absolutely no influencers or content creators. The comments on his post were full of mutual friends brutally mocking him about the Chloe situation. He learned his lesson the hard way. As for me, I am absolutely thriving. That $2,200 a month that I am no longer spending on Chloe's delusions is now aggressively paying down the credit card debt she racked up. I should be completely debt-free in about 7 months. My credit score has already shot up by 45 points. I am also dating an incredible woman named Maya. She is a 7-year-old structural engineer I met at my local indoor climbing gym. Maya is fiercely independent, pays her own way, and finds the entire Chloe saga absolutely hilarious. Last weekend, Maya and I ordered spicy pad thai takeout, opened a nice bottle of wine, and spent the entire evening reviewing my old credit card statements, just laughing at the sheer absurdity of the charges I used to blindly pay for. $450 at a high-end cosmetics counter for essential investment pieces. $350 for a massive ring light that she used exactly twice. $250 for a business networking dinner at an exclusive downtown nightclub. $180 for content creation brunches consisting of avocado toast and mimosas. The total financial damage over the course of our 2-year relationship? Approximately $38,000, and that includes the rent assistance, the phone bills, the car insurance, and the endless stream of random cash transfers. Maya looked over the spreadsheets, took a sip of her wine, and said, "Marcus, you weren't her boyfriend, you were her angel investor, and she was a terrible startup." Pretty much perfectly summarizes it. Just last week, Chloe tried one final, desperate play. She texted me from yet another new number. It was a massive, 4-paragraph text about her personal growth, the deep lessons she's learned, and the special, undeniable connection we share. The craziest part? She actually wrote that she forgave me for overreacting to her moving in with Liam. She forgives me? I replied, "Who is this?" "Stop it, Marcus, you know it's me. Sorry, I don't have this number saved in my contacts. It's Chloe. Please do not contact me ever again. Marcus, I am literally trying to apologize to you. No, Chloe, you are broke, you are miserable at your job, and you need a financial sponsor. I am not that guy anymore. Goodbye." Blocked. Her friend Jessica even tried to reach out to me, claiming that Chloe was genuinely sorry and was willing to set up a payment plan to repay me for the credit cards. "With what money, Jessica?" I asked. "She's working full-time now," Jessica defended. "She makes $21 an hour." I replied, "After taxes, rent to her mom, and living expenses, it would take her roughly 4 years to cover the $14,500 on those cards, assuming she gives me her entire disposable paycheck. Hard pass." She swears she didn't mean anything by moving in with Liam. It was purely platonic. "I literally do not care anymore, Jessica, the relationship is done. Stop contacting me." Some of our mutual friends actually bought into Chloe's fabricated financial abuse narrative. I lost a few friends over it, but I kept the ones who mattered, the ones I showed the actual bank statements to, quality over quantity any day. I recently heard that Chloe started a new, anonymous Instagram account dedicated to debt-free living and offering financial independence tips for young women. It currently has 14 followers, most of which appear to be spam bots. Her recent post about avoiding toxic money dynamics in relationships got exactly 3 comments, all from her mother's middle-aged friends saying things like, "Just focus on your job at the clinic, honey." The sheer audacity is almost impressive. I learned an incredibly costly lesson about establishing boundaries, recognizing red flags, and understanding my own self-worth. $38,000 is an incredibly steep tuition fee for the school of Don't Be a Chump, but the education I received is absolutely priceless, right? Maya and I are currently planning a 2-week backpacking trip through Europe for next summer. I am paying my exact half of the trip, and she is paying her exact half. We booked the flights together, split the Airbnb costs down the middle, and planned our budget like actual, mature adults. It is the most refreshing, liberating feeling in the world. To anyone out there who might be in a similar situation, reading this and feeling that pit in your stomach, cut them off. The absolute second someone blatantly disrespects you, takes your resources for granted, or treats you like an ATM while prioritizing other people, believe them. Do not wait for them to pack their bags and move in with another guy before you finally open your eyes. Chloe explicitly told me she wanted space to figure things out. Well, she got exactly what she asked for. She figured out that without my credit cards, my patience, and my bank account, she is just another ordinary person with a regular 9-to-5 job, living in her childhood bedroom with her mom, posting inspirational quotes on the internet that absolutely nobody reads. And honestly, that is exactly the life she earned. Top comments. User 1. The absolute sheer audacity of her moving in with her best friend who actively hits on her, and then having the nerve to get mad that you stopped paying for her lifestyle. She literally wanted to play house with another man on your dime. You handled this beautifully, Marcus. Enjoy Europe with Maya. User 2. Maya's comment about you being an angel investor for a terrible startup is the most accurate thing I've ever read on this app. $38,000 is a tough pill to swallow. But look at it this way. You paid $38K to get a parasite out of your life before you married her and she took half of everything you own. Money well spent. User 3. As someone who works in banking, the fact that she was doing a payment cycle scam with cash advance apps to artificially inflate the credit limit while you were paying the minimums is wild. That's textbook credit fraud. The fact that the bank is investigating her is the sweetest karma possible. She really thought she was a financial genius until the music stopped. My family disowned me at a 5-star restaurant for a viral video. So I showed them the press release of my new multi-million-dollar empire. My toxic family secretly orchestrated a lavish dinner just to hand me a formal disownment letter while my brother recorded my humiliation for his wealthy friends. But they had absolutely no idea that resting right inside my tailored jacket pocket was a newly signed $8.5 million acquisition contract for the tech company I built from scratch. Original post. I am Julian, 27 years old. To truly understand how I ended up sitting at a suffocating, hostile dinner table with the people who shared my DNA, you have to understand the deeply entrenched, toxic dynamics of the Vance family. We were not just wealthy, we were old money Manhattan elite. We were the kind of family that had massive hospital wings named after our ancestors, the kind that ruthlessly guarded our social standing at exclusive country clubs and high-stakes charity galas. For 3 uninterrupted generations, the Vance men were legendary investment bankers. The path was set in stone, before I was even born. We went to elite, ridiculously expensive prep schools, secured our degrees in finance, and then took our designated leather-bound seats in the family boardroom to multiply the fortune. My older brother, Marcus, was the quintessential golden child. He played their twisted game perfectly. He wore the right tailored suits, dated the right women from equally prominent families, and repeated our father's cutthroat corporate buzzwords like a well-trained parrot. I was different. I was supposed to follow the exact same tradition, get my undergraduate degree from Columbia, and march straight into the family firm. But during my sophomore year, I found my true passion, and it had absolutely nothing to do with manipulating the stock market. I developed an all-consuming obsession with algorithms, data structures, and efficiency metrics. I realized with absolute clarity that I did not want to spend the rest of my life trading stocks, breaking apart small companies for a quick profit, and living in the shadow of my father's ruthless reputation. I wanted to build things. I wanted to solve actual, tangible, real-world problems. So, I made the single decision that ruined my standing in the family hierarchy forever. I switched my major from finance to data science. I remember the exact moment I told my father, Richard. It is permanently burned into my memory. I was standing in his massive, cavernous home office in our Upper East Side penthouse, surrounded by dark mahogany wood paneling, expensive oil paintings, and leather-bound books that nobody ever read. I tried to explain my vision to him calmly. I told him that numbers are numbers, and I was just using them differently to build something sustainable. I genuinely, naively thought he would respect the logic. I thought he would see the massive potential in what I was doing. Instead, he stood up slowly, slammed both of his heavy hands onto his immaculate mahogany desk, and glared at me with a level of absolute disgust I had never seen before. He looked at me not as a son but as a severe liability. He told me, his voice dangerously low, that family tradition is not a math problem you can optimize. He said I was throwing away my entire future, embarrassing the pristine Vance name, and acting like an arrogant, ungrateful child who did not understand how the real world operated. I tried to reason with him. I brought up the undeniable fact that tech was the future. He didn't care. To Richard Vance, anything outside of his narrow, profit-driven worldview was an immediate threat to his control. That single explosive conversation fractured my family permanently. The consequences were immediate, calculated, and entirely brutal. I walked out of that office thinking the worst was over, thinking we just needed time to cool off. I was so incredibly, tragically wrong. The silent treatment began the very next morning, executed with the precision of a military operation. It was a slow, methodical erasure of my entire existence from the family unit. Weekly family dinner invitations dwindled to nothing. Family photos for the highly publicized holiday cards no longer required my presence. I was effectively a ghost. Then came the financial strike. They didn't even have the decency to call me. I received a brief, legally sterile email from my father's personal assistant informing me that my college fund was being permanently frozen. The generous monthly allowance I had received since high school was instantly revoked. I was completely, utterly cut off. I had to scramble, panicking in my dorm room, trying to figure out how to pay my skyrocketing tuition and keep a roof over my head. My mother, Eleanor, would occasionally send these passive-aggressive, deeply manipulative text messages saying they completely understood if I was too busy with my little computer projects to come home for Thanksgiving. It was pure psychological warfare. They wanted to starve me out. They wanted me to fail so miserably that I would come crawling back to their doorstep, begging for my old life, ready to wear the conservative suit they had picked out for me. My brother Marcus gladly became their primary proxy. He had just received a massive, highly publicized promotion at the family firm, and he absolutely loved to rub his exorbitant salary and pristine bonuses right in my face. He would call me occasionally, his voice dripping with unbearable condescension, talking loudly about the new luxury sports cars he was test driving. He always made sure to casually mention that the junior analyst position was still open if I ever decided to stop playing around and get a real job. I told him I was building something different. Marcus just laughed a harsh, grating sound and said, "Different isn't always better, sometimes different is just difficult." I had to survive. I took a grueling job at a loud, chaotic, relentlessly busy coffee shop right near campus just to cover the rent for a tiny, run-down, freezing Brooklyn apartment I shared with 2 other struggling engineering students. The constant deafening hiss of the espresso machine and the endless mindless chatter of rude customers became the new exhausting soundtrack to my life. I worked brutal double shifts, dealing with entitled customers who screamed at me over foam ratios, wiping down sticky tables, and literally counting out loose change just to buy cheap ramen noodles. My feet ached constantly. I was exhausted right down to the marrow of my bones, but I absolutely refused to quit. Between my exhausting shifts, I sat at a wobbly, sticky corner table in the back of the shop, put my headphones on, and coded. I poured every single ounce of my frustration, my simmering anger, and my desperate need for independence into my battered laptop. I was building a complex system. It started as a simple class project, but it quickly evolved into something much larger. I called it Supply Sync. It was an advanced, highly sophisticated algorithm designed to perfectly optimize supply chains and inventory delivery schedules for small businesses. My software analyzed local events, complex weather patterns, and years of historical sales data to predict exactly, down to the ounce, how much inventory was needed. I convinced the skeptical owner of the coffee shop to let me run a live real-world test. During the first month alone, my automated solution reduced his product waste by a staggering 24%. The owner was absolutely thrilled. He actually hugged me in the cramped back kitchen with tears in his eyes because I had just saved his struggling business from going under. For the first time in my life, I felt truly, deeply valued for something I created with my own 2 hands. My advanced analytics professor, Dr. Aris, noticed the project during my midterm reviews. Initially, I thought he was going to be a mentor. He looked at my intricate data models and told me that supply chain optimization at this specific scale could completely transform logistics nationwide. I thought I finally had a powerful ally. But a week later, he called me into his secluded office and slid a fully drafted patent application for Supply Sync across his desk. He had explicitly listed himself as the primary inventor and the 70% majority owner. He smiled a sickening, predatory smile, and told me that without his brilliant guidance, my little student project was nothing. He casually threatened to fail me, blacklist me from the university's tech incubator, and bury me in expensive lawsuits if I fought him. My own family had cruelly cast me out, and now this arrogant man was trying to legally steal my only lifeline. I stood up slowly, looked him dead in his cowardly eyes, and told him I would rather burn the entire source code to the ground and salt the earth than let him steal a single line. I walked right out, dropped his class, and took my project entirely independent. I recruited 2 brilliant people from my dorm who believed in my vision: Leo, a genius UX designer, and Maya, a fierce communications major who handled our client relations. We officially formed our own family. We worked entirely out of my cramped, freezing apartment, wearing heavy coats indoors because we couldn't afford the heating bill, staying awake for 48 hours straight to refine the algorithm. By spring, we had real paying clients and hard, undeniable data proving our system worked flawlessly. We were actively preparing for our first major pitch to a high-tier venture capital firm. I truly thought the brutal struggle was finally paying off. I was completely, devastatingly wrong. The week before our massive pitch, absolute disaster struck. I woke up on a gloomy Tuesday morning, made my cheap instant coffee, and opened my laptop to run a final diagnostic check on the Supply Sync prototype. The core directory folder was entirely empty. I frantically dug through the secure cloud backups. Empty. I checked the local physical server drives we had set up in the closet. Wiped completely clean. Pure, unfiltered panic hit me like a physical punch. 3 grueling years of relentless coding, thousands of sleepless nights, all gone. Leo rushed over, and we spent 6 agonizing hours tracing the digital footprint of the wipe. We finally found the breach. Someone had manually plugged into the mainframe, copied the master source code onto an external drive, and initiated a deep, unrecoverable military-grade wipe. The access logs pointed directly to Sam, my college roommate. I confronted him in the cramped kitchen. I didn't yell. I just showed him the undeniable access logs. He stared down at the scuffed linoleum floor, pale and trembling, and confessed to everything. He was drowning in student loan debt and needed cash. But the real agonizing knife twist was when he revealed exactly who had bought him out. Sam admitted that a man in a tailored, ridiculously expensive Italian suit had approached him at a dive bar near the campus. The man knew my full name and all about the supply sync project. He offered Sam $60,000 in crisp, untraceable cash to hand over the drive and permanently wipe my machine. It was Marcus. My own brother had used a tiny fraction of his bloated corporate salary to maliciously bribe a desperate college student just to completely destroy my life's work. I felt a cold, blinding, all-consuming rage wash over me. I grabbed my phone and dialed Marcus's personal number. He answered on the second ring, sounding completely cheerful. The background noise sounded like the polite clapping of an exclusive golf course. I asked him, my voice dangerously quiet, why he did it. Marcus just let out a dark, mocking laugh. He told me he was doing me a massive favor. He said it was high time for me to stop playing silly little computer games in a slum apartment and come back to reality. He casually mentioned the family firm could always use a low-level IT guy to fix jammed printers. He ended the call by saying the game was officially over and I had lost. I looked over at Leo and Maya. They were standing by the doorway looking absolutely defeated. We had no product. We had roughly $8 in our collective bank accounts. Maya started looking up entry-level corporate jobs on her phone, tears silently streaming down her face. I walked over to the kitchen sink, splashed freezing water on my face, and looked into the cracked mirror. I saw the dark circles under my eyes, but I also saw a raging, unquenchable fire that Marcus and my father could never possibly extinguish. I turned back to my team and told them we were absolutely not quitting. I told them Marcus had stolen the old, clunky code, but the real algorithm was locked safely inside my head. We locked the apartment doors, turned off our phones, and rebuilt the entire massive system from absolute scratch. For the next 2 months, we went into monk-like isolation. We built a completely new, revolutionary architecture utilizing advanced machine learning models the original stolen version lacked. We made supply sync completely untouchable. Then, a massive miracle happened. Maya managed to secure a desperate 10-minute meeting with Elena, a notoriously tough angel investor. We walked into her massive glass office with nothing but a raw, functioning, lightning-fast prototype. I showed her the live real-time data proving massive profit margins. Elena offered us $3 million in seed funding right there on the spot. When those massive funds officially hit our corporate bank account, I walked out of the bank, pulled out my phone, and permanently erased the Vance Financial Group from my target list of potential clients. To me, they were dead. We moved into a real office space, expanded the team to 14 people, and started aggressively securing massive contracts. The real earth-shattering turning point came when the CEO of Apex Global Freight, a massive multi-billion-dollar enterprise, reached out. They were bleeding millions in operational inefficiencies and desperately needed exactly what we had built. They didn't just want to be a client, they wanted to acquire us outright. The initial opening offer came in at a staggering $6.5 million. It was life-changing generational wealth, but I knew our true worth. I negotiated with the exact same ruthless, highly aggressive tactics I had watched my father use during his hostile corporate takeovers. The difference was I was defending something I created. After 2 agonizing weeks of intense legal posturing, we settled on a final, undeniable figure, $8.5 million. The deal included ironclad guaranteed positions for my entire team and a highly lucrative director of implementation strategy role for me. I was 27 years old, completely self-made, and a multi-millionaire. Update 1. That exact same week, my uncle Arthur, the family's resident snake and my father's loyal spy, called me trying to snoop around. He aggressively probed about my living situation, hoping to hear I was failing so he could report back to my father. I gave him absolutely nothing, kept my voice flat, and hung up. Then the official invitation arrived. My mother sent a sickeningly sweet text message suggesting a highly formal family dinner at Times Le Ciel Times on Saturday evening to supposedly celebrate my graduation, which they had ignored years ago. Le Ciel Times was the exact highly exclusive restaurant where the Vance family celebrated massive milestones. I knew immediately this was a carefully laid trap. They were setting a grand theatrical stage for something malicious. I replied with a simple, cold text, "I will be there." The day before the dinner, I met with my personal attorney. I officially initiated the complex legal process to completely, permanently strip the Vance name from my identity. I signed the heavy paperwork and walked out feeling lighter than I had in my entire life. That night, I gathered the massive acquisition paperwork from Apex Global Freight, the glossy press releases scheduled to go public on Monday morning, and my framed diploma, sliding them all into a sleek, incredibly expensive black leather portfolio. I arrived at Times LaCiel Times precisely on time, dressed in a sharp, perfectly tailored suit that cost more than my first car. I navigated smoothly through the dimly lit, opulent restaurant, past crowded tables of Manhattan's elite. I spotted them immediately. My father, mother, and Marcus were positioned perfectly in the exact center of the room, ready for their grand public performance. They wanted witnesses to their power, but they didn't want anyone close enough to hear their cruelty. Marcus was aggressively angling his chair, subtly adjusting his expensive smartphone against his crystal water glass so the high-definition camera lens had a clear view of my empty chair. He was recording my destruction. As I approached, my mother performed a highly theatrical air kiss, announcing in a tone dripping with mocking sarcasm that the guest of honor had arrived. I pulled out my heavy oak chair, placing my leather portfolio gently on the table. A waiter immediately poured vintage champagne. My father offered a cold, generic toast to endings and beginnings. We drank in silence. The exact moment the waiter stepped away, the entire atmosphere shifted violently. The theatrical polite pleasantries were abruptly terminated. With agonizing dramatic slowness, my mother withdrew a thick, heavyweight cream-colored envelope from her designer handbag. She placed it deliberately beside my plate. It was the exact type of expensive, textured paper my father's ruthless lawyers used for hostile takeovers. My mother folded her perfectly manicured hands, looking at me with eyes devoid of any maternal warmth. She began speaking in a carefully modulated, therapy-practiced voice, stating they had given this situation considerable agonizing thought and believed this specific arrangement would benefit everyone. "Clean break," she said smoothly. Marcus still didn't say a word, but I saw his hand subtly slide beneath the tablecloth to tap the screen of his phone. The glowing red recording light reflected off his glass. They were all sitting there, eagerly anticipating my breakdown. They fully expected a desperate, pathetic display of a broken son begging for his family's love. I absolutely refused to give them a single drop of that sick satisfaction. I reached out slowly, broke the embossed wax seal, and unfolded the heavy paper. It was exactly what I thought it was, a formal, legally binding disownment letter. It explicitly acknowledged my choice to pursue alternative, unapproved career options and formally permanently released me from all future financial benefits or inheritance associated with the powerful Vance name. Beneath the cold legal jargon were 3 handwritten signatures, my father's authoritative strokes, my mother's elegant curves, and Marcus's aggressive scrawl. They had all eagerly signed my execution. My physical reaction was entirely under my control. My hands remained perfectly steady. I did not shake or cry. I simply finished reading, looked down at the signatures, and deliberately folded the heavy paper precisely in half. The sudden silence at our table was absolutely deafening. My family was staring at me, their mouths slightly parted, utterly bewildered by my chilling lack of reaction. Their perfect dramatic narrative was completely derailing. My father leaned forward heavily, his thick brow furrowing in genuine, deeply unsettled confusion. He checked his outrageously expensive Patek Philippe watch, annoyed that I was ruining their script. "Is there absolutely anything you would like to say before we conclude this unpleasant business?" he asked in his commanding boardroom tone. I looked him dead in the eye, took the folded disownment letter, and slipped it directly into the inside breast pocket of my blazer. "Is that all you have for me?" I asked quietly. My father cleared his throat, adjusting his silk tie. "You are taking this surprisingly well, Julian. What exactly did you expect, Richard?" I asked, intentionally dropping the title of Dad forever. "Did you expect me to get on my knees and beg for a college fund you maliciously froze years ago? I think everything here is perfectly crystal clear." My mother shifted uncomfortably, her perfectly planned script falling apart. We simply thought you might have some desperate questions about the logistics," she stammered. "I have absolutely no questions for you," I replied smoothly, "but, as it happens, I do have something for you as well. Consider it a final parting gift." I reached across the pristine white tablecloth and pulled my heavy black leather portfolio toward me. I unzipped it incredibly slowly, letting the heavy suspense choke them. I withdrew a thick stack of pristine, newly printed legal documents. I pulled out the final signed acquisition contracts from Apex Global Freight, the highly confidential financial slides, and the glossy finalized press release scheduled to hit every major financial news outlet on Monday morning. I arranged the documents in a perfectly neat, overlapping row right on the table. My father's deeply ingrained corporate instincts kicked in instantly. "What exactly is this?" he demanded, his voice dropping into a low growl. "This is my alternative career option," I stated plainly, using the exact insulting phrasing from his disownment letter. I tapped the Apex Global Freight corporate logo. They officially fully acquired my tech company 2 days ago. The massive public announcement goes live to the entire market on Monday morning. I just thought you should hear it directly from me before you read about your massive failure in the Wall Street Journal. Marcus actually laughed out loud, a highly nervous, high-pitched sound. He lowered his phone, completely forgetting to record as panic set in. Your company? He sneered. You mean that little coffee bean tracker you were playing with? The one I. He stopped himself abruptly, his face going pale as he realized he was about to publicly admit to corporate sabotage and bribery in a 5-star restaurant. Supply sync. I corrected him, my voice slicing through the air like a freshly sharpened razor. The incredibly advanced supply chain optimization system I've been building entirely from scratch. The exact one you paid my roommate to try and destroy. I turned my full attention back to my father. He had already eagerly picked up the executive summary document. His brilliant, calculating financial mind was automatically processing the aggressive valuations. I watched his face. I saw the exact precise microsecond. His eyes landed heavily on the final buyout figure printed prominently in bold black ink. $8.5 million. The healthy color completely drained from his face in an instant. The mighty, untouchable Richard Vance looked as though he had just been violently punched in the stomach. He dropped the heavy paper back onto the table, his hands actually trembling. This is legitimate, he stammered, entirely unable to keep the world-shattering shock out of his voice. Completely legally legitimate, I replied, keeping my tone light and conversational. I am officially joining their executive board next month. The payout is fully guaranteed and sitting comfortably in a trust. My mother's flawless composure finally cracked wide open. Her mouth literally hung open in pure shock. Julian, she whispered, her voice trembling violently, why on earth didn't you tell us about this massive success? Because you stopped asking, I replied quietly, staring right into her eyes. The simple, undeniable, brutal truth hung heavily in the air, completely suffocating them in their own guilt. Marcus desperately snatched the glossy press release. This document specifically mentions your development of the core algorithm while working as a barista, he read aloud, his voice dripping with disbelief and horror. Yes, Marcus, I nodded slowly. I worked there grinding beans and scrubbing toilets for 3 solid years just to pay my rent after all of you aggressively cut me off and left me to starve. My father abruptly cleared his throat, sat up straight, and activated his smooth, highly persuasive, incredibly fake CEO voice. Julian, my boy, this is quite an extraordinary, massive accomplishment, he said smoothly. Perhaps we have been entirely too hasty in our harsh assessment. We clearly deeply misunderstood your grand vision. One single multi-million-dollar check, and suddenly I was entirely worthy of his love again. The disownment document is already signed, I reminded him coldly. Legal documents can easily and quickly be amended, son, he countered smoothly, offering a fake, snake-like smile. We can tear that terrible paper up right now. We can discuss deeply integrating your new capital into the family firm. Some things should absolutely never be amended, I said firmly, my voice turning to stone. I quickly gathered my highly valuable acquisition materials and neatly returned them to my portfolio. You wanted a clean break. You've got one. Do not ever contact me again. I stood up, turned my back on them, and walked purposefully through the crowded, buzzing restaurant. I didn't look back once. Every single step I took toward the exit felt incredibly lighter than the last. The massive suffocating weight of their expectations evaporated. Update 2. Fast forward exactly 6 months into the future. I was sitting comfortably in my massive glass-walled corner office at the Apex Global Freight corporate tower, looking out over the breathtaking New York City skyline. My software was actively saving the massive company tens of millions of dollars in waste, and my team was absolutely thriving. Meanwhile, the legendary Vance Financial Group was actively, spectacularly burning to the absolute ground. It was aggressively splashed across the front page of every major financial publication. Marcus, driven by a desperate, toxic need to aggressively prove he was vastly superior to the younger brother who had just publicly humiliated him, had acted recklessly. Without consulting the senior partners, he heavily funneled massive amounts of the firm's liquid capital into incredibly volatile tech startups and shady commercial real estate ventures. He wanted a massive, headline-grabbing return to inflate his fragile ego. Instead, the market violently corrected itself. The bubble burst overnight, and Marcus's foolish investments were entirely wiped out in a matter of days. The family firm was suddenly facing catastrophic margin calls from furious lenders. The resulting fallout was spectacularly brutal. Major legacy clients aggressively pulled their accounts. A large group of wealthy, furious investors officially filed a massive multi-million-dollar class action lawsuit against my father and Marcus, citing gross negligence and severe breach of fiduciary duty. To make matters worse, during the frantic internal audits, it was definitively proven that Uncle Arthur had been quietly, systematically embezzling company funds for years. My father ruthlessly fired his own brother on the spot, permanently fracturing their extended family. Then, on a dreary Tuesday afternoon, my incredibly professional receptionist buzzed my private office phone. She sounded incredibly nervous, stating that 3 individuals were currently waiting in the high-security lobby, aggressively demanding to see me. I calmly authorized security to send them up. I deeply needed to see this massive shift in power with my own 2 eyes. When the polished elevator doors slid open, Richard, Eleanor, and Marcus stepped out hesitantly. They looked absolutely horrendous. The arrogant, untouchable swagger they had paraded around Lucille Times was entirely gone. My father looked like he had aged 10 years, his suit hanging loosely on his thinning frame. Marcus looked completely terrified, massive dark circles under his bloodshot eyes. My mother was incredibly pale, drawn, and devoid of her haughty makeup. I didn't stand up to greet them. I simply leaned back comfortably in my expensive ergonomic chair and waited in absolute silence. "Julian," my father started, his voice incredibly raspy, stripped of its boardroom authority. "We desperately need to talk as a family." "We are absolutely not a family, Richard," I corrected him immediately, my voice ice cold. "I have the highly binding legal paperwork safely locked in my desk drawer that explicitly proves it." Marcus stepped forward, his massive pride completely irreparably shattered. He literally dropped to his knees right there on the expensive plush carpet of my office. "Julian, please. I am begging you," he pleaded, his voice cracking. "I'm completely ruined. The lawsuit is going to destroy me. The firm desperately needs a massive capital injection immediately, or we are officially filing for bankruptcy by Friday." "And you want my money to save you?" I stated flatly. "It's about the family legacy, Julian," my mother pleaded frantically, wiping a highly rehearsed fake tear. "You have the massive capital from the acquisition. You can effortlessly save the firm. You can save your only brother." I looked at the 3 of them demanding my hard-earned resources. I thought back to the agonizing nights I spent shivering violently in my freezing apartment. I thought about Marcus maliciously bribing my roommate. I looked down at my kneeling brother with absolute disgust. "Do you happen to remember exactly what Richard told me in his mahogany office years ago when I asked him to emotionally support my career change?" I asked Marcus. He shook his head weakly. I shifted my hard gaze directly to my father. "You told me very clearly that family tradition is absolutely not a math problem you can optimize." "Well, Richard, family loyalty is absolutely not a massive corporate bailout you can demand when your terrible investments fail completely. You are standing here asking me to optimize your massive pathetic financial losses, and the answer is absolutely, unequivocally, permanently no." My father's pale face flushed with intense anger. "You would just sit there in your fancy chair and let your own flesh and blood face absolute financial ruin?" He spat. "You did exactly that to me," I replied calmly. "The only massive difference is, I didn't deserve it." "You absolutely do." I reached over and firmly pressed the glowing intercom button on my desk. "Security, please come up to my office immediately. I have 3 unauthorized individuals who need to be escorted completely off the premises and banned from the building." "Julian, you can't possibly do this to us," my mother shrieked. "I already did," I said, turning my expensive chair around to face the massive window, entirely dismissing their existence. I sat perfectly still and listened to my family's desperate, angry shouting as they were forcibly grabbed and escorted to the elevators. 2 weeks later, I stood quietly in a solemn wood-paneled courtroom in downtown Manhattan. I raised my right hand, swore a solemn legal oath, and officially changed my name forever. I did not want a single lingering trace of the toxic Vance legacy attached to my bright future. I legally changed my last name to Sterling, the maiden name of Leo's mother, a wonderful woman who had fed me hot meals when I was starving and treated me like a real beloved son. I became Julian Sterling. My biological family eventually lost absolutely everything. The massive lawsuit completely drained their liquid assets. The bank aggressively foreclosed on the sprawling penthouse. Marcus is currently working a deeply miserable, high-stress mid-level sales job in a completely different state. Richard and Eleanor were horribly forced to downsize to a small, incredibly modest condo on the outskirts of the city, their precious social standing permanently annihilated. The heavy cream-colored letter they handed me that fateful night still exists today. I had it professionally framed in thick black wood. It hangs directly behind my desk in my home office. I keep it prominently displayed not out of lingering anger, but as an incredibly powerful daily reminder. Their harsh, calculated cruelty violently forced me to find my own deep inner strength and build my own highly successful empire from scratch. They arrogantly thought they were writing the final humiliating ending to my pathetic story. They had absolutely no idea they were just handing me a blank page and a pen to write my own unstoppable beginning. Top comments. User 1, the sheer audacity of your brother to drop to his knees and beg for the money you made off the exact same software he paid $60K to destroy. That is absolute peak narcissistic delusion. You handled that restaurant scene with the cold, calculated precision of a surgeon, framing the disownment letter as the ultimate boss move. User 2. When your dad said legal documents can easily be amended, I actually physically gagged. The second they saw that $8.05 figure, you stopped being the worthless disappointment and instantly became their personal ATM. Good on you for letting security literally drag them out of your office. User 3, I love that you changed your last name to honor the woman who actually fed you and treated you like family when you had nothing. Blood doesn't make someone family, loyalty and love do. Let them rot in their tiny condo while you enjoy the skyline view you earned through blood, sweat, and code. My family funded my wife's secret affair with my brother. So I bought their debt, foreclosed on their house, and let them beg in the rain. My parents actively financed my wife's secret hotel rendezvous with my older brother, then helped him get me fired so I couldn't afford a divorce lawyer to fight back. Today, they stood shivering in the freezing Seattle rain, desperately begging my security guards for 5 minutes with the billionaire CEO who just foreclosed on their entire lives, having absolutely no idea the man they were pleading with was me. Before I tell you exactly how I systematically dismantled their lives and took everything from them, hit that like button if you believe karma always collects its debts, and let me know where you are watching from in the comments. Now, let's go back to where this absolute nightmare started. I am standing right now on the 50th floor of my company's headquarters in downtown Seattle. The floor-to-ceiling windows offer a spectacular, panoramic view of the Puget Sound and the sprawling city skyline. It is a view that costs more per month in commercial leasing than my parents made in an entire decade. The glass is incredibly thick, completely soundproof, keeping the chaotic noise of the city completely at bay, but my eyes are not focused on the beautiful horizon or the ferries crossing the dark water. They are locked dead on the street level below. The rain is coming down in aggressive, unforgiving sheets today. It is the kind of miserable, bone-chilling Pacific Northwest downpour that soaks right through your clothes, ruins your leather shoes, and sinks deep into your soul. Down there on the concrete pavement, shivering under a useless, wind-battered black umbrella, is my older brother, Liam. Next to him is Maya, the woman I once stood before God and promised my life to, clutching a cheap transparent raincoat tightly around her shoulders, her dark hair plastered to the sides of her face, and huddled slightly behind them, looking infinitely smaller, older, and more fragile than I have ever seen them in my entire life, are my parents, Richard and Helen. They look utterly pathetic. They look exactly like the kind of people who have run out of options, run out of money, and finally run out of lies to tell themselves. They are aggressively demanding to see the owner of the massive conglomerate that just effectively ended their luxurious, fake lives. Just 5 minutes ago, the head security guard at the marble front desk in the lobby called up to my private office. His voice was hesitant, highly professional, but clearly uncomfortable, asking if I wanted to receive the frantic, soaking wet family causing a massive scene near the elevators. They were shouting about illegal lawsuits, about unfair business practices, aggressively demanding to speak to the boss. I took a slow sip of my black coffee, looked at the blinking light on my desk phone, and told the guard to lock the revolving glass doors and let them wait out there in the freezing rain. Looking down at them from this incredible height, you would think I would feel a massive rush of pure, unadulterated joy. You would think I would be laughing out loud, popping open a bottle of vintage champagne, and celebrating my ultimate victory over the people who maliciously threw me to the wolves. But the absolute truth is, I just feel a deep, cold emptiness inside my chest, followed quickly by a profound, heavy sense of relief. It took me 3 brutal years of absolute hell to build this flavor science and beverage extraction empire. 3 years of blood, sweat, tears, sleepless nights, and an absolutely ruthless legal strategy to get to this exact moment in time. I did not get lucky. I orchestrated this outcome. I meticulously planned every single lawsuit, every hostile corporate acquisition, and every strategic market maneuver to ensure that when the hammer finally fell, it would completely crush the very foundation of their arrogance and their bank accounts. People ask me all the time how I became so successful so quickly in such a highly competitive industry. They see the tailored charcoal suits, the luxury cars parked in my private underground garage, and the rapidly expanding business portfolio, and they naturally assume I had some massive inheritance waiting for me. They assume I had a wealthy, connected mentor who simply handed me the keys to the kingdom. They do not know that my relentless drive was forged in the absolute ultimate betrayal. They do not know that my ambition is fueled by the sickening memory of my own mother handing my wife the keys to a luxury hotel room so she could sleep with my own brother. When you lose everything in the blink of an eye, your marriage, your family, your dignity, your savings, and your entire sense of reality, you only have 2 choices in this world. You can let the suffocating grief swallow you whole, let the dark depression become your permanent address, and live the rest of your life as a bitter, broken victim. Or you can take all that burning rage, all that toxic waste they carelessly dumped on you, and use it as high-octane rocket fuel. I chose the latter. I chose to weaponize my heartbreak. I chose to build a fortress so high they could never touch me again. Standing here watching the harsh rain batter their shoulders, my mind inevitably drifts back to the very beginning of my life. I realize now, with the crystal clear, painful vision of hindsight, that the warning signs were always there, flashing right in front of my face. The blatant favoritism, the subtle cutting digs at the dinner table, the way I was always treated like a second-class citizen in the very home I grew up in. I was born into a family that viewed me not as a beloved son, but as a backup plan, a safety net they could happily trample on whenever it suited their needs. I just stubbornly refused to see it until they forced me to look at the ugly, undeniable truth. I grew up in a very average, seemingly perfect middle-class family in the sprawling suburbs of Seattle. From the outside looking in, we looked like the quintessential American dream. We lived in a 2-story craftsman house with a perfectly manicured lawn situated at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac. My father, Richard, was the president of the local HOA, always shaking hands, organizing neighborhood watch programs, and playing the role of the highly responsible, upstanding civic leader. My mother, Helen, baked intricate pastries for the community bake sales, and hosted massive summer barbecues. We smiled widely for the annual holiday cards, projecting an impenetrable image of total domestic bliss to our neighbors. But behind those freshly painted front doors, my family made it painfully obvious who the star of the show really was, and it was never me. Liam, my older brother by 3 years, was the undeniable, untouchable golden child. He was incredibly charismatic, naturally athletic, and possessed this arrogant, easy confidence that my parents absolutely adored. When Liam expressed a passing interest in joining an elite, highly competitive traveling soccer league, my parents signed him up without a single second thought. They bought all the top-tier expensive gear, drove across state lines every single weekend, stayed in expensive hotels, and cheered wildly at every single game. When I, at age 12, asked to join a basic community science program because I was deeply fascinated by chemistry and flavor profiles, my mother sighed heavily, as if my simple request was an enormous, unbearable burden on the family. She looked at me, rubbed her temples, and told me that they were stretched far too thin right now, and maybe we could look into it next year. Next year came and went, and absolutely nothing happened. My childhood dreams and interests were simply collateral damage in the grand, expensive project of funding Liam's perfect life. The blatant, unapologetic favoritism hit a sickening, unforgettable peak during our teenage years. I will never forget my 18th birthday as long as I live. For Liam's 18th birthday, my parents had secretly dipped heavily into their retirement savings and bought him a car. It was not just any practical used car, it was a used BMW. They threw a massive catered party, invited the whole neighborhood, rented a huge white tent for the backyard, and paraded him around like royalty. My father gave a long, tearful speech about how Liam was destined for absolute greatness. When I finally turned 18 3 years later, I did not even bother asking for a car. I already knew my place in the hierarchy. What I received was a cheap, dry sheet cake from a grocery store, heavily discounted because the icing was smeared, and a generic greeting card that said they were proud of me. But the memory that truly cemented my complete lack of worth in their eyes was a Christmas morning a few years later. My parents always went completely overboard for Liam during the holidays. That year, Liam tore open a custom leather briefcase and an incredibly expensive vintage watch. I sat there on the living room floor in my worn-out jeans and opened a small, flat cardboard box. Inside was a multi-pack of plain white socks and a $50 Amazon gift card. My mother looked at me with a perfectly straight face, her eyes practically daring me to complain, and said, "We spent the exact same amount on you both this year, Julian. Don't look so disappointed." I didn't let their emotional neglect destroy my future. I worked my absolute hardest in high school because I genuinely felt like I had to prove my worth to the world just to justify my existence. I worked 2 grueling part-time jobs during college, one flipping burgers and smelling constantly like stale cooking grease, and another stocking heavy boxes on warehouse shelves overnight just to afford my tuition. My parents claimed they couldn't help me financially, citing the tough economy. Yet, they were somehow magically managing to pay for Liam's entire MBA program and his luxurious downtown apartment. I majored in chemical engineering with a deep focus on flavor science. It was my absolute passion. While Liam was out aggressively networking, playing golf, and partying on our parents' dime, I was in the university lab learning how to isolate chemical compounds, deeply understanding how flavor and scent powerfully tie to human memory and raw emotion. I wanted to create high-end, revolutionary extraction methods for the specialty coffee industry. During my senior year, I was working at a small boutique coffee roastery in the city. It was not glamorous, but I was surrounded by the raw materials I loved, barely making minimum wage. That is exactly where I met Maya. Maya walked into the shop one rainy Tuesday afternoon. She was stunning, elegant, soft-spoken, with a warm smile that completely disarmed my usually guarded nature. I spent a full hour showing her different complex roast profiles, explaining the intricate chemistry behind the bright acidity of Ethiopian beans and the deep, lingering chocolate notes of Sumatran blends. She didn't just listen politely, she leaned in. She looked at me right in the eyes like I was the most fascinating person in the world. No one had ever taken that kind of genuine, undivided interest in me before. We started dating almost immediately. She didn't care that I was a broke college student grinding through a minimum wage job. She admired my intense ambition. For the first time in my entire life, I felt like I was somebody's absolute priority. I proposed to her 2 years later. I meticulously saved up every single spare dime from my meager junior flavor scientist salary, skipping meals to afford a beautiful, modest diamond ring. When I eagerly drove to my parents' house to tell them we were officially engaged, my mother barely looked up from her glossy magazine. She took a slow sip of her wine and said, "Well, I hope her family has money, Julian, because you certainly do not." Our wedding day should have been the happiest day of my life, but Liam made absolutely sure to cast his toxic, suffocating shadow over every single moment of it. Liam showed up late in a custom-tailored tuxedo that cost more than my entire wedding budget. He spent the entire reception heavily drinking premium liquor, dominating every conversation, and aggressively networking. But what really made my blood boil was a moment toward the end of the night. I was walking back from the restroom when I saw Liam corner Maya near the open bar. He was leaning in way too close, invading her personal space. I heard him say, his voice dripping with arrogance, "Wow, Julian really hit the jackpot, didn't he? I didn't think my little brother had it in him to land a woman like you. You could do so much better, you know." I fully expected Maya to slap his face. I expected her to walk away in total disgust. Instead, I stood frozen and watched Maya laugh. It was not a polite, uncomfortable chuckle. It was a genuine, flushed, throaty laugh. She reached out and touched his arm lightly before turning away. At the time, I forcefully brushed it off. I trusted my wife implicitly. I had absolutely no idea that the foundation of my life was already rotting from the inside out. Update 1. The first year of our marriage was good. I proudly landed a junior scientist position at a mid-sized reputable beverage company in the city. The starting salary wasn't making us rich, but it paid the mortgage on our small townhouse. I was working long, grueling hours in the laboratory, volunteering for extra projects, trying desperately to secure a major promotion so we could start a family. But right around our second wedding anniversary, things started to significantly shift. A dark, suffocating tension slowly crept into our home. It started with Liam. He began showing up completely unannounced at our place. I mean, letting himself in with a spare key mid-afternoon on regular weekdays, always dressed to the nines in his expensive designer gear. Because I was working late at the lab almost every night, I wasn't there for most of these random visits. I would come home utterly exhausted to find Liam sitting comfortably on my couch, drinking my expensive scotch, with Maya sitting entirely too close to him on the cushions. When I asked her later what he was doing there, Maya would just smile dismissively, actively avoiding eye contact, and say, "Oh, he was just in the neighborhood. Don't be so paranoid and jealous, Julian." Then Maya herself began to drastically change. She began complaining constantly and bitterly about our modest house, our aging used car, and my totally average income. Suddenly, out of nowhere, she was wearing brand new designer dresses and carrying authentic luxury handbags that easily cost more than my entire monthly mortgage payment. When I confronted her, she vaguely claimed she got an unexpected cash bonus at her administrative job. The ultimate turning point, the exact moment my entire reality permanently fractured into a million jagged pieces, happened on a rainy Thursday in late October. I had come home early because a sudden power outage at the main laboratory canceled our afternoon trials. I walked into the house, and it was dead silent. I went upstairs to our bedroom to change. As I reached into the closet, I accidentally knocked over Liam's incredibly expensive wool coat, which he had inexplicably left draped over a chair in our bedroom the night before. When the heavy coat hit the hardwood floor, a folded piece of thick glossy paper slipped out of the inside breast pocket. I picked it up, and my eyes automatically caught the embossed gold logo at the top. It was an itemized receipt for the Times Cascade Luxury Lodge, one of the most exclusive, ridiculously expensive boutique hotels in the entire region. The dates printed on the receipt were for the previous weekend, a specific weekend Maya explicitly told me she was going on a girls' wellness retreat with her younger sister, Sophie. The luxury suite was booked under Liam's name. The total was over $4,000. But what truly stopped my breath, what made the blood literally turn to freezing ice in my veins, was the payment method printed clearly at the bottom. The last 4 digits of the credit card printed on the receipt did not belong to Liam. I recognized those 4 specific digits instantly because I had personally set up the online banking portal for my parents years ago. It was my mother's premium high-limit credit card. I stood there frozen in my bedroom, the piece of paper trembling so violently in my hands that I could barely read the numbers anymore. Liam wasn't just sleeping with my wife. My parents were literally paying for the hotel room. I grabbed my car keys, ran out of the house into the pouring rain, and drove straight to Maya's sister's apartment. I hammered my fists on Sophie's door until she finally answered. When she saw the look of absolute murder on my face, all the color instantly drained from hers. She knew. I didn't yell. I just held up the crumpled hotel receipt, my voice terrifyingly calm. and said, "Tell me the absolute truth right now, Sophie, or I swear to God, I will subpoena your phone records during the divorce discovery process." Sophie immediately broke down, crying hysterically. She confessed absolutely everything. She told me Maya and Liam had been secretly sleeping together for over 8 months. They would constantly use her as a fake alibi. But then Sophie dropped the absolute crushing blow that destroyed me. She admitted, sobbing, that she had felt so incredibly guilty about the affair that she had secretly gone to my mother, Helen, 3 months ago, practically begging her to intervene and stop Liam from destroying my marriage. Do you know what my loving mother told Sophie? My mother told her to keep her mouth shut and mind her own business. My mother stated clearly that Liam was a highly successful man who could give Maya the luxurious life she truly deserved, and that I was just a poor scientist holding Maya back. I later discovered through a ruthless private investigator that my parents had quietly sold a valuable piece of rural family real estate they owned specifically to pad my mother's bank account so she could seamlessly fund Liam's extravagant lifestyle and his secret hotel hookups with my wife without raising flags. They literally sold family property to finance my utter destruction. I didn't sleep a single second that entire night. I sat in the pitch dark in my freezing car, staring blankly at the dashboard clock. I needed a bulletproof plan. I knew with absolute certainty that if I confronted them immediately in a blind emotional rage, they would instantly gaslight me. I needed to secure my personal finances first. I needed to keep my stable job, secure that impending promotion to director, and use the increased salary to hire the absolute best, most vicious divorce attorney in the city. The next morning, I drove to the beverage company headquarters, running on nothing but pure adrenaline and shattering heartbreak. I planned to go straight to HR to request an emergency advance on my salary. But my highly manipulative brother had vastly different plans for me. As soon as I walked through the heavy glass doors of the lobby, 2 large corporate security guards and a senior representative from HR intercepted me. They escorted me directly into the corner office of my boss, David. David wouldn't even make eye contact with me. He stared firmly down at his massive mahogany desk, sliding a thick manila folder across the polished wood. "Julian, we are letting you go," David muttered, his voice tight and rehearsed. "Effective immediately. Security will escort you to your desk to pack your personal belongings, and then you are to leave the premises." I stared at him, my mind completely short-circuiting. My performance reviews had been absolutely flawless for 2 years. David shifted extremely uncomfortably. "There have been several complaints about your general attitude and your recent mental stability. We are aggressively restructuring." It was a blatant, disgusting lie. It made absolutely zero sense until a few days later when a sympathetic coworker called me off the record. She let it slip that Liam had recently taken David out for an incredibly expensive steak dinner. Liam's massive logistics and packaging company was a major supplier to our lab. Liam had aggressively leveraged his massive corporate weight, explicitly threatening to pull a multi-million-dollar supply contract unless David fired me on the spot. Liam had boldly claimed I was mentally unstable and causing toxic drama. David, the pathetic coward that he was, gladly took the bribe and threw me straight under the bus. Liam hadn't just stolen my wife. He had systematically, maliciously orchestrated the total destruction of my career so I wouldn't have the financial resources to fight back against him in court. I was publicly escorted out of the building by security. I drove back to the townhouse, my chest incredibly tight with a cold, terrifying clarity. I walked through the front door, and there was Maya, standing right in the middle of the living room. She was zipping up a massive, expensive designer suitcase. She looked up at me, her face completely hardened, entirely void of any of the warmth or love I once foolishly believed she had for me. She looked at me like I was a disgusting stranger. "I am leaving you, Julian," she said, her voice dripping with absolute unapologetic disdain. "I am filing for divorce today. I want you out of this house by the end of the week." She didn't even try to hide the betrayal anymore. She knew I had been fired. She and Liam had planned this exact vicious sequence of events perfectly to leave me completely paralyzed, broke, and defenseless. She walked right past me, dragging her expensive luggage I now knew my own mother had paid for, and walked out the front door. Through the window, I watched her get into Liam's black Porsche idling by the curb. They just drove away. I stood there completely alone in the empty living room of a house I could no longer afford, with absolutely no job, no wife, no family, and almost nothing left in my bank account. The silence of the house was absolute, heavy, and deafening. But as I stood there in the absolute wreckage, something deep inside my soul permanently shifted. The weak, desperate Julian who constantly wanted his parents' approval died right there. I walked over to my cardboard box from work and pulled out my personal leather-bound chemistry notebook. It contained all my proprietary, unreleased, highly advanced formulas for revolutionary coffee extraction. I made a silent, unbreakable vow to myself. They thought they had buried me deep in the dirt, but they forgot one absolutely crucial thing. I was a master scientist. I knew exactly how to mix highly volatile elements to create an explosive, unstoppable reaction. I didn't need a family anymore. I needed an empire. And I was going to build it directly on top of their absolute total ruin. Update 2. 2. The divorce process was an absolute, unmitigated bloodbath. Because I had absolutely no inheritance and no salary whatsoever thanks to Liam's malicious corporate sabotage, I was completely at their financial mercy. Maya hired the most ruthless, notoriously expensive divorce lawyer in the city. Her retainer was paid for entirely by my mother's premium credit card. I walked into that cold courtroom representing myself. Maya's lawyer systematically, ruthlessly stripped away absolutely everything I had ever worked for. They took the townhouse, citing my sudden lack of a stable salary. They took the meager, hard-earned savings we had meticulously built in our joint account. I walked out of that depressing courthouse on a freezing Tuesday morning with absolutely nothing to my name but my beat-up aging sedan and my leather-bound notebook. I was forced to move into a tiny, windowless studio apartment in the absolute worst, most dangerous part of town. The ancient radiator barely worked, and the sickening smell of stale cigarette smoke was baked permanently into the peeling wallpaper. I survived strictly on cheap ramen noodles and sheer unadulterated hatred. I swallowed my pride and took a grueling, back-breaking night shift job at a massive, incredibly dangerous industrial food processing plant. I spent my nights physically mixing heavy drums of industrial solvents from midnight to 8:00 inches the morning just to pay my exorbitant rent. But the absolute second I clocked out and dragged myself back to that terrible apartment, the real meaningful work began. I transformed my tiny, cramped kitchen counter into a sophisticated makeshift laboratory. I spent absolutely every single spare dime I earned on raw, high-grade specialty coffee beans and professional glass beakers. I worked until my eyes physically blurred and my calloused hands shook violently from pure exhaustion. I wasn't just brewing coffee, I was literally distilling my rage, my heartbreak, and my trauma into a tangible physical product. I engineered a cold extraction process that was vastly more complex, incredibly sophisticated, and undeniably superior to anything on the market. It yielded a concentrate so smooth and perfectly balanced it tasted like pure luxury. After 8 brutal months of relentless failure and hundreds of ruined batches, I finally cracked the perfect chemical code. I bottled the dark liquid in cheap glass vials, printed homemade minimalist labels at a local copy shop, and called the brand Times Apex Extracts. I started aggressively peddling my product to independent boutique owners and exclusive high-end cafes across the city. I was flatly rejected 99 times. People looked at my homemade packaging and literally laughed in my face. But on the 100th try, a highly respected cafe owner in the wealthy financial district agreed to put 5 small bottles on his front counter just to get me to leave. Those 5 bottles completely sold out in 4 hours. The very next day, he frantically called me and ordered 20 more. The week after that, he demanded 100. Word of mouth spread like absolute wildfire among the city's wealthy elite. The massive, life-altering turning point came when a highly prominent, wildly successful venture capitalist named Nolan walked into that specific cafe. Nolan bought a bottle of Times Apex, immediately recognized the unprecedented quality, tracked down my personal phone number, and aggressively demanded a business meeting. I walked into his massive glass-walled corner office wearing a cheap, ill-fitting suit from a thrift store. I sat down, looked him dead in the eye, and gave him the raw, undeniable chemistry and the incredibly high profit margins of the product. Nolan was blown away. He immediately introduced me to Mr. Vance, a quiet, incredibly ruthless billionaire investor who controlled a massive private equity firm. Mr. Vance meticulously looked at my proprietary formulas, looked at the desperate burning fire in my eyes, and wrote me a massive seed funding check that fundamentally changed the entire trajectory of my life forever. He didn't just give me working capital, he gave me an entire fully operational manufacturing plant and a global distribution network. Over the next 3 grueling but triumphant years, Apex Extracts completely exploded. We launched a massive full line of premium ready-to-drink beverages and commercial concentrates. We got picked up by massive national retailers. We became the absolute fastest-growing specialty beverage brand in the entire country. I was making millions of dollars, investing heavily in prime commercial real estate, and building an impenetrable corporate fortress, all while Liam, Maya, and my parents smugly thought I was rotting away in a gutter somewhere. I intentionally used a pseudonym for the press and stayed completely off all social media. I wanted my massive new wealth to be entirely invisible. And while I was steadily, relentlessly climbing to the absolute peak of the mountain, Liam was actively, arrogantly digging his own financial grave. Liam had inherited his highly lucrative regional logistics company from his wealthy former father-in-law, from his first brief marriage, before he stole my wife. But Liam was absolutely not a competent businessman. He was a spoiled, deeply arrogant golden child who firmly believed massive success was his divine birthright. He spent his days playing expensive rounds of golf, taking 3-hour alcohol-fueled martini lunches, and aggressively micromanaging his best employees right into the ground. He actively alienated his biggest corporate clients with his insufferable ego. Within 2 short years of stealing Maya, Liam's logistics company was heavily, dangerously bleeding cash to maintain their absurdly lavish fake lifestyle, the brand new Porsche, the designer clothes, the ridiculously expensive international vacations they constantly posted online. Liam started secretly taking out massive, high-interest corporate loans from predatory lenders. He recklessly leveraged the entire infrastructure of the company. My parents, utterly, hopelessly blinded by their lifelong delusional worship of him, actually co-signed a massive secondary loan to bail him out. They voluntarily put the deed to their beloved pristine Craftsman house up as collateral. They actually genuinely believed he was just going through a temporary rough patch. I watched it all happen in real time through the meticulous, highly detailed financial reports of my expensive private investigators and my elite corporate lawyers. I knew exactly how much crippling debt they were in. I knew exactly which specific banking institutions held their toxic loans. And because I now had substantially more liquid capital than I ever knew what to do with, I legally created a complex series of anonymous corporate shell companies. Slowly, methodically, and completely legally, my shell companies began quietly buying up their massive debt portfolios. I bought the commercial loans holding Liam's failing logistics company hostage. I bought the secondary mortgage on my parents' suburban house. I became their sole anonymous, completely merciless creditor. They thought they owed money to massive, faceless banking institutions. They had absolutely no idea they owed every single red cent to the younger son they had casually thrown away like garbage. The trap was fully, perfectly set. The steel jaws were wide open. All I had to do was sit back and wait for them to run out of cash. And inevitably, they absolutely did. Liam missed one massive loan payment, then 2, then 3, then. The banks, acting entirely on my strict, merciless, legally binding orders, flatly refused any extensions or restructuring. We aggressively called in the entirety of the massive loans. We initiated the aggressive rapid foreclosure process on the family real estate. We completely froze the corporate assets and the payroll accounts. We completely pulled the rug out from under their fake plastic lives in a matter of 48 hours. Absolute total panic set in. My lawyers informed me that Liam had been frantically calling the holding company's main line for 3 days straight, aggressively demanding to speak to the CEO, screaming wildly about unfair business practices. Finally, after letting him sweat in absolute terror, I told my executive secretary to grant him a formal meeting. I specifically scheduled it for a rainy Tuesday afternoon. I wanted them to physically feel the bitter cold. I wanted them to step right into the trap of their own blind arrogance. And they walked right into it, completely blissfully oblivious to the absolute slaughter that was waiting for them on the 50th floor. The incredibly heavy solid mahogany doors to my massive executive boardroom are completely soundproofed. I was sitting quietly at the head of the massive 20-foot polished granite conference table. The room was intentionally dimly lit, the massive floor-to-ceiling windows right behind me casting my dark silhouette sharply against the gray, stormy sky. My lead corporate attorney stood quietly by the window, securely holding a thick black leather binder containing every single devastating financial document and asset seizure order we had meticulously prepared. The intercom buzzed. "Send them in," I said, my voice completely devoid of any emotion. The double doors swung open, pushed forcefully by Liam. He marched into the room first, his supposedly expensive suit deeply wrinkled and damp from the pouring rain outside, his face flushed an angry red with absolute arrogant indignation. Maya followed right behind him, nervously clutching a wet designer handbag, looking around the incredibly opulent boardroom with wide, fearful eyes. And then came my parents, shuffling in slowly, looking exhausted and totally terrified. They didn't look at me at first because the bright light was directly behind me. I was just a dark, imposing figure. Listen to me very carefully. Liam started shouting immediately, marching up to the table and slamming his hand down hard on the polished granite edge. "I don't care who you think you are or what kind of illegal predatory lending operation you are running. You cannot just illegally seize my corporate assets without a standard grace period. I am a highly respected businessman. I will aggressively drag your entire holding company into a massive, highly public lawsuit. My parents' real estate is totally, completely off limits." I let him finish his pathetic rant. I let the echo of his empty, desperate threats completely die out in the massive, silent room. The heavy silence stretched out for 10 agonizing, suffocating seconds. Then, I slowly leaned forward into the overhead light. I deliberately rested my elbows on the cold granite table, intertwined my fingers, and looked directly, piercingly into my older brother's eyes. "You do not have the money for a massive lawsuit, Liam," I said calmly, my voice incredibly steady, low, and cold as ice. "You do not even have the money to pay for the parking meter downstairs on the street." Liam completely, totally froze. His jaw physically dropped open. All the angry red color instantly violently drained from his face, leaving him looking like a pale, terrified ghost. He stumbled backward half a step, completely losing his balance, physically bumping into Maya. Maya let out a sharp, highly audible gasp, her trembling hand flying up to cover her mouth, She recognized me instantly. My mother, Helen, let out a strange, horrible choking sound, desperately grabbing my father's arm for physical support. My father just stared at me, his brain entirely unable to process the reality sitting in front of him. Julian? My mother whispered, her voice trembling so violently it physically cracked. What? What are you doing sitting there? Where is the owner of the company? I smiled at her. It was absolutely not a happy smile. It was the terrifying cold smile of an apex predator. I am the owner, mother, I said, leaning back comfortably in my expensive leather chair, savoring the absolute shock on their faces. I am the sole owner of the holding company. I own the private equity firm that bought out your bank. Which legally means, as of 48 hours ago, I own Liam's logistics company. I own Liam's fancy Porsche. And I hold the absolute legal deed to your beautiful pristine craftsman house. This is a joke, Liam stammered uncontrollably, shaking his head frantically in total denial. This is a massive, sick, elaborate joke. You are a broke, pathetic flavor scientist. You got fired for being unstable. You do not have this kind of massive corporate capital. I nodded silently toward my lawyer. He stepped forward from the shadows, calmly opening the heavy leather binder, and tossed 4 incredibly thick stacks of legally binding documents directly in front of them on the granite table. The loud slap of the paper hitting the stone echoed in the room. These are the certified legally binding financial transfer records, my attorney said, his tone entirely clinical. My client legally acquired your outstanding corporate debt 3 months ago. He also legally acquired the secondary mortgage. You are in total catastrophic default. The foreclosure and the corporate asset seizure are entirely legal, binding, and actively being enforced by local authorities as we speak. Liam looked down at the massive stacks of papers, his hands visibly shaking as he frantically flipped through the pages. He saw his own signatures. He saw my new legal corporate name at the top. The absolute crushing reality of his complete destruction finally crashed down. Julian, please, Maya stepped forward, stepping right in front of Liam, her voice suddenly entirely different. Gone was the absolute disdain and cruelty she showed me the day she packed her bags. Now, she sounded incredibly sweet, highly desperate, actively trying to manufacture fake tears. You absolutely do not have to do this to us. We are family. We made mistakes. Terrible mistakes, but we can fix this. We can work out a payment plan. I looked at her, searching my own soul and feeling absolutely nothing but total indifference. You made a very clear choice, Maya. You boldly chose the man with the Porsche. But you foolishly forgot that a car is just metal, and metal eventually rusts. You backed the wrong horse, and now you have to walk. My mother violently pushed past Maya, real terrified tears streaming rapidly down her wrinkled face. Julian, sweetheart, my beautiful baby boy, please, you absolutely cannot take our family home. We have lived there for 30 years. All your precious childhood memories are in that house. You can severely punish Liam if you want, but do not punish your own loving parents. We love you so much. I stood up slowly, planting both of my hands firmly on the table, leaning aggressively over the granite to look my mother dead in her terrified eyes. Childhood memories? I asked, keeping my voice dangerously low. You mean the precious memory of you sitting in your kitchen telling Sophie that I was a pathetic loser holding Maya back? You mean the heartwarming memory of you secretly selling your valuable rural real estate specifically to fund your favorite son's expensive hotel room so he could comfortably sleep with my wife behind my back? You actively, intentionally financed my absolute destruction, mother. You handed them the knife, paid for the blade, and happily watched them stab me. Do not you dare stand in my boardroom and try to use the word love. My father suddenly yelled, desperately trying to summon some pathetic patriarchal authority. You are being incredibly vindictive and cruel, Julian. Blood is thicker than water. You must forgive your family. You are right, Richard, I shot back instantly, calling him by his first name for the very first time in my entire life, watching him flinch at the disrespect. Blood is much thicker. It is messier, and it permanently stains everything it touches. You consciously chosen Liam over me since the day I was born. So now you get to fully live with him. You get to figure out exactly how to survive in the real world when the golden child permanently loses all his gold. Liam suddenly lunged forward with a feral scream, aggressively grabbing the heavy legal documents and violently tearing them in half, throwing the shredded pieces across the boardroom. I will fight you to the bitter end, he screamed, spit flying from his mouth. I will hire every single ruthless lawyer in this state. I will completely destroy you. With what money? I asked quietly. That simple question stopped him cold in his tracks. He froze, his hands still raised in the air. Your corporate payroll accounts are entirely frozen, I explained slowly. Your personal premium credit cards are completely maxed out and deactivated. Your house is currently being padlocked by the county sheriff's department as we speak. You are completely, utterly destitute. You are exactly where you intentionally left me 3 years ago. The only difference is I had the incredible brains and the massive drive to build an empire out of absolutely nothing. You do not even know how to make your own cup of coffee without paying someone else to do it. Make sad. I press the intercom button firmly. Security, we are entirely finished here. Please promptly escort these 4 individuals off the premises. If they resist, call the police, and have them formally arrested for trespassing. As the security guards walked swiftly into the room, Maya started sobbing hysterically, sinking to her knees on the expensive carpet. My mother was wailing loudly, grabbing my father's jacket. Liam just stood there, completely paralyzed, staring at me like he was looking at the actual devil himself. Get out of my building, I said firmly, turning my back to them completely and looking out the massive window at the pouring rain. And never ever try to contact me again. The immediate fallout from that boardroom meeting was completely absolute and shockingly fast. The entire fragile, debt-ridden structure of their fake lives completely disintegrated into dust within days. The bank officially seized Liam's logistics company the very next morning, locking the doors and liquidating the physical assets. The shiny Porsche was aggressively towed right out of his driveway by the repo men before noon while his wealthy neighbors watched. My parents were formally legally evicted from their beloved pristine house by the end of the week. The absolute humiliation of the entire neighborhood actively watching the armed sheriff enforce the foreclosure notice broke my mother completely. She became a total social pariah overnight. They were forced to move into a cramped, depressing 2-bedroom apartment in a highly dangerous neighborhood. To pay the new rent, my father was forced to take a grueling minimum wage night shift job as a security guard at a local drafty warehouse. But the absolute most poetic, mind-blowing twist of pure karma, the massive secondary explosion that completely vaporized whatever tiny shred was left of Liam's fragile sanity, happened about a month later. I was sitting quietly in my office when my private unlisted cell phone rang. It was Sophie, Maya's younger sister. Her voice was highly frantic and filled with a dark, twisted kind of amusement. Julian, she said, you are absolutely not going to believe what just happened. After everything they did to you, you deserve to know. Sophie quickly explained that about 8 months ago, Maya had excitedly publicly announced she was pregnant. Liam had been insufferably proud, aggressively bragging to everyone at the country club about his impending fatherhood. Maya had given birth to a baby boy exactly 2 weeks after my hostile corporate takeover officially stripped them of all their money. The extreme suffocating stress of losing the luxury lifestyle had caused a massive violent fracture in their already toxic relationship. Liam, terrified and broke, violently demanded to know how they were going to afford raising a child when they could barely afford groceries. In the middle of a massive screaming match in their tiny, newly rented apartment, Maya finally snapped under the pressure and confessed the ultimate, devastating truth. The baby wasn't Liam's. During the last year, while Liam was busy arrogantly running his company into the ground, Maya had gotten incredibly bored. She had started sleeping with her expensive, highly muscular personal trainer at the luxury gym Liam was paying thousands of dollars a month for. She had intentionally lied about the paternity, actively planning to trap Liam into funding her wealthy lifestyle forever. But now that Liam was totally broke, the new baby was nothing but a massive financial anchor, and she maliciously threw the painful truth right in his face just to hurt him. The woman he utterly destroyed his own younger brother to steal had done the exact same horrifying thing to him. Liam completely, totally lost his mind. He physically destroyed the small apartment in a blind feral rage, throwing furniture through the windows. The police were called by terrified neighbors. Maya immediately filed a massive restrictive restraining order against him. A quick DNA test proved he wasn't the biological father. He was publicly, brutally, completely humiliated. Everyone in their elite social circle found out the sordid details. Liam was left with absolutely nothing, no company, no money, no fancy cars, no wife, no child, and a totally ruined professional reputation. The last I heard, he was working as a low-level minimum wage dispatcher for a cheap trucking company, living in a rented filthy room, drinking cheap beer, and aggressively blaming everyone else in the world for his massive failures. My parents tried to desperately reach out to me a few times, sending pathetic handwritten letters begging for forgiveness and asking for cash loans. I simply handed them to my assistant and told her to put them directly into the industrial shredder. They made their choice a long time ago. Now they get to choke on the absolute reality of who their golden child really is. Walking away from the absolute wreckage of my old life, leaving them crying in that boardroom, was the most incredibly liberating feeling I have ever experienced. I established an impenetrable titanium boundary. The very next day, I legally dropped my father's last name entirely. I went to the county courthouse and officially changed my legal last name to Apex. I was no longer the unwanted, unloved son of a pathetic, toxic family. I was the absolute master of my own destiny. About a year after the boardroom confrontation, I attended a highly exclusive charity gala I was personally sponsoring. That is where I finally met Elena. Elena was an independent commercial architect, incredibly smart, sharp-witted, and wildly passionate about her career. We started talking casually, and I was instantly captivated. For our first few weeks of dating, I intentionally didn't tell her about my massive wealth. We just went to quiet local coffee shops and walked through city parks. She fell deeply in love with Julian the man, not Julian the billionaire CEO. When I finally brought her to my massive penthouse and explained my business empire, she genuinely didn't care about the money. She cared about the intense drive and the incredible resilience it took to build it. She was the complete total opposite of Maya in every conceivable way. We are officially getting married next spring. We are actively planning a very small, incredibly private wedding in a beautiful secluded botanical garden. There will be absolutely no toxic relatives invited. By family, I exclusively mean the family we have actively, carefully chosen. We are also actively talking about starting a family of our own soon. I have already set up a massive ironclad trust fund for our future children. But vastly more importantly, I have made a sacred unbreakable vow to myself. I will never ever treat one child differently than another. I will give them the unconditional fierce love and protection that I was completely denied by my own parents. Looking back at the absolute nightmare I survived, I realized something incredibly profound. I used to desperately wish that none of it had ever happened. But sitting here today, looking out at the massive city I completely conquered, holding Elena's hand, I wouldn't change a single agonizing second of it. The absolute unforgiving cruelty of my parents and the sickening betrayal of my brother and my wife did not destroy me like they planned. It forged me. It violently burned away every single ounce of weakness inside my soul, leaving behind nothing but unbreakable, hardened steel. They arrogantly tried to bury me deep in the dirt so Liam could shine brighter. But they didn't realize I was a seed. And from that dark dirt, I grew into a massive towering tree that now completely blocks out their sun. Top comments. User 1. The fact that your mom literally sold family real estate to fund your wife's hotel hookups with your brother is the most diabolical, evil thing I've ever read on this app. Buying their debt and foreclosing on them was the ultimate chef's kiss of karma. You didn't just burn the bridge, you nuked the entire city. User 2. Liam finding out the baby was the personal trainer's right after losing his entire company as proof that the universe has a sense of humor. Maya really thought she secured the bag, only to find out the bag was empty and on fire. Glad you found Elena and built a real life, OP. User 3, I actually gasped out loud when you told Liam he couldn't even afford the parking meter downstairs. The level of meticulous planning it took to buy up their debt through shell companies is insane. You literally became a supervillain to the people who created you, and I am 100% here for it. I inherited Grandpa's lake house. My entitled sister turned it into a frat house and demanded a key. Then I found the hidden ledger that destroyed her lies. My sister smirked, sitting in my late grandfather's favorite leather chair, and told me that changing the locks on our cabin was destroying the family. So I handed her a formal trespassing warning, called the police to physically escort her off the property, and let the entire family tear themselves apart while I read the secret journals Grandpa left behind that exposed exactly why she was really so desperate for my house. I feel like I am slowly losing my grip on reality, and I desperately need to know if I am the villain my family is making me out to be. My grandfather, Arthur, passed away 8 months ago. He was the anchor of my life, the man who practically raised me, and when his will was read, it wasn't a surprise to anyone that he left me his beloved lakeside cabin at Blackwood Lake. We were incredibly close. He taught me how to fish for trout in the early mornings, how to properly sand and stain the wraparound deck, and we spent countless weekends working on structural projects together. The cabin meant absolutely everything to both of us. But the property isn't just sentimentally valuable, it is worth roughly $450,000 and sits on some of the most pristine, prime lakefront real estate in the entire county. My grandfather was incredibly specific in his will. He dictated that the cabin should go to someone who would cherish it, maintain it as a sanctuary, and respect its peaceful nature. He chose me because I was literally the only grandchild who ever showed genuine interest in the property. I spent my teenage years helping him with the grueling upkeep, chopping wood, clearing the gutters, and patching the roof. My sister, Chloe, 29F, on the other hand, never cared about the cabin growing up. She actively despised it. She thought it was boring, dirty, and old-fashioned. She preferred expensive hotel vacations, all-inclusive resorts, and luxury spa weekends. She constantly complained about the mosquitoes, the lack of high-speed Wi-Fi, the spotty cellular reception, and called the place disgustingly rustic in the most dismissive, arrogant tone possible. When Grandpa Arthur was alive, she visited maybe twice in the last decade, and both times she left early because she was bored. Here is where things get incredibly complicated and infuriating. Last weekend, I finally felt emotionally ready to drive up to the cabin for the first time since inheriting it. I planned to spend some quiet time there, grieve in peace, and start going through Grandpa's remaining belongings. I pulled into the gravel driveway, nostalgia washing over me, and had my newly minted key ready. But as I walked up to the heavy oak front door, my stomach dropped. I could hear heavy bass thumping through the walls, loud music vibrating the windows, and the chaotic sounds of shouting voices inside. I pounded on the door. A guy I had never seen in my life answered. He was wearing soaking wet swim trunks, dripping lake water onto the antique hardwood floors, and holding a cheap beer. Behind him, I could see at least 8 people lounging around my living room. The place was wrecked. There were muddy footprints everywhere. The guy looked annoyed, squinted at me, and aggressively asked what the hell I wanted. When I firmly explained that this was my cabin and demanded to know who he was, he threw his head back and laughed. He said Chloe had told them they could stay for the long weekend because her family owned the place. I saw red. I was absolutely livid. I immediately pulled out my phone and called Chloe. Instead of apologizing, she acted like I was being an insane, unreasonable tyrant. She nonchalantly said our parents had given her a spare key months ago and told her she could use the cabin whenever she wanted for her weekend getaways. Apparently, she had been bringing massive groups of friends up there regularly and had even started advertising it on her social media as our family's shared vacation home. When I reminded her that I legally inherited the cabin, that my name was the only one on the deed, and she had absolutely no right to be there, she got incredibly defensive. She snapped that Grandpa would have wanted the whole family to enjoy it. She insisted that just because the legal paperwork had my name on it didn't mean I should selfishly hoard it from everyone else. She actually called me a greedy narcissist for wanting to kick her friends out into the cold. The absolute worst part? My parents are entirely backing her up. When I called them in a panic, my mother sighed heavily and said I was being petty, territorial, and cruel. She said that family should always share. My father chimed in, suggesting I compromise by letting Chloe have the cabin on weekends since I work a demanding corporate job during the week anyway. They kept parroting the same line. Grandpa would have wanted the cabin to bring the family together, not divide us. But here is what they are deliberately choosing to ignore. Grandpa specifically left the cabin to me because he trusted me to care for it properly. While I was on the phone, I walked through the house and took inventory of the disaster. Chloe's friends had been using Grandpa's expensive, vintage fishing equipment without cleaning it, leaving the lines tangled and the hooks rusted. There was a mountain of crusted, rotting dishes in the sink attracting flies. Someone had taken a pocket knife and actually carved their initials into the handmade oak dining table Grandpa and I had built together when I was 15. There were cigarette butts and beer bottles scattered all over the pristine deck, and they had apparently been having massive, raging bonfires dangerously close to the dry tree line, completely ignoring the local fire bans. I ended up having to physically demand that Chloe's friends pack their bags and leave immediately. It created a massive, humiliating scene. They were incredibly hostile, swearing at me and insisting they had paid for the weekend and had permission to be there. One massive guy actually got in my face, chest bumped me, and argued that I couldn't just show up and kick them out of Chloe's lake house. It took me threatening to call the state troopers for them to finally pack their cars and speed off, spinning their tires and throwing gravel all over the lawn. Now, my entire extended family is furious with me. Chloe is telling everyone who will listen that I am on a massive ego trip, that I am trying to erase the family from Grandpa's memory, and that I am a monster. My parents are relentlessly pressuring me to do the right thing and hand over a set of keys. They are making me feel like I am a greedy, selfish villain for simply wanting to honor the actual, legally binding terms of my grandfather's will. But I know Arthur. He left a 3-page letter of detailed instructions with the deed about maintaining the property, the specific varnish for the wood, the winterization process for the pipes. He specifically chose me because he knew I would respect and preserve it. He watched Chloe's careless, destructive attitude toward the cabin for 20 years. There is a very specific reason he didn't leave it to the family. He left it to me. I am so deeply torn between wanting to maintain family peace and fiercely protecting the only thing I have left of the man who meant the world to me. Am I wrong for wanting to establish strict boundaries? Should I just cave and let Chloe continue using it to keep the peace, even though she is trashing it? I feel like I am losing my mind. Edit. Thank you for all the overwhelming responses. Reading through your comments is genuinely helping me realize I am not crazy for wanting to protect my grandfather's legacy. A lot of you asked about the key situation. I interrogated my mother, and apparently, she still had a spare emergency key from 5 years ago when she used to occasionally help Grandpa clean. She secretly handed it over to Chloe the week after the funeral without ever mentioning it to me. I am calling a locksmith first thing tomorrow morning. Update 1. It has been 3 weeks since my original post, and the situation has completely exploded into a nightmare. First of all, thank you to everyone who validated my feelings. Your support gave me the steel spine I needed to dig deeper into what Chloe was actually doing with my property. The morning after I kicked her friends out, I hired a premium locksmith and paid $800 to have the entire property rekeyed. I changed the locks on the front door, the back patio, the boathouse, and the heavy iron padlocks on the storage shed. I also hired a security company to install a comprehensive, high-definition camera system around the perimeter, covering the driveway, the dock, and all entry points. I didn't announce this to my family, I just did it. The real, earth-shattering bombshell dropped when I started investigating exactly how long Chloe had been exploiting the cabin. Remember how that aggressive guy mentioned they had paid for the weekend? I decided to do a deep dive into Chloe's public and private social media accounts. What I found made me physically nauseous. Chloe has been posting about luxurious weekend getaways at our family estate for the past 6 months. Basically, the dirt wasn't even settled on Grandpa's grave before she started exploiting his home. She had been tagging the location, posting heavily filtered photos of herself and her friends drinking on the deck, and she even created a permanent Instagram highlight reel titled, Lakehouse Life. In several long, rambling captions, she refers to it as her childhood sanctuary, and talks about how she spent her whole life growing up there, which is a complete and utter fabrication since she hated the place. But here is the absolute kicker that made me contact a lawyer. I found hard, undeniable evidence that she was operating an illegal, unlicensed short-term rental business. A mutual acquaintance who saw my angry Facebook post anonymously sent me a massive file of screenshots from a private group chat. Chloe had been messaging dozens of people, telling them they could rent her private lake house for $250 per weekend. She had been pocketing thousands of dollars in pure, untaxed cash off my grandfather's property while I was the one paying the exorbitant property taxes, the premium lakefront insurance, and the monthly maintenance costs. I also discovered she had been hosting massive, out-of-control parties. I plugged in Grandpa's old landline answering machine, which I still pay for, and found 23 unheard voicemails. They were all from furious, exhausted neighbors. They described deafening music playing until 4 a.m., drunk people trespassing onto their private docks, and one idiot whose massive truck got stuck in the protected marshland because they decided to go off-roading. The property damage was far more extensive than my initial walkthrough revealed. Aside from the carved dining table, I found deep, black cigarette burns melted into the expensive composite decking. The boathouse had a shattered window that had been lazily covered with silver duct tape, but the discovery that broke my heart was Grandpa's vintage, handcrafted wooden fishing tackle box. Someone had dumped out his antique lures, filled it with jagged ice and cheap beer, and used it as a cooler. The melted ice had completely warped the beautiful mahogany wood and left permanent, rotting rust stains everywhere. Furthermore, someone had taken neon green spray paint and tagged the side of the wooden dock with a crude, disgusting drawing. When I finally confronted Chloe over the phone with the screenshots of her illegal rental business, she completely lost her mind. She didn't apologize. Instead, she shrieked at me, accusing me of being a stalker and obsessing over a bunch of old, rotting wood. She actually had the audacity to claim that the cabin was decaying because I wasn't using it enough, and she was doing me a favor by bringing life and energy back to the place. I coldly told her that she needed to immediately cease all posts about the cabin and that she was permanently banned from the property. Her response was to scream a string of profanities, block my number, and immediately call our parents to hysterically cry that I was abusing her. My parents' reaction destroyed whatever respect I had left for them. When I forwarded them the screenshots of Chloe illegally charging people $250 a weekend, my mother gasped and accused me of spying on my own sister. She said families shouldn't keep secrets. My father actually defended the rental scheme. He cleared his throat and suggested that Chloe sharing the costs with friends was a sign of financial maturity and showed she was trying to be an entrepreneur. They completely, deliberately ignored the photos of the cigarette burns, the ruined tackle box, and the 2-3 noise complaints from the neighbors. The absolute final straw happened last Saturday. Despite the changed locks and the warnings, my phone buzzed with a motion alert from the new security system. I opened the app and watched in real time as Chloe and 2 of her friends marched up to the cabin. When her old key didn't work, she didn't leave. Instead, I watched her drag a heavy patio chair to the side of the house, pry off the screen of a guest bedroom window that she remembered had a faulty latch from 10 years ago, and illegally climb inside my house. I immediately called the local police dispatch and drove the 40 minutes to the lake at breakneck speed. I arrived just as a squad car was pulling into the driveway. We walked in together. Chloe was sitting in Grandpa's leather chair, pouring herself a glass of wine, acting like the queen of the castle. When she saw me, and the uniformed officer, she didn't even flinch. She just rolled her eyes and said, "Oh my God, you brought the cops? We need to talk about your controlling behavior." She demanded that I hand over the new keys in front of the officer. She yelled that cutting her off was punishing the family and dishonoring Grandpa's memory. The police officer was incredibly professional but stern. He asked for my ID, verified my name on the deed, and then turned to Chloe. He bluntly explained that regardless of their DNA, I was the sole legal owner. She had broken in through a window, and she was criminally trespassing. The humiliation of watching an armed police officer force my screaming, crying sister to put her shoes on and march her off my grandfather's property was one of the darkest moments of my life. But what solidified my resolve was the complete lack of remorse in her eyes. As she was escorted to her car, she was furiously typing on her phone, undoubtedly spinning a victim narrative to the rest of the family. Now, the entire extended family is involved. My aunt called me screaming that I was tearing the bloodline apart. Several cousins have sent me toxic, passive-aggressive paragraphs about how money changes people, and family is forever. But they don't know what I found. While cleaning up the mess Chloe left, I was going through Grandpa's locked filing cabinet. Tucked inside a manila folder, I found a carbon copy of a letter he wrote to his estate lawyer 3 years ago. In it, Grandpa explicitly detailed his terrifying concerns about leaving the property to multiple people. He wrote, "I have seen inheritance turn siblings into vultures. I want the cabin to go solely to the one person who will preserve its soul, not the one who will turn it into a cheap party destination." Reading those exact words was like getting a hug from beyond the grave. Grandpa knew exactly what he was doing. He saw through Chloe's superficiality. I have retained a lawyer, and I am officially documenting every single interaction. I feel incredibly isolated, but I will not let my grandfather down. Update 2. It has been 3 agonizing months since I had the police remove Chloe from the cabin, and if you thought my family would eventually calm down and see reason, you are sorely mistaken. The harassment has escalated to a terrifying, almost unhinged level, but I have finally uncovered the ultimate, devastating truth that explains exactly why my parents have been fighting so viciously for Chloe to have the house. The security cameras have been the best investment of my life. In the first month alone, I caught Chloe trying to breach the property 4 separate times. The first time, she brought a massive aluminum ladder and tried to scale the side of the house to reach a second-story balcony. The second time, she brought a shady-looking guy I didn't recognize who spent 20 minutes casing the windows with a flashlight. The third time, she actually took a heavy steel crowbar and tried to pry the reinforced strike plate off the back door, causing $400 in cosmetic damage before the alarm blared and she ran away into the woods. But the fourth incident was the most brazen, unbelievable thing I have ever witnessed. I was sitting at my desk at work when my phone alerted me. I opened the live feed and saw Chloe, my mother, my father, and a professional locksmith standing on my front porch. I watched in absolute horror as my father pointed at the door, demanding the locksmith drill the deadbolt. I could hear the audio perfectly. The locksmith looked hesitant and asked to see a deed or utility bill with their name on it. Right on cue, my mother burst into theatrical, sobbing tears, wailing about how their cruel, mentally unstable son had locked them out of their sacred family memories and they just wanted to retrieve some photo albums. I immediately called the locksmith company's dispatch, identified myself, and told them their employee was currently being manipulated into committing a felony breaking and entering. The dispatcher radioed the locksmith, who immediately packed up his tools and practically ran to his van. As he drove away, my father chased the van down the driveway, screaming obscenities and kicking the gravel. Watching my own parents try to orchestrate a break-in to my home shattered my heart into a million irreparable pieces. The social pressure became suffocating. At my cousin's wedding last month, I was completely ambushed. I couldn't even get a drink without a relative cornering me. My aunt trapped me near the buffet and spent 20 minutes lecturing me about how I was a disgrace to the family name. But the most devastating, unforgivable tactic Chloe used was weaponizing our 4-year-old grandmother Arthur's widow. My grandmother's mind has been slipping lately, and she gets easily confused. Chloe went to her nursing home, sat by her bed, and maliciously fed her a twisted narrative. Chloe told her that I had locked the entire family out, that I was selling the cabin to a corporate developer, and that I was erasing Arthur's memory. My grandmother called me late one night, weeping uncontrollably, begging me not to destroy the lake house. She kept crying, "Please don't take Arthur's home away from us. Please let the family heal." I spent 2 hours on the phone, gently trying to explain the reality, the police, the damages, the illegal rentals, but in her fragile state, she couldn't process it. She just kept repeating that family must stick together. That conversation broke me. The fact that Chloe was willing to torture an elderly, grieving woman just to win an argument proved exactly how sociopathic she is. Chloe also ramped up her online smear campaign. She posted daily throwback photos with captions like, "Missing the days when love mattered more than a piece of paper." Her friends began review bombing my corporate LinkedIn and my company's Google business page, leaving 1-star reviews claiming I was unethical, greedy, and untrustworthy in personal matters. I had to sit down with my HR department, explain the insane family drama, and have our legal team issue takedown notices to Google. But the absolute breaking point and the moment that changed everything forever happened 6 weeks ago. I drove up to the cabin to inspect the crowbar damage. When I walked into the master bedroom, I froze. Someone had been inside. The cameras hadn't caught them because they had hiked 2 miles through the dense, camera-blind woods behind the property and smashed a tiny basement ventilation window. The house felt violated. There were dirty towels thrown on the floor. But the most disturbing thing was sitting on the center of Grandpa's freshly made bed. It was a handwritten note on pink stationery that read, "This place has too much love to be locked away. Arthur would want everyone to feel welcome here. Stop fighting the inevitable." I felt sick to my stomach. I immediately called the police, filed another report, and spent $3,000 upgrading the entire house with shatterproof glass, reinforced steel door frames, and internal motion sensors. That night, unable to sleep and vibrating with anxiety, I decided to finally clean out the basement storage room. I was moving boxes when I noticed Grandpa's ruined, water-damaged wooden tackle box sitting in the corner. I picked it up to throw it in the dumpster, but it felt unusually heavy for an empty box. I inspected the bottom, and realized the wood was exceptionally thick. I grabbed a flathead screwdriver and pried at the base. With a loud crack, a false bottom popped open. Inside the hidden compartment was a sealed, waterproof document bag. My hands were shaking as I unzipped it. Inside was a thick, leather-bound bank ledger, a stack of wire transfer receipts, and a handwritten letter addressed specifically to me. I sat on the concrete floor and read the letter. It completely rewrote my family's history. Grandpa Arthur hadn't just left me the cabin because I loved it. He left it to me because he had times already given Chloe her inheritance. The letter explained everything in devastating detail. When Chloe turned 21, she threw a massive fit about how unfair it was that Grandpa spent money maintaining the cabin instead of helping her live her best life. To keep the peace, Grandpa established a private trust fund for her, containing exactly $450,000, the exact appraised value of the cabin. The ledger documented every single withdrawal. For 6 years, while I was up on the roof fixing shingles in the blistering heat, Chloe was draining that account to fund her luxurious lifestyle. She used Grandpa's money to buy a brand new Mercedes, fund her month-long trips to Bali and Europe, and pay for her expensive downtown apartment. But it got worse. The letter explicitly stated that my parents were the legal trustees of that account. They were supposed to monitor it and ensure she used it for a house down payment or education. Instead, they enabled her. They let her blow through nearly $500,000 by the time she was 27. Grandpa's final paragraph burned into my soul. I leave this ledger for you, my boy, because I know they will come for the cabin. Chloe has squandered her half of the legacy, and your parents are too weak to tell her no. They will try to take your sanctuary to make up for their failure to raise a responsible adult. Do not let them. You earned this place with your sweat and your love. Protect it. Suddenly, everything made perfect, terrifying sense. My parents weren't fighting me because of family memories. They were fighting me out of desperate, suffocating guilt. They knew Chloe was completely broke. They knew she had blown her inheritance. They wanted me to hand over a $450,000 asset so she could continue her lavish lifestyle, probably by forcing a sale or legally turning it into a full-time rental property, so they wouldn't have to financially support her themselves. The next morning, I didn't yell. I didn't cry. I was filled with a cold, terrifying calm. I drove straight back to the city, went to my lawyer's office, and handed him the ledger, the receipts, and the letter. We drafted the most nuclear, ironclad legal response imaginable. Update 3. It has been 6 months since I found the ledger, and I have finally found absolute peace. My lawyer sent a massive, certified legal binder to my parents and Chloe. It contained copies of the ledger, copies of the wire transfers, Grandpa's letter, and a formal cease and desist order regarding the harassment, trespassing, and defamation. My lawyer also included a drafted lawsuit for the property damage, the illegal rental profits, and the emotional distress, stating clearly that if any of them ever contacted me, stepped foot in my county, or mentioned my name online again, we would file it immediately and drag their financial failures into public court. The silence that followed was deafening. The moment my parents realized I had hard, undeniable proof of their financial mismanagement and Chloe's squandered inheritance, they completely folded. The online harassment stopped overnight. The passive-aggressive texts from cousins ceased, likely because my parents frantically did damage control to hide the truth about the $450,000 Chloe wasted. I haven't spoken to my parents or my sister in half a year. The only tragic casualty of this war was my grandmother. She passed away 3 months ago. I wasn't invited to the funeral planning, but I attended the service. Chloe had the absolute gall to stand at the pulpit and give a tearful eulogy about how much Grandma loved the lake house, shooting venomous glares at me the entire time. But it didn't hurt me anymore. I knew the truth. I knew Chloe was a fraud, wearing a designer black dress paid for by the grandfather she despised. I have spent the entire spring and summer at the cabin, working remotely and pouring my soul into restoring it. I completely repaired the dock using Grandpa's original blueprints. I sanded down the dining room table, carefully filling the carved initials with a beautiful gold resin, a Japanese technique called kintsugi, repairing the broken with gold to make it stronger. I replanted his native flower garden, and I even restored his vintage tackle box, keeping the false bottom intact as a reminder of the truth. I have also integrated myself into the local lake community. The neighbors who used to complain about Chloe's frat parties now come over for Sunday barbecues. Mr. Henderson, the neighbor next door, told me stories about how Grandpa used to help him harvest his vegetable garden every autumn. Learning about the quiet, profound impact Grandpa had on this community reinforced that I am not just guarding a piece of real estate, I am protecting a legacy of kindness and stewardship. Financially, I am doing excellent. I used my own savings to upgrade the plumbing and electrical, and the property value has soared. But more importantly, I took the advice of many Reddit commenters. I sat down with my estate lawyer and drafted a bulletproof will and a living trust. If anything ever happens to me, the cabin will not revert to my next of kin. It is placed in an ironclad trust managed by a third-party conservation firm, with strict instructions that it can never be sold, subdivided, or inhabited by Chloe or my parents. It will be preserved as a historical nature retreat. My therapist has been instrumental in helping me navigate the grief of losing my living family. She helped me realize that setting boundaries isn't an act of cruelty, it's an act of self-preservation. My parents and sister chose their path of entitlement and deception. I chose the path of integrity. This morning, I woke up at 5:30 a.m. I brewed a pot of strong black coffee, walked out onto the pristine, burn-free deck, and sat in Grandpa's favorite leather chair. I watched the thick white mist roll slowly across the glassy surface of Blackwood Lake as the sun peeked over the pine trees, casting a brilliant orange glow across the water. It was completely, beautifully silent. There were no loud stereos, no screaming drunk strangers, no toxic family drama, just the sound of a loon calling in the distance and the wind in the trees. I achieved exactly what Grandpa Arthur hoped for when he wrote his will. I saved his sanctuary. My family may forever view me as the greedy villain of their manufactured story, but as I sit here in the peace he built with his own two hands, I know the truth. I honored his trust. The cabin is safe, and I am finally home. Top comments. User 1. The absolute audacity of your parents to watch your sister blow $500,000 on luxury cars and vacations, and then try to steal your inheritance to keep funding her lifestyle is genuinely sickening. The false bottom in the tackle box is like something out of a movie. Grandpa played chess while they were playing checkers. Good on you for locking that trust down. User 2. I am so incredibly sorry about your grandmother passing away while believing Chloe's lies. That is a special kind of evil for your sister to manipulate a confused, grieving elderly woman just to score points in a family feud. But you did the right thing. You protected the one thing your grandpa loved most. The gold resin in the table is a beautiful touch. User 3. The fact that they brought a locksmith to your house while you were at work is terrifying. That's not just entitled family drama, that's a coordinated criminal conspiracy to break and enter. I'm glad you hit them with the legal nuke. Enjoy the peace and quiet on that deck. OP. You earned every single sunrise. My family broke into my multi-million-dollar lake house. So, I called the police, and let my firm's ruthless corporate legal team obliterate their entire lives. Original post. I am Ethan, 35 years old. For the last 6 years, I have worked grueling 70-hour weeks, sacrificing my youth, my social life, and my sanity, pouring every single ounce of my corporate salary into a deeply personal dream. All of it was stolen in a single afternoon by my own brother. While I was sitting in my downtown office finalizing a massive commercial real estate deal, my parents and my older brother were popping expensive champagne in the living room of my secret lake house. My brother actually stood on my brand new, custom-finished hardwood floors, raised a crystal glass to our extended relatives, and said with a completely straight face, "We deserve this upgrade. After years of struggling while others had it easy, it is our time." They laughed, they cheered. They claimed my property as their own. But there was one massive, life-ruining detail they did not know. That house was not just a vacation home. It was the centerpiece of a 50-acre corporate development project, and they were trespassing on multi-million-dollar commercial territory. And now, they are facing a lawsuit they can never, ever win. Let us go back to the exact moment the security alert buzzed in my pocket and changed my life forever. It was a Tuesday afternoon in early October. The kind of crisp, brilliant day where the autumn sunlight hits the glass of the high-rises just right, making the whole city look like it is coated in gold. I was sitting at my mahogany desk on the 38th floor of my firm's headquarters in the financial district. The air conditioning was humming quietly in the background. I had just received a major promotion to project director the week prior, a title that came with a heavy equity stake and a workload that would break most people. I was in the middle of reviewing a quarterly financial report tracking the zoning permits for our latest acquisition when my phone vibrated violently against the polished wood of my desk. I ignored it at first. I am a man who lives and dies by his schedule, and my focus was entirely on the numbers in front of me. But then it buzzed again and again. 3 rapid, aggressive vibrations that signaled a high-priority alert. I glanced down, expecting an emergency email from my lawyer regarding an upcoming contract negotiation or a frantic message from a junior analyst. Instead, the screen displayed a notification from the state-of-the-art security system I had personally installed exactly 48 hours prior at the Oak Ridge Valley property. Motion detected in the primary living sector. Multiple heat signatures identified. My brow furrowed into a deep knot of confusion. The contractors had completely finished their work. The professional cleaning crew had left yesterday afternoon, handing the master keys directly to me. I had personally locked the reinforced doors and armed the perimeter. Nobody had the access codes to that gate except me. I picked up the phone, my thumb hovering over the screen for a fraction of a second before tapping the notification. The video feed buffered a spinning white circle on a black background before the high-definition, full-color feed flooded my screen. My blood turned to absolute ice. The air in my lungs simply vanished. Balloons. Large, obnoxious metallic gold balloons reading "Welcome Home" were bobbing gently against the vaulted cedar ceiling I had spent months agonizing over with my architectural team. Below those balloons, a crowd of people milled about my sanctuary. I zoomed in, my fingers shaking just slightly against the cold glass of the screen. I recognized the back of a head. I recognized a jacket. And then he turned around. It was Connor, my older brother Connor. He was wearing a crisp, unnecessarily expensive polo shirt, holding a crystal champagne flute. My crystal. From the sealed boxes I had not even unpacked yet. Beside him stood his wife, Mia. She was leaning against my custom marble kitchen island, a smug, satisfied smile plastered across her face as she sliced into a massive sheet cake. The cake literally had the words "The Bennett Family Estate" written on it in thick chocolate frosting. The audio feed kicked in a second later. The sound of my family's laughter, loud and completely unbothered, echoed off the walls of the home I had built specifically to escape their toxic shadow. I sat paralyzed in my ergonomic office chair, watching the surreal nightmare unfold in real time. My mother, Helen, walked into the frame. She patted Connor on the back, her face glowing with a profound pride she had never, not once in my entire 35 years of existence, directed at me. My father, Robert, was holding a digital camera, taking pictures of the stone fireplace as if he were a proud patriarch documenting his legacy. "To our perfect new home," Connor announced, his voice booming through the tiny speaker of my phone with sickening clarity. "It is about time our luck turned around. No more cramped apartments, no more struggling. This is our fresh start." I gripped the edge of my desk so hard the wood groaned in protest. My knuckles turned completely white, the tendons in my hands aching from the pressure. Luck? He actually called it luck. He did not see the 6 years of grueling overtime. He did not see the canceled dates, the sleepless nights, the holidays I spent eating stale takeout alone at my desk to secure my corporate standing. He did not see the relentless discipline required to amass the capital for this exact property. He saw a beautiful, expensive house, and his immediate, unfiltered instinct was to simply decide it belonged to him. I did not scream. I did not throw my phone against the wall. When you work in high-stakes commercial real estate, when you navigate rooms full of cutthroat investors and aggressive legal teams, you learn very quickly that emotion is your biggest liability. Anger makes you sloppy. You do not get mad. You get leverage. You secure your assets. I closed the security app, letting it run in the background to record every single second of their intrusion. I opened the heavy bottom drawer of my desk and pulled out the thick manila folder I had brought from the bank that morning. It contained the original deed, the certified wire transfer receipts, the property tax documents, and the commercial zoning maps. My name was the only one on every single page. I shoved the folder into my leather briefcase, snapped the brass locks shut, and stood up. I straightened my tie. I walked out of my private office. My assistant looked up from her monitors as I marched past her desk. "Cancel my afternoon meetings," I said, my voice completely devoid of inflection. "Reschedule the zoning board call for tomorrow morning. I have a severe pest control issue at a private property that requires my immediate physical presence." The elevator ride down to the parking garage felt like an eternity suspended in time. Every ding of the passing floors echoed like the ticking of a bomb waiting to detonate in my chest. I reached my designated parking spot, threw the briefcase into the passenger seat of my car, and gripped the steering wheel. I was about to put the car in drive when a memory hit me. A memory so vivid and painful it knocked the breath entirely from my lungs. A brutal reminder of exactly why I could not and would not show these people a single ounce of mercy today. Growing up in our household, the dynamic was established early and enforced brutally. Connor was the golden child, the radiant sun, and the rest of us were just insignificant planets forced to orbit his perceived brilliance. If Connor managed to get a B on a high school history test, my parents threw a celebratory dinner. If I brought home a flawless report card with straight A's, I was quietly told to put it away and not to brag because it might make my brother feel inadequate about his own struggles. I learned very early on that my assigned role in the family was to be invisible, silent, and compliant right up until the exact moment Connor needed something fixed, paid for, or covered up. The most defining moment of my life, the trauma that forged the impenetrable armor I wear today, happened when I was 21 years old. I had been working 3 different jobs since I was 16 years old to build my college fund. I flipped burgers in a greasy kitchen until midnight, mowed lawns in the sweltering summer heat, and did basic bookkeeping for local small businesses on the weekends. I saved every single penny, denying myself basic teenage experiences. I had over $35,000 sitting in a joint savings account at the local credit union, an account my mother was still technically a signer on from when I had opened it as a minor. Connor, meanwhile, had predictably dropped out of his second attempt at college to start a custom apparel business. He convinced my parents it was the next massive industry disruptor. He maxed out both of their credit cards, leased a commercial warehouse he absolutely could not afford, and within 8 miserable months, he was facing total bankruptcy and a massive lawsuit from unpaid suppliers. I will never forget walking into the bank branch on a rainy Tuesday to withdraw my tuition money for my junior year of university. The teller looked at her computer screen, frowned, and then looked at me with a deep horrific pity in her eyes. She softly informed me that the account balance was zero. My mother had walked into the branch 2 days prior and legally drained the entire $35,000. I drove home in a state of blinding, suffocating panic. When I kicked the front door open and confronted them in the kitchen, my mother did not even have the decency to look guilty. She was calmly stirring a pot of chicken soup on the stove. Without breaking eye contact, she told me that family helps family. She stated that Connor was in desperate, life-ruining trouble, and since I was the smart one, I could easily figure out how to get student loans to cover my education. My father chimed in from the dining table, his voice dripping with condescension, telling me that I was being incredibly selfish for caring about a college fund when my brother's entire future and freedom were on the line. They treated my life savings like it was their emergency fund. I packed my bags and moved out that exact night. I took out crushing high-interest student loans to finish my degree. I survived on cheap ramen noodles, tap water, and pure unadulterated spite. Years later, when I bought a vintage car as a tangible symbol of my survival, my parents demanded I sell it to fund Connor's mortgage. When I refused, they called me a disgrace. I vowed then to build a fortress so high they could never reach me. And I did. I bought the Oak Ridge Valley property in absolute secrecy. I gripped the steering wheel as I turned off the main highway. As I pulled up to the property line of my estate, the fragile peace evaporated into the cold autumn air. There were 6 different cars parked haphazardly across my pristine, freshly seeded front lawn. Deep, muddy tire tracks violently gouged the soft earth I had just paid a premium landscaping crew thousands of dollars to perfect. Connor's oversized, lifted truck was parked aggressively right by the front door, crushing a bed of newly planted hydrangeas. I did not pull into the driveway. I parked my car horizontally across the main gate entrance, effectively barricading them all inside the property. I reached into the glove compartment, pulled out my phone, and dialed the local precinct. "Dispatch, this is Ethan Bennett," I said, my voice dangerously calm. "I am the legal owner of the property located at 42 Oak Ridge Valley. I have a break-in in progress. There are multiple hostile trespassers currently occupying my residence. I need sworn officers here immediately." I hung up the phone, grabbed my heavy leather briefcase and stepped out of the car. The familiar, comforting scent of the lake water hit my nose, but it was immediately ruined by the smell of a cheap barbecue grill being fired up on my custom cedar deck. They were cooking meat on my deck. I stood perfectly still at the edge of the driveway, the cold wind whipping at my trench coat, waiting until I saw the flashing blue and red lights of the police cruisers turning down the narrow lane. 2 patrol cars pulled up rapidly, their tires crunching loudly against the gravel. A veteran officer whom I had spoken to a week prior stepped out. I handed him the heavy manila folder containing my state identification and the finalized closing documents. "They bypassed my security. They broke in," I stated firmly. The officer checked the dates, verified the signatures, and nodded. "Understood. Let's clear them out." I walked up the front steps of my own home, the gravel crunching aggressively under my expensive dress shoes. I bypassed the smart lock by punching my master passcode into the keypad, pushed the heavy oak door wide open, and stepped directly into the grand foyer. The wall of noise hit me instantly. Shouting, obnoxious laughter, and loud pop music blaring from a portable speaker. Connor was standing right by the grand staircase. When he noticed me, his confident smile faltered for a fraction of a second before he replaced his shock with a mask of forced arrogant joviality. "Ethan, you finally made it," Connor shouted over the blaring music. "Mom said she couldn't get a hold of you. Welcome to the new family compound. Come on in." He took a step forward, intending to pull me into a fake brotherly hug. I simply stepped back, creating a path, and allowed the police officers to walk past me into the bright light of the foyer. The music was suddenly cut off. The silence that fell over the massive room was deafening. 30 pairs of terrified eyes turned away from the champagne and the cake, staring in utter shock at the uniforms. "Evening, folks," the officer said loudly. "Who exactly claims ownership of this residence?" Connor immediately puffed out his chest. "I do, officer. Well, technically, it is the family home. We just bought it." He lied to a police officer with the terrifying smoothness of a lifelong con artist. The officer looked at Connor with pure disgust. "Sir, I have the verified legal owner of this property standing right beside me holding the deed. And he states that you are trespassing." Connor let out a loud, obnoxious laugh. "Ethan owned this place? You've got to be kidding. My little brother is an office drone. My parents bought this house for me and my wife." My mother pushed her way to the front. "Ethan, what on earth do you think you are doing, calling the police on your own brother during a family gathering? Stop this embarrassing nonsense right now." I slowly opened the manila folder. I looked dead into Connor's eyes. This is a legally binding property deed, I said, my voice cold and sharp, paid for entirely by wire transfer from my personal corporate accounts. You have no lease agreement. You have no keys. You forced the side window lock to gain unauthorized entry. In the eyes of the law, that is a felony. Mia, Connor's wife, marched up, her face burning red with rage. You selfish prick, you have all this hidden money and you kept it from us while we struggle? Family shares. Your parents explicitly said this is a family asset now. We need the space for the kids. My parents do not own my bank accounts anymore, Mia, I replied, my voice dropping to a freezing whisper. Not since they stole my college fund when I was 21 years old. There is no inheritance for you here. The officer stepped aggressively between us. Mr. Bennett has provided unquestionable proof of legal ownership. Every single one of you has exactly 10 minutes to gather your personal belongings and vacate these premises, or you will be placed in handcuffs. Absolute chaos erupted. Relatives started murmuring in panic, frantically grabbing their coats. My father turned a deep shade of purple, pointing a shaking finger at me. You are kicking your own flesh and blood out onto the street over a pile of bricks. You are dead to me, Ethan. We will sue you for everything. You died to me a very long time ago, Robert, I shot back, intentionally dropping the title of Dad. As the crowd humiliatingly shuffled toward the front door, Connor passed by me, bumping my shoulder. I'll hire a lawyer tomorrow. I'll sue you for half the value of this place. It's family property under verbal agreement. I whispered back, try it. But as the room cleared, I caught movement near the kitchen. My younger cousin, Zoe, was frantically trying to slip out through the back patio door. I had let Zoe live rent-free on my couch in the city for 2 months last year when she was facing eviction. I stepped quickly into her path. Going somewhere in a hurry, Zoe? She looked down, her face burning with guilt. Ethan, I'm so sorry, I swear I just came for the free food. How did Connor know the exact address? I demanded. My title company is bound by a strict NDA. She started to cry desperate tears. He paid me, Ethan. He gave me $1,500 in cash. When I stayed at your apartment, I saw the emails with the luxury realtor on your laptop. I'm so sorry, I really needed the money for rent. She sold my sanctuary to the wolves for a miserable $1,500. Get out of my house. I said, my voice lethal. If you ever come within 50 feet of me again, I will have my firm's legal team charge you with wire fraud and corporate espionage for accessing my private devices. She ran out the door, sobbing. I locked the heavy front door behind the last of them. There were cake crumbs mashed into my expensive marble counter and muddy footprints tracked all across my floors. They truly believed they had the divine right to take everything I had built simply because we shared the same toxic blood. Update 1. The next morning, the storm made landfall with devastating force. I woke up on a cheap air mattress in the center of the master bedroom. My phone screen lit up with 74 unread text messages and dozens of alerts. My Aunt Beatrice, the supposed family peacekeeper, had started a massive group chat bombardment. How could you humiliate your brother? You need to apologize and let them move in. My father left a venomous voicemail demanding I hand over the keys or face a lawsuit for a shared family asset. Then I opened Facebook. Mia had posted a massive, tear-stained essay complete with a highly manipulated picture of her kids looking destitute. She called me a monster, a greedy corporate sellout who abandoned his family. I meticulously took high-resolution screenshots of every post, comment, and legal threat. I compiled them into an encrypted digital file. At 9 a.m., I drove straight to the top floor of my corporate headquarters. I walked into the secure glass-walled conference room where Julian, the lead corporate attorney for our firm, was waiting. I saw the Facebook post. Julian said, "Your brother is an absolute idiot." "I don't care about Facebook drama, Julian," I said, connecting my laptop to the screen. "I care about the physical perimeter of the property." The heavy mahogany door opened, and Vance, the CEO of our firm, walked in. Vance was a terrifying, brilliant man who had built his real estate empire from nothing and had zero tolerance for parasites. "Ethan," Vance said, taking his seat. "I hear you had a severe pest control problem at the Oak Ridge Valley site yesterday." "I did, sir. My family broke into the primary residence. They are officially claiming a right to the property and threatening a lawsuit for ownership." Vance chuckled, a dry, cold sound. "Fascinating. Tell me, Ethan, do they know that the house they are fighting over merely sits on Lot 1 of a 50-acre commercial development owned entirely by this corporation? Do they know that you are the lead project director and hold a 20% equity stake in the entire surrounding valley?" "No," I smiled, feeling the heavy armor of my reality lock into place. "They think I am just a selfish brother who bought a nice vacation home with his salary. My father literally threatened to bring a local family lawyer to claim an oral agreement." Julian laughed out loud. "A local family lawyer? Going up against our corporate litigation team? We will bury them in so much legal paperwork they will go bankrupt," just paying the retainer fees to read it. We secure the perimeter immediately, Vance ordered. Julian, authorize the corporate security team. I want 24/7 armed patrols at the main gate. If your family steps one single foot on that soil again, they are actively interfering with a multi-million-dollar corporate asset. We will hit them with commercial damages that will ruin them for generations. I drove back to the lake house. The corporate security team had already set up massive unmarked black SUVs near the reinforced steel gate. As I pulled up, I saw my parents' beat-up sedan idling dangerously on the shoulder. My father was angrily pacing, screaming at the stoic security guards. When he saw me, he slammed his hand against my window. What the hell is this, Ethan? Armed thugs? Give me the gate code right now. We are not leaving until Connor has a set of keys. I rolled the window down exactly 2 inches. You are attempting to trespass on a private, highly secured corporate zone. Corporate zone? My father sneered. Stop playing games. Connor needs this place to raise his kids. You are single. You owe us for raising you. I've already spoken to a lawyer. You owe. Verbal agreements are legally binding. Tell your cheap lawyer to bring a very big briefcase, I said softly, because he is going to need it to carry the countersuit. I rolled the window up seamlessly, and the heavy steel gate closed behind me. I thought the overwhelming security presence would be the definitive end of the nightmare. But toxic family dynamics do not operate on logic. Exactly 4 days later, the perimeter alarm chimed. I switched my primary monitor to the high-definition front gate feed. What I saw made my jaw clench tight enough to grind my teeth. It was a coordinated caravan of sheer audacity. Connor's lifted truck was parked aggressively right up against my corporate gates. Behind it was my parents' sedan. Behind that was a flashy, tacky cherry red convertible. And parked horizontally behind that convertible, blocking the entire public access lane, was a massive rented commercial moving van. A fully loaded moving van. They piled out of their vehicles looking frighteningly confident. But the most concerning detail was the unknown woman stepping out of the cherry red convertible. She was dressed in an aggressively bright yellow pantsuit, holding a bulky briefcase. She had the distinct swagger of a strip mall lawyer who spends her career bullying unrepresented people in small claims court. She was barking orders at my parents. My desk phone rang. Mr. Bennett, the head of security said, his voice laced with heavy professional annoyance. Your family has returned in force. They brought an unidentified female claiming to be their retained legal counsel. She is waving unfiled papers and demanding we open the gates under threat of a lawsuit. Furthermore, they brought a moving van to establish physical occupancy. They were actually trying to establish squatters' rights. They thought if they got their cheap furniture onto the grass, the law would magically protect them. Do not open the gate, I am coming down there, I ordered. By the time I reached the towering steel gates, it was a full-blown circus. Connor was unloading heavy canvas camping tents onto the grass. Mia was screaming at a security guard. When they saw me, a cheer of vindictive triumph went up among them. My father gripped the steel bars. It is over, Ethan. We brought actual legal representation today. Open this gate right now, or we will take everything you own in court. I bypassed my screaming family and looked directly at the woman in the yellow pantsuit. And who exactly are you supposed to be? I asked. Yes. She stepped forward confidently, sliding a flimsy business card through the gaps. I am Roxanne Thorne, attorney at law. I officially represent Robert, Helen, and Connor Bennett. My clients have formally retained me to enforce their absolute legal right to this residential property, which was purchased using funds heavily subsidized by their years of providing for your education. Verbal agreements are completely actionable. We are officially filing a lawsuit for 50% ownership, plus punitive damages for emotional distress. Emotional distress? I repeated slowly. You mean the emotional distress of not being able to steal my hard-earned salary to fund another failed business? Connor violently shoved his way to the front. You owe us your life, Ethan. Mom and Dad completely drained their life savings for my business. If you don't let me move in today, Roxanne is going to tie this place up in probate court for the next 10 agonizing years. My mother dabbed her perfectly dry eyes with a tissue. Just give your brother the guest house and the garage, Ethan. We don't want to fight you in a dirty courtroom. We just want what is fundamentally fair. I looked at all of them. They had relied on weaponized guilt for so many decades that they genuinely believed it functioned as a legally binding contract. Miss Thorne? I said slowly, entirely ignoring my family. Before you drove out here today, did you actually pull the commercial zoning records and the corporate ownership structure for this specific GPS coordinate? Or did you just lazily look up the simple residential deed I filed 3 days ago? Roxanne frowned, her arrogant smile slipping. I pulled the residential deed, obviously. Which makes it a personal asset directly subject to our family lawsuit. I see, I replied calmly. Then you are a very terrible, negligent lawyer, and you are about to lose your license to practice law. Before she could object, a low, incredibly heavy rumbling sound echoed down the narrow road. Coming down the lane, systematically blocking the moving van and Roxanne's convertible from the rear, completely cutting off any possible route of escape, was a convoy of 4 massive, fully armored black SUVs. They moved with terrifying military-like precision. The heavy doors opened simultaneously. A dozen large men in immaculate tailored dark suits stepped out. They were the elite corporate crisis management and litigation team from my firm, and stepping out of the lead vehicle was Vance, the CEO of my company. He had arrived, and he brought the absolute, unyielding wrath of a multi-billion-dollar corporate empire with him. The arrogant shouting from my family died instantly in their throats. Roxanne visibly took a staggering step backward, her eyes darting frantically between the imposing armored SUVs and Vance's cold, predatory gaze. She suddenly realized with horrifying clarity that she was swimming with actual leviathans. Vance walked smoothly past the rented moving van. 2 of our top corporate litigators walked precisely 1 step behind him. I gave a subtle nod to the security guard. The heavy steel gate slowly hummed open. I stepped out onto the public road and stood shoulder to shoulder with Vance. We formed an unbreakable wall of corporate dominance. "Ethan," Vance said, his voice dripping with absolute authority, "I see the local pest problem has inexplicably multiplied." "It appears so, sir," I replied smoothly. My father desperately tried to muster his bravado. He pointed a shaking finger at Vance. "Who the hell do you think you are? Are you this boy's boss? You need to tell your arrogant employee to hand over the keys before my lawyer sues him for everything he is worth." Vance did not even look at my father. He turned his cold gaze directly onto Roxanne. "You are the legal counsel representing these individuals?" he asked politely, though it sounded like a loaded threat. Roxanne swallowed hard, clutching her briefcase. "Yes, I represent the Bennett family in a civil dispute regarding the rightful occupation of this residential asset." Vance simply snapped his fingers once. The lead corporate litigator stepped forward, clicked open his leather briefcase, and pulled out a stack of legally bound documents as thick as a metropolitan phone book. He handed the massive stack directly into Roxanne's shaking hands. "Miss Thorne," Vance said smoothly, "I am Vance, CEO of Vanguard Holdings. What you are currently holding is the finalized master deed, the approved commercial zoning permits, and the highly confidential corporate equity structure for the Oak Ridge Valley Commercial Development Project." Roxanne's hands were trembling so violently that the papers rustled loudly. Her eyes widened in pure, unfiltered horror as she scanned the bold legal text. "I strongly suggest you read those documents carefully before you speak another word," Vance continued, his voice dropping to a lethal quiet calm. "Because you have made a catastrophic, career-ending error. This house is not a simple personal residential asset. It is the designated primary on-site management facility for a 50-acre commercial development. The entire valley surrounding this house, including the very road your clients are currently blocking, is private corporate property owned entirely and exclusively by Vanguard Holdings." Connor let out a high-pitched, nervous laugh. "What is he talking about, Ethan? Stop with the fake legal mumbo-jumbo. It's just a lake house." "Shut up, Connor," Roxanne hissed violently. The bright color was rapidly draining from her face, leaving her looking ghost pale and on the verge of physical collapse. "Furthermore," Vance said, turning his piercing gaze to my parents who physically recoiled, "Ethan Bennett is not merely an employee, he is the lead project director of this multi-million-dollar development, and he personally holds a 20% equity stake in this specific corporate subsidiary. The residential deed he filed was a mere legal formality. By attempting to lay claim to this property, by repeatedly trespassing, and by threatening to tie it up in court, you are not threatening a family member. You are actively, illegally threatening a massive corporate initiative." The silence that followed was absolute and deafening. My mother's mouth opened and closed repeatedly like a fish suffocating on dry land. For 35 agonizing years, they had treated me like a useless wallet, an invisible stepping stone meant only to facilitate Connor's supposed greatness. They truly thought I was just a guy with a decent salary. They had absolutely no idea that I was sitting on a throne of corporate equity, wielding financial and legal power they could not even begin to comprehend. Our lead corporate litigator spoke up, his voice utterly unyielding. "Because your clients have repeatedly harassed a senior corporate executive, trespassed on a secure commercial site, and threatened frivolous litigation to extort corporate assets, my team has already drafted a comprehensive countersuit. If you and your clients do not withdraw from this property in exactly 60 seconds, Vanguard Holdings will sue Robert, Helen, and Connor Bennett for commercial interference, criminal trespassing, and attempted corporate extortion. We will legally seize Connor Bennett's remaining business assets. We will place a massive financial lien on Robert and Helen Bennett's primary residence. We will bankrupt them, and we will take the house they sleep in." The litigator took one aggressive step closer to Roxanne. "And as for you, Miss Thorne, if you file one single solitary piece of paperwork regarding this matter in any court in this state, we will immediately report you to the State Bar Association for gross professional misconduct. We will bury your pathetic small practice in so many legal injunctions, you will be forced to sell your car just to pay the filing fees to defend yourself. Roxanne dropped her briefcase. It hit the pavement with a loud clatter. She looked at Connor, her eyes wide with unadulterated terror. "I am officially dropping you as clients," she practically screamed, throwing her hands in the air. "Consider our legal representation permanently terminated. Do not ever contact my office again." She spun around, sprinting to her red convertible. She started the engine with a roar, aggressively navigated around the armored SUVs, and sped away, leaving my family completely abandoned, utterly humiliated, and entirely defenseless. Connor stood completely frozen on the grass, his mouth hanging open. Mia looked like she was about to vomit. My father's false bravado had completely shattered into a million pieces, leaving behind nothing but a terrified, weak old man who finally realized he had picked a fight with a god. I stepped forward. "You wanted to use the law against me, Robert?" I asked, my voice echoing with years of suppressed anger. "You wanted to play the legal game and steal what is mine. Welcome to the major leagues. Now, pack up your pathetic camping tents and get off my corporate property before I have the security team physically restrain you for criminal extortion." Update 2. The immediate aftermath was the most immensely satisfying display of cowardice I have ever witnessed. The very second Roxanne's car disappeared, the crushing reality crashed down upon my parents. They were staring directly down the barrel of a multi-million-dollar corporate legal team that had just explicitly threatened to take their home and their retirement. In the blink of an eye, the unbreakable family loyalty they constantly preached evaporated. "Ethan, please." My mother suddenly sobbed, taking a desperate step toward me. Real tears were finally falling. "We didn't know. Connor lied to us. He told us he had a legal right to be here. We would never try to steal from your company. Please don't take our house." Connor whipped his head around in horrified shock. "Mom, what the hell are you doing? You literally told me to fight him for it. You said he owed me this house." "Shut your mouth, Connor," my father roared, his face turning a dangerous shade of purple. But this time, his fury was aimed entirely at his precious golden child. "You are a complete fool. You almost cost us our only home with your stupid, entitled schemes. We should never have bailed you out." My father quickly turned back to me, attempting a sickeningly sweet smile. "Ethan, son, you have to understand. We don't understand these complex corporate structures. Let's just go inside, have coffee, and talk about how we can fix this as a family." I looked at them with freezing disgust. The moment they realized I possessed the legal capacity to completely destroy their comfortable lives, they instantly threw their beloved golden child directly under the bus. "Do not ever call me son again," I said, cutting through their pathetic apologies. "And there will be no coffee. You have exactly 30 seconds to move your vehicles, or my security team will impound them." "Ethan, you can't do this," Connor yelled, panic bleeding into his voice. "Mia is already threatening a divorce over the debt we took on for that lawyer. If you sue me, I'll lose custody of the kids. I will literally have nothing left." "Then you finally have exactly what you earned in this life, Connor," I replied coldly. "Nothing." I turned my back and walked back through the heavy steel gates. The next morning, I went aggressively on the offensive. Julian and I systematically filed formal, permanent restraining orders against Robert, Helen, Connor, and Mia. We presented the high-definition security footage, the audio recordings of their extortion threats, and sworn statements from the corporate security team. The judge took one look at the evidence, shook his head in disgust, and granted the permanent restraining orders immediately. The fallout for Connor was absolutely catastrophic. Without my parents' ability to bail him out financially, his fragile finances collapsed. Within 2 agonizing months, Mia filed for a highly contentious divorce, citing his reckless behavior and the massive hidden credit card debt he had accumulated to pay Roxanne's retainer fee. She took primary custody of the kids, leaving Connor completely isolated, living in a cheap rented motel room, forced to sell his prized oversized truck just to pay his aggressive divorce lawyer. My parents tried repeatedly to send me handwritten letters begging for financial help, to cover Connor's mounting legal fees. I returned every single letter unopened, marked forcefully with a red stamp, "Return to sender." 6 months later, the Oak Ridge Valley Commercial Development Project officially broke ground. It was a massive, unprecedented success. To celebrate the milestone, I decided to host a lavish housewarming party at my lake house. I did not invite a single blood relative. Instead, my home was filled entirely with the people who had actually supported me. Julian was there, laughing loudly on my custom cedar deck. Vance made a rare personal appearance, shaking my hand warmly. It was a beautiful evening of genuine warmth and profound, uninterrupted peace. As the sun began to slowly set, painting the calm surface of the lake in brilliant shades of orange and deep purple, my personal encrypted phone buzzed softly in my pocket. I stepped away from the loud music and walked out to the quiet edge of the upper balcony. It was an unknown number, but I instantly recognized the area code from my hometown. Guided by a morbid curiosity, I answered it. "Ethan, is that you?" It was Aunt Beatrice, the supposed sweet, gentle family peacekeeper who had bombarded me with text messages calling me a monster 6 months ago. "What do you want, Beatrice?" I asked, my voice completely flat, automatically hitting the record button out of pure ingrained habit. "Ethan, please don't hang up," she pleaded, her voice trembling with theatrical distress. "I know the family is broken. Your parents won't even speak to Connor anymore. He's living in a terrible motel. But Ethan, I desperately need your help. My landlord is aggressively raising my rent next month, and I simply can't afford it. You have that massive beautiful house. Can't you find it in your heart to let your poor aging aunt stay in the guest room just for a little while until I get back on my feet?" I stood in the cool evening air and let out a slow, dark, humorless chuckle. "You want to live in the exact same house you aggressively demanded I hand over to Connor 6 months ago? I was only trying to keep the family peace," Beatrice cried defensively, pivoting instantly to play the victim. "Connor promised me. Connor said it would be better for the entire family if he had the space." "Wait," I interrupted sharply, my eyes narrowing as I stared out at the dark water. "Connor promised you what, exactly?" There was a long, terrified silence on the other end of the line. I could hear her ragged breathing. "Beatrice," I warned, my voice dropping to a lethal whisper, "tell me the absolute truth right now, or I will block this number forever." She finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. "Connor promised me that if I helped convince your parents to force you out of the house, he would let me live in the guest house rent-free for the rest of my life. I can't afford a decent nursing home, Ethan. I just wanted a nice, safe place to live. I helped him plan it so I wouldn't end up on the street." The final, sickening piece of the puzzle clicked perfectly into place. The sweet, caring, innocent Aunt Beatrice was not a peacekeeper at all. She was the hidden architect. She was the one who had intentionally manipulated Connor's endless greed, stoking the fire of his entitlement so she could secretly secure a luxurious, free retirement for herself on my dime. "You are truly incredible, Beatrice," I said, feeling absolutely zero pity for the crying woman on the phone. "You coldly orchestrated the theft of my home, the destruction of my peace, and the manipulation of my parents entirely for your own selfish retirement plan. Listen to me very carefully. You will never, ever step foot on my property. I will not pay a single cent toward your rent, and quite frankly, I will not even attend your funeral when the time comes. You reap exactly what you sow. Do not ever call this number again." I hung up the phone. I permanently blocked the number. I stood completely alone on the balcony, the cool evening breeze coming off the lake, listening to the joyful sound of laughter and clinking glasses coming from inside my home. My true family. The greatest lesson I took away from this exhausting nightmare is that you absolutely cannot heal in the exact same toxic environment that broke you in the first place. You have to be incredibly willing to walk away from toxic people, even if society constantly tells you that you owe them your life just because they are family. Your success is your own, your peace is your own. Protect it with everything you have. Top comments. User 1. The absolute whiplash of your parents throwing Connor under the bus the millisecond they realized their own house was on the line is pure cinema. They created that monster, and the moment he wasn't useful, they abandoned him. Perfection. User 2. Aunt Beatrice being the puppet master all along just to score a free retirement home in your guest house is the most unhinged plot twist I've ever read. Good on you for recording that call and cutting her off forever. Enjoy your peace. User 3. The lawyer trying to use verbal agreement against a multi-billion-dollar corporate litigation team is hilarious. She really thought she was Elle Woods until the CEO pulled out a binder the size of a phone book. Well played, OP. My girlfriend stole my medical samples so her friend could get pregnant. When she demanded child support, my lawyer handed her a felony charge. I, 32 male, had been dating Chloe, 28 female, for about 2.5 years. We had been living together in a nice townhouse in Chicago for the last 8 months. Our relationship was, by all standard metrics, completely normal. We talked about the future, we split the bills, we had a dog, and we were generally happy. I work as a senior data engineer, and Chloe worked in medical billing for a massive healthcare network in the city. To understand how this nightmare started, you need to know about Chloe's best friend, Harper, 28 female. Harper was one of those people whose entire personality revolved around wanting to be a mother. She was single, worked as a receptionist at a boutique veterinary clinic, and constantly complained about her biological clock ticking. I'd met her maybe half a dozen times. She was fine, just very intense. Harper wanted a baby desperately but absolutely refused to wait for a partner, and she certainly couldn't afford the $18,000 fees that local fertility clinics charged for donor sperm and IUI treatments. I sympathized with her, but it wasn't my problem. At least, I didn't think it was. Last Tuesday, I was sitting on the couch in our living room, finishing up some code on my laptop. It was raining outside, a totally mundane evening. The front door unlocked, and Chloe practically danced into the house. She dropped her purse on the floor, didn't even bother taking off her wet coat, and threw herself onto the couch next to me. She had this massive, unsettling grin on her face. "I have the most amazing news," she said, her eyes wide with excitement. I closed my laptop, smiling back cautiously. Did you get a promotion? Better, she beamed. You know how Harper has been struggling so much with wanting a baby, and how she's been so depressed about the clinic prices. Yeah, I said, my brow furrowing. I had no idea where this was going. Well, I helped her out. Chloe clapped her hands together. Remember those samples you gave at the urologist last year when you had that weird infection scare and they wanted to freeze some just in case? The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. My blood went completely cold. My heart started hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it might crack them. What about them, Chloe? She was still smiling, completely oblivious to the panic rising in my chest. I work in medical billing, right? So I have access to the overarching lab system for the whole hospital network. I went down to the storage facility, and I convinced a technician I know to let me have one of your frozen vials. I told her it was for us, for our future family planning, and she just signed it over. Then I gave it to Harper. She did an at-home insemination last month, and she just took a test. It worked. She's pregnant. Congrats, babe, you're going to be a biological dad. I stared at her. The silence in the room was deafening, broken only by the sound of the rain hitting the window. My brain literally could not process the words she had just spoken. It felt like a horrible, twisted prank. You. What? I whispered. I helped Harper get pregnant with your sperm, she repeated, speaking slower as if I were a child who didn't understand basic English. She couldn't afford the $18,000 for a clinic donor. So, I figured, since we're probably going to have kids together anyway in a few years, why not just help her out? You've always said you like helping people. The room started spinning. The sheer audacity, the absolute violation of my bodily autonomy, hit me like a freight train. Chloe, that is my biological material. You can't just take that. You can't just give that away, that is highly illegal. She rolled her eyes, her smile finally faltering, replaced by a look of profound annoyance. Oh my God, please don't be dramatic. It's literally just some cells. You weren't even using it. It was just sitting in a freezer. And now Harper gets to be a mom. Isn't that a beautiful thing? No, I said, my voice was eerily calm, entirely detached from the absolute inferno of rage and terror burning inside me. That is reproductive theft. That is medical fraud. That is probably half a dozen state and federal crimes. Crimes? She laughed, a sharp, mocking sound. You're being ridiculous. It's a favor between best friends. Nobody got hurt. You're making a big deal out of nothing. I didn't say another word. I stood up, pulled my phone out of my pocket, opened the camera app, and hit record. I pointed the lens right at her face. Chloe, I need you to explain to me, right now, on camera, exactly what you just did. Why are you recording me? She snapped, batting at the air. Because what you just admitted to is multiple felonies, and I need absolute documentation of your confession before you realize how much trouble you're in and try to change your story. Her face changed. The smugness evaporated, replaced first by confusion, and then by a deep, ugly anger. Are you serious right now? I did something nice. I helped my best friend become a mother. You should be honored. Honored? I yelled, my calm finally breaking. Honored that you stole my genetic material and used it without my consent? That you committed medical fraud? To access my private records? That you potentially just made me legally and financially responsible for a child I never agreed to father for the next 18 years? You're overreacting, she screamed back. It's not your kid, it's Harper's. I'm calling a lawyer, I said. I turned on my heel, walked into the master bedroom, and slammed the door shut, locking it behind me. My hands were shaking violently. I could barely type. I opened Google and frantically searched for reproductive rights attorney Chicago and paternity fraud lawyer. I found a firm with stellar reviews, clicked on the emergency contact number, and left a frantic, breathless voicemail explaining the situation and begging for an emergency consultation. Next, I found the number for the urology clinic. It was after hours, but I mashed the dial pad until I got the emergency on-call answering service. I demanded to speak to the clinic administrator. When they finally patched me through to a very tired-sounding manager, I explained exactly what my girlfriend had just confessed to. The silence on the other end of the phone was terrifying. Then, the manager's voice came back, completely devoid of sleep and laced with absolute panic. Mr. Reeves, stay on the line. I am patching in our legal department and the facility director right now. Within 20 minutes, I had confirmed with the hospital's legal team that they were launching an immediate, emergency internal investigation into how my sample was accessed, who authorized the release without my signature, and how it was physically removed from the premises. They promised to call me first thing in the morning. When I finally unlocked the bedroom door and walked back out, Chloe was pacing the living room, talking on her phone. I don't know, Mom, he's totally freaking out. He's being such a massive jerk about this, she whined into the receiver. I walked into the kitchen, grabbed a trash bag, walked into the living room, and started throwing her shoes, coats, and whatever else was lying around into it. She hung up the phone and glared at me. My mom thinks you're being incredibly selfish. Your mom doesn't understand the law, I replied, not looking up. What you did is theft. And depending on how Harper used the sample, there could be massive additional charges. If she forged any documents claiming I consented, that's fraud for her, too. Oh my God, stop, Chloe screamed, stomping her foot like a toddler. You sound like such an asshole right now. Harper is over the moon. She's finally going to have the baby she's always wanted. Why can't you just be happy for her? Because I did not consent to fathering her child, Chloe. Consent matters. It matters in everything. It's not like you have to raise it, she yelled back. She's not asking you for money or anything. That is not how the law works, I shouted. And even if it was, that is entirely beside the point. You violated my bodily autonomy. You stole a part of me. You committed federal crimes to do it. She stood there, chest heaving, staring at me like I was the villain. Then she grabbed her keys off the counter. I can't deal with your toxic energy right now. I'm going to Harper's. Maybe you'll calm down and act like a normal human being by the time I get back. She slammed the door behind her. I stood in the quiet house, my heart racing, feeling utterly violated. I felt sick to my stomach. I went to the bathroom and threw up. Then, I went back to my laptop. I started documenting everything. I wrote down the exact date I gave the sample. I wrote down everything she had just said. I backed up the video recording to 3 different cloud drives. At 9 p.m., my phone rang. It was the lawyer I had called, Marcus. He had been practicing family and reproductive law for over 20 years. I spent 45 minutes explaining the entire nightmare to him. When I finished, I heard him let out a long, heavy sigh. Holy hell. Okay, Elias, listen to me very carefully. First thing tomorrow morning, you are going to the police precinct. You need to file a formal police report. This is reproductive coercion, genetic theft, medical fraud, and massive HIPAA violations on the part of the medical facility. Second, we need to get ahead of any potential paternity claims immediately. Third, we need to start preparing for civil damages. What are the actual consequences here? I asked, my voice trembling. For her, criminal charges that could absolutely result in prison time, Marcus said bluntly. For you? You need a legal shield against any future claims on that child. The fact that she is pregnant does not retroactively make this legal. You had no knowledge. You gave no consent. We are going to establish a paper trail so thick a bullet couldn't get through it. Do not speak to her without recording it. Better yet, kick her out. Way ahead of you, I said. Update 1. Wednesday morning, I walked into the local police precinct. I sat down with a detective, Detective Miller, and laid out the entire story, handing over a flash drive with the video confession. The look on Miller's face was something I will never forget. He took off his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. I've seen reproductive coercion cases before, he muttered, women poking holes in condoms, men secretly flushing birth control pills. But I have never seen anything quite like this. The fact that she used her employment access to bypass medical security makes this a whole different beast. That's federal territory. HIPAA, medical records fraud, wire fraud if she used a computer system. I'm kicking this straight to the district attorney's office. We'll be in touch. I took the rest of the week off work. I couldn't focus. I spent Wednesday afternoon packing the rest of Chloe's belongings into cardboard boxes and stacking them by the front door. At 6 p.m., Chloe unlocked the door and walked in. She saw the boxes and froze. What is this? You need to leave, I said from the kitchen island. Are you kidding me? You're kicking me out over a fight? You committed multiple felonies, Chloe. Yes, I am kicking you out. Your name is not on the lease. I own this townhouse. You paid me a flat rate for rent. Here is a cashier's check for the prorated amount for the rest of the month. Take your boxes and get out. She stared at me, then looked down at her phone, which had just buzzed. All the color drained from her face. Harper just texted me, she whispered, her voice shaking. Detectives showed up at the veterinary clinic. They pulled her out of work and questioned her in front of her boss. Good, I said coldly. What the hell, Elias? What did you think was going to happen? She shrieked. I thought the police would investigate the crimes you committed. You stole medical samples and fenced them to your friend. It was a favor. It was theft. 20 minutes later, a car screeched into my driveway. It was Chloe's mother, Brenda. Brenda is in her late 50s, and works as an office manager for a real estate firm. You'd think she'd have some grasp of legal liability. You'd be wrong. Brenda barged through my front door without knocking. This is absolutely absurd, Elias, she yelled. Chloe was standing in the corner, sobbing hysterically now. Chloe was trying to help someone. You are going to ruin her life over a technicality. She ruined her own life by committing fraud and theft, I replied, crossing my arms. She didn't hurt anyone. Brenda screamed, pointing a finger in my face. She stole my genetic material. She violated my reproductive rights. She committed wire fraud to access restricted medical records. Those are serious felonies, Brenda. Nobody sees it that way. It's just a favor between friends. The police see it that way. The district attorney sees it that way. And honestly, I don't give a damn how you see it. Take your daughter and get off my property before I have you both trespassed. And, what about Harper's baby? Brenda demanded. You're going to ruin an innocent woman's life, too. Harper participated in the fraud. She used stolen genetic material. If she signed any clinic documents claiming I consented, that's further fraud. She made her choices. Brenda glared at me with pure hatred. You are a cold, heartless bastard. That baby is innocent. That baby is also not my responsibility, I fired back. I never agreed to father it. When this goes to court, that will be established. Chloe's head snapped up. When this goes to court, you're suing us? My lawyer is already drawing up a cease and desist for Harper. I said calmly. She is not to contact me. She is not to list me on any birth certificate. She is not to make any claims of paternity. If she violates that, there will be a massive civil suit. As for you, Chloe, the criminal charges are entirely out of my hands now. The DA is handling that. My phone rang. It was Marcus. I answered it on speakerphone. Elias, Marcus's voice boomed. Just got off the phone with my contact at the DA's office. They are taking this incredibly seriously. They've found probable cause for multiple felony charges. They're getting warrants for the hospital's server logs right now. Understood. Thank you, Marcus. I hung up. Chloe was staring at me, her mouth open in horror. You actually hired a lawyer for this? Yes. Brenda grabbed Chloe's arm. Come on, honey, we're leaving. Let him rot in his own miserable, self-righteous life. They started hauling the boxes out to Brenda's SUV. Before walking out the door for the last time, Chloe turned to look at me, tears streaming down her face. Harper's baby deserves a father. You are going to regret abandoning your own child. It's not my child. I never consented to create it. Have a nice life, Chloe. I locked the door, slid down against it, and put my head in my hands. The adrenaline left me all at once, and I just sat there in the quiet hallway, shaking uncontrollably. The next few days were an absolute blur of legal meetings and police interviews. I gave my official statement. I provided all the texts, the video, and my medical records. The urologist's office called me. Their tone was incredibly apologetic and fearful. They confirmed that the sample was accessed improperly. Chloe had used her billing credentials to log into the lab network, found my file, and convinced a junior lab technician that she was picking it up for our upcoming IVF appointment. The technician had been fired immediately. The hospital's massive legal team informed me they were cooperating fully with the police and had completely overhauled their security protocols. They also heavily hinted at a very generous financial settlement if I agreed not to sue the hospital network. Marcus told me not to sign anything yet. On Friday afternoon, my phone rang from an unknown number. I let it go to voicemail. It was Harper. Her voice was trembling, thick with tears. Elias. It's Harper. Please, I am so sorry. I swear to God I didn't know Chloe didn't have your permission. She told me you guys had talked about it for weeks and that you were totally fine being a donor. She said you just didn't want to go through the paperwork at the clinic. Please don't press charges. I'm 9 weeks pregnant. I can't go to jail. I can't lose this baby. Please, Elias, please call me back. I forwarded the voicemail directly to Marcus. 10 minutes later, Marcus called me. This is gold, Elias. She is admitting on tape that she knew exactly where the sample came from. It shows prior knowledge. It destroys any defense that she thought it was anonymous clinic sperm. It establishes intent. What happens now? I asked, staring out my window at the rain. The DA decides on the charges. For Chloe, it's going to be a bloodbath. The medical facility angle makes it a massive liability. As for Harper, if she knew the source and participated in bypassing standard legal donor protocols, she's liable for conspiracy and receiving stolen property. What about the child, Marcus? Seriously, what happens when it's born? That is complicated, Marcus admitted. But legally, you have an incredibly strong case for zero parental rights and zero obligations. The child was conceived without your consent using stolen genetic material. It's the definition of reproductive coercion. You are not legally the father. If Harper tries to claim you are, we take her to family court and bury her under the criminal evidence. You will be fine. Update 2. 2 weeks later, the district attorney officially filed charges. It made the local news. Chloe was charged with felony theft, felony computer fraud, unauthorized access of medical records, and severe HIPAA violations. Harper was charged with conspiracy to commit fraud and receiving stolen property. Chloe's defense attorney sent Marcus a furious letter, claiming the charges were excessive and vindictive, and accusing me of weaponizing the legal system against a woman who made a misguided attempt to help a friend. Marcus's response letter was a work of art. He outlined every single statute they broke, cited state and federal case law regarding reproductive rights and bodily autonomy, and ended with, "Your client committed calculated, premeditated felonies. Mr. Reeves is the victim of a severe bodily violation and is entitled to pursue all legal and civil remedies available to him. Then, the situation escalated again. On a Thursday evening, there was a knock at my door. I opened it to find a middle-aged woman holding a clipboard and wearing a lanyard with a state ID. "Mr. Reeves? I'm Darlene from Child Protective Services. We need to talk about the welfare of the child that is going to be born in approximately 6.5 months. I felt a spike of pure rage, but I kept my face blank. I let her in and offered her a seat in the living room. "I've read the police reports, Mr. Reeves," Darlene said, pulling out a pen. "I'll be honest, this is entirely unprecedented in my 20-year career, but my job is to establish the child's welfare situation. Miss Harper is claiming that you are the biological father and that you are preemptively abandoning your child." "I am not the father," I said firmly. "Not legally, not morally. The sample was stolen from a medical facility. I never consented to its use. I was the victim of a crime." "I understand that is your position," Darlene said, using that soft, patronizing tone social workers perfect. "But biologically, if this baby is born and a DNA test shows you are the genetic father, there are welfare considerations. The state has an interest in ensuring the child is provided for. Those considerations should be addressed to the person who premeditated the theft of my genetic material, and the person who willingly used it knowing it was stolen." I replied, "That's not how CPS works, Elias. We are concerned with the child's well-being. And I am concerned with the absolute violation of my reproductive rights," I shot back, leaning forward. "I have zero legal or financial obligation to this child. I never agreed to father it. If a woman had her egg stolen from a clinic and implanted in another woman without her consent, would you be sitting in her living room demanding she pay child support?" Darlene blinked, clearly taken aback. She made a note on her pad. "Have you considered that once this child is born, they might want to know their biological father? That they might need you? That child can know that their biological father was the victim of a felony," I said coldly. "They can know that their mother participated in medical fraud. They can know that none of this was consensual." "You seem very detached and angry about an innocent baby," she noted. "Because I am detached," I said. "This child is not mine in any meaningful way. It is the product of theft. The court will decide that. I have extensive documentation, police reports, and a DA prosecuting the mothers. We are done here." She left shortly after. Marcus assured me it was standard procedure, just the state trying to figure out who to stick the bill to. He told me not to let them guilt me. The harassment from Chloe's family continued. Brenda sent me a long, unhinged Facebook message. "You are going to burn in hell for what you are doing to that innocent baby. Harper is struggling financially and emotionally because of your legal threats, and you are making it worse. Be a real man and take responsibility for your seed." I screenshotted it, sent it to Marcus to add to the harassment file, and blocked her. 2 days later, Harper's lawyer, a cheap strip mall attorney she must have scraped together money for, sent a demand letter. Harper wanted $3,000 a month in child support starting immediately, full coverage of her prenatal medical expenses, and a legally binding guarantee that I would sign the birth certificate. Marcus literally laughed out loud when he read it to me over the phone. "She is absolutely delusional. She is facing criminal conspiracy charges and she thinks she has leverage. Let me handle this." His response to her lawyer was brutal. "Your client participated in medical fraud to acquire stolen genetic material. She has absolutely zero legal claim to anything from Mr. Reeves. Any further harassment or extortion attempts will result in an immediate civil lawsuit for emotional distress and legal fees. Your client should be vastly more concerned with the very real possibility of giving birth in a state penitentiary." That apparently pushed them over the edge. The following Tuesday, Chloe and Harper showed up at my office building. I was sitting at my desk when security called me down to the lobby. I stepped off the elevator to find a complete scene. Chloe was screaming at the front desk guard, and Harper, who was noticeably showing now, was standing behind her, crying loudly, "Look at her." Chloe screamed the second she saw me, pointing at Harper's stomach. "Look at what you're doing, Elias. She is pregnant with your baby and you are acting like she doesn't even exist. You are a monster." Co-workers in the lobby were stopping to stare. My face burned with humiliation, but I kept my voice dead level. "You both need to leave immediately," I said. "You are both under strict orders from my attorney not to contact me. That baby needs a father." Harper sobbed, stepping forward. "I can't do this alone. I can't afford a baby alone. You should have thought about the financial realities of motherhood before you participated in felony fraud to steal sperm," I said loudly, making sure everyone in the lobby heard the context. "I didn't know," Harper wailed. "Chloe said you agreed." "That is between you and the thief you trusted," I replied. I turned to the guard. "Please escort them off the property. If they resist, call the police." "No. No. Security physically ushered them out the sliding doors. I immediately went back upstairs, called Marcus, and filed another police report for violating the no-contact order. Marcus used the incident to secure a permanent restraining order against both of them. The preliminary criminal hearings were set for 6 weeks out. It was going to be a long, grueling process. Marcus explained that criminal trials take time, and the civil issues regarding paternity would be handled separately. What is the absolute best case scenario here? I asked him one afternoon in his office. Best case? Criminal convictions for both of them. A clear, binding family court ruling establishing you have zero parental rights or financial obligations. A civil settlement where they pay your legal fees. And a restraining order that lasts for decades. And the worst case? They plead down to lesser misdemeanors to avoid jail time. You still get your parental rights clarified, but they walk away with a slap on the wrist. Harper raises the kid on her own. You're free, but it's messy. I can live with messy, I said. As long as I am free. Top comments. User 1, this is the most insane violation of bodily autonomy I have ever read on this site. If a man stole a woman's eggs and implanted them in his new wife, he would be crucified in the town square. Your ex is a complete psychopath, and her friend is just as bad. Do not give them a single inch. Fight this to the Supreme Court if you have to. User 2, the absolute audacity of the friend demanding $3,000 a month after stealing your genetics. The entitlement is off the charts. Thank God you had the presence of mind to record the confession immediately. That video saved the rest of your life. Keep us updated on the criminal trial. User 3, CPS trying to guilt trip you is infuriating but unfortunately standard. The state doesn't care about justice, they just want a name on a piece of paper so they don't have to pay for the kid's welfare. Stick to your guns, you are a victim of a crime. That child is not yours. Final update. It has been roughly 10 months since my world exploded. I wanted to give everyone a final update now that the legal dust has mostly settled. The criminal trial never actually made it to a jury. 4 months into the process, facing a mountain of irrefutable evidence, the video confession, the hospital server logs, the fired technician's testimony, and Harper's own voicemail admitting guilt, their defense completely collapsed. Chloe pleaded guilty to reduced charges, felony theft and misuse of medical records. Her lawyer managed to work out a plea deal to keep her out of prison. She was sentenced to 3 years of supervised probation, a massive $8,000 fine, 500 hours of community service, and a permanent felony record. Harper pleaded guilty to conspiracy and receiving stolen property. She got 2 years of probation and a $5,000 fine. Both of them are now convicted felons. The hospital network, terrified of a massive public relations nightmare and a federal lawsuit regarding their HIPAA violations, settled with me out of court for a very substantial, undisclosed sum. The civil case against Chloe and Harper was swift. They were ordered to pay my legal fees, which amounted to $22,000, split evenly between them. More importantly, as part of the legal proceedings, Harper was forced to sign legally binding documents permanently waiving any and all claims of paternity, child support, or involvement from me. The baby was born 3 months ago. A little girl. I only know this because the final court order from the family judge mentions it. I am legally not the father. My name is nowhere near the birth certificate. I have absolutely zero parental rights, and zero financial obligations. The judge's final order specifically states that the conception was non-consensual, the result of criminal activity, and that I am completely severed from the child in the eyes of the law. Harper's life has imploded. When the criminal charges became public, the veterinary clinic fired her. She is currently living with her parents, who are essentially raising the baby while she works at a fast food restaurant to pay off her court fines. Chloe's situation isn't much better. She was obviously fired from the healthcare network and blacklisted from the entire medical billing industry. She's living in her childhood bedroom with Brenda, working temp jobs in warehouses because no corporate office will hire someone with a felony conviction for data theft and fraud. My own mother called me a few weeks ago. She thinks I was too harsh. That baby didn't do anything wrong, Elias, she kept repeating, crying on the phone. She's still your flesh and blood. Neither did I reminded her firmly. I was the victim of a premeditated crime. My flesh and blood was stolen. I ended up going low contact with my parents over this. I lost a few mutual friends, 2 people who subscribed to the toxic belief that I should step up and be the bigger person, completely ignoring the fact that my fundamental human rights were violated. Apparently, my boundaries and consent don't matter as much as a baby that wouldn't even exist if not for multiple felonies committed against me. My therapist says I am handling the trauma remarkably well, considering the circumstances. She says most people couldn't process this level of profound violation without completely breaking down. The nightmares are finally starting to fade. I used to wake up in cold sweats, panic that I was going to be served with child support papers or that Harper was going to show up at my door with a baby stroller. Dating is completely off the table for the foreseeable future. It is incredibly hard to trust anyone after the person you shared a bed with, the person you loved and trusted, used your own body against you. Because that is exactly what it was. She used my body, my genetic material, without my permission. She violated me in one of the most intimate, fundamental ways a human being can be violated. Marcus, my lawyer, has assured me that the settlement agreement is ironclad. If Harper ever tries to contact me, or if she tries to make any claims in the future, we go straight back to court, and she faces immediate penalties and potential jail time for violating the order. Sometimes, in the quiet moments of the night, I do wonder about the kid. Not because I feel any paternal instinct, I truly don't. But because I know that little girl is going to grow up, and eventually, she is going to ask questions. She is going to find out exactly how she was conceived. She is going to learn that her existence started with her mother participating in a criminal conspiracy. She is going to learn that her biological father wanted absolutely nothing to do with her because he never consented to creating her. That is incredibly sad. It breaks my heart for her. But it is not my responsibility to fix it. I did not create that situation. Chloe and Harper did. They played God with my genetics, and they have to live with the consequences of their actions. I sold the townhouse in Chicago last month. I couldn't stand being in the rooms where it happened. I packed up my life, transferred to my company's office in Denver, and moved across the country. New city, new job title, new apartment, new everything. I couldn't risk running into them at a grocery store. I couldn't risk Harper deciding 5 years from now that she wants me involved after all and stalking me. My new therapist in Denver says my desire to flee is entirely understandable. She reminds me weekly that I am allowed to protect my peace, that I am allowed to enforce my boundaries, and that I am not a bad person for walking away, even when society tries to tell me otherwise. The whole ordeal still feels surreal sometimes, like a dark, twisted movie that happened to someone else. But then I look in my desk drawer. I see the thick stack of court documents, the settlement agreement, the permanent restraining orders, the hospital's payout paperwork. It's all very real. It is physical proof that two people I trusted committed heinous crimes against me, all while convincing themselves they were doing something beautiful. Chloe actually sent a letter last week. She didn't send it to me. She knows the restraining order would trigger an arrest, but she sent it to Marcus, who forwarded it to me as per protocol. It was 4 pages of handwritten apologies. She wrote that she finally understands what she did was wrong. She said she is in intensive therapy, that she hates herself for ruining our life together, and that she hopes, maybe years down the line, I can find it in my heart to forgive her. I won't. Forgiveness is for people who make mistakes. Leaving the stove on is a mistake. Forgetting an anniversary is a mistake. What Chloe did was not a mistake. It was the deliberate, calculated, premeditated theft of my genetic material for someone else's benefit. She actively chose her friend's selfish desires over my fundamental human rights. She lied, she manipulated, and she committed fraud. That wasn't a lapse in judgment. That is simply who she is at her core. And honestly, I am incredibly glad I found out exactly who she was before we got married, before we combined our finances, before we had children of our own together, before I legally tied my entire life to a woman who fundamentally does not understand or respect the concept of consent. The legal battles are finally over. The emotional recovery is going to take a lot longer, but I am free. I have no child support payments draining my accounts. I have no custody battles to fight. I have no ties to the people who violated me. That is the win here. It's not a fairy tale happy ending. It's not closure, because I don't think you ever fully close the door on something this bizarre and traumatic. It is just freedom, and as I sit here in my new apartment, watching the sun set over the mountains in Denver, I realize that some days, freedom is more than enough. Mom tried to publicly shame me on Facebook after I refused to be her unpaid handyman. My nuclear response cost her every single friend, family member, and $15,000. My parents sat at the Thanksgiving table and loudly declared my motherless children were a burden compared to my sister's perfect kids. So, I calmly put down my fork, canceled the 3 months of free home renovations I had been doing for them, and walked out, leaving them to get scammed out of $15,000 by a fake contractor, while the entire family watched their golden reputation burn to the ground. My wife, Rachel, passed away 3 years ago from a sudden, aggressive illness. It shattered my world completely. Overnight, I became a single father to my daughter, Chloe, who was just 7 at the time, and my son, Noah, who was barely 4. The grief was a physical weight, a suffocating blanket that made just getting out of bed feel like a monumental task. But I did it. I learned to braid hair, I learned to cook edible dinners, I learned to hide my tears in the shower, so my kids wouldn't see me break. I was drowning, but I was keeping my kids afloat. When my parents, Arthur and Helen, bought a sprawling, dilapidated 1920s Victorian fixer-upper in the wealthy suburb of Oak Park, they came to me. I work as a structural engineer and I've always been incredibly handy. The house was a disaster: water damage, rotted joists, ancient knob and tube wiring, and plumbing that looked like it was made of paper mache. They asked me to fix it up for them because hiring a general contractor would cost them a fortune they didn't want to spend. I agreed. I didn't complain. They were my parents, and I thought helping them was just the right thing to do. I spent 3 months acting as their personal, unpaid general contractor. Every single weekend, every free evening after I put my kids to bed, I was at that house. I spent hours in the damp, spider-infested crawl space cutting corroded galvanized pipe and sweating copper. I pulled new Romex wire through stubborn plaster walls, breathing in decades of fiberglass and dust. I sanded hardwood floors until my hands were blistered and calloused. I was exhausted, running on fumes and black coffee, but I wanted to do this for them. In return, I asked for exactly one thing: occasional babysitting. I didn't ask for money. I didn't ask for them to pay for my gas. I just asked that maybe once or twice a month, they watch Chloe and Noah for a few hours so I could go grocery shopping in peace, or maybe just sleep for an uninterrupted afternoon. They agreed, acting like they were doing me the biggest favor in the world. Things were fine until Thanksgiving. We were all gathered at my Aunt Susan's house. The table was groaning under the weight of turkey, stuffing, and a dozen side dishes. The house smelled of cinnamon and roasted meat, a warm, inviting atmosphere that completely masked the underlying tension. My parents were holding court at the head of the table, soaking up the attention, while my sister, Sarah, the undisputed golden child of the family, sat nearby with her wealthy husband. Her 2 kids were silently glued to their iPads with their headphones on, completely ignoring the family. We were right in the middle of dinner when my dad deliberately clinked his glass, put down his fork, and looked directly at me. The table went quiet, expecting a toast. Instead, he said, "Liam, your mother and I have decided we're not going to babysit your kids anymore." At first, I thought it was a bizarre, poorly timed joke. I let out a nervous chuckle, but his face was deadpan serious. The silence in the dining room became deafening. He continued, his voice loud enough for everyone, including my children, to hear. He said they were exhausted by my kids. He said Chloe and Noah were too much to handle, and were becoming a massive burden on their retirement. And then came the absolute worst part. He pointed at Sarah's kids, who hadn't looked up from their screens once, and said, "Look at Sarah's children. They are so well behaved, so quiet, so easy. Yours are just chaotic, Liam. We simply can't deal with them anymore. You need to figure something else out." I looked over at Sarah. She didn't say a word. She just sat there, taking a slow sip of her wine, a faint, uncomfortable smile on her face. Something inside me snapped. It wasn't just anger. It was a deep, visceral disgust. I had spent 3 months bleeding in their freezing house for free. They had never had to lift a single finger, sitting comfortably in their rented condo while I breathed in toxic dust for them. And now, they were publicly humiliating my motherless children, calling them a burden, telling them they weren't good enough. I took a deep breath, keeping my voice terrifyingly calm. I looked my dad dead in the eye and said, "Is that right? Understood. Then I'm completely done fixing your house." The silence that followed was absolute. My dad just stared at me, his mouth slightly open as if I had just reached across the turkey and slapped him across the face. My mom immediately jumped in, her voice high-pitched and frantic, trying to smooth things over. "Liam, don't be ridiculous. You don't understand how hard it is for us at our age. We've done so much for you. We just need a break." She made it sound like I was dumping my kids on them every single day, when in reality, they had watched them exactly 3 times in the last 2 months. Before I could even respond, the rest of the table erupted. My Aunt Susan slammed her hand on the table. "Helen, are you out of your mind? You do not talk about your grandchildren like that, especially right in front of them." My Uncle Dave, a retired cop with zero filter, pointed a finger at my dad. "Arthur, the kid has saved you at least 40 grand in labor, and you're complaining about watching your own flesh and blood for 4 hours a month? You're out of line." Through all of this, Sarah remained entirely silent, just soaking up the praise for her perfect iPad zombie kids. I didn't want to hear anymore. I stood up, my chair scraping loudly against the hardwood. "Thank you for a great Thanksgiving dinner, Aunt Susan," I said, my voice eerily steady. "I'm really thankful for the hospitality, but we're leaving." I turned to Chloe and Noah, who were looking down at their plates, looking absolutely crushed. "Come on, guys. Get your coats." We walked to the car, leaving a dining room full of stunned, arguing relatives. The car ride home was one of the hardest moments of my life. From the backseat, Chloe's small voice broke the silence. "Dad, why did Grandpa say we're a burden? Why doesn't Grandma like us as much as our cousins?" I had to pull the car over. I gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white, fighting back tears of absolute rage. I turned around to look at them. "Listen to me," I said, making sure they met my eyes. "The world isn't always fair, and sometimes, even grandparents aren't the nicest people, but you are not a burden. You are the best things that have ever happened to me, and I love you both more than anything in this entire world. What Grandpa said is a lie. Never forget that." I put them to bed that night feeling utterly exhausted but completely resolute. I had no regrets about walking out, but the pain of betrayal was a heavy stone in my chest. The next morning, I woke up to 68 missed calls and a flood of text messages. When I saw the number on my screen, my stomach initially sank, thinking someone had ended up in the hospital. I immediately called my mom back. The second she answered, she started screaming as if I had personally set her Oak Park house on fire. "Liam, you need to get over to the condo right now." "Why? What happened?" I asked, my voice flat. She dodged the question, just hysterically insisting I come over. My dad grabbed the phone from her, his tone tense, furious, but trying to maintain control. "Just get over here, Liam. We need to talk." I knew exactly what this was about. They had woken up, realized they had no one to finish their plumbing or electrical work, and panic had set in. I still needed to pick up some of the kids' toys and winter gear they had left at the condo, so I decided to go over and get it over with. I told them I'd be there in an hour. When I walked into their condo, the atmosphere was suffocating. My mom was pacing holes into the carpet. My dad was standing in the kitchen with his arms crossed, looking like a disappointed principal. And surprisingly, Sarah was sitting on the couch, her legs crossed, acting like she was there to moderate a peace treaty. As soon as the door clicked shut, the ambush began. My mom started. "Liam, don't you think you severely overreacted yesterday?" I just stared at her. "Overreacted?" My dad stepped forward. "Look, we're sorry if your feelings were hurt, but you can't just throw a tantrum and refuse to finish the house over a minor disagreement. The drywall needs to go up this weekend." I actually laughed out loud. It was a harsh, bitter sound. There it was, that was the naked truth. This wasn't about family. This wasn't about repairing the relationship with my kids. This was entirely about the free labor. I shook my head slowly. "Let me make sure I understand this perfectly. You publicly call my kids a burden. You say they're too much for you. You compare them to Sarah's kids in front of the entire extended family. And now, when I say I won't do the backbreaking work you begged me to do for free, I'm the one with the problem?" My mother gasped and put her hand to her chest, playing the ultimate victim. "That is incredibly unfair, Liam. We have done so much for you. We raised you. We helped you when Rachel died." Sarah finally uncrossed her legs and spoke up. "Mom? Dad? You really shouldn't have compared the kids like that." It was pretty messed up. For the first time, my parents looked genuinely shocked. My mom blinked at her golden daughter. "Sarah, you don't think we were right? His kids are out of control?" Sarah shrugged, looking uncomfortable. "It doesn't matter if you're right or not. You don't say that in front of the kids. It's just a bad look." I didn't expect Sarah to say that. She wasn't exactly rushing to my defense, but she wasn't blindly taking their side either. But my dad, completely ignoring his favorite daughter's warning, turned his glare back to me. "Liam, we just want this childish nonsense to be over. You are not going to cut us off over something so small. You are going to finish that house." I looked him dead in the eye, feeling a surge of pure ice in my veins. "Watch me." My mom let out a dramatic shriek, as if I had just threatened her life. My dad started to yell, but I completely ignored them. I walked past them, went to the hall closet, grabbed Chloe's winter coat and Noah's boots, and headed straight for the front door. That's when my mom fired her final shot. "Liam, you are being incredibly selfish." I stopped dead in my tracks, my hand hovered over the doorknob. Me? Selfish? After 3 months of giving up every weekend? After missing my own kids' bedtimes to lay their tile? After never complaining once about the thousands of dollars in free labor I was providing, I turned around, my eyes burning with a fury I had never felt before. "Selfish? You want me to break my back working on your house, but you won't even look after your own grandchildren for a few hours. You demand my time, my sweat, my effort, and my energy, but the absolute second I need a tiny bit of support, it's suddenly too much for you. You don't have to babysit ever again. But I am never stepping foot in that house again. Hire a contractor." I walked out and slammed the door behind me. Edit for those asking in the comments. A lot of you are asking why I even agreed to do the house in the first place, and why I didn't see the red flags earlier. The brutal truth is, my parents have always been difficult, narcissistic people. But after Rachel died, I was desperate for a village. I was terrified of raising my kids entirely alone. I wanted my children to have their grandparents. I foolishly thought that by proving my worth, by literally bleeding for them in that house, I could earn their love and secure a safety net for my kids. I know now how pathetic that sounds, but profound grief makes you do crazy, irrational things to hold on to family. Update 1. Things escalated drastically over the next few weeks. First, they tried the silent treatment, assuming I would come crawling back. When that failed, they tried to guilt trip me. When that didn't work, they resorted to outright begging. Because now, they had a massive, expensive problem on their hands. For the first week, I ignored all their calls and texts. My mom tried the classic manipulation. "We're getting older, Liam. The stress of this unfinished house is affecting my heart. We won't be around forever." I swiped right and deleted it. Then my dad sent a massive paragraph about family loyalty and how I was being completely unreasonable over a tiny misunderstanding. Deleted. About a week after Thanksgiving, my dad sent a text that actually made me laugh until my ribs hurt. "Liam, your mother and I have decided to forgive you for your outburst. Can you come finish the drywall this Saturday? Forgive me? The sheer audacity was mind-blowing. I didn't reply. That's when they realized they were in deep trouble. I found out later from Aunt Susan that they had called 3 licensed contractors in Oak Park. Because I had left the house completely gutted with exposed wiring and open plumbing, the contractors quoted them nightmare rates. The cheapest quote to finish the job was $45,000. My parents didn't have that kind of liquid cash. They shifted to bribery. My mom left a voicemail promising they would start babysitting again if I just came back. I ignored it. My dad texted that they would consider apologizing to the kids if I came over to negotiate. Ignored. Then, 2 days later, my sister Sarah showed up at my apartment completely unannounced. I opened the door and saw her standing there, looking incredibly stressed, holding 2 coffees. "We need to talk," she said. I reluctantly let her in. She sat at my kitchen island, took a long sip of her coffee, and just stared at me. Finally, she sighed. "They called a contractor, Liam." I crossed my arms. "Good. So they finally opened their wallets. Problem solved." Sarah winced, rubbing her forehead. "No. There's a massive problem. They got scammed." I froze. "What?" She nodded slowly. "Dad refused to pay the $45,000 quotes. He said it was extortion. So, he went on a local community Facebook group and found some guy named Fast Fix Bob who promised to finish the entire house for $20,000. Because Dad is incredibly arrogant and thinks he's smarter than everyone else, he paid the guy $15,000 up front for materials and permits." I couldn't help it. A bark of laughter escaped my throat. "Let me guess. Bob is gone?" Sarah gave me a grim look. "He came in last Tuesday, took a sledgehammer to the remaining original kitchen cabinets, loaded them into his truck, and drove off. His phone number is disconnected. His Facebook profile is deleted. He completely vanished. Liam, they lost 15 grand. I stopped laughing. 15 grand? Wait a minute, where did they even get $15,000 in cash? I thought all their money was tied up in the mortgage. Sarah looked down at her hands. They borrowed it. From family. That caught me entirely off guard. Who? She hesitated. Uncle Dave gave them 5 grand, Aunt Susan gave them 5, and they took 5 from Nana's savings account. I sat back in my chair, absolutely stunned. They had borrowed thousands of dollars from multiple family members just to avoid admitting they needed me, and to avoid apologizing. And now they were $15,000 in the hole, with a house that was in worse shape than when I left it. That is wildly insane, I muttered. But it's not my problem. Sarah nodded in agreement. I know. And I explicitly told them that. That made me pause. You what? She looked up, her eyes fierce. I told them they were idiots. I told them they should have just apologized to you at Thanksgiving. I told them they brought every single bit of this onto themselves. For the first time in my entire life, I felt the dynamic of our family physically shift. Sarah, the golden child, the one who could do no wrong, the one they had weaponized against me for decades, was actually taking my side. She leaned forward, dropping her voice. Liam, they are incredibly desperate. They want you to come back to fix the house and bail them out so they don't have to tell Dave and Susan they lost their money. They're still acting stubborn, but they know they messed up. I narrowed my eyes. And what do you think I should do? Sarah gave me a cold, calculated smile. I think you should make them beg. Hearing my sister say that completely threw me off. You really think they'll do that? They don't have a choice, she replied. For the first time ever, they aren't in control. You hold all the cards. I took her advice. I didn't go that day. I didn't go the next day. I let them sit in their self-created disaster. I let them sweat out the panic of owing Uncle Dave, a man who does not take disrespect lightly, $5,000. 4 days later, my mom broke. She sent a massive, rambling text message. It was a chaotic mix of half apologies and bizarre excuses. She admitted they were perhaps slightly unfair and that they spoke out of turn, but the funniest part was the ending. We should have handled things differently, but you also have to admit you overreacted and abandoned us. Even when facing financial ruin, they still had to throw the blame on me. I left her on read. The next night, Sarah called me. Okay, she said, sounding exhausted. I think they're actually breaking. They told me to tell you they are genuinely sorry. They couldn't tell me themselves? I asked. They're terrified of you, Liam. They asked me if I thought you would ever let them see Chloe and Noah again. They're actually scared they pushed you completely out of their lives. I agreed to meet them, but strictly on my terms. I told them to come to my apartment. When they walked in, they looked 10 years older. My mom had clearly been crying for days. My dad looked utterly defeated, his usual arrogant posture completely gone. I sat at my kitchen table, didn't offer them a drink, and waited. Finally, my dad looked at the floor and sighed. We messed up, Liam. We were incredibly wrong. He went on a long tangent about how they were frustrated, tired, and stressed about the house renovations. He admitted they said unforgivable things. My mom chimed in, her voice trembling. We love you, Liam, and we love the kids. We are so sorry. I let them sit in the heavy silence for a full minute. I wanted them to feel the weight of their actions. Then I spoke, my voice cold and absolute. I am not finishing your house. My mom gasped, tears immediately spilling over. My dad tensed up. Liam, please, we are begging you. I cut him off sharply. You had 3 months of my blood, sweat, and free labor. You had my help whenever you snapped your fingers. And the one tiny thing I asked for in return, basic respect and a little help with my motherless kids, was too much for you. I am completely done. I forgive you, because holding on to this anger is exhausting, but I am never fixing your house. Silence. My dad looked like he was going to be sick. However, I continued, standing up. I am willing to let you remain in my children's lives under strict conditions. You will never treat me like an unpaid servant again. You will never speak about my kids like they are a burden. And you will never, ever compare them to Sarah's kids again. If you cross that line even once, you will never see us again. Do you understand? They nodded vigorously, crying. They had absolutely no other choice. Later that night, Sarah called me again. I have to tell you the real reason why they did it, Liam, the real reason they snapped at Thanksgiving. I'm listening, I said. They were jealous, she revealed. When Rachel died, the whole family rallied around you. You became the center of attention, the tragic hero, the amazing single dad. Everyone respected you. Mom and dad are narcissists. They are used to being the center of the family. They are used to me being the perfect daughter. They hated that people were looking at you with admiration. They wanted to tear you down to put you back in your place as the lesser sibling. I sat in the dark, processing that deep, sickening truth. My parents weren't just tired. They were bitter, resentful, and deeply jealous of the support I received after my wife's death. It was vile. It only confirmed that I had made the right choice in stepping back. Update 2. For a few weeks, there was an uneasy peace. My parents were on their absolute best behavior. They didn't push boundaries. They didn't mention the house. They managed to scrape together a loan to pay back Uncle Dave and Aunt Susan, though they lied and told them the contractor just didn't work out. They had to hire a real company to fix the house, putting themselves massively into debt. It was almost peaceful, until my mother's narcissistic tendencies flared up again. One Sunday afternoon, my Aunt Susan called me. Liam, honey, have you seen what your mother just posted on Facebook? I immediately opened the app. There, at the top of my feed, was a massive, dramatic post from my mom. It was a masterpiece of manipulative vague booking. It read, "It breaks a mother's heart to see how selfish the younger generation has become. You sacrifice your entire life to raise your children, give them everything, and the moment you ask for a little grace in your old age, they turn their backs on you. Family is supposed to be about unconditional love and helping each other. It's devastating when some people forget where they came from and abandon you when you need them most. At least Arthur and I still have our amazing daughter, Sarah, who has never left our side and knows the true meaning of loyalty." She didn't use my name, but every single person in our extended family knew exactly who she was talking about. She was trying to spin the narrative. She was trying to make herself the victim of a cruel, ungrateful son. That was it, the absolute final straw. I cracked my knuckles, hit the comment button, and dropped a nuclear bomb. I wrote, "You're absolutely right, Mom. Family should help each other unconditionally. That's exactly why I spent 3 months, completely free of charge, gutting your Oak Park house, pulling raw sewage pipes, rewiring your electrical, and saving you $40,000 in labor while you sat comfortably in your rented condo. That's why I asked for absolutely nothing in return except that you treat my motherless children with basic respect. And when you publicly called my kids a massive burden at Thanksgiving and compared them unfavorably to Sarah's kids, I realized you don't want family. You want unpaid servants. I'm not playing that role anymore. Also, since we are being honest on Facebook, maybe you should tell everyone how Dad got scammed out of $15,000 by a fake contractor because he was too cheap to hire a professional after I walked out. Did you tell Uncle Dave and Nana where their money really went?" I hit send. And then I sat back and watched the absolute chaos unfold in real time. Within 5 minutes, my phone started vibrating off the desk. The floodgates opened in the comment section. First was Uncle Dave. "Helen, is this true? Did Arthur give my $5,000 to a scammer? Answer your phone right now." Then Aunt Susan. "This is utterly disgusting. Helen, Liam gave you everything and you repaid him by insulting Rachel's children? And you lied to us about the money? Unbelievable." Then my grandmother. "Nana, I am heartbroken. You told me you needed my savings because Liam maliciously destroyed your plumbing. I see the truth now." Comment after comment poured in, dragging my parents through the mud. And then, the absolute killing blow came from my sister, Sarah. Sarah commented, "I love Mom and Dad, but Liam is telling the 100% truth. They treated him horribly, they insulted his kids, and they lied to the family about the money. Liam has every right to walk away." My golden sister. The one my mother literally just praised in the post as the loyal daughter. Even she, completely publicly defected. I watched my parents' carefully curated, pristine reputation completely disintegrate in the span of 30 minutes. About an hour later, the entire post was frantically deleted. My mom tried to call me 6 times. I didn't answer. Then she sent a text. "Liam, was that really necessary to embarrass us like that?" I simply replied, "Was your post necessary? Enjoy the bed you made." A few days later, my father finally gave up. He sent a single, defeated text message. "We were completely wrong. We are so sorry. We will never speak of this again. No excuses, no blame, just unconditional surrender." I never worked on their house again. They had to take out a massive second mortgage to pay the licensed contractors to fix the scammers' mess and finish the house. I never let them guilt trip me into anything again. I am now in complete control. If they want to see Chloe and Noah, they ask politely, and we only go if my kids actually want to see them. And the absolute best part? They have never, ever compared my kids to Sarah's kids again. They know that if they utter one single disrespectful word, it will be the last time they ever see us. I put them in their place. The family knows exactly who they really are, and for the first time in my life, I am completely free. Top comments. User 1. The fact that they borrowed money from the grandmother and lied about you destroying the plumbing is borderline sociopathic. You didn't just burn the bridge, you called in an airstrike on it. Absolutely brilliant response to that Facebook post. User 2. Sarah is the real MVP here. Golden children usually protect the toxic parents to keep their inheritance and status, but she saw the writing on the wall and threw them under the bus where they belonged. Good on her for protecting you and your kids. User 3. As a single dad who also lost his wife, my heart broke for you and your kids. The sheer audacity to call children who lost their mother a burden just because they act like normal kids is unforgivable. You are an amazing father, Liam. Let them drown in their debt. The new VP fired me to hide his $1,800,000 embezzlement, so I activated my grandfather's secret trust and ruined him. He fired me at 8:45 a.m. with a medium-sized cardboard box he'd already packed himself. I smiled, picked it up, and walked out without a single word of protest. Exactly 45 minutes later, I walked back into the executive boardroom, and he finally learned the catastrophic, career-ending mistake he had made. He never bothered to learn my real last name. Original post. They packed my silver paperweight before they even called me into the office to tell me my career was over. That is the detail people always fixate on whenever I recount this nightmare. Not the 17 years of my life I dedicated to the company, not the heavy, engraved silver paperweight itself, not the legendary man who originally gave it to me, and not even the sheer, unadulterated audacity of a 32-year-old in a bespoke Italian suit, who had been at our company for a grand total of 8 months, genuinely believing he possessed the authority to end my entire professional existence with a cheap box from Office Max and a practiced, reptilian smile. People fixate on the paperweight because it means this ambush was meticulously premeditated. Someone had physically walked into my private office while I was getting my morning coffee, opened my locked mahogany desk drawers, and unilaterally decided that what I had painstakingly built over nearly 2 decades could be neatly condensed into a 12 by 18-inch cardboard box. The paperweight was a personal gift from Robert Sterling. He was my grandfather. He was also the man whose name is permanently etched into the limestone facade of the building we were standing in. But I am getting slightly ahead of myself. That is the inherent problem with recounting this particular chapter of my life. I have to actively resist the overwhelming urge to hand you the explosive ending right at the beginning, because the ending only truly lands with the force of a freight train if you fully understand the intricate foundation of what came before it. If you understand exactly who I was when I walked into that glass-walled office on that freezing Tuesday morning in late October, and exactly who Julian Vance mistakenly thought he was dealing with. He thought he was dealing with Sarah Jenkins, a middle-aged, easily replaceable financial drone. He had absolutely no idea he was dealing with Sarah Sterling. And that one microscopic gap in his due diligence was going to cost him his money, his marriage, and his freedom. I had been the director of financial operations at Sterling Industries for 17 years when the axe supposedly fell. 17 years is not some vague, abstract concept, it is a physical weight. It is the highly specific, comforting aroma of a Wednesday morning in the factory, a mix of burnt dark roast coffee from the third-floor break room and the faint, metallic, industrial tang of cutting fluid and hot steel, drifting up through the ventilation grates from the massive warehouse floor, 3 stories below. It is the deeply ingrained muscle memory of knowing, without ever needing to check the corporate schedule, that our logistics coordinator, Chloe, arrives exactly 12 minutes early on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but is precisely on time every other day because she drops her twins off at daycare. It is the eccentric quirk of the West Wing elevator that will violently skip the 4th floor unless you physically hold the button down for a full 3 seconds. 17 years is institutional knowledge, muscle memory, and 1,000 microscopic calibrations that nobody ever bothers to write down in an employee handbook because nobody ever expects them to suddenly disappear. I was 44 years old. Over the course of my tenure, I had successfully managed this manufacturing company's complex financial architecture through 2 brutal economic recessions, a catastrophic global supply chain meltdown, a localized warehouse flood that nearly wiped out our Q3 inventory, a predatory hostile acquisition attempt by a private equity firm, and the slow, grinding, emotionally taxing years after my grandfather Robert finally stepped back from active duty. My brilliant accounting team ran low 8-figure monthly reconciliations without so much as breaking a sweat. I knew exactly where every single dollar went. I had known for nearly 2 decades. But far more importantly, I knew exactly where every single dollar was supposed to go. That specific distinction matters immensely. In fact, that distinction is the entire axis on which this story turns. Diana Vance had taken over the mantle of Chief Executive Officer roughly 5 years prior. She was an exceptionally capable, deeply pragmatic administrator. She was boardroom polished and politically fluent, whereas my grandfather Robert had been rough around the edges and factory floor intuitive. They were complete opposites in almost every conceivable way, but I genuinely respected her. Robert had trusted Diana to meticulously maintain the sprawling empire he had built from scratch, and for the first 4 years of her tenure, she did exactly that. She was a steadying force. Then, her daughter married Julian Vance. Julian arrived at Sterling Industries exactly 8 months before the morning of the cardboard box. His official corporate title was Vice President of Strategic Optimization, a convoluted, meaningless role that had been explicitly fabricated just for him. That alone should have been a massive, flashing red siren. Julian was 32 years old, and he possessed the unearned, frictionless confidence of a man whose entire life had been a series of velvet ropes unhooked by other people. His tailored navy suits were impeccable. His aggressively firm handshake was perfectly calibrated to assert immediate dominance. He constantly used exhausted buzzwords like synergy, agile modernization, paradigm shifting, and streamlined verticality without any apparent self-awareness that these terms had been corporate punchlines for over a decade. He was a walking LinkedIn post. I noticed him the exact same way you notice a sudden, uncomfortable drop in barometric pressure. Something fundamental in the atmosphere shifted, and your body physically registers the incoming storm long before your conscious mind can articulate it. The very first anomaly I noticed occurred just 3 weeks after Julian officially moved into his corner office. He abruptly requested full access to all of our third-party vendor contract files, all of them, spanning the entire last 6 years of operations. Now, on paper, this was a perfectly reasonable request for an executive in a strategic optimization role. I compiled the digital dossiers and sent them over without a second thought. The second anomaly, however, made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. 4 weeks after I sent those files, 3 of our longest-standing, most reliable supply vendors companies we had partnered with since long before the 2008 recession suddenly received blunt, immediate non-renewal notices. Their unceremonious replacements were obscure, freshly minted companies I had never once heard of in my 2 decades in the industry. The new financial bids were higher. Not dramatically, comically higher. But exactly the kind of subtly inflated padding that easily slips through a distracted quarterly budget review if the board is moving fast and nobody is paying forensic attention. But I paid attention. I always paid forensic attention. I immediately pulled the new vendor registration packets. I ran their listed corporate addresses through our standard compliance and risk assessment databases. I flagged 2 of them, Apex Solutions LLC, and Nexus Strategies Group for highly suspicious overlapping directory information, and I drafted a comprehensive, evidence-backed memo to our internal legal department. Internal legal sat on it. They did nothing. I followed up politely a week later. Legal responded with a brief, dismissive email stating they were actively reviewing the transition parameters. 4 more weeks passed in total silence. I desperately tried to gaslight myself into believing it was just standard bureaucratic drag. I told myself I was being a paranoid, overly protective gatekeeper. I reasoned that a hotshot new executive bringing in his own preferred vendors was standard corporate evolution, and that I was seeing malicious patterns where there was only mundane coincidence. I had been embedded at Sterling Industries for so long that I had started mistaking my own personal familiarity with vendors for objective operational correctness. I told myself a lot of very comforting lies. My hands weren't physically shaking yet, but they would be soon. The absolute breaking point came during the 7th month of Julian's reign. I stayed late on a miserable, rain-soaked Thursday evening. I had no particular reason to be there, or at least, that is what I told my husband. I had complex quarterly tax projections to finalize, and the massive office floor was blissfully quiet at 7:30 p.m. Chloe had gone home hours ago. The entire floor was pitch black except for the rhythmic hum of the server room down the hall and the occasional, distant metallic ping of an elevator 2 corridors over. I was running a routine, high-level reconciliation report when I saw it glowing on my monitor. A newly approved payment authorization. $275,000 to Apex Solutions LLC. one of the mysterious new vendors for comprehensive strategic advisory services rendered in Q3. The authorization document had been physically signed by Julian Vance, and conveniently countersigned by Diana's executive assistant. This specific routing meant the massive expense had bypassed standard procurement channels and moved through as a generalized operational expense, purposely kept just a few $1,000s below the strict $300,000 threshold that would have triggered a mandatory, line-by-line review by the full board of directors. I immediately looked up Apex Solutions LLC, incorporated exactly 11 months ago. The registered agent was a boutique law office located in Delaware. The listed corporate director was a generic name I didn't recognize. But the mailing address, a nondescript commercial building in northern New Jersey, matched a very specific address I had seen once before. My heart began to hammer against my ribs. I frantically scrolled back through the digitized vendor archives. I almost missed it entirely, but there it was, buried in a PDF from 2021. The exact same New Jersey building, just a different suite number, was the registered legal address for Vance Strategic Partners, an independent consulting firm Julian had founded 3 years before he married Diana's daughter and wormed his way into our company. I sat completely frozen in my ergonomic chair for a long, suffocating moment. My office was pitch dark except for the stark, blue-white glow of the dual monitors illuminating my face. Outside my window, 3 stories down, I could hear a forklift moving heavy pallets through the loading dock. I listened to that familiar, low mechanical groan, the literal sound of the beloved company I had helped keep alive through sheer force of will. I printed the damning documents, all of them. I placed them in a thick manila folder, locked the folder inside my bottom desk drawer, closed my laptop, put on my damp trench coat, and drove home in a daze. I did not sleep a single minute that night. By 6 a.m., sitting at my kitchen island with a cold cup of coffee, I had compiled a devastating list: 3 new vendor registrations with overlapping corporate addresses, 2 shell company directors that traced directly back through multiple layers of legal obfuscation to a holding group Julian had been heavily associated with before his marriage. A blatant pattern of lucrative contract awards all occurring in the brief window since his arrival that had completely bypassed competitive bidding in ways that were individually defensible but collectively impossible to explain away as mere coincidence. The total amount of siphoned capital was hovering somewhere in the terrifying range of $950,000. Possibly much more if this parasitic pattern held steady into the upcoming Q4 cycle. I desperately needed to talk to someone. But who? The internal legal department had already buried my first memo. The board of directors was largely deferential to Diana's leadership. I seriously considered marching directly into Diana's office, but if she was somehow complicit, I was instantly dead in the water. And if she didn't know, I needed to be incredibly, surgically careful about what I was formally implying about her beloved son-in-law. I made 2 critical decisions. First, I scanned every single piece of evidence and emailed the encrypted files to my personal account, and then to a secondary secure server I hadn't touched in 4 years. Second, I scheduled a highly discreet, off-site meeting with Marcus Thorne. Marcus was Sterling Industries' external corporate counsel. He was not part of the in-house legal team that reported up through Diana's compromised organizational chart. He was the senior partner at the external powerhouse firm that had handled all high-level governance, trust matters, and estate planning since my grandfather Robert's era. Marcus was sharp, relentlessly meticulous, and the kind of man who read dense legal footnotes the way normal people read the morning headlines. We had worked closely together for nearly 15 years. I trusted him implicitly. But more importantly, he did not report to Julian Vance. I met Marcus at a quiet, dimly lit steakhouse downtown. I told him exactly what I had found. I didn't exaggerate or editorialize. I laid the paper trail out on the oak table the way a prosecutor lays out a murder weapon, calmly, chronologically, and specifically. He listened for 20 uninterrupted minutes. Then, he slowly put down his reading glasses and looked at me with a heavy expression. "Sarah," he said carefully, his voice barely above a whisper. "You fully understand what this looks like?" "Yes," I replied without hesitation. "And you understand the incredibly dangerous position this puts you in?" "Yes," I said again. He was quiet for a long moment, staring at the documents. Then he said something I didn't fully comprehend the gravity of at the time. "You need to make absolutely certain that your own personal governance position is fully documented and legally current. Do not let that lapse for a single second." I nodded, assuming it was just routine lawyerly caution. It wasn't routine at all. Marcus knew something I hadn't fully reckoned with yet. Whoever was orchestrating this massive financial drain against the company would inevitably realize that the director of financial operations was a threat. They would need me out of the way before the annual audit. Edit. A lot of you in the comments are asking why I didn't just confront the CEO, Diana, immediately since she seemed reasonable, or why I didn't go straight to the police. To clarify, in corporate embezzlement cases involving family members of the CEO, blowing the whistle internally without an ironclad, external defense strategy is professional suicide. If Diana chose to protect her daughter's husband, she could have fired me for insubordination, locked me out of the servers, and destroyed the evidence before the SEC even picked up the phone. I needed an absolute, bulletproof structural guarantee that I couldn't be silenced. As for the police, white-collar fraud requires forensic accounting, not a 911 call. I needed the trap to be inescapable. Update 1. Exactly 2 weeks after my meeting with Marcus, the trap snapped shut, or at least, Julian thought it did. Julian Vance casually slid a medium-sized cardboard box across my mahogany desk. The box was the kind of anonymous, depressing brown cardboard that could contain absolutely anything: office supplies, archived files, or the accumulated, pathetic rubble of a person's entire working life. Inside it, already neatly packed by someone else's hands, was my life. My favorite ceramic coffee mug with the Sterling Industries logo that was so old the blue lettering had faded to a ghostly gray. My heavy Texas Instruments financial calculator, the exact one I had used every single day since I graduated business school. 3 framed photographs: my daughter Emily on her 10th birthday, my husband Mark and I at our 15th anniversary dinner in Rome, and one large group photo from 2011, the brutal year we navigated the global supply chain crisis without a single warehouse layoff. 12 exhausted people standing proudly in front of the factory floor, grinning like we had just survived a war. Because in a way, we had. And resting on top of it all was the heavy silver paperweight, the one my grandfather Robert had given me, deeply engraved with the date, the 14th of October 2005. My first day. Someone had been inside my private office. Someone had picked the lock on my drawers, physically touched my personal belongings, assessed my life, and made unilateral decisions about what was important enough to throw in a box. Julian stood across my desk, framed by the morning light, wearing a charcoal gray suit that probably cost more than my first car. He wore the highly specific, deeply condescending expression of a man performing a difficult but necessary executive duty. His eyebrows were furrowed just enough to signal fake corporate regret, but his jaw was set just enough to signal unyielding resolution. It was a remarkably polished performance. I have no doubt he practiced it in his bathroom mirror. "Sarah," he began, and I immediately noticed he didn't say Miss Jenkins, which was a subtle psychological tell, though I filed it away in my mind without comment. "We are currently making some very significant leadership transitions as part of our overarching modernization initiative. The board values everything you've contributed to the company over the years, but we are moving in a more agile direction." The entire office floor outside my glass walls was dead silent. I could physically feel 40 people holding their breath. Julian confidently slid a thick, legally bound document across the desk. A separation agreement. My eyes moved over the dense text with the practiced, terrifying speed of someone who has read tens of thousands of financial contracts. Enhanced severance package. 6 months of medical coverage. Extremely aggressive standard non-disclosure agreement provisions. A punitive non-disparagement clause running both ways. A complete legal release of all future claims against the company. It was incredibly thorough. Someone in the legal department had worked overtime to make this airtight. "We are modernizing the leadership pipeline, Sarah. I'm sure you understand," Julian said, his voice dripping with faux sympathy. I looked down at the cardboard box. The silver paperweight caught the fluorescent light. There is a very specific, terrifying psychological phenomenon that occurs when you have spent 17 years pouring your actual soul into something. When you have genuinely, deeply loved the grueling work, the exhausted people, and the foundational mission of a place, and then you are forced to sit there and watch a parasite try to hollow it out from the inside. It is a very cold, very specific type of anger. It is not hot or explosive. It is absolute, freezing zero. The kind of anger that does not make your hands shake, or make you want to shout. It is the kind of anger that makes your mind extremely, terrifyingly precise. I slowly picked up the separation agreement, folded it once, folded it twice, and calmly set it inside the cardboard box on top of the paperweight. "I will have my personal attorneys review this," I said, my voice completely flat and devoid of any emotion. Julian blinked, visibly taken aback. He had clearly expected something else. Protests, desperate bargaining, demands for an explanation, or perhaps even tears. People who have had 17 years of their life brutally ripped away tend to produce some kind of emotional reaction. He had emotionally prepared to play the stoic victor. "Of course," he said, recalibrating his tone quickly. He smiled. That practiced, polished, reptilian smile returned. "You're handling this surprisingly well, Sarah. It speaks to your professionalism." I closed the flaps of the cardboard box. I picked it up in my arms. "Have a wonderful morning, Julian." His smug smile held for exactly 2 seconds before faltering. But I was already walking past him. The 40 people outside my office still weren't breathing. Chloe, standing by the massive commercial copier, had thick tears running silently down her cheeks. Our veteran warehouse supervisor, Mike Vargas, who had just walked upstairs to hand-deliver the morning inventory reports and clearly had absolutely no idea what he was walking into, was standing frozen in the main doorway. Mike wore an expression that could best be described as a man actively contemplating felony violence and only barely thinking better of it. I didn't stop my momentum. I gave Mike a slow, reassuring nod. I walked past Chloe and squeezed her trembling shoulder gently as I passed. I walked to the elevator, pressed the down button, and held it for 3 full seconds, exactly the way you have to, or it skips the 4th floor. The heavy steel doors opened. I stepped in. I watched the chaotic office floor disappear as the lobby rose up to meet me. Building security formally walked me out of the building with the specific, agonizing misery of good people being forced to follow orders they consider deeply shameful. The senior guard on my left, a gentle giant named Stan who had been guarding this building for 12 years, couldn't even bring himself to look me in the eye. I didn't make the situation worse by forcing him to. In the grand marble lobby, I walked past the massive oil portrait, Robert Sterling. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, imaginary sawdust permanently painted on his heavy work boots. He had that specific, no-nonsense squaring of the shoulders that meant he had been physically building something with his bare hands right before they forced him to pose for the photo, and he fully intended to go right back to building it the second they were done. He was 62 years old in that portrait. The building was 15 years old. I was only 26 when I first started working under him. He looked out from the heavy gilt frame with that exact expression I had known my entire life, patient, unyielding, certain. Looking exactly like a man who had already meticulously accounted for every single possible contingency. I know, I thought, looking up at the canvas. I know, Grandpa. I walked out through the revolving doors into the freezing, biting October wind. I walked to my car, a silver 2019 Subaru Outback. My husband Mark lovingly calls it my sensible Midwestern midlife crisis. I sat down in the driver's seat, placed the heavy cardboard box on the passenger seat, kept my keys clutched tightly in my hand, and for one long, silent minute, I did not move a single muscle. It was exactly 8:53 a.m. I thought about Robert. I thought about the hundreds of blue-collar warehouse workers whose livelihoods we had desperately saved in 2011 when it would have been so incredibly easy, so financially justifiable to the board, to slash the workforce by 30%, trim the quarterly numbers, and call it strategic right-sizing. I thought about what this massive company meant to the local economy, not just the physical jobs, but the foundational idea of it. The idea that something built with actual intention and integrity can remain standing against the tide of corporate greed. And then I thought about the fake vendor contracts, the layered shell companies, the $950,000 minimum that had been systematically bled out of our accounts in just 8 short months through hidden channels specifically designed not to be noticed by anyone looking at the surface. Julian Vance was a cunning man, and he had made several tactical mistakes, but his most catastrophic error was architectural. He had built his entire embezzlement plan on the arrogant assumption that I was just a long-tenured, disposable employee. A relic of a bygone era. Someone who could easily be pensioned off into the sunset with an enhanced severance package and a terrifying NDA. He had never, in his 8 months of plotting, thought to run a background check on my maiden name. In my 44 years of being Sarah Jenkins, I had learned to let my lineage go. People who truly needed to know my background, found out. People who didn't need to know, simply didn't. It was not my professional responsibility to volunteer my billionaire grandfather's identity at watercooler chats. My cell phone violently vibrated in my coat pocket. It was 9:35 a.m. It was Chloe. She was whispering so frantically that her voice was vibrating with a terrifying mixture of sheer panic and pure exhilaration. Sarah. Oh my God. Sarah. Breathe. Chloe. What is happening? Legal. The external legal team just forcefully opened your locked, full personnel file, the restricted governance file. Julian is in the main boardroom right now. He is, Sarah, he is literally screaming. I could faintly hear, echoing through the phone's receiver, the very specific, terrible acoustics of the 4th floor executive conference room. That room has notoriously awful soundproofing. I have complained to facilities about it for over a decade. What exactly is he saying, Chloe? He's shouting Sarah Sterling. Who the hell is Sarah Sterling? Why does this name appear in the foundational governance documents? What does this mean? I looked out through the rain-streaked windshield of my Subaru. Through the massive glass doors of the lobby, I could just barely see the edge of my grandfather's portrait. Chloe, I said, my voice dropping an octave, cold and steady. Yes? Tell Julian Vance that I am the woman he legally needed permission to fire. A sharp, stunned pause on the line. I could hear her breath physically catch in her throat. Then, a very quiet trembling, oh my God. I will be back up there in exactly 10 minutes, I said. Call Marcus Thorne. Tell him it is time. I ended the call. I reached over and patted the cardboard box on the passenger seat. I smoothed the wrinkles out of my trench coat. I put the keys in the ignition. Here is the exact legal detail that Julian Vance failed to read. When my grandfather, Robert Sterling finally stepped back from active management 9 years ago. He did not just hand the keys over and go golfing. He spent 14 grueling months locked in a room with Marcus Thorne and a terrifying team of elite trust and estate attorneys, completely restructuring his ownership stake in the company. Robert was not a conventionally sentimental man. He didn't make tearful speeches about family legacy, and he certainly didn't call his grandchildren into his study for dramatic announcements. He expressed his love through structural architecture. He built heavy, unmovable things that would persist long after he was dead. He legally placed exactly 35% of Sterling Industries into an irrevocable family trust. The Sterling Family Governance Trust, formally established under Delaware corporate law, with Marcus Thorne named as the primary co-trustee. Now, 35% was an incredibly specific, mathematically calculated number. It was not outright majority control, but it was exactly enough voting power to legally block any fundamental restructuring decisions, any mergers, or any executive liquidations. It was enough to instantly trigger a mandatory, scorched earth review under the company's foundational documents if certain strict governance conditions were ever violated. And the trust had one absolute, unyielding operating requirement at all times. One Sterling family member, in good legal standing, must hold a senior, active operational role within the company at all times. Specifically positioned in finance, labor relations, or vendor ethics oversight. And that family member must remain securely in that role absent documented criminal cause, unanimous board consensus, and express, written trust officer approval. This devastating clause was not buried in some obscure handbook. It was explicitly detailed in the governance appendix of the company's foundational corporate documents. It was legally incorporated by reference into every single executive employment agreement ever signed. It was cross-referenced in the master shareholder agreement that every single board member, including Julian Vance, had physically signed. But nobody ever reads the appendices. That is the profound, beautiful secret about real power. The structural, foundational, bone-deep kind of power. It does not announce itself with tailored suits or buzzwords. It sits completely silent in footnotes and cross-references, entirely invisible to arrogant people who are looking for it in all the wrong places. Julian had aggressively looked for my power in my job title. He had looked for it in my expense reports. He had looked for it in whatever meager leverage he imagined a middle-aged woman with 17 years of institutional knowledge might be able to scrape together in a panic. He had never once bothered to look in the foundational governance documents. He had never stopped to ask himself one crucial, glaring question: why has this one particular woman been allowed to stay in this one particular high-level financial role, in this massive company, for 17 uninterrupted years, surviving 5 different ruthless leadership regimes without a single involuntary departure? I will tell you why. It is not because I was the single most brilliant financial mind to ever pass through Sterling Industries. We have had Ivy League geniuses come and go in a matter of months. I survived because my grandfather built a titanium structure that legally required me to be there. And because for 17 years, I had actively chosen to honor that sacred trust. Not as a burdensome obligation, but as a deep, moral conviction. Because I fiercely believed what my grandfather believed. That a massive company built on the broken backs and calloused hands of blue-collar workers should absolutely have at least one person in the executive suite whose entire job is to listen when those workers speak, and to protect the vault when thieves try to break in. That was the real job. The actual job hidden underneath the corporate title. Julian Vance had fired the wrong woman. And now it was 9:45 a.m., and I was walking back toward the front doors. Update 2. I parked my Subaru in the exact same VIP executive parking spot I had vacated exactly 52 minutes earlier. Stan, the security guard, rushed forward to hold the heavy glass lobby door open for me. He looked like a man who had just been frantically told over his earpiece that something apocalyptic was happening upstairs, but he had no idea what, and his better instincts were screaming at him to get out of my way. I gave him a warm smile, nodded, and walked straight to the West Wing elevator. Waiting for me in the marble lobby, standing in a perfect, intimidating line, was Marcus Thorne. He was carrying the scuffed, heavy leather briefcase he had owned for 25 years. Standing rigidly beside him was Elena Rostova, one of the 2 senior trust officers, a woman who was small, terrifyingly precise, and wore an expression of absolute, neutral authority that I had always found deeply comforting. Behind her stood David Park, the secondary trust officer, who had apparently broken several traffic laws driving down from the state capitol the second Marcus called him that morning. The 4 of us stepped into the elevator. We rode up to the 4th floor in absolute, deafening silence. I held the button down for 3 seconds. It didn't skip. When the steel doors slid open, the entire 4th floor hallway was possessed by that very specific, suffocating species of corporate quiet. The kind of quiet that means 50 people are trying desperately to look like they are working while staring unblinkingly at you. I could clearly see through the thick glass walls of the main executive conference room. There were several figures panicked around the massive oak table. I could see Julian Vance pacing frantically. He never sits down when he is agitated. I had noticed that months ago. He was gripping the leather back of a chair at the far end of the room so hard his knuckles were bone white. I could see Diana Vance sitting dead center at the head of the table, her spine absolutely rigid, her face a pale, frozen composition that had clearly taken a monumental amount of effort to assemble. I didn't knock. I pushed the heavy oak doors open. The room contained Diana Vance, CEO, 4 senior board members including Chairman Richard Sterling, no relation, ironically, but a board member since Robert's era. The company's ruthless in-house general counsel Patricia Marsh, 2 terrified junior members of the legal team, and Julian Vance. Julian was physically clutching my sealed personnel file to his chest like it had personally assaulted him. Why the hell wasn't this explicitly flagged in her digital profile? Julian demanded, shouting to no one in particular as I walked into the room. His voice had taken on the strained, slightly hysterical, high-pitched quality of an arrogant man who is deeply accustomed to controlling rooms and suddenly realizes he does not control this one. Marcus Thorne stepped forward and set his heavy leather briefcase on the mahogany conference table with a sharp, echoing Times click. It was in her profile, Julian, Marcus said, his voice a low, terrifying rumble, specifically detailed in the governance appendix, cross-referenced in sections 4, 7, and 12 of the foundational employment documentation. You simply failed to read it. A heavy, suffocating pause fell over the room. Nobody reads the damn appendices, Julian shouted. He actually said this out loud. In front of the general counsel. I will carry the memory of his pathetic, panicked face in that exact moment to my grave. The genuine, bewildered indignation of an entitled man who truly believes that his own ignorance of a rule is somehow the rule's failing, and not his own. Chairman Richard, who had been on this board for 22 years and who I had watched gracefully age from a vigorous 60 into a formidable 82, looked at Julian with an expression of profound disgust. It was the specific disappointment of an old man who has seen many terrible things in business, and had sincerely hoped to see fewer of this pathetic variety before he died. People who are attempting to terminate legally protected trust officers read the appendices, Julian, Richard said coldly. The room went graveyard still. Julian's manic eyes finally found me standing near the door. He stared at me the way you stare at an optical illusion when your brain is violently struggling to process that the image doesn't match the category you filed it under. Jenkins? He stammered, like the name was a heavy door he was violently pushing against and finding it completely locked. My married name, I said calmly, stepping forward. You never once thought to ask. Elena Rostova, the trust officer, stepped forward and methodically laid 3 thick, legally bound documents on the center of the conference table. Miss Sarah Sterling Jenkins' unilateral termination, as unlawfully effected this morning at 8:45 a.m., immediately triggers Article 9 of the Sterling Family Governance Trust Agreement. Elena recited, her voice slicing through the air like a scalpel. This constitutes a catastrophic material governance breach. Per the unyielding terms of that breach, all restructuring activities, financial transfers, and vendor authorizations initiated or authorized by the terminating officer are immediately and indefinitely suspended pending a total forensic review. Furthermore, all vendor contracts entered into within the officer's entire tenure are hereby subject to immediate hostile audit, and the terminating officer is themselves subject to a full, invasive review of their institutional conduct and financial history. Julian laughed. I want to be incredibly precise about this detail. He actually threw his head back and laughed. It was a short, breathy, reflexive sound. The desperate laugh of a man who is absolutely certain that everyone else in the room is just confused about something fundamental, and he just needs to explain it to them. This is an absurd misunderstanding, Julian scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. I was streamlining bloated operations. Nobody here disputes that this archaic company desperately needed modernization. I didn't let him finish. I unclasped my leather bag and pulled out the thick manila folder I had hidden the night before. Marcus had reviewed it at 6 a.m. Elena and David had reviewed it at 7 a.m. Patricia Marsh, the general counsel who importantly did not report to Julian and whose loyalty to this company predated his marriage to the CEO's daughter by 2 decades, had been quietly briefed by Marcus at 8 a.m. I stepped to the table and laid the damning documents out. I didn't do it with theatrical drama. I did it the exact same way I lay out a routine quarterly tax report. Methodically, chronologically, specifically, so that every single powerful person present could see the exact same devastating truth at the exact same time. Corporate registration documents for Apex Solutions, LLC. Corporate registration packets for Nexus Strategies Group. The highlighted, shared registered Delaware addresses. The overlapping, identical shell director names. The undeniable, paper trail thread connecting all of them through 2 complex layers of holding structures directly back to Vance Strategic Partners, Julian's pre-marriage consulting firm. Then came the approved payment authorizations. $275,000. $189,000. $142,500, $98,000, and several more still pending in the queue. And finally, the kill shot. One single, printed email, legally retrieved from the company server under a covert legal hold Marcus had quietly initiated 5 days prior. The email was sent from Julian's personal, encrypted account to an address registered to the Delaware law office that had set up his shell companies. It was dated exactly 6 weeks ago. Exactly 3 weeks after I had sent my very first warning memo to the internal legal department. The printed email read, "Get Jenkins out of the way first. She's been here too long. She'll recognize the vendor names during the Q4 audit. Once she's gone, we have a clear runway to pull the rest through Q2. Diana Vance had not moved a single inch. She was still sitting at the head of the long table with her perfectly assembled posture, and she was staring down at the printed email without any readable expression. It was the way people stare at horrific things when their brain is actively trying to understand whether what they are reading is actually real. The room was completely, suffocatingly silent. Julian was no longer laughing. I stood there and watched his face. I watched the actual, agonizing physical process of realization, which is a much slower, stranger, and more pathetic thing than movies make you expect. First, the smug smile completely melted away. Then, his jaw slackened. His eyes darted frantically across the laid-out documents, and his throat bobbed in a dry, desperate swallow. Then, he slowly looked up at me. And for one fleeting second, his face was entirely unguarded. He finally understood. He had not just fired a long-tenured, annoying employee who knew a little too much. He had fired the one single person on Earth who already knew times everything. The one person who possessed the absolute structural authority to bring his entire life crashing down. The one person who had been quietly, methodically documenting his felonies for months. The one person who walked out of the building with a cardboard box without protesting because she was absolutely, terrifyingly unafraid of what came next. He had fired a Sterling. And in doing so, he had legally handed her the absolute authority to walk right back in and destroy him. Diana Vance slowly set the printed email down on the table. Her voice, when it finally broke the silence, was completely hollow, barely above a hoarse whisper. "Julian," she said, not looking at him. A long, agonizing pause. "What exactly did you do to my company?" Julian stopped trying to formulate an answer. He looked exactly like a man standing on a beach, watching a massive tsunami roll in, and realizing far too late that he cannot outrun it. What followed over the next few months was not a cinematic movie scene. True justice in the corporate world is infinitely slower, more grueling, heavily procedural, and considerably less dramatic than people expect. But it is also, in its grinding, bureaucratic way, absolutely thorough. Patricia Marsh initiated an immediate, total forensic accounting audit. The elite firm Deloitte was brought in by the panicked board of directors with a specific, ironclad mandate to trace every single vendor contract authorized within the past 8 months. They spent 5 exhausting weeks tearing through our digital records. The final stolen amount, when the dust settled, was $1.82 million. I had severely underestimated how many fraudulent transactions had already cleared the Q4 processing queue while I was compiling my initial list. A full half of it was traceable directly to Apex Solutions, with the rest scattered across 4 additional dummy entities that the massive audit identified. The formal SEC referral was made by the board of directors on a freezing Thursday afternoon in early December. I was not physically in the room when the call was made, but Marcus Thorne called my cell phone at 4:15 p.m. "It's done, Sarah," he said quietly. Julian Vance officially resigned from his fabricated position as Vice President of Strategic Optimization at 9 a.m. the following Monday. The brief, sterile corporate statement cited pressing personal family reasons. Nobody in the building believed it, and frankly, nobody was meant to. Julian and Diana's daughter legally separated less than 2 months later. I know this not because I actively track his miserable life, but because corporate environments, even massive manufacturing firms, are essentially just small towns wearing expensive suits. They do not keep massive secrets well. The SEC investigation into wire fraud, severe securities violations in connection with fabricated board approvals, and gross breach of fiduciary duty was officially ongoing as of the last time I spoke to Marcus. I am reliably told by our legal team that the Delaware law office that established the illegal shell companies flipped immediately and is fully cooperating with the federal prosecutors to save their own licenses. Diana Vance remained as CEO. This surprised some people in the industry, but it made perfect sense to me. She had been brutally deceived by someone she loved, and her operational record over the 4 years prior to Julian's arrival was incredibly solid. However, the board required a massive, top-to-bottom governance review and the immediate implementation of draconian vendor compliance procedures. My financial team spent the entirety of February designing those protocols. I was, of course, consulted extensively throughout this process, because 20 years of institutional knowledge does not pack neatly into a cardboard box, no matter how carefully an arrogant thief tries to organize it. I was formally offered my position back within 48 hours of the boardroom confrontation, full reinstatement, full back pay for the brief period of my termination. A very public, formal apology from the board of directors. I accepted. Of course I accepted. What else was I going to do? Let someone else watch my grandfather's vault? It has been nearly 9 months since that Tuesday morning. The heavy silver paperweight is back exactly where it belongs on my mahogany desk. The framed photographs of my family are back. The battered Texas Instruments calculator is back. And my faded coffee mug is back, although someone accidentally chipped the ceramic rim during the frantic repacking process. There is a small, sharp divot right in the middle of the Sterling logo now that wasn't there before. I have purposefully left it there. I actually kind of like the physical reminder. Chloe brought me a massive box of pastries on my first official morning back. Mike Vargas, the gruff warehouse supervisor, walked all the way up to the 4th floor and shook my hand with both of his, which is the absolute most emotional I have ever seen the man in 17 years. People ask me sometimes, usually over drinks, what it actually felt like walking out of the building with that cardboard box, sitting alone in my freezing car, and then walking back in to drop the hammer. Honestly, the cardboard box felt incredibly light. Far lighter than I ever expected it to. Because the things that actually matter, the deep relationships, the ingrained knowledge, the 17 years of understanding exactly where every single corporate body is buried and how the machine actually breathes, you don't carry those things in your hands. They are already permanently inside you. Nobody can pack them up and send them home. Julian Vance never understood that fundamental truth. He arrogantly thought he was just removing a pesky piece from the chessboard. He didn't realize that the piece he was trying to remove times the board. Robert Sterling built this massive company with his bare hands, a lot of sweat, and a bone-deep belief that the working people who show up every single day to do the grinding, exhausting work absolutely deserve to have someone in the executive building who is paying close attention. For 17 years, I tried my hardest to be that person. I think I will try for another 17. The massive oil portrait is still hanging proudly in the main lobby. Robert, with his rolled-up sleeves, imaginary sawdust on his boots, and that expression of patient, permanent, unyielding certainty. Every single morning when I scan my badge and walk in, I look up and nod at it. He always knew I would handle the thieves. He just built the heavy steel structure to make absolutely sure I had the weapon to do it. Top comments. User 1, the fact that he literally yelled "nobody reads the appendices" in front of the general counsel and the board chairman is the most glorious, self-immolating nepo baby moment I have ever read. The sheer arrogance to think you can embezzle nearly $2 million and just box up the one person who notices. Masterclass revenge, Sarah. User 2. Corporate lawyer here. Reading the breakdown of the Sterling Family Governance Trust was absolute poetry. The operational requirement clause is such a brilliant, ironclad dead man's switch. Your grandfather didn't just leave you a job. He left you a loaded shotgun hidden under the floorboards just in case the new owners tried to burn the house down. Phenomenal foresight. User 3. He didn't realize the piece he was trying to remove times the board. Chills. Absolute chills. I love how you didn't freak out when he handed you the box. You just folded the NDA, packed it up, and let him hang himself with his own rope. I hope he enjoys federal prison. My parents ignored my existence to worship my golden brother. When his career tanked, they tried to hijack my success. My response ruined them. My father stood up at my 26th birthday dinner, delivered a tear-jerking, 10-minute speech about my twin brother's achievements, and then turned to me, raised his glass, and muttered exactly 7 words, "And happy birthday to you, too, Caleb." I walked out of the restaurant that night, cut my family off, and quietly built a massive $500,000 company, only to watch my father's secret financial ruin bring him crawling to my doorstep a year later begging for a bailout. Original post. For our 26th birthday, my twin brother got a customized toast, a deeply emotional speech, and a private dining room full of tears and applause. When the clapping finally died down, my dad cleared his throat, looked in my general direction, and said, "And happy birthday to you, too, Caleb." Everyone immediately went back to eating their expensive steaks. I sat there in the stifling noise of clinking silverware for exactly 10 more minutes. Then, I quietly pushed my chair back, took my fiancé's hand, and walked out of my family's life. My name is Caleb. I am 26 years old, and I want to tell you about the excruciating night I finally realized I had been cast as a silent background character in the movie of my own family's life. I don't mean that in some poetic, metaphorical sense, I mean it quite literally. My father looked me dead in the eye at a party that was supposedly for both of us, gave me 7 obligatory words, and then turned back to his meal like I was an annoying commercial break he had been waiting to end. But I am getting ahead of myself. Let me back up and give you the context of how a family breaks apart so quietly that nobody even hears the snap. I have a twin brother named Liam. We are fraternal twins, not identical, Which I think is a crucial detail here because people always expected us to be vastly different, and we absolutely were. Liam was the loud one. He was the golden athlete, the charismatic extrovert, the kind of guy who could walk into a crowded room and immediately have 6 people laughing hysterically at a joke he just made up. He played varsity baseball and football in high school, was crowned homecoming king, and had the kind of perfect, symmetrical jawline that made the old ladies at our church in Richmond, Virginia, constantly stop my mother to say, "Oh, Sarah, you must be bursting with pride." And she was. They both were. My parents worshipped the ground Liam walked on. Me? I was the quiet one. I liked reading thick historical biographies. I liked the smell of sawdust and building intricate things with my hands. I spent the vast majority of my high school years tucked away in the dusty woodshop or isolated in my bedroom, meticulously sketching out complex furniture designs on graph paper. I wasn't some antisocial outcast or a weird recluse. I had a solid group of friends, I went to normal teenage parties, and I had a lovely girlfriend for most of my junior year. I just wasn't Liam. And in my family's household, not being Liam was apparently an unforgivable deal breaker. We grew up in a very affluent, manicured suburb just outside of Richmond. Our dad, Tom, was a high-rolling partner at a commercial real estate firm. Our mom, Sarah, was a cosmetic dental hygienist who treated neighborhood gossip like a competitive sport. We had a sprawling house, a massive backyard with a pool, and a golden retriever named Buster, who was, without a shadow of a doubt, the only objectively good member of our family because Buster loved everyone equally. Buster was the only one who didn't keep score. I should make one thing incredibly clear. Liam and I actually got along fine when we were growing up. We weren't those magical, telepathic twins who finished each other's sentences, but we shared a bedroom until we were 13, played the exact same video games, and bickered over whose turn it was to walk Buster in the freezing rain. Liam wasn't actively malicious or mean to me. He wasn't even consciously aware of the massive psychological disparity happening under our roof. There is a very distinct difference between a villain who actively hurts you and a person who blindly benefits from a rigged system they didn't personally build. Liam was the latter. At least, he was back then. The blatant favoritism wasn't always a screaming siren when we were little kids. It was a slow, insidious drip. It was subtle, plausible deniability. It was the way my dad would charge his camcorder battery to film every single agonizing second of Liam's baseball tournaments, but completely forget to show up to my state-level woodworking showcase at school. It was the specific way my mom would introduce us at large family gatherings. She would firmly wrap her arm around Liam's broad shoulders, beam with radiant joy, and say, "This is Liam, our absolute superstar. He just got scouted for a Division I scholarship." Then, she would vaguely gesture in my direction with a dismissive nod and add, "And this is Caleb, period, end of sentence." No accolades, no context, no pride, just my name and the heavy, unspoken implication that I was merely the leftover spare. For years, I lied to myself. I convinced myself that it didn't bother me. I built up this impenetrable internal narrative where I was the mature, stoic son. I was the independent one who didn't require constant external validation. I was above keeping score. Spoiler alert, I was absolutely keeping score, carving tally marks into the walls of my own mind. I just didn't have anyone who cared enough to look at the scoreboard. When we graduated high school, Liam secured a partial athletic scholarship to play baseball at a decent university in Atlanta. It was treated like a royal coronation. My parents threw a massive, catered celebration in our backyard. My grandparents flew in from out of state. My dad actually cried real, trembling, cinematic tears over a scholarship that barely covered 40% of the tuition. Meanwhile, I got accepted into a highly prestigious, fiercely competitive trade program for master furniture making and advanced woodcraft in Charlottesville, Virginia. It was a small, elite cohort offering hands-on apprenticeships with master artisans. When I nervously presented my acceptance letter at the dinner table, my mom briefly glanced at it and sighed, "Oh, that's nice, honey. But will you eventually get a real college degree, too?" My dad simply asked how much the tools would cost before immediately changing the subject to Liam's upcoming freshman orientation schedule. That interaction became the permanent blueprint for our entire adult lives. Liam breathes, the family throws a parade. Caleb achieves a milestone, the family politely shrugs. Liam graduated college with a generic communications degree, massive blowout party at a country club. I finished my elite artisan program, secured my own workshop space, and started getting high-paying commissions for custom hardwood furniture. My mom asked if I had considered applying for a stable management job at Home Depot. Liam got engaged to his incredibly sweet, bubbly girlfriend, Paige. My parents hosted a lavish, 5-course engagement dinner downtown. I started dating a brilliant, fiercely independent woman named Maya who I met at a local arts festival in Charlottesville, and my parents didn't even bother to meet her for almost 14 months, because they simply never asked a single question about my personal life. Maya noticed the toxic dynamic before I was ever willing to verbalize it. She would occasionally accompany me to the rare family dinners in Richmond and just sit there in stunned silence, watching my parents orbit around Liam like he was the literal blazing sun. She watched my dad aggressively interrogate Liam about his corporate job, his fantasy football brackets, his golf swing, and his weekend drinking plans, and then never once pivot to ask me a single question about my life. After one particularly agonizing Thanksgiving, Maya looked at me in the dark cabin of my truck on the drive back to Charlottesville and softly asked, "Caleb, does your family even know you exist?" I tried to laugh it off, but the question landed in the center of my chest like a block of lead. By the time our 26th birthday rolled around, I had quietly built a very solid, incredibly fulfilling life for myself. I had a small but rapidly expanding custom furniture business. I was handcrafting massive dining tables, complex bookshelves, and intricate bed frames, heirloom pieces that wealthy clients were paying serious money to own. I had just been featured in a regional architectural design magazine. Maya and I had been together for 3 years, and we had just moved into a beautiful craftsman house we were renting with an ironclad option to buy. I was happy. I was stubbornly, quietly happy, like a stubborn weed that had learned to bloom in completely barren soil despite nobody ever bothering to water it. Our parents aggressively insisted on throwing a joint birthday dinner. Turning 26 felt like a milestone, my mom claimed. They booked the private back room at a very expensive, dimly lit steakhouse in Richmond and invited about 35 people. It was a mix of extended family, my parents' country club friends, Liam's rowdy college buddies, and Paige's wealthy parents. The invitation read, "Come celebrate Liam and Caleb's 26th birthday. Equal billing, at least in ink." Maya and I drove in from Charlottesville the evening before. We were forced to stay at a nearby Marriott because my parents' guest room had recently been converted into what my mother unironically called the Liam Memory Room. It was a literal, terrifying shrine to my brother's athletic glory days. Trophies-lined custom shelving, framed newspaper clippings covered the walls, and his high school baseball jerseys were professionally mounted in shadow boxes. Maya took one look inside that room, didn't utter a single word, and just squeezed my hand so hard her knuckles turned white. The night of the birthday dinner, Maya and I arrived exactly on time. The private room was aggressively decorated. Silver balloons, a massive custom banner, and an enormous tiered cake with both of our names scrawled in icing. Liam was already there, holding court, shaking hands, hugging aunts, and just radiating that effortless golden retriever energy he always had. I walked in, gave my mom a stiff hug, nodded at my dad, and then strategically retreated to the shadowy edges of the room, quietly nursing a club soda and catching up with an older cousin. Dinner was finally served around 7:30 p.m. The steaks were perfectly cooked, the wine was flowing, and the ambient noise of 35 people laughing was deafening. And then, my dad stood up at the head of the long table. He dramatically clinked his crystal glass with a knife. The entire room fell into a hushed, reverent silence. I sat up a little straighter. I thought to myself, okay, here we go. We are 26 years old. This is a joint party. Surely, this will be balanced. What happened over the next 10 minutes is permanently seared into my brain, and honestly, looking back now, I am profoundly grateful that it happened because it was the brutal slap to the face that finally woke me from a 26-year coma. My dad held his glass high, a warm, glowing smile plastered across his face, the exact smile I had spent my entire miserable childhood desperately trying to earn. He immediately launched into a monologue about Liam. He talked about the terrifying day we were born, specifically focusing on how Liam came out first, screaming his lungs out, ready to conquer the world. He talked about Liam's first steps, his first words, his first home run. He recounted a wildly exaggerated story about Liam at age 8, standing up to a bully on the playground, and how my dad knew right then and there that his son was destined for greatness. He talked about Liam's college baseball career, his magnetic personality, and the way he lights up every single room he enters. He praised Paige, talking about how proud he was that Liam had secured such a wonderful future wife. He talked about Liam's new mid-level corporate job in Atlanta and how he just knew his boy was going to climb straight to the top of the executive ladder. It went on for 10 minutes. 10 full, agonizing, uninterrupted minutes of my father standing in front of 35 people, pouring his entire soul out about my twin brother. Extended family members were dabbing their eyes with linen napkins. My mom was openly weeping. Paige had her hand dramatically pressed over her heart. Liam sat there looking deeply humbled and grateful. And I sat exactly 3 seats down, staring at my half-eaten mashed potatoes, feeling a massive, invisible fault line crack open inside my chest. Everything I had been holding together with duct tape and sheer stubbornness for 26 years was splintering. When my dad finally finished his poetic masterpiece about Liam, he paused. He took a deep, theatrical breath. He turned his head slightly to the left, looked at me, and said, "And happy birthday to you, too, Caleb." He raised his glass in my general direction. A few oblivious people around the table mumbled, "Happy birthday, Caleb," in that deeply awkward, Obligatory tone you use when someone suddenly reminds you there is a second person in the room. And then, my dad sat down. The conversation immediately resumed, the clinking of silverware returned. That was it, 7 words. After 600 seconds of pure, unadulterated poetry about my brother, I received 7 words in a vague gesture like I was a forgotten postscript at the bottom of a love letter addressed to someone else. I sat completely frozen for about 10 minutes. I robotically cut my steak. I moved a piece of asparagus around my plate. I took a sip of ice water. Underneath the heavy tablecloth, Maya had her hand resting firmly on my knee, her fingers digging into my leg. I could feel her burning gaze on the side of my face, but I absolutely refused to look back at her because I knew, with absolute certainty, that if I met her eyes, I would completely shatter. I could feel my throat constricting. My eyes were stinging with hot, humiliating tears, and I swore to God I was not going to give them the satisfaction of seeing me break. Not here, not in front of 35 people who had just silently watched my own father verbally erase me from my own birthday. I carefully folded my linen napkin, placed it next to my plate, pushed my heavy chair back, leaned over to Maya, and whispered, "I need to leave right now." She didn't hesitate. She instantly grabbed her purse, stood up, and took my arm. Nobody even noticed us at first. We were already halfway to the heavy wooden exit doors when my aunt finally spotted us and called out, "Caleb, where are you going?" "They haven't even brought out the cake yet." I didn't stop walking. I just threw a glance over my shoulder and flatly said, "I'm not feeling well. Tell everyone goodbye." And we walked out into the cool Virginia night. The drive back to the Marriott was suffocatingly silent for the first 5 miles, I gripping the steering wheel so hard my hands were shaking. Eventually, I abruptly pulled my truck into an empty gas station parking lot, slammed the gear into park, and just sat there staring blankly at the flickering fluorescent lights of the convenience store. Maya didn't push me to speak. She didn't offer empty platitudes. She just sat quietly and waited. And then, the tidal wave hit me. The realization I had been out running for my entire life finally caught up and slammed into me. I wasn't sad anymore. I was furiously, violently angry. It wasn't a loud, explosive anger. It was a cold, quiet rage. The kind of rage that starts in the pit of your stomach and pumps ice water through your veins. 26 years of being the other one. 26 years of being a tiny footnote in my own family's history. 26 years of watching my parents pour every single ounce of love, attention, financial support, and pride into Liam while I stood 3 feet away pretending the starvation didn't hurt. And for what? Because I preferred building things in a quiet shop instead of throwing a leather ball on a grassy field? Because I wasn't a loud, boisterous spectacle? Maya finally broke the silence. Her voice was trembling with her own anger. She looked at me and said, "You do not deserve this, Caleb. You have never deserved this, and I am not going to sit here and watch you keep pretending that this is acceptable. They don't see you, and they never will." I nodded slowly. I couldn't trust my voice to speak. When we finally got back to our hotel room, my phone started vibrating relentlessly. My mom had texted first. "Where did you go? Your father is very upset. You completely embarrassed us in front of everyone by storming out early. Liam is worried about you." I stared at the screen, letting out a dark, hollow laugh. Notice the incredible framing of that text message. My father times is upset. I times embarrassed times them. Liam times is worried. Not a single word asking times why times I left. Not a single shred of self-awareness that anyone in that room understood what had just transpired. Liam texted me a few minutes later, "Hey bro, you good? Mom said you bounced. Hope you're feeling okay. Wish you could have stayed for the cake, it was red velvet." He wasn't trying to be malicious. That is the deeply tragic thing about Liam, he isn't inherently cruel. He has just been so thoroughly cemented as the center of the universe for so long that he lacks the basic capacity to perceive the gross imbalance. Asking Liam to notice the favoritism is like asking a fish to notice the water it swims in. I didn't respond to a single message. Maya and I sat on the edge of that cheap hotel bed, and for the first time in my entire adult life, I laid it all out. I talked about every single ignored milestone. I talked about the time I won first place in a prestigious regional woodworking competition at 17, and my parents completely forgot to attend because Liam had a times practice scrimmage. A practice scrimmage. Not even a real game. I told her about the time I overheard my dad telling my uncle that he was deeply concerned I lacked ambition, while I was literally standing in the garage sanding a custom coffee table I had just been paid $600 to build. Maya listened to all of it, holding my hands. Then she asked a question that fundamentally altered my brain chemistry. "Caleb, you have been waiting 26 years for them to finally see you. What if they never do? What are you going to do then?" I didn't have an answer that night, but the question burrowed deep into my skull. The next morning, my mom called twice. I let it ring into the void. Then, shockingly, my dad called. My dad never called my cell phone. I watched his name flash on the screen, feeling a brief, pathetic flutter of hope that maybe, just maybe, he was calling to apologize. I let it go to voicemail. I listened to it later in the truck. The message was, "Caleb, your mother says you left because you felt sick. Hope you're better. Call us when you get a chance. Liam wants to grab brunch before you drive back." No apology, no self-awareness, just a casual dismissal. Maya and I checked out of the hotel, drove the 2 hours back to Charlottesville, and I didn't call any of them. For the first time in my life, I didn't feel a crushing wave of guilt. I felt completely, utterly done. Not in a dramatic, screaming, bridge-burning way. Done in the quiet, permanent way, the way where you finally accept that a phone works both ways, and if they wanted to reach you, they would. I decided right then and there to stop showing up to tables where no place was set for me. Update 1. The first month after the birthday disaster was bizarrely quiet. I simply stopped initiating contact. I stopped calling on Sunday afternoons. I stopped texting my mom first. I stopped being the invisible glue desperately holding my side of the relationship together. And you want to know the most pathetic part? It took them almost 4 entire weeks to notice I was gone. 28 days passed before my mom finally sent a text, "Haven't heard from you. Everything okay?" It wasn't a panicked phone call. It was a casual text, like she was checking to see if a neglected houseplant was still green. I replied, "Yep, just busy with work." She replied with a thumbs up emoji. That was the entirety of our communication for the next 3 months. During this silence, Maya gently but persistently pushed me into therapy. I started seeing a brilliant psychologist named Dr. Aris. During our very first session, I recounted the birthday dinner story. Dr. Aris just leaned back, steepled his fingers, and asked, "Caleb, how long have you been performing the role of okayness just to make your parents comfortable with their own neglect?" I stared at him for a full minute before bursting into tears. Therapy shattered me and slowly rebuilt me. I realized my obsession with being the low-maintenance, independent son was a trauma response. If my parents didn't value me, I convinced myself that needing their validation was a weakness. I had twisted their profound neglect into my own identity and proudly called it maturity. Dr. Aris taught me how to set ironclad boundaries. He told me, "You can love people from a distance without constantly handing them the knife they used to stab you." While I was doing the grueling emotional work in the background, something explosive was happening with my business. Right around the time of the birthday fallout, I was contacted by a very high-profile interior designer named Elena, based out of Raleigh, North Carolina. She had seen my work in the architectural magazine and wanted to commission a massive, custom dining set for a wealthy client's new estate. A massive Appalachian walnut table, 10 matching chairs, and a sprawling buffet. The budget she offered was staggering, $22,000. Imposter syndrome screamed in my head, but Maya stood directly behind my office chair and refused to let me move until I typed out the acceptance email. I spent 4 grueling months on that dining set. I am talking 16-hour days in my shop, meticulously hand-selecting every single slab of walnut, cutting complex dovetail joints that nobody would ever even see, just because I demanded absolute perfection. When I finally delivered the pieces to the estate, the client actually burst into tears. She called it the most exquisite furniture she had ever seen. Elena took professional photographs, plastered them all over her high-profile design portfolio, and tagged my business. That was the spark that ignited a powder keg. Within 3 months, my phone wouldn't stop ringing. Elena referred me to 4 other luxury designers. A boutique hotel in downtown Charlottesville commissioned me to build custom, live-edge headboards and nightstands for 30 luxury suites. A high-end restaurant owner ordered a massive 30-foot epoxy river bar top. I was drowning in lucrative work. I had to hire my first full-time employee, a brilliant craftsman named Sam. 2 months later, I hired a joinery specialist named Chloe. By the end of the summer, I officially incorporated as Caleb Vance Woodworks. I signed a commercial lease on a massive 15,000 square foot warehouse. I had a team of 6 people. I had a sleek website Maya designed. I was pulling in more money in a month than I used to make in a year. I was finally building an empire with my own name on it. That same summer, I proposed to Maya. I did it on the wraparound porch of the house we had just officially purchased together. I custom carved a ring box out of rare black walnut, featuring a tiny, intricate inlay of the Blue Ridge Mountains. She said yes before I even finished my sentence. It was the happiest moment of my life, and I didn't bother telling my parents about the engagement for 3 full weeks. When I finally casually mentioned it during a brief, strained phone call with my mom, her immediate response was, "Oh, that's nice. You know, Paige and Liam are thinking about buying a bigger house in Atlanta soon." I just smiled, said goodbye, and hung up. I didn't even feel the sting anymore. We skipped Thanksgiving in Richmond. We hosted our own massive Friendsgiving in Charlottesville. My mom sent a barrage of passive-aggressive texts about how disappointed my father was, but I just ignored them. We skipped Christmas, too. I was completely detached. I was finally free. And then, the universe delivered a massive plot twist. In early April, Liam got laid off. The corporate marketing firm he worked for in Atlanta went bankrupt, and despite Liam being the golden child of the universe, his charm couldn't save him from corporate restructuring. He called me to vent, sounding genuinely terrified and lost. I felt terrible for him. Regardless of our parents' toxicity, Liam was still my brother, and I didn't want him to suffer. I offered him emotional support and told him to keep his head up. But 2 days later my phone rang. The caller ID said Times Tom Vance. My father, the man who had given me 7 words for my birthday, was calling me on a random Tuesday afternoon. Curiosity got the better of me, so I answered. Caleb, my dad started, his voice dripping with an unnatural, forced camaraderie. Your brother is in a really tough spot. I was wondering if you might have some menial work for him at your little shop. Just something to keep cash in his pocket while he figures his life out. I sat back in my leather office chair and stared at the ceiling. My father, who had never once asked about my business, who had never visited my shop, who had never even looked at my website, was now calling to demand I give his favorite son a pity job at my company. I kept my voice dangerously calm. Dad, do you even know what my company does? There was a long, awkward silence on the line. You build furniture, right? Tables and stuff? Tables and stuff. I had just signed a massive $75,000 commercial contract to furnish a luxury resort. I had 6 employees on payroll. And my father thought I made tables and stuff in a garage. I politely informed him that my commercial manufacturing facility was not equipped to hire unskilled laborers with 0 woodworking experience, and that Liam should focus on his own career field. My dad's voice instantly turned cold. I just thought family was supposed to help family. Caleb. The hypocrisy was so thick it was practically choking me. A month later, my mom called with a new tactic. She brightly announced that she, my dad, Liam, and Paige wanted to drive up to Charlottesville for a weekend to finally see our new house and visit the little shop. Maya looked at me and said, "Let them come. It's time they step into your world." I agreed to host them for exactly 1 afternoon, a house tour, a shop tour, and a dinner. The Saturday they arrived was exactly 1 year after the birthday disaster. They pulled into the driveway of our beautiful craftsman home. My mom walked inside, looked at the stunning, custom-built furniture filling every room, and said, "Oh, this is cute," in the same tone you use to compliment a child's macaroni art. My dad was mostly silent. Liam, however, looked genuinely shocked. He kept running his hands over the dining table, muttering, "Dude, you built this? This is incredible." Then, I took them to the commercial shop. This was the moment I had been waiting for. I unlocked the heavy steel doors to my 15,000 square foot warehouse. The massive industrial saws were humming, the air smelled of rich cedar and lacquer, and my 6 employees were busy assembling high-end pieces. I walked my family past the massive lumber racks, the high-tech CNC machines, and the dedicated finishing rooms. I pointed to the design board covered in blueprints for luxury hotels. My dad stopped dead in the middle of the warehouse floor. He looked at the massive scale of the operation, the expensive machinery, the stacks of completed luxury furniture waiting for freight shipping. For the first time in 26 years, I saw something break behind his eyes. He looked completely caught off guard. He swallowed hard and quietly muttered, This is a real operation you have here." I didn't say a word. I just smiled. But the real explosion was waiting for us at dinner. Update 2. I booked a table at an upscale, quiet restaurant in downtown Charlottesville. I wanted this conversation on my turf. For the first hour, the conversation was agonizingly superficial. But right as dessert was being served, my mom couldn't help herself. She leaned across the table, put on her best pleading face, and said, "Caleb, honey, are you absolutely sure you can't find a little corner in your shop for Liam? Just a small management role? It would mean the absolute world to your father and me. A little corner in my shop." I carefully set my fork down. Maya slipped her hand onto my knee. I looked directly at my mother, my voice devoid of any emotion. "Mom, before I answer that, I need to ask you a question. Do you have any idea what my company's gross revenue was last year?" My mom blinked, completely confused. My dad slowly looked up from his coffee. Liam and Paige froze. "It was just over $410,000, I stated clearly. I have 6 full-time employees. I have commercial contracts, spanning 4 states. I am currently outfitting a $75,000 luxury resort in the mountains. This is not a little shop I run out of a garage. This is a massive corporate entity. It is my life's work. And the fact that you are sitting here, begging me to invent a fake job for your golden child in a business you know absolutely nothing about, tells me everything I need to know." The table went dead silent. The air was sucked entirely out of the room. My mom's jaw actually dropped. But it was my dad's reaction that changed everything. My dad didn't look proud. He didn't look ashamed. His eyes suddenly lit up with a frantic, desperate kind of greed. He leaned forward, his hands trembling slightly, and the massive, shocking twist of my family's perfect facade finally revealed itself. "Caleb," my dad started, his voice cracking. "Son, that is incredible. Truly, I am so proud of you. In fact, your mother and I have been meaning to talk to you about a family investment opportunity." Liam looked at our dad, his brow furrowed in utter confusion. "Dad, what are you talking about?" My dad ignored Liam entirely, his desperate eyes locked onto me. The truth spilled out like vomit. For the past 3 years, the commercial real estate market in Richmond had been completely brutalizing my father's firm. He was practically bankrupt. But instead of downsizing their lavish lifestyle, my dad had secretly taken out a massive second mortgage on their Richmond house to keep up appearances. Worse, he confessed that he had been secretly funneling tens of thousands of dollars to Liam to help pay for Liam's extravagant wedding and luxury apartment in Atlanta, using high-interest credit lines. My dad had built an entire mountain of debt just to maintain the illusion that Liam was a massive success and that our family was flawless. "The bank is threatening foreclosure, Caleb," my dad whispered, looking around the restaurant nervously. "I thought if Liam got a job with you, he could start paying me back. But if your business is pulling in $500,000. Caleb, I need a loan. I need $150,000 to save the family home. Family helps family, right?" I sat there, completely paralyzed by the sheer audacity. The 26 years of neglect, the birthday speech, the constant dismissal. It wasn't just blind favoritism. It was transactional. My dad only worshipped Liam because Liam fit the aesthetic of a successful son. And the absolute second Liam faltered, and the second my dad realized times was the one hoarding the actual wealth, he immediately tried to pivot and bleed me dry to save his own skin. I looked at Liam. My brother looked like he had just been hit by a freight train. The horror dawning on his face was absolute. Liam finally realized that he wasn't truly loved. He was just a shiny trophy our dad used to stroke his own ego. And now that the trophy was tarnished, Dad was trying to pawn it off. I looked back at my father. I didn't yell. I didn't scream. I just felt a profound, overwhelming sense of pity. "Dad," I said softly, leaning over the table, "I remember my 26th birthday. I remember sitting there while you talked about Liam for 10 minutes. And then you looked at me, and you gave me exactly 7 words. Do you remember what they were?" My dad swallowed hard, sweat beading on his forehead. He couldn't speak. I stood up from the table, dropped a $100 bill on the wood to cover my meal, and looked down at the man who had ignored me my entire life. "I have exactly 7 words for you now," I said, making sure every syllable landed like a hammer strike. "I will never give you a dime." I took Maya's hand and walked out of the restaurant, leaving them sitting in the wreckage of their own making. That was a year ago. The fallout was apocalyptic. My dad's firm completely collapsed, and the bank foreclosed on the Richmond house. My parents are currently renting a tiny 2-bedroom apartment and fighting constantly. I haven't spoken to either of them since that night in the restaurant, and I never will again. The truly surprising part of this story is Liam. That night shattered the golden illusion for him. He realized our parents had financially weaponized his life and set him up for failure just to brag to their country club friends. Liam completely cut ties with our dad, too. Without the toxic pressure of being the perfect son, Liam actually humbled himself. He moved to a smaller, affordable apartment with Paige, took a grueling entry-level job in a completely different industry, and started going to intense therapy. We talk on the phone once a week now. It's awkward, and we have a lot of baggage to unpack, but for the first time in our lives, we are actually building a real brotherhood without our parents pulling the strings. As for me, Caleb Vance Woodworks just cleared $600,000 in revenue this year. Maya and I got married last month in the backyard of our beautiful home, surrounded by friends who actually see us and love us. My parents weren't invited. Liam was my best man. If you are out there reading this, and you are the invisible child in your family, I want you to hear this loud and clear. The people who refuse to see your worth do not hold the pen to your story. Stop begging for a seat at their table. Walk away, build your own table with your own 2 hands, and only invite the people who actually value the craftsmanship. Top comments. User 1. The absolute unmitigated gall of your father to ignore you for 26 years. Call your life's work a little shop, and then immediately pivot to begging for $150K when he realized you were rich. The 7 words line at the end was pure cinematic perfection. You dropped a nuke on that table. User 2. I am so incredibly happy for Liam's character arc. Most golden children never wake up from the delusion. The fact that he realized your dad was just using him as a prop to fund his own ego, and then actively chose to cut him off and rebuild a relationship with you, is the best plot twist here. User 3. I will never give you a dime. Exactly 7 words. I literally got chills reading that. You built an empire out of the scraps they threw at you, and when they tried to eat at your table, you served them nothing but reality. Masterpiece. Wishing you and Maya a beautiful marriage. Mom and sister locked me out of the family bakery to ban me from Dad's will reading. So I let them hold the meeting, and let the lawyers ruin their lives. My older sister looked me dead in the eye and told me I was entirely cut out of our father's $4.5 million estate, explicitly instructing me to skip the final inheritance meeting so I wouldn't clutter the process. I nodded, stayed home, and let her walk right into the ironclad legal trap our father had meticulously set for her. My name is Chloe. I am 30 years old, And until that freezing Tuesday afternoon, I still believed that maintaining silence could keep my family from completely falling apart. When my older sister, Elena, 34, looked at me across the stainless steel counter of our family's flagship bakery, there was absolutely no hesitation in her voice and no room left for any kind of discussion. She told me directly that I had no claim whatsoever to what our father left behind, speaking as if the outcome had already been signed, sealed, and delivered by a judge. She said, "You won't get a single dime, Chloe, not even $1. Then, instead of offering any sort of explanation or justification, she followed it up with cold, hard instructions. She told me not to show up at the formal asset division and estate reading scheduled for that upcoming Sunday. According to her, my presence would be nothing more than an emotional burden that would only slow things down. The way she delivered these words made it abundantly clear that she was not asking for my cooperation or my permission. She was simply informing me that I no longer mattered in the process of dismantling our father's life's work. I did not argue with her. I did not scream, I did not cry, and I did not ask how she had reached such a finalized conclusion or who else in the family had agreed with her. I just stood there, listened to her icy tone, nodded exactly once, and let her walk away believing that I had accepted every single word at face value. What I kept strictly to myself in that agonizing moment was the simple fact that arguing with a narcissist would have changed absolutely nothing, and showing my hand too early would have been a catastrophic mistake. If you want to understand exactly how I went from being entirely excluded from my own family to holding all the leverage without ever stepping foot into that boardroom, stay with me and hear how this nightmare actually unfolded. To understand the sheer magnitude of Elena's betrayal, you have to understand what our father built. My father, Marcus, was a force of nature. He didn't just own a business, he breathed life into it. Over 30 years, he built Marcus & Co. Artisanal roasters and bakery from a tiny, drafty storefront in Seattle into a thriving, highly profitable chain of 3 locations across the city. The business was currently valued at roughly $4.5 million. But to Dad, it was never about the valuation. He treated his bakeries less like a corporate asset, and more like a living, breathing extension of our family. Dad died after a brutal, agonizing 14-month battle with pancreatic cancer. It was an illness that drained him physically, stripping away the robust, flour-dusted man I grew up with, but it never fully took him away from his work until the very last weeks. Even from his hospital bed, with IVs strapped to his thinning arms, he reviewed inventory sheets, approved payroll personally, and kept the financial records incredibly close to his chest. He did this not because he distrusted his employees, but because he believed that the responsibility of leadership should never be handed over lightly. While he was alive, nothing about the bakeries belonged to just one person. Every major decision was discussed around our cracked oak dining table. Sometimes those decisions were postponed, and often they were left unresolved because my father preferred extreme caution over reckless speed. No single child was ever formally positioned as the sole successor, and that fragile balance held us together much longer than I realized at the time. After the funeral, which was a blur of black umbrellas and the smell of wet Seattle asphalt, that restraint disappeared almost instantaneously. My sister Elena returned to the house with a terrifying sense of urgency that felt significantly less like grief and much more like corporate purpose. Within a matter of days, she was present at the flagship bakery every single morning at 5 a.m. She was suddenly speaking with our wholesale flour suppliers, aggressively reviewing employee schedules, and positioning herself as the sole point of contact for anyone who mattered. None of this was ever formally announced to the staff or to me. Yet, it became crystal clear through her aggressive actions rather than her words that she had decided the transition of power was already complete. I started noticing the terrifying shift when routine decisions completely stopped passing through me. I had worked at the bakeries alongside Dad since I was 16. I knew the espresso machines, I knew the regular customers, and I knew the accounting software. Suddenly, my login credentials for the QuickBooks accounts were revoked. When I asked the shift managers for financial updates, their responses were incredibly vague, nervously framed as temporary measures taken during a difficult time under Elena's orders. Conversations that once included me naturally now happened behind closed, locked office doors. Nothing was ever presented to me as a final decision, yet the pattern was so consistent it was unmistakable. What hurt the most was that our mother, Diane, supported Elena openly and enthusiastically. Mom insisted that the business needed one clear, authoritative voice to stay stable after everything we had lost. Mom constantly spoke about efficiency, corporate continuity, and the absolute importance of keeping messy emotions out of business even when those emotions belonged to her own grieving youngest daughter. In my mother's warped view, Elena's ruthless leadership mattered far more than fairness. Hesitation was a risk we simply could not afford. What unsettled me to my core was how quickly the bakery completely stopped feeling like something we shared as a family. It became a weapon. It became leverage, a source of absolute authority that dictated who was included and who was informed only after decisions had already been made in secret. The very language they used around the business changed almost overnight. What had once been lovingly referred to as our family store was now coldly described by Elena as the primary asset. It was suddenly something to be managed, positioned, and eventually liquidated if the timing felt right. I did not challenge that shift directly at first. At the time, I was still drowning in the raw grief of losing my dad. It seemed entirely pointless to argue while everything was still being framed to me as temporary. Yet, with each passing week, the emotional distance grew clearer. The bakeries that had once represented continuity and warmth now stood at the dead center of a quiet, vicious power struggle I had never agreed to enter. A few weeks later, the conversation officially moved from management control to outright ownership. Elena did not frame it as an idea or a gentle discussion when she finally brought it up. She spoke about selling all 3 bakery locations to a massive, sterile corporate hospitality franchise as if the decision had already passed through every necessary legal step. She described this massive corporate buyout as the most financially responsible option given the current market circumstances. According to her, holding on to the business no longer made sense, and waiting would only reduce its multi-million-dollar value. The language she used was arrogant, confident, and entirely forward-focused. She emphasized market conditions, profit margins, and liquidation timelines rather than family history, employee loyalty, or the long-term implications for the community Dad loved. What stood out to me was not just the horrific plan itself, but how incredibly far along it already seemed to be. Legal documents were mentioned casually in passing. High-end corporate brokers had clearly already been contacted. Massive financial numbers were referenced without any context provided to me. I was never asked whether I agreed with the $4.5 million valuation, nor was I ever consulted about the timing of the sale. The entire process had moved ahead quietly without my consent, my signature, or my involvement, as though my position as a legal heir simply did not factor into the outcome at all. When I finally pushed back and asked how the bakeries had been assessed so quickly, and whether multiple offers had been considered, Elena dismissed my questions with a wave of her hand. She said the intricate details were being handled by professionals and that there was absolutely no need to complicate things with too many emotional opinions. Her tone was firm rather than defensive, heavily suggesting that my curiosity was a childish inconvenience rather than a legal right. It was abundantly clear that the conversation was not meant to invite my input, only my blind acceptance. I pressed her once more, feeling physically nauseous at the thought of strangers tearing down Dad's signs. I asked why a decision of that massive magnitude was being rushed so aggressively soon after his death. The bakeries had not been struggling financially. In fact, we had our most profitable quarter right before Dad passed. There had been absolutely no indication that immediate action or liquidation was required. Elena responded by completely shifting the focus away from the business itself. She coldly stated that prolonged discussions only created delays and unnecessary family tension. In her view, efficiency mattered more than consensus, and moving quickly was framed as a form of responsibility rather than what it truly was, total control. That was the exact moment she made her position unmistakable. That was when she delivered the ultimatum. She told me there was absolutely no reason for me to attend the formal inheritance and estate reading meeting scheduled for that upcoming Sunday with Dad's lawyers. According to Elena, my presence would only complicate matters that were already being efficiently managed. She said the meeting was purely procedural, something that just needed to happen on paper so everything could move forward smoothly with the corporate brokers. She looked at me with a smirk and said there was nothing for me to contribute. I asked her directly, my voice shaking with restrained anger, why I was being excluded from a legal meeting that involved assets we both had a legal stake in as his daughters. Her response avoided the core question entirely. She said this was not about exclusion, but about practicality. She repeated that fewer voices made the legal process easier. There was no mention of mutual agreement, no acknowledgement whatsoever that my consent might legally matter. There was only the arrogant assumption that my absence would simplify the outcome for her. Mom supported Elena's position without a single shred of hesitation. Mom agreed that it would be vastly better if I just stayed away, saying that the family had already been through enough stress, and that reducing friction should be our top priority. In Mom's view, the lawyer's boardroom was not a place for emotions or unresolved sibling disagreements, and my attendance was framed as a potential chaotic disruption rather than a legal right. The conversation ended without any resolution, not because there was nothing left to say, but because the boundaries had been drawn with permanent marker. The bakeries were no longer being treated as something we shared, but as a transaction to be finalized. Decisions were being made in advance, my access was being actively limited, and my role had quietly been shifted from participant to an unwanted observer. I did not argue further. At that exact point, it was painfully obvious that logic, fairness, or tears would not change the direction things were moving. What mattered was not whether the plan made sense, but who was being allowed to shape it. The shift from managing the store to deciding its permanent fate marked the moment when the conflict stopped being subtle and became completely irreversible. Update 1. Shortly after that horrific conversation, I stopped asking my sister for updates and started actively verifying facts. I realized that every single answer I received from Elena was heavily filtered through her own convenience rather than the truth. Questions about the corporate brokers were deflected, timelines were softened, and her blatant power grab was framed as urgent responsibility. Instead of pushing back directly and showing her my suspicions, I decided to look elsewhere for clarity. The very first person who came to my mind was my father's former executive assistant, Sarah. Sarah had worked with Dad for over 15 years. She knew the business inside and out, and she had remained quietly absent since the funeral. I knew for a fact that Elena had unceremoniously fired Sarah via a 2-sentence email just 3 days after Dad was buried, claiming her position was redundant. When I reached out to Sarah, she responded without a moment's hesitation. She asked me to meet her at a small, rainy diner in West Seattle, far away from the bakeries. When I arrived, the smell of cheap coffee and wet raincoats filled the air. Sarah didn't ask why I was calling or what I hoped to hear. She simply looked at me with a sad, knowing smile and said she had been expecting this exact moment to come eventually. During our 2-hour conversation in that diner booth, Sarah confirmed something that immediately shifted my entire understanding of the situation. My father, Marcus, had not left matters unresolved, messy, or informal, as Elena constantly implied. He had prepared his will meticulously, carefully revising it more than once with a team of lawyers as his health rapidly declined. He wanted to ensure that every single clause reflected his deliberate, calculated intent rather than last-minute emotional decisions. Sarah explained that Dad had worked incredibly closely with his lead attorney, Mr. Vance, during his final months. He reviewed not only the asset distribution but also the strict conditions tied to management decisions involving the family bakeries. He had been crystal clear about separating ownership from control, knowing full well that confusion between the two often created conflict rather than unity. According to Sarah, those distinctions were not vague suggestions scribbled on a napkin. They were formal, ironclad legal provisions documented and signed while he was fully competent and aware. Before ending our diner meeting, Sarah reached into her leather tote bag and handed me a thick, sealed envelope. I recognized it immediately by the sharp, careful handwriting on the front. It was a letter from my father, written in his distinct script sometime before his condition worsened to the point where he couldn't hold a pen. Sarah said she had been given strict instructions by Dad to hand this letter over to me only if certain circumstances arose, circumstances that now felt painfully, devastatingly obvious. I did not open the letter right away. Just holding the thick paper was enough to confirm what I had already begun to suspect in my gut. My father had fully anticipated this exact tension between his children, and he had planned accordingly. When I finally got home and sat on my couch, my hands shaking, I opened the envelope. The letter was not meant to explain his legal decisions in tedious detail, or to comfort me emotionally with platitudes. Its sole purpose was to acknowledge what he knew would happen, and to remind me that silence did not mean exclusion. Reading it reinforced my understanding of the man he was. The message was measured, practical, and unmistakably intentional. My father did not accuse Elena of being evil, nor did he warn me to fight her. He simply outlined his reasoning with calm, surgical clarity, emphasizing preparation over reaction. He wrote, "Chloe, if Sarah has given you this letter, it means the worst parts of my fears have come true. It means your sister has tried to shut you out. Elena has always confused access with authority, and aggression with leadership. I have structured my estate to protect the business, but more importantly, to protect you from her worst instincts. Do not fight her in the dirt, let the documents do the fighting. Follow Mr. Vance's lead. I love you, and I trust you." It became glaringly clear that my exclusion from recent decisions was not an oversight by Dad, but a massive, fatal miscalculation by Elena, who assumed that holding the keys equaled holding the power. That realization fundamentally changed how I viewed the upcoming Sunday meeting. What Elena had framed as a necessary gathering to finalize her corporate buyout now appeared to be procedural rather than decisive. The key outcomes had already been determined through legal channels long before Elena's greed entered the equation. Attendance, I suddenly understood, was not a requirement for legitimacy, but a performance designed to reinforce Elena's illusion of control. For the very first time since my father passed away, the heavy knot of anxiety in my chest dissolved. I felt absolutely no pressure to correct Elena's assumptions or defend my forced absence. I saw clearly why Elena had pushed so hard to move quickly, and why my presence had suddenly become so inconvenient to her. The arrogant confidence behind her decisions relied entirely on the belief that I lacked information, not standing. With that absolute clarity, my next step was incredibly simple. I chose not to attend the meeting scheduled for that weekend. It was not an act of avoidance. It was not an act of surrender. It was a calculated decision grounded in knowledge rather than fear. Whatever unfolded in that mahogany boardroom would do so without my participation, not because I lacked interest, but because I finally understood that my position did not depend on being in the room. To ensure the trap was fully set, I sent Elena a text message on Saturday evening. I kept it brief and devoid of emotion, Understood about tomorrow. I won't be there to complicate things, let me know when it's done. Elena replied 3 minutes later. Good decision. It's for the best. Don't show up. The lawyers. And Mom. And I have it handled. I took a screenshot of that text, forwarded it immediately to Sarah, and went to sleep with a profound sense of peace. That Sunday morning, the meeting went forward without me. The conference room at the downtown legal firm was prepared early, according to what I later confirmed through documents and Mr. Vance's detailed account. Mr. Vance, the lead attorney responsible for formally reading my father's will, arrived first with a massive, complete copy of the estate file. Mr. Sterling, a secondary corporate lawyer who had worked alongside my father on prior real estate matters, joined shortly after. Everyone present in the room, which included Elena, Mom, and a representative from the corporate buyout firm Elena had prematurely invited, assumed the absence of the youngest heir was procedural rather than intentional, since the formal legal notice had explicitly stated that all beneficiaries were required to attend. When the meeting began, the tone appeared incredibly controlled and confident. Elena sat at the head of the table, listening closely as the primary provisions of the will were read aloud by Mr. Vance. Those initial sections addressed general asset distribution, outstanding financial obligations, and administrative authority. Nothing in the opening language challenged Elena's expectations. From her arrogant perspective, the process seemed to be moving exactly as she had planned, reinforcing her belief that she had successfully secured total control through preparation and timing. The catastrophic shift came when Mr. Vance physically paused, closed the main folder, and cleared his throat before continuing. He referenced an additional, heavily guarded clause attached to the main document, an addendum that had been filed entirely separately but carried absolute, equal legal weight. This clause was formally known as an in terrorem or poison pill provision. It specifically addressed participation, manipulation, and interference. Mr. Vance read the clause aloud to the dead silent room. It stated, with zero ambiguity, that if any named heir was deliberately discouraged, actively misled, or explicitly excluded from attending the formal reading of the will or any subsequent decision-making sessions, the authority to manage, sell, or liquidate the contested assets would be automatically and permanently reassigned away from the offending party. The room reportedly fell deathly quiet as the dense legal language was clarified in plain English. The clause did not accuse Elena by name, but it required the attorneys to determine, right then and there, whether intentional exclusion had occurred. Mr. Vance looked directly at Elena and asked, for the official record, why Chloe was not present. Elena, completely unaware of the trap, confidently stated that I had voluntarily chosen to abstain from the process due to emotional distress. That was when Mr. Vance pulled out a secondary folder. Inside were printed copies of the communications Sarah had legally secured and submitted prior to the meeting. Those records included Elena's written instructions advising me not to attend, framing my absence as unnecessary, and the final text message from the night before explicitly telling me, "Don't show up." Under the strict terms outlined by my father, that documented behavior met the exact legal threshold of intentional obstruction and coercion. Once that determination was made by the attorneys, the consequence followed immediately, leaving absolutely no room for negotiation. Control over all decisions related to the family bakeries was instantly and permanently removed from Elena's authority. The will specified that in cases of interference, all executive management rights, voting shares, and liquidation authority would be redirected entirely to the non-offending heir, me. The goal was to prevent any heir from manipulating access in order to secure leverage before a final settlement. My father had foreseen her greed, and he had built a wall she crashed right into. At that exact point, the meeting could not proceed as originally intended. The corporate buyers Elena had brought along looked incredibly uncomfortable. Questions were raised, frantic objections were attempted by Elena, but the ironclad language of the trust allowed zero flexibility. The attorneys calmly explained that this specific clause had been designed precisely for situations where arrogance replaced fairness. The absolute authority that Elena believed she had secured was no longer valid under the conditions created by her very own text messages. At 10:15 a.m., 5 minutes after the clause was enforced, my phone rang. I was sitting on my couch, drinking a cup of Dad's favorite dark roast. The caller ID displayed Mr. Vance's name. His voice was remarkably controlled but carried an underlying tone of vindication when he spoke, explaining exactly what had just transpired and asking if I could come to the office later that afternoon to sign the new executive documents. Before I even had time to respond to Mr. Vance, a barrage of notifications appeared on my screen. It was a flood of frantic messages from Elena. They were drastically shorter and far less confident than anything she had sent before, desperately suggesting that perhaps the situation could still be discussed privately. I did not answer a single one of her messages. From where I stood, the outcome had already fundamentally shifted. The Sunday meeting that had been designed by my sister to finalize her control had instead perfectly activated the very safeguard my father had put in place to destroy her leverage. Without even being present in the room, I had become the central, controlling figure of the entire process, not through loud confrontation, but through meticulous documentation, patience, and timing. That Sunday ended with no resolution for Elena, no corporate signatures, and absolutely no clear path forward for the person who had expected total certainty. The authority over the multi-million-dollar business was no longer in the hands of someone who believed exclusion was a winning strategy. What had been intended as a quiet confirmation of her power turned into a devastating legal reset that could not be reversed by persuasion, crying, or pressure. Update 2. The following Monday morning, the tone completely and pathetically changed. Mom and Elena arrived unannounced at my house. They stood on my front porch, not with the blazing anger I expected at first, but with a carefully rehearsed, sickly sweet calm that felt entirely deliberate rather than sincere. They did not raise their voices or accuse me directly right away. Instead, they tried to frame the ambush visit as deep maternal and sisterly concern. Mom insisted that simple misunderstandings had escalated way too quickly, and that the family desperately needed to sit down and talk before things became legally irreversible. The shift in their behavior was immediate and unmistakable. Only 48 hours earlier, my absence had been treated as an irrelevant convenience. Now, my cooperation suddenly mattered more than anything in the world. Elena took the lead, choosing her words with visible, agonizing restraint. She said the situation with the lawyers had become more complicated than expected, and suggested that resolving it privately, just the three of us, would be better for everyone involved. She spoke passionately about preserving family dignity and avoiding unnecessary, exorbitant legal expenses, heavily emphasizing that formal court proceedings would only create emotional damage that could never be undone. Her tone heavily implied a compromise, yet her specific phrasing still assumed I would accept conditions that had already been decided without me. She wanted me to sign a waiver, nullifying the poison pill clause. I stood in my doorway and listened to them without interrupting. I didn't stay quiet because I agreed. I stayed quiet because I wanted to hear exactly how far their desperate narrative had shifted. When Elena finally stopped talking and proposed a private arrangement outside formal legal channels, I responded clearly, maintaining eye contact, and showing zero emotion. I told her, any discussion involving the bakeries, the trust, or the estate will need to go directly through Mr. Vance. Do not come to my house again. I did not negotiate terms. I did not ask for clarification. I simply stated an unbreakable boundary and refused to cross it. That response changed the atmosphere instantly. The fake smiles dropped. Elena's carefully maintained composure faltered, instantly replaced by vicious frustration she no longer attempted to disguise. She screamed, accusing me of escalating the conflict unnecessarily, and claimed that involving lawyers would completely destroy what remained of our relationship. Mom echoed that sentiment, crying fake tears, arguing that family matters should always stay within the family, and that my refusal to engage privately proved I was being spiteful and inflexible. Neither of them acknowledged the glaring fact that I had been systematically excluded from every single decision that led us to this exact point. When it became abundantly clear that I would not reconsider or let them inside my home, the conversation ended abruptly. They left my porch without resolution, slamming their car doors. Yet, the pressure did not stop at my front door. Within hours, Elena launched a massive smear campaign. She posted a long, dramatic public message on Facebook and Instagram that entirely framed the situation in her favor. She portrayed herself as the exhausted, responsible older sibling burdened with managing the horrific aftermath of our father's death, while heavily implying that I was an obstructive, greedy brat motivated by jealousy and resentment rather than principle. She avoided legal specifics, but her toxic intent was clear. The post was designed to shape public perception before the actual facts could surface. Mom supported that strategy, privately messaging family friends and encouraging Elena to prepare documentation for potential litigation. Mom described the legal process as something we needed to be ready for to protect the business from Chloe's erratic behavior, positioning herself as practical rather than confrontational. I actively chose not to respond publicly. I did not correct the narrative online, I did not reply to the confused comments from distant relatives, and I did not attempt to defend myself through indirect channels. Instead, I limited my communication entirely to my attorney, sharing every single message, post, and interaction that had followed the Sunday meeting. Silence was not passive in this case. It was highly intentional, carefully measured, and perfectly aligned with the legal framework Dad had already put in place. What stood out most that morning was how quickly their fake concern turned into aggressive pressure when my cooperation was no longer guaranteed. The appeal to family unity dissolved the exact second it failed to produce my compliance. I understood then that the conflict had moved far beyond a simple disagreement and into a brutal phase, where my restraint would be tested not by emotion, but by relentless consistency. By the end of that day, I had not spoken another word to either of them directly. Every step forward would now be documented, deliberate, and handled through formal legal channels only. Months later, the dispute finally reached the courtroom. Elena had decided to sue, attempting to invalidate the poison pill clause. By the time the case was formally scheduled, the relentless conflict had already stripped away any remaining sense of family we ever had. What remained was a cold, civil dispute grounded entirely in documents, testimony, and the precise, unforgiving language my father had chosen long before any of us realized how far things would actually go. The courtroom itself was incredibly quiet and procedural, focused on hard facts rather than messy emotion, which was exactly where my position had always been strongest. I sat beside Mr. Vance at the plaintiff's table, listening as he organized the final materials with the calm, unshakable confidence of someone who completely trusted the structure he was about to defend. Elena entered the courtroom with a very different posture. She looked exhausted, angry, and desperate. Her expensive lawyer's strategy relied entirely on asserting control through timing, authority, and the baseless assumption that her earlier access to the store's operations somehow translated into legal ownership. When the proceedings began, her attorney attempted to frame the massive dispute as a simple, tragic misunderstanding between grieving siblings. He suggested that my absence from the inheritance meeting had been entirely voluntary, and that Elena's subsequent actions with the corporate buyers were taken in good faith, to preserve the multi-million-dollar value of the business. The argument leaned heavily on emotional interpretation rather than documentation, which became increasingly, embarrassingly apparent as the hearing progressed. When Mr. Vance stood to speak, the tone in the room shifted noticeably. He did not begin with emotion, grief, or family history. Instead, he clinically outlined the exact legal structure of my father's will, emphasizing that it had been drafted with extreme foresight, and reviewed multiple times by independent counsel, while my father was fully medically competent. He explained that the document included a specific protective clause designed to prevent coercion, exclusion, or unilateral control by any single heir during the vulnerable transition period. This clause stated clearly that if an heir was deliberately discouraged or obstructed from participating in a required legal process, authority over the contested asset would be reassigned according to predetermined conditions. Mr. Vance then systematically presented the evidence. He showed the court that I had been explicitly instructed not to attend the inheritance meeting, not as a gentle suggestion, but as a hostile directive. The emails, the text messages, Sarah's witness accounts, and the timing of Elena's corporate meetings all perfectly supported the undeniable conclusion that my exclusion had been highly intentional, malicious, and calculated. The judge reviewed these materials carefully, focusing on consistency rather than emotional intent. What legally mattered was not why Elena made the decision, but whether her documented actions violated the strict safeguards my father had put in place. Elena's arrogant response faltered completely under judicial scrutiny. Her claim that the meeting would have proceeded the exact same way regardless of my presence directly contradicted the language of the will, which defined participation as a strict legal requirement rather than a casual formality. Her lawyer's attempts to frame the protective clause as ambiguous were instantly dismissed when Mr. Vance pointed out that the provision had been reviewed and signed by 3 independent witnesses before my father's passing. The judge acknowledged this directly, noting that absolute clarity, not flexibility, had been the primary goal of the document. The final ruling itself was delivered without dramatics, but it was utterly devastating for them. The court affirmed the full, unquestionable validity of the will, including the protective clause. As a direct result, Elena was formally and permanently stripped of any unilateral authority to sell, transfer, liquidate, or manage the bakeries. Control over all executive decisions related to the $4.5 million business was reassigned entirely to me, according to the strict conditions my father had specified, effectively neutralizing every single action Elena had taken without proper consent. The court further stated that any future attempts by Elena or Mom to bypass these conditions would constitute a direct, punishable violation of the estate order. What surprised me most was not the legal outcome, but how incredibly final everything suddenly felt. The judge made it abundantly clear that this ruling resolved not only the ownership question, but also the legal boundaries between us moving forward. From that point on, all communication regarding the estate or the business payouts was to occur strictly through counsel. There would be no informal negotiations, no reinterpretation of roles, and absolutely no expectation of reconciliation imposed by the court. As the hearing concluded and the gavel fell, I felt a quiet, overwhelming sense of closure rather than a triumphant victory. The decision confirmed what I had understood for months, that my father had anticipated this exact conflict, and had chosen rigid structure over sentiment to protect what he built. Whatever family ties had once existed were now legally, permanently severed, not through my anger or retaliation, but through a process that followed the exact rules my father trusted more than any promise made after he was gone. After the dust finally settled, the consequences became visible in ways no argument or screaming match could ever undo. What followed was not loud or dramatic, but it was absolutely permanent. Elena lost every single claim to control over the business once the court ruling took effect, including any authority to negotiate a sale or make operational decisions. The trust provisions were enforced exactly as written, which meant her access to the financial records ended immediately. She still receives a small, heavily restricted monthly stipend from the trust, but she can never touch the principal or the business itself. Mom also faced severe consequences she did not expect. Her deliberate attempt to support Elena against the legal will weakened her own standing within the structure my father had created, drastically limiting her financial involvement to what the document strictly allowed. The family relationship did not simply cool down, it formally fractured under legal boundaries that could not be crossed again. I stepped quietly into the role my father had prepared for me without announcing it to anyone on social media. The bakeries were not reclaimed through confrontation, but through process. I chose to oversee the transition carefully, appointing a professional management firm to handle the day-to-day operations while I retained final executive authority as outlined in the trust. Every single decision now follows written guidelines, documented approvals, and third-party oversight. There is absolutely no room left for personal pressure, guilt trips, or emotional appeals. The bakeries returned to being what they had always been meant to be, a stable, thriving operation, permanently protected from internal family conflict. We even introduced a new dark roast espresso blend named after Dad. It's our best seller. There was no magical reconciliation afterward. I did not meet with Elena again, nor did I ever respond to the pathetic, passive-aggressive messages sent through indirect channels by extended relatives. Communication stopped entirely, not out of petty anger, but because absolute clarity had finally replaced uncertainty. Mom attempted to reach out more than once during the holidays, though always with manipulative conditions attached. I declined each time. Silence became my fortress rather than a punishment, allowing massive distance to do what explanations never could. Life grew quieter in ways that felt deeply earned rather than empty. Without the constant, suffocating tension of contested decisions, my focus shifted to maintaining balance rather than constantly defending my position. The employees remained entirely unaffected by the dispute, their jobs secure, and the structure my father designed proved immensely stronger than personal conflict. What surprised me most was not the outcome itself, but how incredibly little I needed to say once everything was settled. This story is not about winning against your family, but about understanding your limits before conflict turns completely destructive. Clear legal preparation is not a lack of trust, it is a profound form of protection for everyone involved. Boundaries matter even more when emotions run high, especially within families where toxic assumptions constantly replace communication. Preparing for the worst does not mean expecting it. It means respecting reality enough to prevent absolute chaos when it arrives uninvited at your front door. Thank you for staying with this incredibly long story until the very end. Your time and attention mean more than you might realize, especially in stories that deal with such difficult, heartbreaking family choices. If this situation made you think about boundaries, inheritance, or preparation in your own life, I invite you to share your thoughts in the comments. Different perspectives always help these conversations grow with honesty and respect. Top comments. User 1. The absolute sheer panic Elena must have felt when the lawyer asked why you weren't there, and she realized her own text message was the smoking gun. Chef's kiss. Your dad was an absolute genius. He knew exactly who his oldest daughter was, and he didn't just protect the business, he protected you. Good on you for having the absolute steel spine required to just sit on the couch and drink coffee while she destroyed her own life. User 2. I am a probate attorney and let me tell you, poison pill or in terrorem clauses are incredibly hard to enforce unless there is absolute, undeniable, documented proof of interference. The fact that your sister was arrogant enough to put it in writing "don't show up" is mind-blowing. She practically handed the entire $4.5 million estate over to you on a silver platter because she couldn't stand the idea of sharing power. Your mom enabling her is just the tragic cherry on top. Enjoy your peace and your bakeries. User 3. The audacity of them showing up at your porch the next morning talking about preserving family dignity after they spent weeks treating you like absolute garbage and trying to sell your dad's legacy to a faceless corporation. Narcissists always want to keep things in the family, the second the law gets involved because they know they can't manipulate a judge. You handled this flawlessly. Keep the silence going, it's driving them crazier than any screaming match ever could.